the primordial society where various prehistoric behemoths roamed. Serpents slithered across the land. Ferocious beasts prowled the mountains. Raptors soared through the skies. And amphibians inhabited the waters. It could be said that humanity existed at the very bottom of the food chain, to the extent that tribes regarded one another as potential sustenance. Everything here was merely a struggle for survival. But do you really think that Jizai would lead the primitive people to ascend to the pinnacle of the food chain and dominate this primitive world? Jizai retorted, "Don't be ridiculous. With that kind of time, I might as well be content as a chief, lounging around and petting cats." "What? You ask what kind of cats?" "My friend, have you not heard that a big cat is still a cat?" If you like primitive world story, subscribe to support the channel. Chapter 1, The Terrifying Encounter with the Titanoboa. When the earth erupted with a thunderous roar, Jizai, who had been joyfully riding his bicycle just a moment before, was rendered speechless. He sat there, dazed, as he witnessed the smoke billowing and the soil upheaving before him. Dozens of wild boars, towering above the height of water buffalo and bearing tusks as massive as those of African elephants, charged towards him like a scene from a 3D movie, causing Jizai to forget to evade. Only when these colossal wild boars were a mere 100 meters away did Jizai recall to scramble up the trunk of an indeterminate tree nearby. Fortunately, having climbed trees since childhood, he managed to escape. Otherwise, he would have been trampled into a pulp by those giant wild boars. Dust swirled and a cacophony of sounds filled the air. Like a torrent, the herd of giant wild boars surged forth, obliterating the ground around the tree, leaving devastation in their wake. Jizai clutched the tree trunk tightly, so exhausted that he lost all sensation in his arms. It was only after a considerable time had passed, with the massive wild boars finally out of sight, that he regained his senses. As a fervent enthusiast of ancient biology, he recognized the origins of those wild boars and swallowed hard, muttering, Those aren't the long-extinct elephantine pigs, are they? How are they alive again? What is happening?" As he pondered this bewilderment, a sudden hissing sound emanated from behind him. Startled, he turned around, nearly losing control of his limbs in fright. A snake's head, as large as a basin, with a triangular shape, flicked its tongue and fixed its cold, piercing gaze upon him. Motionless, each scale of the serpent was the size of his palm, and its crimson tongue was thicker than his forearm. Above its eyes were two pronounced bulges, reminiscent of a legendary creature poised to transform into a dragon. My goodness! A Titanoboa. How can this thing also be alive? Jizai gasped internally, feeling a chill run down his spine, so much so that he remained frozen against the tree trunk, entirely oblivious to his surroundings. Overwhelmed by shock, he suddenly noticed the Titanoboa begin to move. Its body, as thick as a barrel, slithering through the dense foliage, coiling around the robust tree trunk. And inching closer to him, in a state of sheer terror, Jizai screamed, "No way!" and instinctively loosened his grip on the tree trunk. Consequently, he plummeted downwards. Falling from a height of 4 or 5 meters, he expected to break bones or suffer severe injuries. To his astonishment, though the impact was painful, he found himself relatively unscathed. As he pondered his predicament, he heard a bubbling sound, as if he were sinking. Looking up and around, Jizai was instantly dumbfounded. He had climbed the tree to escape the elephantine pigs, but had failed to notice that below lay a quagmire, its surface bubbling furiously, accompanied by the emergence of unknown biological remnants. Anyone not a fool could surmise the countless lives that had been consumed by this swamp. The Titanoboa slowly descended from the great tree, continuously flicking its tongue as it approached Jizai, who was now mired in the swamp. I know this is just a movie. You, don't come any closer. Where's the director? Cut. Jizai shouted desperately at the Titanoboa, which should have been a mere fossil. No one answered him. Only the sound of the serpent's tongue continued to hiss rhythmically as the Titanoboa drew nearer. Panic seized Jizai. He hastily grabbed a bone, over half a meter long, from the murky swamp to use as a weapon, waving it frantically at the advancing Titanoboa. I am the martial arts champion of the Divine City Youth Group. You better not come any closer," he cried, but the Titanoboa continued to glide forward. With a hiss, perhaps perceiving Jizai's movements as a challenge, the Titanoboa reared its body high and lunged toward him, its gaping maw wide open. The stench of decay filled the air, and in that moment, Jizai felt a warmth below. He had been so frightened that he had lost control. Startled, Jizai lunged to the side to evade, but his lower half was ensnared by the swamp, allowing him only to shift a few inches. The Titanoboa's head whipped past him like a gust of wind, and its cold, scaly hide grazed his arm, causing him pain that brought tears to his eyes. With a splash, the Titanoboa missed its target, its mouth full of foul muck. Seizing the opportunity while the Titanoboa was momentarily distracted, Jizai gritted his teeth, steeled his resolve, and leaped onto the titanoboa's back. Without waiting for a reaction, he wrapped his limbs around the serpent's massive body, clinging on like an octopus. He grasped just behind the titanoboa's head, a position where it could neither bite him nor ensnare him with its body. To put it simply, Jizai had effectively seized the titanoboa's weak point. Sensing Jizai's presence on its back, the titanoboa thrashed wildly in the swamp. Yet, no matter how it struggled, Jizai held firm, determined not to let go. After several tumultuous rolls, the titanoboa, exhausted, floated on the surface of the swamp, appearing almost lifeless, save for its incessant flicking tongue. Both were weary. Jizai's limbs had gone numb, feeling as though they were no longer his own. As they rested, regaining their strength, the titanoboa suddenly stirred. It ceased wasting time in the swamp and, with a few swift movements, emerged onto solid ground, its piercing gaze scanning the surroundings as if assessing its environment. Seeing the titanoboa's behavior, Jizai was momentarily perplexed, unsure of what the creature intended. Suddenly, the titanoboa began to thrash about violently, and Jizai barely managed to hold on, almost being thrown off. He exerted all his strength, clinging tighter. However, previously constrained by the swamp, the titanoboa was now on solid ground, and despite Jizai's preparations, he struggled to maintain his grip on its slick scales. After a few more futile attempts to dislodge him, the titanoboa finally ceased its struggle. Jizai seized the opportunity to catch his breath, more convinced than ever of his strategy. As long as he didn't let go, he would prevail. Embracing this determination, Jizai even began to mentally prepare for a protracted battle. Damn, those rascals would never believe that I, of all people, encountered the long-extinct elephantine pigs and titanoboa, and I even held my ground against one. How utterly magnificent! Jizai mused to himself, as visions of swiftly becoming a renowned figure, marrying a wealthy beauty, and achieving the pinnacle of success danced in his mind as the rustling sound echoed. The horned serpent suddenly stirred once more. Jizai, momentarily bewildered, raised his gaze, only to feel the creature beneath him thrashing violently. Is it resorting to this tactic again? Jizai pondered, somewhat perplexed. Yet, in the next heartbeat, the horned serpent demonstrated its cunning through its actions. It surged forward, hurtling towards a towering ancient tree. Observing the serpent's unwavering trajectory, Jizai tightened his grip around its body, while contemplating whether this beast intended to crash itself into the very ground before him. Did it not perceive the tree ahead? Clearly, Jizai had misjudged the situation. The horned serpent had no intention of self-destruction. Just as it was about to collide with the ancient tree, it executed a swift maneuver, aligning its back towards the trunk. In an instant, enlightenment dawned upon Jizai. He uttered a curse, and without a moment's hesitation, released his embrace of the serpent. He leaped off its speeding body, landing and rolling 4 or 5 times upon the ground, every bone in his body protesting with pain. However, before he could utter a word of discomfort, a resounding crash reverberated in his ears. Turning to look, he witnessed the massive form of the horned serpent collide with the ancient tree, dislodging a myriad of leaves, each the size of his head. Amidst the cascading foliage, Jizai clearly discerned the sly beast, its gaping maw wide open, charging furiously towards him. Did I swear to your mother? Jizai erupted in a furious exclamation, instinctively grasping a nearby animal bone before turning on his heels and fleeing with all his might. Chapter 2, Transcending to the Primitive Era. In a desperate flight, Jizai ran with all his might, but no matter how swift he was, he could not outpace the relentless and lethal pursuit of the horned serpent. Before long, he sensed a nauseating stench wafting from behind him, and in that instant, he felt as though he were submerged in icy water, goosebumps erupting across his skin. Stealing a glance over his shoulder, Jizai nearly succumbed to terror. The horned serpent was a mere 2 or 3 meters away, a distance that posed no challenge for such a creature. With a sudden swish, the horned serpent lunged, its maw wide open. Jizai rolled to the side, but the serpent's fangs snagged his backpack, tearing it apart and scattering its contents across the ground. Feeling inexplicably lighter, Jizai momentarily froze before resuming his frantic escape. However, fortune did not favor him this time. He stumbled over a log that lay across his path and fell to the ground. As he turned to assess the situation, he saw the horned serpent poised to strike, its mouth agape, ready to swallow him whole. As death loomed near, Jizai instinctively reached out with his hand and shut his eyes. Roars echoed in his ears, but the anticipated pain never arrived. When he cautiously opened his eyes, he was astonished to find that his hand had grasped a leg bone of some animal, which had fortuitously wedged itself in the serpent's mouth. The creature had exerted so much force that the pointed end of the bone penetrated its upper jaw, emerging from its eye socket. The stark white of the exposed bone, stained with blood, protruded as the serpent's body writhed on the ground. With a lingering sense of dread, Jizai withdrew his hand and gently prodded the serpent's body with his foot. It lay there, devoid of any strength to respond. Even the rhythmic flicking of its tongue had slowed considerably. Jizai hesitated, initially contemplating a hasty retreat, but upon observing the serpent's continued convulsions, a bold idea took root in his mind. Rising to his feet, he took 2 steps to the side and picked up the very stick that had caused his earlier fall, bemused by its peculiar shape. After a few moments, he cast aside his indifference, gripping the stick firmly and focusing on the serpent's gaping mouth. Steeling himself, he thought, "If you wish to devour me, then do not blame me for my ruthlessness." With that, he plunged the stick into the serpent's mouth, stabbing repeatedly for 5 or 6 minutes until its maw was nothing but a mass of putrid flesh. Blood gushed forth, and after a frenzied 10 minutes, the serpent's body finally lay still. Jizai, licking his lips, felt drenched in sweat and plopped down, utterly exhausted. As he gazed at the serpent's lifeless form, a smile crept across his face. If he were to bring this creature's carcass back, it would surely astonish the world. Alas, it was not alive. However, Jizai mused, if it were alive I would not be. The more he pondered, the more elated he became. Suddenly, he heard rustling in the nearby thicket, reminiscent of a snake sliding through grass. Jizai sprang to his feet, his heart racing at the thought that perhaps it was not just one serpent, but a pair, and that he had slain the wife while the husband returned from hunting. Growing increasingly anxious, Jizai reached for the stick still lodged in the serpent's throat, only to discover that his arm was sore and weak, rendering him incapable of extracting it. Cursed fate! I have escaped one peril only to fall into another, he cried out in despair. With a sudden rustle, figures emerged from the underbrush. Primitive humanoid creatures, each wielding sticks and clad in leaves, their hair a wild tangle as they chattered incoherently. At the rear of the group, 2 of these beings bore a larger stick, to which a small human was bound. This is starting to resemble primitive men. What is happening? Have I crossed into another realm? Surely it must be so. Otherwise, how could I encounter a horned serpent and a woolly mammoth, creatures that exist only in the annals of history? As the primitive beings congregated, they aimed their sticks at Jizai, observing him and then glancing at the ground, emitting a cacophony of guttural sounds akin to that of chimpanzees. Utterly chaotic, devoid of any discernible structure or logic, driven purely by emotion. A few of them even approached and poked the lifeless horned serpent, confirming its demise. Suddenly, they erupted into frenzied roars, discarding their sticks as if celebrating. Are they rejoicing? Jizai pondered in astonishment. Abruptly, the jubilant throng ceased their revelry. Turning their attention toward Jizai, they pointed at the serpent on the ground, then at him, making exaggerated gestures with their tongues. After several moments of confusion, Jizai realized they were inquiring if he was the one who had slain the serpent. From their fervent expressions, Jizai deduced that these primitive folk had likely been tormented by the serpent, and by some twist of fate, he had liberated them from its grasp, thereby earning their regard as a hero. With this thought, Jizai humbly waved his hand, saying, "Oh, it was nothing, merely ridding the world of a menace." However, this elicited only blank stares from the primitive beings, confusion evident in their wide eyes. Could it be that they do not possess the ability to speak? Jizai mused, testing his hypothesis by uttering a few more phrases, receiving only the same bewildered expressions in return. Suddenly, the primitive beings let out a series of shouts. Jizai snapped back to reality, rising to his feet and gesturing animatedly. He pointed to the serpent's corpse, opened his mouth wide to mimic eating, then pointed to himself and mimicked running, followed by reenacting the sequence of events that led to the serpent's demise. After a series of gestures, the primitive beings regarded him with thoughtful expressions. Scratching his head, Jizai felt a twinge of confusion. Am I not being clear enough? He repeated his motions 3 or 4 times. This time, they seemed to understand, as several of the primitive beings approached him with outstretched hands, resembling a gesture of reverence. Seeing this, Jizai waved his hands dismissively. No need for such formalities, truly. I am no legend. There is no need for you to worship me. Yet, before he could finish, he was forcefully pushed to the ground, and several of the primitive beings bound his arms and legs with vines. Hey, I slayed the serpent. I am your savior. Is this how you treat your benefactor? Jizai shouted in frustration as he struggled against his bindings. As a result, what awaited him were several primitive men armed with sharpened wooden sticks, prodding him painfully, causing Jizai to howl in agony, no longer daring to struggle. Once bound hand and foot, Ji Zhai resembled a turtle, lying on his back, limbs raised, utterly immobilized. Two primitive men approached with a wooden pole, akin to how one would carry a pig, and impaled him with it, hoisting him up and carrying him away. "Hey big brother, can we talk this out instead of resorting to violence?" Ji Zhai shouted as he was suspended in mid-air, his voice echoing. The various items that had spilled from his backpack onto the ground were gathered by one of the primitive men, who slung them over his shoulder. During this time, the primitive man even rummaged through a bag of snacks, glancing at it back and forth. "That's my stuff. You've captured me. Fine. But please don't touch my food." Ji Zhai continued to shout tirelessly. Suddenly, he felt an unusual gaze upon him. Turning his head in the direction of the feeling, he saw another primitive person, similarly afflicted, quietly observing him. They were merely a meter apart, and Ji Zhai could clearly see that it was a woman. Moreover, she was a strikingly beautiful primitive woman. Aside from her slightly unkempt hair and somewhat tanned skin, she embodied the attributes of a goddess from his previous era. The two locked eyes, and Ji Zhai forgot to shout. As they moved further into the forest, the primitive men suddenly halted, trembling with fear. They looked around nervously before swiftly lowering Ji Zhai and the primitive woman to the ground. Then one by one, they vanished into the foliage, leaving no trace. "Hey, big brother, if you're leaving, at least untie my hands and feet, would you? Big brother? Big brother?" Ji Zhai called out, lying on the ground and straining his neck to shout. Chapter 3. Playing with Death in the Tiger's Mouth. Ji Zhai was genuinely exasperated. No matter how he yelled, the primitive men acted as if they were deaf, abandoning him and the primitive woman without a second thought. A group of underdeveloped minds, severely lacking in intelligence. How could they repay my help in exterminating the jaguar with such ingratitude? They have truly become the dregs of human evolutionary history. Ji Zhai cursed for a while, feeling somewhat parched, before turning to the trembling primitive woman and saying, "Sister, don't you think I'm right?" Setting aside whether the primitive woman could understand Ji Zhai, even if she could, she had no time to respond. Living in this primitive society, she instinctively understood what it meant for the primitive men to set her down. "Sister, are you cold? Why do you seem to be shaking?" Ji Zhai asked, puzzled. The primitive woman remained unresponsive, and Ji Zhai didn't expect her to converse. After all, the primitive people in this world had yet to develop speech, but at least a few sounds would suffice, anything but her silence. Yet this primitive woman remained mute, shaking like a larger-than-life sieve. Ji Zhai furrowed his brow. He opened his mouth to say something more when suddenly, from the depths of the jungle, a thunderous roar echoed. Roar! The sound sent chills down Ji Zhai's spine, and he instinctively turned towards the source of the noise. A fierce wind swept through the forest, and a dark shadow leaped forth, landing heavily on the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. "Oh my God!" As he recognized the creature, Ji Zhai gasped in terror. The shadow was over 2 meters long, with shoulders towering above 1 meter, its orange-spotted fur revealing muscular contours reminiscent of tree roots, a short tail and an enormous physique. Prominently displayed in its upper jaw were iconic saber-toothed teeth, each approximately 15 centimeters long. The saber-toothed tiger, seemingly convulsing like a cat, bore a menacing presence. Ji Zhai could immediately identify this creature as the apex predator of the primitive world, the saber-toothed tiger. At this moment, Ji Zhai's heart was filled with nothing but dread. It was as if he had just been pricked by a cactus. Previously puzzled by why the primitive men had discarded him, he now understood. They were fully aware that this was the territory of the saber-toothed tiger and had essentially sacrificed him and the woman as bait. And to think, these were supposed to be humans at the top of the food chain. Pathetic. They resembled mere herbivores, fleeing at the sight of a predator. As Ji Zhai cursed inwardly, he raised his head in submission. "Great tiger, let us talk this through. Please don't drool just yet. Look at me. I'm nothing but skin and bones. All fatty tissue, hardly a healthy meal. Plus, I'm filthy, covered in muck. I wouldn't be appetizing at all." However, to the saber-toothed tiger, this gesture was perceived as provocation. The beast elegantly prowled around the clearing, its gaze fixed on Ji Zhai, as if he were a prime cut of meat destined to be devoured. The primitive woman beside him had already fainted from fear. As for Ji Zhai, he was in no better position. Had he not been startled into submission by the jaguar in the swamp earlier, he might have succumbed to fear yet again. Finally, the saber-toothed tiger paused, adjusted its stance, and lunged directly at Ji Zhai. "Why am I the target when there are 2 of us here?" He cursed under his breath, instinctively retreating on all 4s. Yes, he was bound hand and foot, but that didn't mean he would passively await his fate as the saber-toothed tiger's meal. In all the countless tales of transmigration he had read, He had never encountered one where the protagonist came merely to serve as a meal for the locals. The saber-toothed tiger roared ferociously, initially standing less than 10 meters away from Ji Zhai. That distance was nothing for a creature of such speed. As Ji Zhai barely managed to move 2 steps, the saber-toothed tiger was already airborne, pouncing towards him. This was a common hunting technique for the saber-toothed tiger, which weighed around 400 kilograms. The force of its charge could stun even an elephant. Ji Zhai, with his slight frame, would likely suffer a catastrophic injury. Damn! As the saber-toothed tiger charged, Ji Zhai cursed and instinctively leaned back, flattening himself against the ground. In that moment, he watched as the tiger's belly soared over his head. "Oh, it's a female," was his first thought as the saber-toothed tiger leaped over him. With a thud and a slide, the saber-toothed tiger landed, skidding a few meters before letting out a frustrated roar. It struggled to regain its balance, turning its head to glare at Ji Zhai. Ji Zhai rolled to the side, scrambling to his feet and using his backside and thighs to propel himself backward. By the time the saber-toothed tiger managed to turn around, Ji Zhai had retreated a good 20 meters away. Had he not stumbled over the edge of a cliff concealed by overgrown grass, he could have escaped even further. With a low growl, the saber-toothed tiger advanced, its throat producing a sound reminiscent of phlegm caught in its throat, approaching Ji Zhai step by step. At this moment, even with boundless audacity, Ji Zhai dared not turn his back towards the creature. It is common knowledge that, regardless of time or place, exposing one's back to a great cat is akin to surrendering one's life to the king of the underworld. "Brother, no sister, what enmity do we bear? Look, there's a fainted one beside you. Devour her first." Ji Zhai emitted a mournful wail. At such a desperate juncture, he could no longer concern himself with the primitive maiden nearby, desperately pleading for salvation. For as the saying goes, a dead friend is preferable to a living Taoist. Whether it was due to the heavens disregarding Ji Zhai's pleas or some other reason, the saber-toothed tiger did not cast a single glance towards the unconscious maiden. As if in its eyes, only Ji Zhai existed, its gaze brimming with murderous intent. With a prolonged roar, the formidable saber-toothed tiger had learned its lesson this time. It abandoned its previous tactic of pouncing and instead opted for a full sprint. Its speed was astonishing, rivaling that of an automobile. A distance of 20 meters was but a fleeting moment for it. Damn it! Ji Zhai cursed vehemently. Even if he wished to evade, it was already too late. The saber-toothed tiger barreled towards him like a frenzied dog in heat. With a cliff at his back, Ji Zhai had nowhere to escape. Facing the tiger's gaping maw, which was opening to an alarming angle of 120 degrees, Ji Zhai's will to survive ignited. Despite his legs feeling like jelly, he summoned an unexpected surge of strength and employed the same trick once more, rolling out of the way like a lazy donkey. The wind from the tiger's jaws swept past Ji Zhai's forehead, even splattering him with its saliva. Moments later, he heard the tiger's panicked roar. It had glanced back only to realize that its speed was too great to halt, and despite recognizing the impending cliff, inertia propelled it over the edge. Watching the saber-toothed tiger plummet into the abyss, Ji Zhai was momentarily stunned, taking a while to regain his senses before exhaling a sigh and attempting to maintain his composure. "Ah, you should have gone after that maiden instead of seeking trouble with me. Don't you know I'm the protagonist?" Suddenly, an unexpected roar startled Ji Zhai, causing his spirit to nearly leave his body. He shivered and glanced back towards the cliff's edge, pondering if such a height could possibly spell the end for that beast. With this thought in mind, Ji Zhai crawled away like a worm, yet having exhausted most of his strength, he could only manage to crawl a mere 2 meters. As the roars grew increasingly alarming, Ji Zhai labored to crawl, panting heavily. In frustration he shouted, "Fine, do as you wish. I'm not running anymore. If you dare, come and eat me." As he spoke, Ji Zhai genuinely halted in place. After resting for a good 20 minutes without the saber-toothed tiger appearing to devour him, Ji Zhai was taken aback, pondering what could be happening. Meanwhile, the tiger's roars gradually diminished in intensity. Could it be that the beast had a change of heart and chose not to pursue him? Ji Zhai mused, then proceeded to untie the vines binding his limbs with his teeth. Curiosity piqued as he decided to investigate the situation further. Cautiously, he approached the edge of the cliff where the tiger had fallen, peering down to discern the circumstances. To his astonishment, he nearly lost his wits. Mere meters below, the saber-toothed tiger glared up at him, baring its teeth in fury. "Oh my!" he exclaimed, plopping down in shock. At that moment, Ji Zhai's first instinct was to flee, but after running several meters without hearing the tiger's pursuit, he hesitated and turned back to assess the situation more closely, and this time he couldn't help but chuckle. Below indeed lay a treacherous cliff, shrouded in mist, hinting at its unfathomable depth. The reason the saber-toothed tiger had not fallen was that a small branch protruded from the cliff's edge, with the tiger trembling as it clung to it, its hind legs flailing in search of a foothold. Given the branch's precarious state, it seemed the beast could tumble over the edge at any moment. Jizai burst into laughter, pointing at the saber-toothed tiger. "Serves you right. You thought you could prey on me." The tiger whimpered, its eyes reflecting a human-like plea for help. Jizai, in a mischievous mood, sat at the cliff's edge, taunting, "Come on, bite me, you fool." The saber-toothed tiger only responded with desperate cries, seemingly oblivious to Jizai's provocations. After some time, feeling bored, Jizai stood up and ambled away, humming, "You play here by yourself. I shall take my leave. Farewell." As he turned to depart, he noticed the primitive maiden had awakened at some point, her curious gaze fixed on him. Seeing this, Jizai muttered in irritation, "Damn, you pretended to be dead so convincingly." Overwhelmed by his harrowing experience, Jizai was eager to escape this cursed place and find a safe haven to rest. Just as he intended to abandon the primitive maiden, he suddenly heard a soft whimpering from the nearby bushes. It resembled the cries of puppies born to a dog. Taken aback by the sound, Jizai turned to investigate, hesitating briefly before picking up a stick and cautiously parting the foliage. To his astonishment, a tiny creature, about the size of a rabbit, tumbled about, whimpering. "Is this the saber-toothed tiger's cub?" Jizai pondered in disbelief. He tentatively prodded it with the stick, provoking an immediate wail. No sooner had the sound faded than a furious roar echoed from the cliff's edge, the saber-toothed tiger, having heard the cries of its offspring. Jizai glanced back at the adorable little cub, then at the precipice from which the tiger had fallen, and a light bulb went off in his mind. So this beast was a mother. Animals that have young are notoriously aggressive. In that instant, Jizai comprehended why the saber-toothed tiger had chosen to attack him rather than the primitive maiden. It perceived him as the greater threat, given the circumstances. At last, Jizai understood the human-like desperation reflected in the tiger's eyes. It was worried for its child. "Humph, you're several 100 pounds. How could I possibly rescue you? What if you turned on me?" Jizai thought, opting to ignore the situation. However, as he attempted to walk away, the pitiful cries of the cub and the desperate pleas of the saber-toothed tiger halted his steps. "They say animals can feel gratitude. I hope those who spoke such words did not deceive me," Jizai mused. As he spoke, he turned and returned to the edge of the cliff, gazing at the precarious little branch that could snap at any moment, as well as the weeping saber-toothed tiger. Jizai sighed, pondering whether to save it or not. The saber-toothed tiger seemed to comprehend Jizai's dilemma, letting out a couple of whimpers. Observing this, Jizai muttered to himself, "I will inevitably perish due to my own soft-heartedness." He then addressed the saber-toothed tiger as if negotiating, "Let us make this clear. I did not intrude upon your territory intentionally, nor do I harbor any malice towards your young. If I rescue you, you must not repay my kindness with enmity. Understood? Nod if you comprehend." As soon as he finished speaking, Jizai slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "What was I thinking? It's absurd to expect this beast to understand human speech." To his astonishment, the saber-toothed tiger indeed nodded. Jizai was taken aback. "Wait, you can truly comprehend my words?" The tiger let out a couple more whines. Jizai, with an expression of disbelief, scrutinized the creature. "Who would have thought you possess a certain level of understanding?" The saber-toothed tiger whined again. Jizai promptly turned back, gathering the vines that had previously bound him, forming a loop. Finding it somewhat short, he untied the vines from the primitive girl and joined them together, inspecting the length before nodding in satisfaction. The primitive girl watched Jizai with curiosity, puzzled as to his intentions. Holding the vines, Jizai returned and declared to the saber-toothed tiger, "We've come to an agreement. I will save you, but you must not attempt to devour me, understood?" Hearing the small branches creaking under strain, the saber-toothed tiger became agitated, its eyes pleading for help more fervently. Jizai sighed, glancing around before securing the vines around a sturdy tree. Then, grasping the looped end, approached the cliff's edge, peering down to gauge the situation before shouting, "Here goes." The vines he cast down ensnared the saber-toothed tiger's neck. Before the creature could grasp the situation, Jizai dashed back, seizing the other end of the vine wrapped around the tree, pulling with all his might. At the cliff's edge, the tiger struggled, the vine tightening painfully around its neck, eliciting desperate howls as its limbs flailed. Jizai, exerting every ounce of strength, shouted, "For heaven's sake, please remain still." As he shouted, he continued to pull. Gradually, the saber-toothed tiger was dragged inch by inch up the rocky surface. Finally, Its upper body was brought over the edge, but the poor creature's neck was nearly constricted to the point of breaking. It quickly clawed at the ground, panting heavily, his fur matted and stained with blood. Jizai, equally exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, sprawling out as he gasped for breath. Damn it, I'm utterly spent. You, dear sister, really ought to shed some weight. The saber-toothed tiger whined softly. The two, one human, one tiger, lay in quietude just a few meters apart. In the distance, the primitive girl trembled uncontrollably, unable to comprehend why Jizai chose to rescue such a ferocious beast. At that moment, a playful cub emerged from the tall grass, bounding over to the saber-toothed tiger and excitedly calling out. Jizai instinctively sidestepped. Suddenly, the mother tiger, having regained her strength, stood and glanced at Jizai before turning away towards her den. With a sigh of relief, Jizai thought to himself, finally, she's leaving. He picked up a nearby stick to use as a crutch and began to depart this perilous place when he suddenly heard some unusual noises. Almost instantaneously, he raised the stick as a weapon, cautiously scanning his surroundings. The rustling intensified as the saber-toothed tiger returned, this time with a piece of meat, unknown in origin, clutched in her jaws. Following closely behind was the cub, dragging along a string of fruits. The duo came to a halt before Jizai, depositing the fruits and meat at his feet before cautiously retreating 2 meters away, lying down and whimpering towards the offerings, glancing at Jizai as they did so. Sister, I've already stated that I was merely passing through. What are you trying to do? Jizai regarded the saber-toothed tiger with exasperation. The tiger continued to whimper towards the meat and fruit, then looked at Jizai, still baffled by her intentions. Jizai remained unmoved. Seeing Jizai's indifference, the tiger became impatient, emitting a series of urgent calls while mimicking swallowing motions. Understanding dawned upon Jizai. He pointed at the meat and fruit, then gestured to his mouth, uncertainly asking, "Is this for me?" The saber-toothed tiger nodded vigorously. Jizai chuckled. "Who would have thought you were capable of gratitude? Very well, I shall accept the fruit, but the meat is beyond my taste." He quipped, "I am no savage to consume raw flesh." Observing Jizai pick up the fruit, the saber-toothed tiger grew anxious, scratching the ground in agitation. Jizai, feeling bemused, remarked, "Would you truly be upset if I didn't take it?" The tiger whined. Reluctantly, Jizai conceded, all right, I'll take it." He picked up the piece of meat. Seeing Jizai accept the fruit and meat, the saber-toothed tiger whined again, lowering its head to the ground. Jizai, perplexed, wondered what more the large cat desired after having given him the fruit and meat. Chapter 5: The Trial. Jizai gazed at the saber-toothed tiger in confusion as it whined once more. Startled, Jizai exclaimed, "For heaven's sake, dear sister, you cannot repay kindness with malice. I just saved you." It was then that a sudden voice startled him. Turning around, he saw that it was the primitive girl speaking. You can speak? I thought you were mute," Jizai exclaimed. The primitive girl, with a bemused expression, retorted, "When did I ever claim to be mute?" Jizai pondered for a moment, realizing she had never actually stated such a thing. "Then how do you know the saber-toothed tiger is expressing gratitude and not preparing to attack me?" Jizai inquired. The primitive girl patiently explained, "Animals will tuck their tails between their legs when they are frightened or about to attack, but they wag their tails when expressing gratitude." Jizai blurted out, "Isn't that akin to a dog?" The primitive girl countered, "What is a dog?" Never mind." After expressing its gratitude, the saber-toothed tiger let out a roar, standing up and wagging its tail as it departed with its cub. Once the two had left, Jizai exhaled in relief and turned back to seize the primitive girl's hand, saying, "Sister, why didn't you mention earlier that you could speak? You had me believing you were mute. How inconsiderate." Noticing the primitive girl staring at him in bewilderment, Jizai suddenly realized he might have overstepped, quickly releasing her hand. In truth, Jizai was completely overthinking. In this primitive society, there were far fewer complexities. "I initially believed you belonged to the Black Mountain tribe, which caused me hesitation." The primitive maiden gazed at Jizai with a hint of reverence, revealing the reason for her earlier silence. "The Black Mountain tribe, what is that?" Jizai was momentarily struck dumb, pointing at himself in disbelief. The primitive maiden struggled to explain, "The Black Mountain tribe is the largest tribe nearby. They consume everything, including my tribal companions. That great serpent is their totem. If you kill that serpent, they will surely devour you." Jizai was left speechless. What kind of absurdity was this? After bravely slaying the anaconda, he had fancied himself a hero, only to find himself on the blacklist of a cannibalistic tribe. Seeing Jizai's silence, the primitive maiden assumed he was upset about her earlier reticence and stammered, "Which tribe are you from? You're so formidable. Do you also forage nearby? I've been around here for quite some time. How come I've never seen you? Realizing he had offended the local native, Jizai felt disheartened, sitting on the ground in a sulk. To the primitive maiden's barrage of questions, he merely rolled his eyes and replied, I belong to a tribe of chickens. To his surprise, the primitive maiden was overjoyed, leaving Jizai momentarily stunned, thinking, surely, this girl cannot be foolish. Wonderful. Come with me to my tribe. Jizai was somewhat perplexed. Huh? Wait, do you mean for me to accompany you to your tribe? The primitive maiden nodded vigorously. Jizai, feeling cautious, inquired why. It was only natural for him to question this. After all, he had done nothing to warrant such an invitation. The primitive maiden scratched her head and shyly explained. I was captured by the Black Mountain tribe to serve as their totem's food. You killed the great serpent and saved me. You are a warrior. Jizai thought to himself, see, I told you that serpent wasn't slain in vain. Understanding this logic, Jizai couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. Glancing at the primitive maiden's admiring gaze, he momentarily basked in a sense of achievement and feigned modesty, saying, oh, I merely dispatched that creature with ease. It was nothing significant. By the way, you mentioned going to your tribe. When shall we set off? The primitive maiden appeared momentarily dazed, clearly still processing Jizai's abrupt statement. Observing her, Jizai waved his hand, asking, Miss, are you all right? Only then did she snap back to reality, bending slightly and saying, we can go now, brave warrior. Please follow me. Jizai finally comprehended her invitation to accompany her. After a moment's thought, he nodded. Lead the way. The primitive maiden, brimming with excitement, danced with glee, carefully stepping aside, tilting her head to ensure Jizai was ready to move, resembling a eunuch attending to an emperor on an outing. In an instant, Jizai's vanity soared as he boldly gestured ahead. Let us proceed. The primitive maiden nodded and moved forward. However, after only a few steps, she suddenly halted, noticing Jizai's empty hands and hesitating momentarily before hurriedly returning to collect the fruit and hindquarters of meat, balancing them on a stick over her shoulder, bouncing ahead to guide the way. Jizai couldn't help but exclaim, what a diligent and frugal girl. Thus, the two descended the mountain, with no further dangers encountered along the way. Yet, the journey felt prolonged. Jizai had initially thought reaching the primitive maiden's tribe would take only half an hour to an hour, but 3 hours later, they finally arrived at the valley she had mentioned. Jizai let out a sigh of relief, thinking, after this long trek, I can finally enjoy a relaxing bath and a hearty meal, living like a lord. Lost in his daydreams, he followed the primitive maiden into the valley. Upon her emitting a sound akin to a chimpanzee's call, nearly 100 individuals swiftly emerged from the numerous natural caves within the valley. These individuals bore striking resemblance to modern humans, save for their unkempt long hair and slightly darker skin. Otherwise, they appeared relatively normal. This eased Jizai's mind, as he thought, if they were a bunch of hairy ape-like creatures, I would surely be in trouble. Among the crowd, a few elderly primitives and a middle-aged couple stepped forward. Without hesitation, the couple rushed to embrace the primitive maiden, their concern palpable. Jizai nodded, surmising that they were likely her parents. Not wanting to intrude on their familial reunion, he patiently waited. Meanwhile, the primitive maiden engaged in animated conversation with several elderly individuals, frequently glancing back at Jizai. Although he couldn't hear their exchange clearly due to the distance, he politely nodded in response. After about 10 minutes, the primitive maiden returned, her mood noticeably subdued. Approaching Jizai, she spoke. The elders of the tribe say the Black Mountain tribe is too powerful to take you in unless you pass a test to prove you are truly a warrior capable of slaying serpents and taming tigers. Jizai thought to himself, what could be the big deal? It's just a test, simple enough. With these primitives possessing the intellect of children, what sort of challenge could they possibly devise for someone like him, a protagonist from another world? It would surely be a mere trifle. Pondering this, Jizai nodded in agreement. The primitive maiden was taken aback. Then her face lit up with joy as she leapt back to report to the elderly individuals. What puzzled Jizai was that upon hearing his acceptance, the elderly primitives regarded him with an expression akin to that of witnessing a man marching towards his doom. A shiver ran down Jizai's spine as he thought, surely, I am not about to be set up. Uncertain, he followed the elders to the edge of a pit, glancing back to see all the tribe's primitives trailing behind. Their gazes were filled with curiosity, doubt, mockery, and skepticism, leaving Jizai bewildered as he wondered what was truly happening. At that moment, one elder spoke, brandishing a staff and pointing at the pit before them. There is a beast trapped below that wandered into our tribe in search of food. It has been confined here for 3 days. The test is to either slay it or tame it. If you succeed, you may remain in our tribe. What nonsense! Jizai was momentarily dumbfounded, rushing to the edge of the pit, and upon peering down, he was left speechless. In the natural pit, which was at least 2 meters deep, a large cat resembling a leopard was curled up in a corner, glaring intently at the pit's edge. When it spotted Jizai, it growled, baring its fangs. Jizai stepped back in fright, turning to the elder. Did I hear you correctly? You mean the test is for me to go down there and deal with that creature? The elder shook his head, smiling kindly. Taming it is also acceptable. Chapter 6. Isn't it just petting a cat? Jizai erupted in exasperation. What in the world? Do you truly think I am some armored warrior, Iron Man incarnate? The elder snorted twice. Since you're a warrior who can kill snakes and subdue tigers, you should be able to defeat this creature. Unless you're a fake liar. Jizai's eyes widened. So you're arranging a beast fight for me? Why don't you jump down there yourself? The elder said impatiently, our tribe doesn't welcome liars. Either prove you're not a liar. As soon as he said that, the other elders began repeating the same thing. Soon they stirred up the emotions of over 100 primitive tribesmen, all pointing at Jizai and shouting, liar, liar. The primitive girl panicked when she saw this. She tried desperately to defend Jizai, pleading with everyone around her. But no one listened. Eventually, these primitive people, whose intelligence seemed severely lacking, started pushing Jizai toward the pit with wooden spears. As they forced him forward, they shouted confidently, liar, jump in. Jizai cursed loudly. Damn it. Fine. I'll go in. I'll go in. One elder raised his hand to stop the others and looked at Jizai. Liar. Get down there. Jizai exploded in anger. I'm not a liar. The elder pointed into the pit. Then go down. I swear I want to curse your ancestors. You old bastard. Jizai grumbled angrily. Seeing the tribesman about to push him again, he quickly raised both hands. All right, I'll go in. But can I at least have a weapon? How am I supposed to deal with that beast barehanded? When you killed snakes and subdued tigers, you used your bare hands. The elder replied proudly. So you don't get a weapon. What if you run away? You! Before Jizai could finish cursing, a tribesman suddenly shoved him toward the pit. Jizai's eyes widened. Holy sh! Before he could finish the sentence, he fell straight down. Thud! After hitting the ground, Jizai heard the cheering from the tribesmen above the pit. It seemed these idiots truly believed he was a liar and were dealing with him accordingly. Some of them even lay on the edge of the pit, watching as if it were entertainment. When I get out of here, I'm killing every one of you. Jizai shouted angrily. But just as he was about to curse again, he suddenly felt a chill run through his body. He shivered and turned around. The leopard-like big cat had already stood up. Its stomach growled as it stared at him with cold eyes, walking gracefully like a cat. As a paleontology enthusiast, Jizai recognized it immediately. A hoe cat. Its body looked similar to a leopard, but its tail was shorter and its neck longer. It also had saber-like teeth similar to a saber-toothed tiger, though shorter. Overall, the animal actually looked a little ridiculous. But despite that, Jizai couldn't laugh. After all, it was still a big cat. Everyone knows that felines are natural-born killers. Even a professional boxer wouldn't dare wrestle with a wild big cat, let alone a primitive one like this, whose wild instincts were even stronger. Jizai gulped. Staring stiffly at the hoe cat, he slowly raised his hand. Hello, have you eaten dinner yet? The hoe cat's stomach answered with a loud rumble. Seeing the beast prepare to pounce, Jizai suddenly shouted, wait a second, let me at least say holy sh. Before he could finish, the hoe cat leapt forward. Jizai barely had time to curse before using his ultimate move, the crotch dive escape. He rolled on the ground like a donkey, slipping under the cat's body as it jumped. But he used too much force and slammed headfirst into the pit wall, leaving him dizzy. From the edge of the pit, the tribesmen stuck their heads out and booed loudly. Their contempt was obvious. Liar, liar, they shouted together. Some tribesmen who had originally supported Jizai's side shook their heads and left. It looked just like disappointed parents walking away from a hopeless child. Jizai ignored the jeering. Unlike those spectators, he had no time to care, because the hoe cat had already regained its balance and was preparing for another attack. Seeing the beast ready to pounce again, Jizai shouted to the people above the pit. It's just a test. You don't have to make it real. The elder leaning over the pit looked smug. I knew you were a liar. Liars must die. As soon as he finished speaking, all the tribesmen, except the primitive girl, clapped and shouted, liars must die. Liars must die. Damn your ancestors. Jizai roared in anger. And at that moment, the hoe cat pounced again. Damn. Jizai cursed and quickly dodged to the side. The hoe cat crashed straight into a small patch of grass behind him. Taking advantage of the moment, Jizai ran to the far side of the pit. But the pit was only about 3 meters wide. Where could he really hide? Before he even found a spot, the hoe cat had already pulled its head out of the grass. Jizai thought to himself, "This is it. I'm dead." Several tribesmen outside the pit let out smug whistles. They seemed to have already imagined Jizai being disemboweled and killed. To be honest, Jizai thought the same thing. But then something unexpected happened. After pulling its head out of the grass, the hoe cat didn't attack. Instead, it lay down and began scratching its head with its paws, shaking it repeatedly. Its body even became unstable and started leaning to one side. It looked like a drunk person. Jizai stared in confusion. What's going on? But when his eyes moved to the grass the hoe cat had jumped into earlier, his eyes suddenly lit up. Titi, that's catnip? Damn, that's definitely catnip. The legendary nemesis of felines. Catnip. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Jizai burst into laughter. The tribesmen were confused. Some of them even started cheering for the hoe cat, hoping it would eat Jizai the liar. Jizai wished he could drag every one of them down into the pit to play with the beast. But the situation was urgent. His eyes stayed fixed on the patch of catnip near the pit wall. As he slowly approached it he thought, "Please, God, let this stuff attract cats more than I do. Otherwise I'm finished." He carefully walked toward the plants. The hoe cat ignored him completely, intoxicated by the pleasure from the catnip. Seeing this, Jizai felt like he could almost see the light of victory. Closer with every step. His heart beat faster, almost jumping out of his chest. Finally, he was only 2 or 3 steps away from the catnip. Overjoyed, Jizai couldn't help shouting. However, it was his shout that roused the cat from its slumber, a low, guttural roar echoing through the air. As it locked eyes with the thief, mere inches apart, it lunged forward, claws bared. The thief, cursing under his breath, dove forward, snatching up the few sprigs of catnip nearby, and swiftly turned to brandish the herb at the advancing feline. The catnip brushed against the beast's nose, causing it to sneeze and stumble, swaying like a drunken man. Witnessing this, the thief exhaled a sigh of relief, steeling his resolve as he swept the catnip once more across the nose of the prostrate feline. The great cat became increasingly exhilarated, momentarily forgetting its intent to devour the thief, even rolling onto its back to expose its soft belly in a state of blissful intoxication. Relieved to have escaped certain doom, the thief let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Indeed, the ancients do not deceive. A cat is still a cat." With newfound courage, he boldly reached out to stroke the great cat's neck and belly. Initially, the feline had been poised to retaliate against this audacious intruder, but after merely a gentle swipe of catnip across its nose, it transformed into a docile creature, akin to a cherished pet. The thief reveled in his triumph, deliberately casting a provocative glance at the astonished primitive onlookers, thinking, "What's the fuss? I'm merely petting a cat. Look, I'm petting a big cat." Chapter 7. Is this a proposal? At the pit's edge, the primitives stood agape, their eyes wide as they gazed into the depths. In their minds, the once ferocious hunter of the jungle had inexplicably turned into a docile creature, resembling a meek little rabbit. The surrounding primitives looked to the elder, who was equally bewildered. With their limited understanding, they struggled to comprehend the unfolding spectacle. The most elated among them was the primitive maiden, who leaped with a cheer, clapping her hands and exclaiming to her companions, "He is a warrior. He is my savior. He is no fraud." The elders exchanged dark glances, whispering among themselves, "What shall we do? This fellow truly has subdued the beast. Must we allow him to remain?" Another elder interjected, "Are you jesting? This man has offended the Black Mountain tribe. Do you not understand their might?" "What then? He has passed the trial," someone suggested. "We could simply amend the rules." As he spoke, the elder cleared his throat and addressed the thief in the pit, "Warrior, you have indeed proven your prowess. Now slay that beast, and you shall have passed the trial." At these words, an uproar ensued. The thief, while still using the catnip on the feline, looked up incredulously and protested. "What? Slay it? Hey, didn't we agree on subduing it?" The thief's reasoning was sound, for while the catnip had temporarily subdued the beast, it was uncertain whether the creature might sense impending danger and retaliate, which would leave the thief at a disadvantage. His query echoed in the minds of those present, and the primitive maiden nodded vigorously in agreement. Gradually, murmurs of confusion arose among the crowd. "Elder, did we not agree that subduing it would suffice?" With the first challenge to the elder's authority voiced, others followed suit. The maiden's father chimed in, "Elder, our tribe's customs dictate that one must not speak lightly of their word." His statement galvanized a chorus of middle-aged primitives to echo their support. Faced with mounting dissent, the elders grew uneasy, turning away to huddle in hushed tones. "What do we do? Release the warrior. Someone shouted from the crowd, igniting a wave of fervor. In primitive society, strength was revered. Initially, they had doubted the thief's ability to conquer the beast, but now, witnessing the feline's transformation into a docile creature, it was clear even to the dimmest among them that the thief was no charlatan. As more voices rose in support, the elders' expressions darkened. What could they do? Did they not hear the call of their kin? Very well, let us bring him up and devise a plan later, one elder muttered. Bring him up, the elders resignedly commanded. Without needing the maiden's intervention, several robust primitives approached the pit's edge with vines, lowering them down to hoist the thief out. The thief cast a glance back at the great cat, placing the catnip before its nose before grasping the vines and ascending from the pit. Once above, he clasped his hands in gratitude to the gathered primitives, while the elders wore expressions akin to having swallowed a fly. At that moment, one elder gritted his teeth and shouted, "Fetch some stones." Curious, the thief turned to see the elder pointing towards the pit. Crush that beast. The elder's fierce demeanor clearly indicated that he was venting his frustration on the unsuspecting feline. A shiver ran down the thief's spine as he thought how fortunate he was that the pit had contained catnip. Otherwise, he might have already fallen prey to the creature. Inside the pit, the intoxicated cat met its end without understanding its fate. Young primitives leaped in to clear away the stones and retrieve the cat's carcass. The thief, puzzled by the commotion, inquired of the maiden beside him, "What is happening?" Without answering, she respectfully knelt on one knee, presenting a stone knife to him. "Sister, what is this? Proposal?" the thief asked, bewildered. However, as the maiden continued her actions, the surrounding primitives followed suit, kneeling and offering their stone knives in identical fashion. "Gentlemen, it is one thing for a woman to propose, but what business do you burly men have in this?" the thief stammered in alarm. The maiden's father interjected, "According to our tribe's customs, the one who captures the prey is responsible for its processing. Though the beast may have entered on its own accord, it is you who subdued it, hence it belongs to you." The thief paused in astonishment. "Wait, are you suggesting I should dissect that great cat?" At his words, everyone nodded in unison. The maiden's father shrugged. "See, everyone wishes for you to do it." The thief, covering his mouth in refusal, quipped, "No thanks. I'm squeamish around blood." The crowd looked on, and the thief pointed at the maiden. "Sister, you should do it. Please help me." The maiden, taken aback, had no choice but to rise and, with remarkable efficiency, she skillfully transformed the nearly 100-pound feline into clean cuts, leaving behind a substantial quantity of meat. The gathered primitives gazed at the piles of flesh with hungry eyes, yet none dared to approach and claim the bounty. After the primitive maiden retrieved the cat's heart from the heap of flesh, she approached the thief with reverence, once again kneeling on one knee and balancing the heart atop her head. "My dear maiden, with your frequent kneelings, one might mistakenly assume you harbor feelings for me." He jested. Beside them, an elder remarked with a hint of disdain, "Young man, the heart is the most tender and delectable part of the prey, and it is customary to offer it first to the one who captured it." The thief then experienced a moment of enlightenment. "Ah, so that's how it is. How disappointing." After retrieving the heart from the primitive maiden, several others divided the finest portions of the prey into 7 shares for the 5 elders. Only then did the remaining primitives surge forward, swiftly snatching the meat until nothing was left. Holding the cat's heart, the thief found himself momentarily stunned, struck by a vivid sensation reminiscent of students rushing to the cafeteria after school. Moreover, why did the 5 elders divide the portions into 7? Lost in thought, he noticed the elders approaching with their meat, each bearing an expression of discontent. "Though you have joined our tribe according to custom, you must still partake in the hunt. The amount of game you receive is contingent upon your contributions. Furthermore, regarding your lodging, you must find a solution yourself. Every cave is already occupied, and we cannot spare any space." The thief, bewildered, began to doubt the accuracy of his hearing. "Are you implying that I must fend for myself regarding food and shelter, while also working for your tribe?" The elders retorted indignantly, "We have taken you in, risking the wrath of the Black Mountain tribe. What more do you expect? Equal treatment as us?" The thief thought to himself, "You wretched old fools, perhaps you should rename yourselves to something more befitting, like Jobapi." At that moment, the primitive maiden returned with her portion of meat, timidly addressing the elders, "Elders, the warrior can reside in the cave where I dwell." However, upon hearing this, the elders erupted in fury, one brandishing a stick and striking the ground, exclaiming, "The cave you occupy already houses 17 tribespeople. How could it possibly accommodate anyone else?" This single statement rendered the primitive maiden speechless. Just then, her father stepped forward to speak. "Elders, although our cave is home to 17 individuals, Our family consists of only 3, and with the warrior's presence, there is ample space. Several others, seemingly from the same household, nodded in agreement, affirming, yes, elders, there is indeed room in our cave. The elders were momentarily flummoxed by this reasoning, and after a prolonged silence, one grumbled, very well, let it be as you say. But do not say we did not warn you. If anything happens to this fellow, he gestured toward the thief, your cave shall bear the responsibility. The primitive maiden cheered. It absolutely will not happen, elders. Thank you. And she bowed in gratitude toward the thief. He, however, remained indifferent, prompting the elders to turn away in frustration, muttering, it is dark. Return to your slumber. Chapter 8. A miracle reserved for the shaman. Watching the 5 elders depart, the thief raised a middle finger in their direction. Who do you think you are? Meanwhile, the primitive maiden's father interjected, attempting to calm the thief, warrior. Do not be angry. The elders have their reasons for acting this way. What reasons? Have they entered their time of the month? I have done nothing to provoke them. The thief replied, raising his hands in exasperation. The maiden's father explained, after all, the elders were once the most formidable warriors of the tribe and hold great esteem. Your sudden arrival might understandably unsettle them. Envision a wolf pack where the aging alpha would allow a young pup to threaten its dominance. The thief was at a loss for words, but I never considered any of that. I merely sought refuge from the cannibals of the Black Mountain tribe. The primitive maiden grasped his arm, insisting, warrior, do not dwell on such matters. No matter what, you saved me, and our family will find a way to keep you among us. Being led away, the thief sighed and reassured himself. Why worry? I'm just a solitary wanderer. If those old men push me too hard, I'll simply depart. There are countless places to go. It's merely the Black Mountain tribe, not the deity of the heavens. How significant can this be? Having come to this realization, the thief felt considerably lighter in spirit. Following the primitive maiden into the cave, he was met with an overwhelming stench, reminiscent of a mix of hay and manure from a cattle pen. The cave was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a natural opening at the top through which moonlight streamed, allowing him to see his feet. Surprisingly, the cave was quite spacious, accommodating 4 families of primitives who occupied its corners. Observing the southeastern corner where the maiden's family resided, he noted a makeshift bedding of reeds, divided into 3 areas, 2 large and 1 small. Curious, he inquired, dear maiden, is that small bedding where you sleep? The maiden's expression dimmed as she replied, that belongs to my brother, who was taken by the Black Mountain tribe a month ago to be fed to snakes. Upon hearing this, her mother gently patted her shoulder. The thief silently chastised himself for his insensitivity, realizing he had spoken without consideration. The primitive maiden quickly regained her composure, tugging at the thief, warrior, please sit here. She insisted, forcing him down onto the bedding. As the unpleasant odor filled his nostrils, the thief remarked, dear maiden, do you not find it a bit unsanitary to live in such conditions? Lowering her head, she sniffed and responded, is it? I think it's fine. Only the elders, shamans, and the old chief have their dwellings cleaned daily. We ordinary tribespeople reside in places like this. Intrigued, the thief asked, by the way, I've always wanted to know what the elders do. Do they hunt like you? Do they live among the ordinary tribespeople? And what of the shaman and the old chief? The elders do not hunt. They have their own caves. The old chief is too frail to venture out, so the elders manage the tribe's affairs. Whenever we return from a hunt, the heart of the prey is first given to the one who captured it, followed by the best portions for the old chief, the shaman, and the elders, with the remaining share going to the participating tribespeople. And the 7 portions just divided? He inquired. 1 for the old chief, 1 for the shaman, and the rest for the elders. What a bunch of idle parasites! The thief exclaimed in astonishment. The primitive maiden shook her head. It is not fair to say that. The old chief is the leader of the tribe. The shaman helps us recover when we are unwell, and the elders were once brave warriors. This is their rightful status. The thief rolled his eyes, leaning back on his hands. So what? Does the shaman also pray for you and grant buffs? What nonsense is this? As the conversation lingered, Ji-Zhe suddenly felt a hard object beneath his hand on the ground, and upon glancing back, he discovered, illuminated by the moonlight, a human femur. Startled, he let out a yelp and hastily discarded the bone. What kind of bone is that? He exclaimed. The primitive girl, with a look of concern, hurried over to retrieve the leg bone, casting a reproachful glance at Ji-Zhe. Brave warrior, this is my weapon. It is essential for my hunting. Ji-Zhe was taken aback by her words and instinctively replied, but don't you have a wooden spear? The girl explained, in our tribe, it is mandated that each household possesses only 1 spear, and my father's spear is currently in use. Jizai smacked his forehead, realizing that the inhabitants of the Frost Valley tribe were far more primitive than he had imagined. However, the 7 so-called tribal leaders were indeed clever, opting for the less desirable portions of their prey, ensuring that each hunt would spur others to strive for the finest hearts, thus indirectly securing their own comfortable existence. Truly, how cunning. Jizai mused darkly. Warrior, please sit for a moment. I shall fetch you something to eat, the girl said as she stood and walked toward her kin who were preparing food. Shortly thereafter, she returned with a large, bloody piece of meat cradled in her arms. Kneeling gracefully before Jizai, she raised the meat along with the heart of the cat he was entitled to, proclaiming, Warrior, please partake. Jizai hesitated, eyeing the substantial piece of meat that he knew he could not possibly consume all at once. Do I eat this? He asked uncertainly. The primitive girl nodded earnestly, her eyes glistening with anticipation as she drooled, Warrior, it is truly delectable. Observing that the meat in the hands of the other tribespeople was considerably smaller than what she had offered him, Jizai realized she had nearly divided all the available meat in his favor. Meanwhile, the other tribespeople, one and all, gazed at him like ravenous wolves, salivating as they munched on unfamiliar fruits, further exacerbating their hunger. Warrior, why aren't you eating? The girl inquired innocently, wiping her mouth, still drooling. Jizai, bewildered, asked, Eat? How do I eat? Is it raw? The girl countered, How else would we eat? This is how we have always done it. Hearing her words, Jizai craned his neck to observe the other families within the cave. Among them were the elderly and the young, men and women alike, all diligently gnawing on their raw meat, savoring it thoroughly. Jizai thought to himself, no wonder their intellect seemed lacking. Despite having evolved language, they appeared to be in such a primitive state. How could their brains evolve without consuming cooked food? Taking a deep breath, Jizai grasped the girl's hand gently. Is this how your tribe has always been? He inquired. What? You mean eating raw meat? She replied. Yes, have you never eaten cooked meat? Jizai asked. Cooked meat? Only the elders, shamans, and the old chief partake in such feasts, she explained. Jizai was taken aback. Then why don't you eat it? The girl lowered her gaze, her tone imbued with reverence and longing as she responded. In our tribe, only the shaman possesses such miraculous abilities. Whenever the shaman performs a ritual, outsiders are forbidden from observing, lest they incur severe punishment. Moreover, it is only when the flames are kindled that the shaman permits the elders to take fire for roasting the meat. Before the girl could finish her explanation, Jizai's laughter interrupted. Since when did kindling a fire become a miracle? Ha! That's truly amusing. The girl grasped Jizai's arm, her expression fraught with concern. Warrior, please lower your voice. If others hear, it would be disastrous. Insulting the shaman could cost you your life. Jizai wiped away the tears of laughter from his eyes and countered. Tell me, if I can produce fire, can I also become a shaman? The girl, not believing him and thinking Jizai was merely jesting, replied softly, Warrior, please don't jest. Let us eat the meat. Jizai pursed his lips, feeling somewhat disenchanted. Alright, I won't tease you any longer. Tell me, do you wish to eat cooked meat? The girl's eyes sparkled with yearning. Of course. Though we have never tasted cooked meat, we often catch the aroma. It is simply divine. Her parents, having overheard their conversation, approached and whispered, Do not be foolish. Cooked meat is beyond our reach. The flames are a divine gift bestowed upon our tribe, a miraculous skill reserved solely for the shamans. We ordinary tribespeople must not even dare to think of it. The girl nodded vigorously in agreement. Jizai, unimpressed, scoffed, Divine my foot. Wait, what is that smell? Why do I detect the fragrance of roasted meat? The girl candidly replied, The elders are preparing meat for the shaman again. Upon hearing this, the other 17 individuals in the cave, besides Jizai, involuntarily swallowed, their desire for meat evident on their faces. Chapter 9. Consuming cooked food. After listening to the girl's words, Jizai turned to catch the scent of roasting meat wafting from outside the cave. He asked the girl, Sister, do you long for cooked meat? Enveloped in the tantalizing aroma, she nodded dreamily. Yes, but the sacred flames are only wielded by those of elder status. If others were to use them, it would be considered an overstep, resulting in exile from the tribe. Moreover, no one knows how to wield fire. Jizai contemplated for a moment. How about this, you gather firewood and I shall handle the fire-making. What do you think? Under Jizai's confident gaze, the girl thought for a moment before nodding vacantly and then stood to walk outside the cave. Once she had departed, Jizai lowered his head, pondering the necessity of cooking food. Regardless of the girl's willingness, there was no way he would consume raw meat like these primitives. Who knew how many life-threatening parasites lurked within? Even in his own era, where medicine was highly advanced, countless individuals had met their demise from indulging in raw delicacies. Therefore, Jizai regarded this matter with utmost seriousness. Just as Jizai was deep in thought, a stir arose among the crowd. He turned to see some of the tribespeople discussing his earlier proposal to kindle a fire. A young man, short and with a pointed face, loudly proclaimed while fixating on Jizai, the sacred flames are only conjured by the shaman. Even the 5 elders merely possess the right to use them. A barbarian from another tribe. What a joke! Surely, the warrior has subdued the beasts that prey upon us. That cannot be a lie. The young man spat. What warrior? I believe he merely got lucky in taming that beast. Just look at him. He truly thinks himself to be someone of importance, dreaming of wielding the sacred flames. How laughable! An elder tugged at the young man, signaling him to lower his voice. The young man, bristling with indignation, raised his voice several decibels. What is it? Did I say something wrong? Jizai regarded him with curiosity, wondering to himself if he had inadvertently offended this individual, questioning why he seemed so antagonistic towards him. At that moment, the father of the primitive girl approached Jizai, whispering, that is Anyo, a child of the rock family. He may have noticed that Shui was being overly enthusiastic towards you, brave warrior, and that is why he spoke thus. Please do not stoop to his level. Shui, is that your daughter's name? Jizai inquired, perplexed. Upon hearing his daughter's name, the man's face instantly brightened into a joyous smile. Yes, she is indeed my daughter. Jizai replied with a smile. That is a beautiful name, as lovely as she herself. While they conversed, Anyo continued his raucous antics, resembling a jester in his demeanor. Just then, Shui returned, her arms laden with a bundle of firewood, which she dropped to the ground. Upon seeing her, Anyo immediately fell silent, then eagerly asked her, Shui, are you tired? Are you hungry? Please allow me to share my food with you. To his surprise, Shui did not even glance in his direction, her sole focus on Jizai as she earnestly asked, brave warrior, is this enough? Jizai nodded, thank you, Shui. In the future, please refrain from calling me brave warrior and simply use my name, Jizai. Shui stood still for a moment, taken aback, still unable to comprehend how Jizai knew her name. Ignoring her moment of confusion, Jizai began to stack the firewood in a crisscross pattern, while all the primitive people watched intently, eager to see how he would ignite a fire. Anyo, who had previously felt out of sorts after being rebuffed by Shui, crossed his arms and, with a sarcastic tone, said, see, I told you he was a fraud. How could an ordinary person possibly make fire? That is a skill reserved for the great wizards. Don't waste your time watching. Let's focus on our own food. The once curious onlookers, swayed by Anyo's words, turned away to tend to their meals, not a single one casting a glance at Jizai, except for Shui. She squatted in front of Jizai, watching intently as he carefully stacked the wood, occasionally reaching out to lend a hand. Shui, are you not afraid I won't be able to make fire? Jizai asked. Shui shook her head. No, I believe nothing can thwart a brave warrior. Hearing her almost confessional words, Jizai felt a rare blush creep onto his cheeks. In the distance, Anyo glared at Jizai and Shui, gripping the meat in his hand tightly as if he might crush it. Soon enough, a roughly 50-centimeter tall ladder of wood had been constructed, and Jizai tossed the remaining pieces of wood and dry leaves into the structure. Brave warrior, aren't you going to start a fire? Shui inquired curiously. Jizai replied without a second thought, this way, the wood will have ample contact with the air and will burn more efficiently. Never mind, you wouldn't understand. Noticing Shui's adorably puzzled expression, he ceased his explanation and pulled out a small object from his pocket, about the length of his index finger. Brave warrior, what is this? She asked. A lighter, Jizai exclaimed eagerly. At that moment, a soft crack sounded in the cave, followed by a faint flicker of flame dancing in the air. Shui, seated closest, was startled and fell to the ground, stammering as she gazed at the flame in Jizai's hand. A miracle! A miracle! Jizai, bemused by her reaction, responded, it's not a miracle. It's a lighter, a lighter. Their commotion drew the attention of all the primitives, and upon witnessing the flame, they reacted similarly to Shui, dropping to the ground in astonishment, oblivious to the meat that fell from their hands. A miracle! A miracle! The cave was soon filled with exclamations of awe. Jizai explained repeatedly, but seeing that the primitives remained fervently entranced, he abandoned the idea of further explanation, turning instead to ignite the pile of wood, gently blowing on it. As the flames began to rise, the cheers of the primitives grew more fervent. The crowd erupted in jubilation, but Anyo alone remained, his gaze dark and fixated on Jizai, his expression one of palpable malice. Jizai skewered a piece of meat on a stick and set it above the flames to roast, all the while hearing the gasps and sounds of drooling from the cave's inhabitants. Clearing his throat, Jizai kindly suggested, "Why not gather around and roast some together?" The primitives cheered in unison, eager to approach, yet Anyo interjected with a mocking tone, "That flame is not the sacred fire bestowed by the great wizard. It is an evil fire, one that cannot cook food. Do not approach." Anyo's proclamation caused the primitives to halt, adopting a cautious stance as they observed, their mouths watering as the aroma of roasting meat wafted through the air. Though they dared not approach, Jizai was indifferent to their hesitation. After all, his intention to cook was for himself, not for the benefit of the masses. After a moment, Jizai checked the meat, feeling it was nearly done, and handed it to Shui, who had been waiting patiently by his side. "Would you like to try?" Delighted, Shui accepted it just as a sharp command rang out, "Shui, don't eat." Turning around, she saw Anyo rushing towards them, shouting, "Food cooked by evil fire is undercooked and unsafe to eat." However, before his words could fully register, Shui had taken a bite, and amidst the eager gazes of everyone, she covered her mouth and whimpered with delight. Anyo, furious, stormed up to Jizai. "This is all you're doing. You have endangered Shui with your evil fire." Jizai began to speak, but at that moment, Shui swallowed the morsel and exclaimed joyfully, "This is simply delicious." Anyo, momentarily taken aback, turned to Shui, murmuring, "But Shui, you just..." Shui shot him an annoyed glance. "Just what? The food was too hot?" Anyo, flustered, quickly released his hold on Jizai. "And no, nothing." Jizai, disregarding Anyo, picked up another piece of meat and placed it over the fire, muttering to himself, "I told you it's just fire. There's no way it would be undercooked." As Jizai finished his statement, Anyo's face contorted in horror, akin to someone who had just swallowed a fly. "Oh!" A harmonious chorus erupted in the cave as all the primitives rushed forward, shouting, "Roasted meat! Roasted meat! We want to eat roasted meat!" Anyo was knocked to the ground as the crowd surged forward, encircling the fire, eagerly skewering meat on the sticks they had collected from Shui. "Everyone, stop! Everyone, cease this!" Jizai shouted, banging a stick on the ground. The primitives looked at him in confusion, uncertain of his intent. After all, it was Jizai who had invited them to roast meat. Yet now he was the one to halt their excitement. An elder spoke up, asking Jizai, "Brave warrior, were you not the one who suggested we all come and roast meat?" The exasperated Jizai remarked, "Indeed, it was I who suggested we indulge in a barbecue. But must you all resort to using firewood collected from the snow? Is it not obvious that we should be utilizing proper firewood? Now, those who wish to savor the roasted meat must venture out to gather fuel." The crowd exchanged glances, and with a sudden commotion, all rose in unison, hastening outside as if in a frenzied race. Only Anyo remained rooted in place, his thoughts tumultuous, yet his pride kept him from moving an inch. Strangely, no one paid him any heed. In a mere 10 minutes, these primitive individuals vividly illustrated the boundless potential of humanity, returning with a large bundle of firewood in hand. Not only did they return, but they also brought along a considerable number of others from different caves. A throng of 50 to 60 individuals gathered, all fixated on the flickering flames, their faces a blend of anticipation and reverence. Observing this, Jizai couldn't help but exclaim softly, pondering what had transpired. An elderly man approached, unfamiliar in appearance, presumably from another cave. He timidly inquired, "Brave warrior, may we too roast meat over the sacred fire?" Jizai, somewhat dazed, nodded affirmatively, "Of course, as long as you provide the firewood." Upon hearing Jizai's words, the newly arrived primitives erupted into cheers, promptly rushing out once more. Before long, the cave was filled with an additional 50 to 60 bundles of firewood and a batch of newcomers drawn by the commotion. The once spacious cave now felt constricted. With so many people and limited space around the fire, which could accommodate only 6 or 7 individuals at a time, Jizai ultimately decided to ignite several additional fires in different corners of the cave, alleviating the crowding somewhat. The cave buzzed with animated chatter as everyone roasted meat and shared laughter. Their grilling skills far from perfect, often resulting in charred offerings. Yet, such shortcomings did little to dampen their enthusiasm. Suddenly, a voice rose from the crowd. "Anyo, did you not just claim that the warrior is a fraud, asserting that the warrior's fire is cursed and unfit for roasting meat? How is it that you have now joined us?" Anyo, clutching a skewer of raw meat, stood beside the fire with a flushed face, stammering, Who said anything about roasting meat? I merely wished to test whether this meat could indeed be cooked." A young primitive holding a freshly roasted piece chimed in teasingly, It can be cooked. If you don't believe me, watch me eat it. He took a hearty bite, chewing loudly while smacking his lips. Utterly delicious. Anyo, salivating, gazed enviously at the glistening grease at the corner of the young man's mouth. Is that so? I don't believe it. Allow me a taste. The young man mocked. Did you not declare you would not eat? Have you changed your mind so swiftly? The crowd erupted in laughter. Even Jizei and Shui, from a distance, could not contain their amusement. Anyo, his face flushed with shame, lowered his head, instinctively glancing in Jizei's direction. The moment he did, he nearly felt his temper flare. In his mind, Jizei and the object of his affections, Shui, were laughing at him, deepening his sense of humiliation. With a huff, he tossed the skewer of raw meat to the ground, declaring, if I won't eat, then I certainly don't care for your food. He pushed through the crowd, making his way outside. Jizei, realizing his earlier laughter may have been excessive, quickly suggested, perhaps we should call him back? Shui, while tending to the meat, replied, no need, he often speaks too freely. A little punishment will do him good. The others present in the cave nodded in agreement. It was evident Anyo was not well liked. With that, Jizei closed his mouth, reasoning it best not to incite further ire, and chose to let the matter rest. Inside the cave, the others joyfully continued their meal, while outside, Anyo stood alone, filled with resentment and anger as he listened to the merriment within. He stomped his foot and clenched his teeth, muttering, so you won't let me eat, will you? Then none of you shall feast either. With that, he trudged deeper into the valley, heading towards the cave where the elders resided. Inside the cave, several elders gathered around a bonfire, roasting meat. When one portly elder suddenly spoke, Skinny Monkey, what do you think of the warrior Snow brought today? He effortlessly subdued the beast that invaded our tribe. I dare say he may possess a strength akin to yours in your youth. Opposite him sat an elder even more gaunt than Anyo, who felt a twinge of discomfort at the comment. It should be noted that the elder known as Skinny Monkey was once a renowned warrior of the Frost Valley tribe. He scoffed. Him? He dares to be compared with me? A warrior? It is only because you are too soft-hearted, old fat. He has offended the Black Mountain tribe, and you still wish to shelter him. Mark my words, if he steps out of line, I will see to it that he is expelled from the tribe. As the portly elder opened his mouth to respond, a voice echoed from outside. Elders, it is I, Anyo. I have urgent news to report. The elders turned to look outside, glancing at the three others, implicitly recognizing the portly and slender elders as their leaders. The slender elder, perplexed, questioned, Anyo? What brings him here? Very well, let him enter. Moments later, Anyo entered, his demeanor excessively respectful as he approached, kneeling and raising his hands in a gesture of reverence. The slender elder gestured with his chin. Anyo, you claim to have important news to share. Pray, what is it? Anyo, eyeing the roasted meat in the elder's hands, swallowed hard and leaned forward, lowering his voice. It is thus, Elder. I report that the newcomer today has been stealing the sacred fire. The elders paused, their gazes shifting to the portly and slender elders. The portly elder pondered, somewhat skeptical of Anyo's assertion. Anyo, do not speak frivolously. The slender elder, however, inquired, pray tell, elaborate on what transpired. Anyo recounted the events surrounding Jizei's barbecue, adamantly concluding, Elder, the sacred fire is a unique miracle of our tribe. That young man has disregarded our customs and overstepped his bounds. I suspect that he must have stolen the fire from our esteemed shaman. I propose we expel him from the tribe. The slender elder's expression darkened considerably. That wretched individual. We took a risk in sheltering him, defying the Black Mountain tribe, and he has the audacity to disrespect our rules by stealing fire. This is intolerable. Anyo nodded vigorously, fanning the flames of outrage. Indeed, and furthermore, that fellow even claimed. What did he claim? The slender elder demanded, his eyes narrowing. Anyo feigned a timid retreat. I dare not say. Speak. The young man asserted that the elders may use the sacred fire, and so can he, and he even incited the others to privately call him Elder. Elder, he has shown utter contempt for your authority, Anyo animatedly recounted. The slender elder, upon hearing this, erupted in furious exclamation, arrogant. Truly, this is outrageous. This wretched fellow not only steals the sacred fire but dares to act so brazenly. I shall not let him go unpunished. Apart from the corpulent elder, the other elders rose in unison, exclaiming, let us go and confront him. The stout elder, witnessing this, hurriedly intervened, saying, we must not jump to conclusions before the facts are clear. What if he hails from a tribe that also wields the sacred fire? He does not strike me as a thief. Anu interjected, Elder Fat, you are mistaken. Even if that youth's original tribe could wield the sacred fire, would such a remarkable ability be within the grasp of an ordinary tribesman? Perhaps he is a shaman. The stout elder pondered. If he were indeed a shaman, would he have fallen into such disgrace as to offend the Black Mountain tribe and not dare return? It is possible he was expelled from his former tribe for some transgression. Anu displayed an expression that conveyed the truth of the matter. The slender elder, dissatisfied, retorted, Elder Fat, Anu makes a compelling point. If you choose not to accompany us, remain here while the rest of us go. Hearing this, the stout elder, feeling helpless, could only nod in agreement and follow along. The 5 elders proceeded ahead, with Anu trailing behind like a servant. The group of 6 swiftly arrived at the cave where the thief resided. Standing at the entrance, they were greeted by the enticing aroma of roasted meat wafting from within. The irritable slender elder, fuming with rage, exclaimed, This scoundrel has indeed stolen the shaman's sacred fire to roast meat. How dare he allow the tribesmen to use the sacred fire? This is an affront to the sacred fire itself. Even the stout elder, who had previously defended the thief, wore a grim expression as he said, Let us investigate. As they spoke, the group entered the cave, and true to Anu's claims, they discovered 4 or 5 fire pits within. At this time, nearly everyone from the tribe was engaged in roasting meat, causing a cacophony of sounds that filled the cave. Anu cast a furtive glance at the displeased slender elder, stepped forward, cleared his throat, and proclaimed loudly, Silence. The esteemed elders have arrived. After repeating this 3 times, the noise in the cave finally subsided. The crowd turned to see the elders at the entrance, and upon recognizing them, fear gripped the tribesmen, causing them to drop what they held and shrink back, wary of being seen by the elders. The slender elder stepped forward, feigning ignorance, and demanded, Who among you has dared to steal the sacred fire? Step forward. A commotion erupted among the people, and soon, they parted to reveal the thief cowering in the corner. Chapter 11. The Peril of the Thief. Instantly, the thief found himself under the scrutinizing gaze of the 5 elders. He awkwardly greeted them, You're still awake at this late hour? The slender elder struck the ground with his staff and thundered, You audacious rogue! How dare you steal the shaman's sacred fire for your own use? Without hesitation, the thief retorted, Old man, do not speak nonsense. Who has stolen your sacred fire? You dare to deny it? Anu has informed us that it is you who has stolen the shaman's sacred fire. You wretched boy! Do you not realize that only shamans are entitled to possess the sacred fire? Even we 5 must seek permission from the shaman to use it. The slender elder bellowed, his face flushed with anger. Upon hearing the slender elder's words, the thief turned towards Anu, who stood smugly behind the elders, loudly declaring, Do not be deceived by this fraud. The fire he is using is stolen from the shaman. Anyone who uses it will face punishment. The crowd erupted into whispers. Could it be true? The warrior has stolen the shaman's sacred fire? If the shaman finds out, we are all doomed. Various voices filled the air, and the previously jubilant crowd, now perturbed by the revelation, began to panic. Anu, we were deceived by the warrior. We had no idea he had stolen the shaman's sacred fire. A few tribesmen approached Anu, speaking in a tone of humility. Among them was the very tribesman who had mocked Anu earlier. Indeed, Anu, we hunt together, and you know our courage. We would never dare to use the sacred fire without permission. Anu, elated, waved his hand dismissively, declaring, The shaman will surely forgive you. The tribesmen promptly expressed their gratitude, discarding the remnants of their roasted meat to join the elders. Anu turned to the 5 elders, bowing respectfully, As you can see, that scoundrel has deceived everyone. Such transgressions warrant severe punishment. The slender elder, his face a mask of fury, nodded, You have done well. I will not let this fraud escape unpunished. The stout elder, feeling discontent with Anu's actions, sighed heavily, unable to voice his objections given the circumstances. Seeing that the earlier cohorts had not faced punishment, more tribesmen stood up to join Anu, explaining and apologizing, receiving the same leniency as their predecessors. In a short time, the once bustling cave was left with only 14 or 15 tribesmen remaining, including Shue's family and 3 other households sharing the cave. What further excuses will you concoct? You hypocritical fraud? Stealing the sacred fire and inciting your fellow tribesmen? Seize him. Let us execute the punishment of Tsaoping. The slender elder, sensing the moment was ripe, shouted at the thief. Hearing the term Tsaoping, Shue's expression turned frantic, and she fell to her knees, pleading, "Elder, please, do not punish the warrior. For the sake of his saving me, I implore you to spare him this once." The slender elder, irate, retorted, "I cannot set such a precedent. You brought this fraud into the tribe, and I have yet to settle the score with you." Shwe, prostrating herself, wept, "I am willing to take the warrior's punishment in his stead." At this declaration, the cave fell silent, with all eyes wide in shock. Anu, alarmed, urged, "Shwe, do not be foolish." The thief, perplexed, asked, "What is this Xiaoping?" A trembling tribesman nearby explained, "Xiaoping means to smash your head with a stone and skin it." Upon hearing this, the thief's eyes widened in horror as he sprang up, exclaiming, "What? How can you punish me with Xiaoping? What crime have I committed?" The slender elder scoffed, "You stole the sacred fire and incited the tribesmen. Is that not a crime? Seize him." The thief pushed through the crowd. "Wait," the slender elder demanded. "What more do you wish to say?" The thief defended himself. "I did not steal your sacred fire. I can create fire on my own." Anu shouted, "If you did not steal the shaman's sacred fire, then how did you create it?" "Elder, do not believe this scoundrel. He is the one who stole the shaman's sacred fire." The slender elder's expression grew darker, and with a wave of his hand, 2 tribesmen advanced to capture the thief. "No, please do not," Shwe cried out, kneeling to push against the 2 tribesmen, while her parents joined her in pleading for mercy. The thief, panicking, shouted, "Wait." The slender elder questioned, "What do you intend to do now?" The thief, panting heavily, asserted, "I can prove that I did not steal the sacred fire." Before the slender elder could respond, the stout elder interjected, ordering the 2 tribesmen to step back, and then turned to the thief. "Can you truly prove that you did not steal the sacred fire? How will you demonstrate this?" The thief gasped, "I can start a fire myself. Everything is just a ruse concocted by Ainyo, who didn't get to enjoy the roasted meat." Elder Skinny, his temper flaring, retorted at this juncture, "You still dare to slander Ainyo? And you claim you can create fire? Do you fancy yourself a master sorcerer?" The thief, equally incensed, shot back, "What if I successfully kindle a fire?" Elder Fat's eyes flickered towards Ainyo, causing a tremor of fear to ripple through him. "If you can prove it, it would imply Ainyo is lying, and I shall ensure he faces the punishment of being drilled at the top of his head. What do you think?" Elder Fat declared. Upon hearing Elder Fat's words, Ainyo's eyes suddenly narrowed. The thief nodded very well. He then retrieved his lighter from his pocket once more, announcing, "Watch closely." With a snap, a flame leaped forth, dancing gently in the air. A miracle, a divine phenomenon. The primitive inhabitants of the cave, who had never witnessed the thief conjuring fire, were utterly astonished, collapsing to their knees and murmuring in awe. Even the 2 elders stood transfixed. "This is indeed a miracle," Elder Fat murmured. Holding the lighter, the thief turned to Ainyo, who was cowering behind Elder Skinny, and proclaimed, "Now, can you not see I have not stolen your sacred fire?" Elder Fat, regaining his composure, waved his hand, "Seize Ainyo. How dare he deceive the elders with lies?" Elder Skinny, biting his lip in shame, was at a loss for words. Soon, 2 primitive men restrained Ainyo, who was quaking in terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. His face pressed to the ground, he cried out in panic, "Wait, wait, I have something to say." "What more do you have to say?" "Accusing a warrior of stealing the sacred fire nearly led us to wrongfully condemn an innocent," Elder Fat bellowed. The crowd of primitives seethed with anger towards Ainyo, calling out, "Drill his head! Drill his head!" Hearing the cries of his kin, Ainyo grew increasingly frantic. He gulped nervously and stammered, "Elder, that fellow is no warrior. He is a demon." His words left the assembly dumbfounded, gazing at him in confusion. Seizing the moment, Ainyo continued, "Elder, consider this. Can even a master sorcerer summon fire in an instant? This lad can, which clearly indicates he is a demon sent from another tribe, here to wreak havoc upon us." The crowd erupted into chaos, panic spreading like wildfire. "A warrior is, in fact, a demon. Good heavens. Does that mean the food I just consumed was cooked with demonic fire? Am I destined to perish?" Cries for help and despair filled the air as the thief found himself the target of public scorn. Snow, witnessing the turmoil, rushed to stand before the thief, pleading with her people, "The warrior is not a demon. He is a good man who saved me." Yet, her words fell on deaf ears as the crowd clamored for the thief's execution. Elder Skinny attempted to quell the uproar, turning to the thief, "Is what Ainyo claims true? What is your true origin? Speak or face execution." The primitives began chanting for his death, some even brandishing stones, their expressions reflecting a deep-seated desire for vengeance. ready to strike at a moment's notice. Seeing the mob's fervor, the thief felt a surge of frustration. Were these primitives devoid of reason, blindly believing Enyo's every word? Yet, he reminded himself that they were indeed primitive, lacking in intellect. Suddenly, several primitives lunged at him, pinning him to the ground. Enyo stood over him, a triumphant smirk adorning his face. Lucky for me, I discovered your true nature early. Otherwise, our tribe would have fallen victim to you, the demon. Now, from which tribe do you hail? The crowd, armed with stones, loomed over the thief, demanding, Demon, quickly reveal your tribe, or you shall taste the punishment of death. Pinned to the ground, the thief gazed at the stones mere inches from his face, his fear reaching a fever pitch as he shouted, Do you think I hail from Earth, thousands of years in the future? The moment his words escaped, everyone stared in bewilderment, Elder Skinny asking, What is years? The thief felt a surge of exasperation. A group of low IQ primitives, utterly clueless yet bound by their own customs. Just as he prepared to explain the concept of years to Elder Skinny, a sudden commotion erupted outside the cave. Trouble, trouble. A grave situation has arisen. Everyone turned to see a tribesman rushing in, breathless. Elder Skinny frowned and inquired, What is the matter that has you so flustered? The primitive gasped for air, stammering, The sorcerer, the master sorcerer is injured, gravely wounded, bleeding profusely. Elder, the master sorcerer may not survive. Please devise a solution. Upon hearing this, both elders' eyes widened in shock. What did you say? The master sorcerer is injured? Amidst the crowd, someone shouted, It must be this demon's doing. His true intent was to target our master sorcerer. Otherwise, how could the omnipotent master sorcerer be wounded and bleeding? The crowd's fury reached a boiling point, akin to an inferno, as they surged toward the thief. Snow attempted to intervene but was knocked to the ground by the enraged mob. I will avenge the master sorcerer. Demon, you shall perish. Chapter 12. Master sorcerer? If I perish, your master sorcerer shall not survive either. As the stones neared his head, in a moment of desperation, the thief blurted out, If I die, your master sorcerer will also be doomed. His words proved more effective than any plea for mercy. The stones halted just inches from him. Elder Fat and Elder Skinny pushed through the throng to confront the thief, their expressions dark and menacing. What did you just say? Breathless and filled with dread, the thief, fearing for his life, decided to forego hesitation. Survival took precedence above all else. If I perish, your master sorcerer shall not survive either. Upon hearing this, Elder Skinny roared, lunging forward to seize the thief by his garments. So it is you, the demon, who has wrought this calamity upon the master sorcerer. I shall slay you first. Elder, cease. Do you wish to condemn our master sorcerer? Elder Fat shouted vehemently. Elder Skinny turned back, resentment flickering in his eyes. Elder Fat approached the thief, demanding, What have you done to the master sorcerer? The thief thought to himself, How would I know what has befallen your master sorcerer? However, recognizing the peril of his situation, he feigned an enigmatic demeanor, nothing much, merely a minor trick. He won't last a few days. The crowd erupted in uproar, a myriad of expressions crossing their faces, most notably panic. It is over. The master sorcerer is doomed. Without his protection, we shall surely be consumed by the other tribes. What shall we do without the master sorcerer? The demon, it is all the demon's fault. Let us strike him down. As the impulsive crowd began to stir with renewed fury, the cunning thief hastily turned to the somewhat rational elder, the portly one, and exclaimed, Old man, keep a close watch over your kin. Should I perish, there will be no one left to save you, esteemed wizard. The elder's countenance darkened as he raised a hand to halt his people. Can you truly save the wizard? Of course, the thief replied confidently. The lean elder stamped his foot in agitation. Old fat one, this demon is weaving lies. How can you still trust him? The portly elder turned to the lean one and declared, Because he speaks of our lord, the wizard, our tribe's guardian. Even if there is but a glimmer of hope, I shall choose to believe. This statement rendered the lean elder momentarily speechless. He nodded. Very well, I shall follow your lead. The portly elder then inquired of the thief, If we release you, can you indeed save our wizard? The thief assured him, As long as you do not slay me, I shall return to you a renewed wizard. The portly elder exhaled in relief. Very well, I agree. Everyone stand down. Witnessing this, the thief could not suppress a smile, thinking to himself how easily these simple-minded natives believed his words. However, before he could fully revel in his thoughts, the portly elder's next words left him utterly stunned. I shall personally escort you to our wizard. If you cannot save him, I will sacrifice you to the heavens. without allowing the thief a chance to refuse. Two robust tribesmen grasped his shoulders and propelled him forward. As the thief was led away, the enraged crowd found no outlet for their fury. Turning their gaze upon the snow, it was uncertain who ignited the spark, but soon, all their wrath was directed at it. It is all her doing. She brought this demon that has harmed our wizard. Let us avenge our lord. Even in the face of such overwhelming anger, Snow defiantly retorted. The warrior is not a demon. Yet her voice was swiftly drowned out. The thief was forcefully escorted deeper into the valley, and with each passing moment, a sense of dread began to creep into his heart. Who knows what injuries that so-called wizard had suffered? What if he was unable to heal him and inadvertently revealed his charade before the crowd? Would he not face immediate execution? Nevertheless, had he not made such claims, he might have been beaten to death in the cave moments earlier. Now that matters had escalated to this point, the thief could only place his hope in the heavens. Wishing that the wizard had merely sustained minor injuries, easily mendable with a simple bandage. Murmuring to himself, he caught the lean elder's irritation. Demon, what are you muttering about? An elder named Nyo boldly asserted. Elder, this demon is surely cursing our wizard. The lean elder fumed. You seek death. He moved to strike. The thief thought to himself how foolish the elder was to believe Nyo's words. Just as the lean elder was about to strike, the portly elder seized him. Glaring fiercely, do you wish to doom our wizard? Stand down. At this, the lean elder hesitated, his hand wavering in the air before finally stomping his foot in frustration and relenting. The thief, still trembling with anxiety, began to realize that only when the wizard was mentioned did these intellectually challenged, easily enraged primitives calm down, revealing the wizard's esteemed position in their hearts. The more this became apparent, the more unsettled the thief felt. If they discovered he had been deceiving them, would he have any chance of survival? With such disquieting thoughts, the thief trudged forward, each step fraught with difficulty. At last, he arrived before a cave. Two tribesmen stood guard at the entrance, and upon seeing the elders approach, they lowered their heads in haste. Elders, you have finally arrived. The wizard is in dire condition. The portly elder urged. Do not panic. What has befallen our wizard? One tribesman, tears streaming down his face, replied. The wizard has just fallen unconscious and has yet to awaken. The lean elder, hearing this, grew even more frantic. Grabbing the thief by the collar, pressing their faces together in a menacing manner. Quickly save our wizard. If a single hair is lost from his head, I will personally end your life. The thief felt a deep aversion towards the lean elder. After repeated threats, his own anger surged forth. Go ahead. Kill me. Trading my life for your wizard is a bargain worth making. The lean elder stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for words. Nyo, eager to incite chaos, piped up. Elder, look how arrogant this demon is. Silence. The portly elder barked in anger. Nyo fell silent, begrudgingly closing his mouth. The portly elder, still panting in agitation, addressed the thief. As long as you can save the wizard, all past grievances will be forgiven. Though the portly elder did not finish his statement, the thief understood the implication. Should he fail to revive the so-called wizard, his own life would be forfeit. This was evident to any discerning observer. But therein lay the crux of the problem. If the thief possessed such skills, he would have already acted, rather than engage in this idle chatter. Bowing his head in contemplation, the thief pondered how to escape this deadlock. Was there truly no other way than to revive the wizard? Damn it, death comes to all. But I refuse to believe there is no way out. With that thought, the thief steeled himself. Very well, take me inside. The portly elder, relieved to hear the thief relent, waved his hand and led him into the cave. Unlike the cave where Snow resided, the dwelling of the wizard, the tribe's second in command, was immaculate and devoid of any foul odors. In the center of the cave, a bonfire flickered, illuminating the space. On the bedding behind the fire lay a shadowy figure. Beside this figure knelt a middle-aged woman from the tribe, tending to him. Upon seeing the two elders approach, she sprang to her feet in a flurry, exclaiming, Elders, you have arrived. Please, save our wizard. The portly elder reassured her, do not worry. Our wizard will be fine. As his words fell, the lean elder forcefully shoved the thief forward, causing him to stumble several steps. Warrior, the life of our wizard, the future of the Frost Valley tribe rests in your hands. At this critical moment, the portly elder's words took the thief by surprise. He paid little heed to the latter part, which merely emphasized the wizard's significance. However, it was the title of warrior that transformed the thief's expression. He was referred to as such, rather than the demon that the lean elder had called him. Demon, what are you still dawdling for? The lean elder roared, noticing the thief's delay. The thief snapped back to reality, rolling his eyes as he approached the mysterious wizard, whispering a prayer. "O spirits passing by, hear my plea. Grant me the strength to save this wretched wizard." As he offered his supplication, the thief reached the figure, and upon seeing the large pool of blood on the bedding, he gasped in shock, unable to restrain himself from exclaiming, "What the hell? This is simply unbelievable. Any normal person would surely perish after losing so much blood, let alone an elderly man in his 50s. However, the very next moment, as Ji-Zhe gazed at the sorceress's face, he was taken aback. With delicate eyebrows and almond-shaped eyes, a refined nose and cherry-red lips, long eyelashes and waist-length hair, porcelain skin, and an unparalleled beauty, complemented by the alluring curves outlined beneath her animal skin, Ji-Zhe felt as if 1,000 wild stallions were galloping through his mind. To his astonishment, this esteemed sorcerer turned out to be a woman, a remarkably beautiful and youthful woman at that. Chapter 13. The Explosive Revelation. Ji-Zhe stared blankly at the woman lying on the ground, still grappling with disbelief. Aren't sorcerers typically aged 70 or 80, teetering on the brink of the grave? That's how they are portrayed on television. Yet why was this sorcerer before him a woman? Judging by her appearance, she looked no more than 20, which was entirely contrary to his expectations. What Ji-Zhe was pondering was beyond the comprehension of outsiders. In fact, the shock that resided within him appeared to those present as a manifestation of guilt and confusion. It was Anyo who first broke the silence. "Humph, demon, you must be at your wits' end now. You deserve to face the punishment of the divine." Ji-Zhe, hearing this, turned to look at the arrogant Anyo and inwardly cursed him as a fool. To utter such words in front of the elders was tantamount to courting death. Indeed, the rotund elder shot Anyo a steely glare, saying, "What? Do you wish for something to happen to the esteemed sorceress?" With just this one remark, Anyo was so frightened that he trembled uncontrollably. He fell to his knees, exclaiming, No, that's not what I meant. Elder." The plump elder gestured outward. "Get out." Anyo quickly complied, scurrying away, but not before casting a glance back at Ji-Zhe, who was smirking at him. In that moment, Anyo's anger reignited, and he vowed silently, "Damn it, don't get too smug. Just wait and see how you will save the sorceress. I will personally ensure your demise." Fueled by hatred, Anyo exited the cave. Subsequently, several elders inquired of Ji-Zhe what happened to the sorceress. Present, Ji-Zhe was uncertain as to what could have caused the sorceress to bleed so profusely. He pondered for a moment before responding, "I need to assess the situation before I can provide you with an explanation. Please wait outside for the time being." The slender elder erupted in fury. "What did you say?" Ji-Zhe shrugged nonchalantly. "It's nothing. If you're unwilling, then I shall take my leave." The plump elder quickly seized Ji-Zhe's arm, casting a reproachful glare at the slender elder warrior. "Do not stoop to the level of this thin monkey. We shall proceed as you deem fit." With that, he forcibly dragged the slender elder outside. As the slender elder was pulled away, he continued to protest, "Old fatty, don't drag me. This demon is simply too arrogant." His voice gradually diminished, and soon the cave was left with only Ji-Zhe and the unconscious sorceress. Ji-Zhe hesitated for a moment before approaching her, extending his hand to feel for her breath beneath her nose, feigning an air of professionalism. Although he was utterly ignorant of medicine, having merely skimmed through a few volumes of herbal texts, he soon discerned from the sorceress's calm and steady breathing that she was not injured and did not appear to be in distress. Yet, Ji-Zhe could not fathom why there was so much blood if she had not been harmed. Moreover, why was she unconscious? Pondering this conundrum, he sat before her, muttering to himself when suddenly an idea struck him. Perhaps he could examine her, and that would clarify the matter. In the blink of an eye, Ji-Zhe propped the sorceress up and began to inspect her thoroughly. Despite the barrier of animal skin, he found himself somewhat distracted. Clearing his throat, he thought it best to remove the layer of animal skin for a more thorough examination. As he prepared to do so, he reassured himself, "I am not driven by base desires. My intention is solely to save her." While engaging in this self-affirmation, Ji-Zhe proceeded, but just as his hand rested upon the animal skin, his peripheral vision caught sight of fresh blood gushing from between the sorceress's legs, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. He sat frozen in place. A significant loss of blood, no visible wounds, and a female at that. Could it be that this esteemed sorceress has suffered a miscarriage? After a few moments of contemplation, Ji-Zhe exclaimed, "Explosive, absolutely explosive news." He shook his head. "No, that's not right. Her abdomen appears flat, indicating she likely hasn't been pregnant for a month. Even if it were a miscarriage, it wouldn't result in unconsciousness. Moreover, who in the Frost Valley tribe would dare to seduce a sorceress? Lost in thought, Ji suddenly considered another possibility. Could it be that she was experiencing her monthly cycle? Yet even he found that notion hard to believe. In truth, he had inadvertently stumbled upon the correct assumption. The sorceress indeed was experiencing her monthly cycle, but her health was poor, and her episodes were accompanied by excessive bleeding. In the past, she had managed to handle it discreetly, but this time was different. Prolonged blood loss had led to anemia, which caused her to faint, prompting her female kin to mistakenly believe that the esteemed sorceress was in peril. Essentially, it was merely a coincidental misunderstanding. Regardless, Ji thought, as long as she was unharmed, his own life would be spared. With that in mind, he pressed his thumb against the sorceress's upper lip, recalling how he had seen others awaken the unconscious in similar fashion on television. Soon, Ji method proved effective, as the sorceress stirred, murmuring, and opened her eyes. Upon seeing Ji-Zei's mischievous face staring back, she was startled to find herself cradled in the arms of this unfamiliar man, who inquired, "Are you all right?" The sorceress gasped in shock. "Who are you?" With that, she pushed Ji away with all her might, disregarding her own fall to the ground, and yelled at the top of her lungs, "Help! Someone! Help! Hey, don't shout!" Fearing that her cries would draw in the clueless elders, Ji-Zei's expression hardened as he stepped forward to cover her mouth. The sorceress, muffled, whimpered. Ji locked eyes with her and spoke softly, "Please, let me explain. I am not a villain. On the contrary, I am here to save you. If you understand, just nod." Meeting Ji-Zei's gaze, the sorceress nodded hesitantly. However, at the same time, her hand stealthily reached for the staff behind her back. Just as Ji was about to speak again, she swung the staff, striking him on the shoulder. Although it did not hit a vital spot, it still hurt like hell. "Damn it," he cursed, momentarily loosening his grip on her hand. Seizing the opportunity, the sorceress shoved Ji away, standing up with her staff raised, pointing it at him with a frosty demeanor. "Which cave do you hail from? Daring to intrude upon my dwelling? You truly deserve to die." With that, she swung her staff down towards Ji-Zei's head. In that fleeting moment, Ji-Zei truly wished to point an accusing finger at the witch and exclaim, "Are all members of your tribe insane? You kill without hesitation, even more ferociously than the cannibalistic Black Mountain tribe." Though resentment brewed within him, instinct compelled him to evade. Ji swiftly rolled to the side, narrowly escaping the witch's attack. However, upon rising to retaliate, he was startled by a loud thud behind him. Turning around, he beheld the very witch who had aimed to strike him with her staff now sprawled on the ground, clutching her abdomen and crying out in pain. With a cautious demeanor, Ji remarked, "I advise you not to feign injury. I haven't laid a finger on you, so attempting to extort me would be futile." The witch was drenched in cold sweat, too preoccupied to respond to Ji-Zei's words. Observing this, Ji-Zei scratched his head, lowered his arms, and approached her, first kicking her staff away before heaving a sigh of relief. The witch lay on the ground, suppressing her pain as she managed to utter, "Who on earth are you?" Realizing the witch posed no further threat, Ji relaxed. "Me? I am your savior, though it seems my goodwill has gone unrewarded, nearly resulting in my demise." "Nonsense," the witch retorted. Ji scoffed, "Believe it or not, the one who is fainting from blood loss is certainly not me." The witch gasped in shock. "You know about that?" Ji replied, "Of course. Isn't it apparent that a relative's excessive blood loss has caused your anemia?" The witch's spirit sank, shaking her head in despair while muttering, "This is bad. This is bad." Ji, perplexed, leaned in to ask, "What is so bad?" Yet, as he brought his head closer, the witch suddenly summoned an unexpected strength, shrieking as she lunged at his face with both hands. "Damn!" Ji narrowly dodged and steadied himself, instantly filled with fury. "You know I rely on my looks for a living, and yet you dare to claw at my face." Chapter 14. Do you take me for a fool? Incensed, Ji initially intended to strike back, but upon seeing the witch writhing in agony on the ground, he felt his resolve soften once more. He sighed, "You should be grateful that you encountered someone as noble as I. Had it been another, they wouldn't even bother to spare you a glance. What do you know about my suffering?" The witch shot back, her expression a mix of indignation and distress. Seeing her pitiable state, Ji couldn't help but chuckle. "You dare laugh?" The witch fumed. Ji countered, "Why shouldn't I? Well, discussing this with you is merely idle chatter. It isn't pleasant for you, is it? What does that have to do with me?" The witch replied impatiently. Ji, with a sudden change in tone, lowered his voice, "Actually, I could help you heal." The witch paused, her demeanor still defiant. Do you take me for a fool? Why should I trust you? I still have no idea who you are. Jizai, with a sly grin, said, Believe it or not, it matters not to me. I am not the one writhing in pain. If you choose not to accept my help, that is entirely your prerogative. If the witch had the strength to stand, she would have undoubtedly sought to harm Jizai. In silence, Jizai remained, while the witch clenched her teeth, refusing to speak. This woman is truly relentless, Jizai mused internally. But then again, there are several individuals waiting outside. If I don't cure you today, my own life may be at stake. With this thought in mind, Jizai abruptly asked, Tell me, do you experience abdominal pain for several days each month, accompanied by severe bleeding? The witch, momentarily taken aback, nodded before stubbornly replying, What does that matter to you? Moreover, how do you know this? Are you spying on me? Ridiculous. Why would I take the time to spy on you? Just because you are beautiful with a fine figure, fair skin, and long legs, doesn't he mean I would be interested in you? I am a gentleman. After Jizai's words, several dark lines appeared on the witch's forehead. Realizing he had misspoken, Jizai clapped his mouth shut and added, I shouldn't bother explaining this to you. Truthfully, I am an experienced physician, specializing in obscure ailments. In his haste, Jizai almost let slip more than he intended. The witch, confused, asked, What is a physician? Jizai replied, It is someone who heals those in discomfort. Just like your current abdominal pain, I can help you with that. The witch countered, Isn't that the role of a shaman? You say whatever you wish. I won't argue with you, but let me make it clear. I will allow you to treat me, but you must not attack me again. Upon hearing this, the witch scoffed. What a joke. I am a shaman myself and have tried numerous methods to no avail. What can you possibly do? Jizai retorted, What of it? The witch huffed, Forget it. I will find my own way. You may leave, but remember, if you dare speak of this outside, you will be in grave danger. Jizai thought to himself, I would like nothing more than to leave, but if I don't heal you, I might not survive outside. As he pondered how to persuade the witch to willingly accept his treatment, he suddenly noticed some wild herbs on the ground beneath her. Is that mugwort? He wondered, momentarily stunned, before joyously rushing over, shoving the witch aside, and pulling up the herbs one by one, forming a bundle. The witch, tumbling several times, shouted in alarm, What do you think you are doing? Jizai placed the mugwort bundle beside the campfire to roast, then turned back to her, What am I doing? Obviously healing you. Don't tell me you plan to find a solution on your own. By the time you figure it out, I might be in dire straits. As he stirred the bundle, trying not to ignite the already dried mugwort, Jizai felt it was warm enough and handed it to the witch. Here. The witch turned her head in disgust. What do you think I am? A goat? Do you expect me to eat that? Jizai looked at her incredulously. Sister, I'm suggesting you place it on your abdomen. Do you really think you can eat it? Enough. You wouldn't understand, the witch said, and Jizai, holding the mugwort bundle, placed it on her abdomen. She initially attempted to resist, but as warmth spread across her lower belly, she suddenly realized her pain had lessened. Shocked, she exclaimed, How did you do that? Just a little wild herb can cure my ailment. Jizai thought to himself, Nonsense, this isn't a disease. Every woman experiences this. While he mused internally, he seized the opportunity to impress, clearing his throat dramatically, wishing he had a few goat's whiskers to stroke for effect. Your condition, well, let me just say that only I can cure it. Had it been anyone else, you would be in agony today. Although Jizai's words were irksome, the witch found herself unable to refute them. She huffed, Thanks. Hearing her tone, Jizai shrugged. No need to mention it. Both remained silent, and gradually, as the mugwort lost its warmth, the witch's pain returned. Jizai placed the mugwort back by the fire to roast once more. Seizing the opportunity, the witch inquired, By the way, what is your name? I haven't seen you around the tribe. The thief smirked, You must be seeing ghosts if you claim to know me. I only just joined your tribe this afternoon, and yet you dare to intrude upon my cave. What are those useless elders doing? The witch was taken aback. The thief handed her a mugwort ball, suggesting she place it on her abdomen, and then chuckled, To be honest, it was those ineffectual elders who allowed me in. Upon hearing this, the witch's expression darkened. Who else knows about my fainting spell? She inquired sternly. The thief pondered for a moment. Those 5 useless elders. Your tribesman who attends to you, the 2 stationed at the entrance, and there's one named Enyo. That's about it. After he spoke, the witch's face flushed with embarrassment. Feeling despondent, the thief noticed her distress but assumed it was due to her abdominal pain. Patting her shoulder reassuringly, Don't worry. This ailment of yours is not a grave matter. I am fully confident in my ability to cure you. With the thief's hand resting on her shoulder, the witch's shame dissipated. replaced by a frosty glare directed at his hand. Startled, the thief quickly withdrew his touch. The witch then regained her composure and asked, "How did those fools know I had fainted? And you, how did you enter my cave? You had better explain everything in detail." The thief sighed. "I was compelled by circumstance." As he spoke, he recounted how he had used a lighter to start a fire, only to be wrongfully accused of trying to break through the ceiling, eventually revealing the incident of the witch's fainting. The witch furrowed her brow upon hearing this. "You mean to say you can also start a fire?" The thief produced the lighter and flicked it. "It's hardly a big deal." The witch was astonished. Although she typically used flint to ignite a fire, she had never seen it done so swiftly. What kind of unreliable individual was this? Perceiving the witch's bewilderment, the thief hastily clarified, "Just to be clear, I haven't stolen your sacred fire or anything." The witch paid little heed to his words, instead inquiring earnestly, "If you can create fire and heal ailments, why were you expelled from your previous tribe? You would be more than sufficient as a shaman." The thief thought to himself, how was he to know? One moment he was riding a bicycle and the next he found himself in this place. Sighing deeply, he lamented, "It's a long story. In short, I only wish to live peacefully now. However, before that, it will be difficult to survive without curing you. Do you truly have the confidence to heal me?" The witch regarded him with skepticism, as she could already feel the temperature of the mugwort ball dropping, and her abdomen began to ache once more. The thief chuckled. "Is that really so challenging?" The witch nodded. "Indeed, since I became a shaman, my abdomen has begun to ache." "How long have you been a shaman?" the thief asked. The witch's response made him want to bang his head against a wall. "For a very long time." Perhaps seeing the thief's disheartened expression, the witch added, "I only know that I have eaten peaches from outside the valley 9 times. Upon hearing this, the thief realized that meant 9 years. Reflecting on the typical age of a girl during her first visit from relatives, it suggested that the witch could be no older than 23. Theoretically speaking, she was merely a fierce little girl, and he thought to himself how he would deceive her. Chapter 15. The Tribe's First Warrior. The thief chuckled quietly, while the witch cast him an annoyed glance. "What are you laughing at? Do you truly have a way to heal my body?" The thief cleared his throat and quickly redirected his thoughts. "Yes, and I know precisely where your ailment originates." The witch regarded him with a hint of skepticism, not because she doubted him, but rather due to her long-standing affliction, which had diminished her hopes. Yet, she had fortuitously encountered the thief. If it were any other ailment, the thief would have no remedy, but for menstrual pain he found it manageable. In the past, he had a goddess who suffered from the same condition, and as a devoted admirer, he had gone to great lengths to find an old physician who cured her, only for her to become someone else's admirer. It was a lingering regret for the thief. Clearing his throat, he returned to the matter at hand, contemplating how to subdue the aloof witch, for otherwise, he would find it impossible to remain in the Frost Valley tribe. "Your ailment began after you became a shaman, did it not?" the thief asked. The witch nodded, though she was somewhat puzzled, thinking they had already discussed this. The thief continued, "In truth, the core issue does not lie within you, but rather stems from your position as a female shaman. Lacking sufficient fortune has allowed malevolent energies to invade your body, resulting in your monthly abdominal pains. Today's fainting episode is merely an exacerbation of that ailment. Do you understand?" The thief merely sought to convince the witch, inflating his claims, for he reasoned that the intelligence of primitive people was limited, and he could mold their perceptions as he pleased. Would this raise doubts in the witch? Please, the primitive people of this era couldn't even comprehend the most basic physiological matters of women. There was no need to worry about that. After the thief spoke, he observed the witch's shifting expressions, clearly indicating that she was beginning to believe his assertions. "Could it truly be that my status as a female shaman has led to insufficient fortune?" The witch mused. "So, are you suggesting I relinquish my position as shaman?" she tentatively inquired. The thief shook his head. "No, you may continue as a shaman. I will ensure your body is healed, without any oversights. After all, if you cease to be a shaman, who will protect my place in the tribe?" Even the witch, a person of considerable stature in the Frost Valley tribe, found herself momentarily disoriented by the thief's words. Observing her expression, the thief surmised he was close to winning her over. "Is everything you say truly genuine?" the witch cautiously asked. The thief pointed to the mugwort ball she had placed on her abdomen. "What do you think, esteemed shaman?" Those words completely assuaged the witch's concerns. Outside the cave, several elders and Ainyo awaited. "Elder, I believe that scoundrel is merely deceiving us. How could he possibly possess the ability to save the esteemed shaman? Such a person must not be spared," Ainyo angrily implored the slender elder. However, at that moment, The slender elder was too preoccupied to heed Enyo's words. In comparison to the well-being of the esteemed shaman, a mere thief was hardly significant. It was akin to a person on the verge of fleeing disaster. Faced with the choice between a gold ingot and a basket of dirt, would you take the gold or the dirt, even if the dirt was plentiful? The slender elder's mindset was essentially that, although he personally found the thief detestable, it was evident that the shaman's well-being took precedence. Seeing that the slender elder ignored him, Enyo continued to prattle on. From various accusations to baseless claims, in Enyo's descriptions, the thief had become the epitome of malevolence. Enough! Silence! The stout elder interjected forcefully, unable to endure any longer. Enyo, caught off guard by the stout elder's authoritative command, could only respond with a reluctant yes. At that moment, the crowd was suddenly startled by the sound of footsteps echoing from within the cave. They turned in unison, only to behold the thief Ji supporting the witch as she emerged. Observing the witch's complexion, it was evident that she appeared entirely untroubled. For a brief instant, several individuals were left in a state of shock. Could it be that this fellow has truly healed the esteemed witch? Pondered Elder Slim. In contrast, Elder Fat thought, thank the heavens, the witch is unharmed. Anyo, however, was far more straightforward, impossible. Three distinct notions lingered in the minds of the onlookers. Yet, moments later, they regained their composure and bowed respectfully towards the witch, uttering, esteemed witch. The witch acknowledged with a slight hum and addressed them. Slim Monkey, Anyo, raise your heads. Both Elder Slim and Anyo, bewildered, lifted their gazes, puzzled by the witch's intent. The witch cast a glance at Ji, who was supporting her, and inquired, Slim Monkey, what do you think of him? Though Slim thought to himself that he was merely adequate, he dared not voice this and instead nodded, replying, quite good. The witch smiled knowingly, not just good. To vanquish snakes and subdue tigers, such bravery is unparalleled. I dare say you, in your youth, could scarcely compare to him as the first warrior of the Frost Valley tribe. Both Elder Slim and Anyo were taken aback. Instinctively, Elder Slim could not help but speak out. The witch merely shot him a glance. Do you have an objection? In an instant, Elder Slim was drenched in sweat, hurriedly bowing his head in deference. No, none at all. The witch beckoned him with a gesture. Seeing this, Elder Slim, with a heart full of trepidation, approached. Smack! A crisp sound rang out as the witch struck Elder Slim across the face. He stood there, dumbfounded, unsure of why the witch had struck him. The warrior subdued ferocious beasts, kindled fire for the benefit of the tribe, and then miraculously healed my ailment. Surely he has earned his merit. You believed in slander and wronged the warrior. Do you harbor any resentment for this slap? As she spoke, the witch's tone was frigid, her aura of authority unmistakably radiating. Elder Slim bowed his head in trepidation. No, none. Yet, despite his words, he harbored deep resentment towards Ji. As an elder beneath the chieftain and the witch, he valued his dignity highly. Being slapped in public by the witch was a blow to the respect he commanded among the ordinary tribesmen. The witch, of course, was oblivious to Elder Slim's inner thoughts, and then turned to Anyo. You deceived the elders, maligning the warrior. According to tribal customs, how should this be addressed? Anyo was initially taken aback, then suddenly fell to his knees, shouting in protest of his innocence. Ha, innocent, scoffed the witch disdainfully. Esteemed witch, I only sought the good of the tribe. This so-called warrior, we know nothing of his origins. Who can ascertain whether he is friend or foe? My intentions were pure. Anyo had intended to label Ji a fraud, but upon meeting the witch's fierce gaze, he hastily changed his tune. The witch replied with a smirk. So, you question my judgment? Upon hearing this, Anyo involuntarily trembled. The witch had made her stance abundantly clear. Ji was the witch's chosen first warrior of the tribe. Yet, his earlier words seemed to slap the witch's face. Realizing this, Anyo dared not hesitate any longer. He raised both hands and began to slap his own face, repeatedly apologizing. It was my fault, it was my fault, it was my fault. The witch did not even glance at him but turned her attention to Elder Fat. Accepting the warrior this time, you have done well. Elder Fat, just regaining his composure, wondered how, in such a brief span, the warrior had nestled beneath the protective wing of the esteemed witch. Thank you for your praise, esteemed witch. Though he thought this, Elder Fat still dared not be negligent. The witch acknowledged with a hum, saying, Find a clean cave near my dwelling for the warrior to reside in. Elder Slim gasped in surprise, hastily interjecting. Esteemed witch, this would hinder the warrior's future hunting. Without living among the tribe, it would be difficult to forge rapport. Meanwhile, Elder Fat thought to himself how foolish Elder Slim was. Could he not grasp the witch's meaning? Hunting was evidently no longer a concern for the warrior. Indeed, as soon as Elder Slim finished speaking, the witch spoke. "Are you suggesting that I should also venture out to hunt?" Elder Slim's heart sank in dread, and he hastily waved his hands. "No, no, no, that is not what I meant, esteemed witch. Since he was the tribe's first warrior, why would he still need to hunt?" This single remark left Elder Slim standing there, stunned, like a marionette. The witch, with an air of grandeur, waved her hand. "From this day forth, the warrior shall not hunt. All necessary food will be provided by the tribe." Elder Slim struggled to swallow. "What about the chieftain?" The witch glanced at him. "I will speak to the chieftain." Upon hearing this, Elder Slim let out a long sigh, realizing that things had taken a turn for the worse. With Ji's position in the tribe now confirmed, it was too late to attempt to expel him. Anyo shared the same sentiment. With Ji now the witch's chosen successor, would the snow ever spare him another glance? Chapter 16. Besides time, I possess nothing. Elder Slim and Anyo now wore expressions of discomfort akin to having swallowed a fly. In stark contrast, Ji was feeling quite the opposite. After enduring so much humiliation, he could finally hold his head high. Strangely enough, the feeling of having a powerful ally was indeed exhilarating. Ji observed the witch, who commanded like a queen, scolding Elder Slim, while Anyo stood by, too timid to speak. Suddenly, Ji thought to himself, this formidable witch, while perhaps a bit irritable, was quite decent at heart. Just then, as Ji was lost in his musings, the witch spoke. Initially intending to address Ji as warrior, she reconsidered, thinking it inappropriate given their respective statuses. To call him something more casual felt too dismissive, especially since he had saved her life. Caught in this dilemma, she was unsure how to address him. Ji interjected, "You may simply call me Ji, esteemed witch." The witch pondered for a moment. Ji was indeed a peculiar name. She nodded and said, "Ji, are you satisfied with my arrangements?" Were it not for her intimidating temperament, Ji might have felt compelled to embrace her in excitement. "I am quite satisfied indeed," he exclaimed. After all, having joined the tribe for merely half a day, through various fortunate circumstances, he was enjoying treatment akin to that of the witch herself. No hunting, no labor, merely feasting and waiting for death. At worst, he might have to tend to her menstrual discomfort. In comparison to what he had gained, his contributions were negligible. Moreover, he happened to know the herbal remedies needed for her ailment, having encountered them before. The more Ji reflected on this, the more his spirits lifted. "We won't have time to prepare your dwelling today. You should return to your previous place to rest for the night. Tomorrow, seek Elder Fat to make arrangements," the witch stated coolly. Before Ji could respond, Elder Fat hastily assented. "Very well, it is getting late. You may return now." As the dismissal was issued, Ji nodded, and as the group began to depart, the witch suddenly called out, "Ji." Ji turned back, bewildered. "What is it?" The witch bit her lower lip and said, "Remember your promise, and do not speak carelessly." It was then that Ji-Zhe realized that the witch was afraid he would indiscriminately divulge her familial connections. Shaking his head, Ji-Zhe couldn't help but sigh, pondering how the most primitive society, which he had imagined to be the most liberated, could be so conservative regarding such matters. Unlike his own society, where women were open about their relatives, he found it perplexing. Little did Ji-Zhe know that the primitive people's reticence stemmed from a subconscious belief that bloodshed was ominous. This belief had led female members to conceal their physiological issues, resulting in tragic consequences for the tribe. Of course, Ji-Zhe was unaware of this. He nodded reassuringly at the witch, "Rest assured." Only then did she feel a sense of relief and turned to return to the cave. After her departure, the portly elder could no longer contain his curiosity and asked Ji-Zhe, "Warrior, what is the matter that the witch mentioned you promised?" It was not only he who was curious. Others were equally intrigued. Observing the eager faces of the primitive people, Ji-Zhe couldn't help but reflect that gossip truly is an intrinsic human trait. Shaking his head, he replied, "It's nothing. Let us be on our way." Seeing Ji-Zhe's reluctance to elaborate, the others refrained from pressing further. However, on their way back to the cave, the lean elder suggested they leave. It made sense. From the moment Ji-Zhe had been driven away, to later when he had allied himself with the witch, the lean elder had indeed borne an inordinate amount of information for someone of his age. Moreover, after receiving a slap, he simply wished to return and avoid further embarrassment. When the portly elder led Ji-Zhe back, the primitive people had not yet departed. Upon seeing Ji-Zhe, their expressions ignited with excitement once more as they clamored for vengeance against him. Unaware of the circumstances, the portly elder swiftly intervened to quell the impetuous tribesmen and clarified the misunderstanding regarding Ji-Zhe. After some back and forth, Jizai regained his status as a warrior. Furthermore, this warrior was now recognized as the tribe's foremost champion by the witch herself, a distinction of considerable merit. Most importantly, the fact that Jizai had saved the witch transformed the gaze of the primitive people toward him, steeped not only in guilt but also in respect. Consider this. The witch's role in the tribe was to heal and to manage the sacred fire. Now, with Jizai having saved her, did it not imply that he was more formidable than the witch? As for the fire-making, Jizai was equally adept. It could be said that whatever the witch could do, Jizai could too. Yet, it seemed a pity for him to merely be the first warrior. A few imaginative primitives had already begun to wonder if the Frost Valley tribe might soon boast two witches. After dispersing the extraneous primitives and bidding farewell to the portly elder, Jizai finally found a moment to rest. Snow rushed over to him, her face etched with concern as she looked him up and down. "Warrior, are you all right?" Her face bore numerous bruises, clearly remnants of the earlier fracas with the enraged primitives. Jizai, feeling guilty, lowered his head and said, "I'm sorry, Snow, for involving you in this." Snow shook her head. "As long as the warrior is unharmed, that is enough." Her kindness left Jizai at a loss for words. The more considerate she was, the more guilt he felt. He took her hand and declared, "From now on, do not worry. I am the tribe's foremost warrior. If anyone bullies you, tell me, and I will deal with them." Snow's eyes glistened, and with a soft nod, she complied. Amidst the joy and sorrow, Anyo, who returned alongside Jizai, felt despondent. When Jizai was still insignificant, he had been unable to win Snow's affection. Now that Jizai had become the witch's recognized champion, what chance did he have? The thought of Snow drifting away from him brought him to tears. A grown man weeping alone in a corner was both comical and unsettling. After a brief exchange with Snow, Jizai began to feel fatigued. After a day filled with tension, his mind, once taut, finally relaxed as the dust settled, releasing him from the burdens of survival. A yawn escaped him, and Snow, understanding his signal, reluctantly let go, allowing Jizai to rest. When he awoke, the sun was already high in the sky on the following day. Stepping out of the cave, he was puzzled to find the valley deserted. He wondered if everyone had moved away overnight. Could it be that his luck was so poor that no one cared for him? Lost in thought, he was soon approached by the portly elder, accompanied by two others. "Warrior, just the person I was looking for," the elder began. Jizai had a fondness for the portly elder and replied, "What is it, elder?" The elder smiled. "The witch instructed me yesterday to prepare a cave for you, and it is now ready. I would like to take you to see it if you have the time." Jizai thought to himself that he had nothing at present but time. He nodded, "Yes, I would appreciate your guidance." The portly elder smiled and led Jizai toward the eastern side of the valley. As they walked, Jizai inquired about where the tribe had gone. The elder simply replied, "The tribesmen have all gone hunting." Jizai was taken aback. "They all went out? Even the old and the children?" The elder nodded. "Indeed. Everyone has gone. Otherwise, the game caught would be insufficient for our needs." Jizai frowned. "Surely, you must have some provisions stored?" The elder countered. "What do you mean by stored provisions?" Jizai slapped his forehead, conceding, "Forget I asked." They continued walking for nearly 20 minutes before stopping. Jizai had to admit that the location the portly elder had chosen was quite splendid. Before the cave lay a clearing adorned with a variety of flowers and grasses. To the left of the clearing stood a small thicket formed by over 20 trees, while to the right was a pool of water fed by a natural spring from the mountains above. Jizai approached the pool and observed that it was shallow, about 2 meters deep, and crystal clear, though curiously devoid of any fish or shrimp. Just as he pondered this anomaly, the portly elder provided an explanation. Long ago, the pool had been teeming with fish and shrimp, but the tribesmen had depleted its resources, leading to its current state. Jizai thought to himself how short-sighted it was to catch everything at once, unaware of the folly of killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. It was no wonder they had evolved language yet still relied on hunting to survive. However, Jizai was too weary to discuss this with the portly elder, knowing he wouldn't comprehend. Nevertheless, he resolved that the issue of food storage could not be overlooked. He had no desire to face starvation should they ever find themselves unable to catch game. Looking at the splendid dwelling the portly elder had chosen for him, Jizai felt a profound sense of satisfaction. It had flowers, grasses, trees, and a flowing source of water. Everything one could desire. Had it not been for Jizai's utter lack of musicality, he might have even wished to sing a song about his hometown, which resided in this very settlement. "What do you think of this cave, brave warrior?" the amiable elder Pang inquired as always. Jizai nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. Let's take a look inside." Elder Pang acknowledged with a nod and led Ji-Zhe into the cave. The cave was not particularly spacious, measuring approximately 3 meters in width and 6 meters in depth. However, it lacked the skylight found in the cave where the snow dwelled, which rendered its lighting rather inadequate. Aside from Ji-Zhe's slight dissatisfaction with this aspect, everything else was quite acceptable. Overall, the cave seemed more suited for a cozy bachelor apartment than a communal dormitory. Quite nice indeed, Ji-Zhe expressed, his words brimming with delight, entirely disregarding any concerns about social status. Nevertheless, it was worth mentioning that he dared to speak rather freely in front of the witch. So in the presence of the Kinder Elder Pang, he certainly would not temper his temperament. If the warrior has no further issues, then I shall take my leave. The esteemed wizard awaits my commands. Upon hearing Elder Pang's intent to depart, Ji-Zhe made no effort to retain him, merely nodding in acknowledgement as he left. After a while, once Elder Pang had vacated the vicinity, Ji-Zhe emerged, eager to do what he had most desired, to shed his clothing and plunge into the water for a refreshing bath. The only drawback was that the water was somewhat chilly. However, Ji-Zhe quickly came to terms with the reality that in this primitive society, there were no vessels for boiling water. The thought of enjoying a hot bath was a mere fantasy. Indulging greedily in the water, Ji-Zhe reclined on the bank, sighed, and began contemplating his future path. Having successfully established himself as the foremost warrior of the tribe, he now possessed both identity and status. Yet he found himself at a loss as to what his next step should be. Ji-Zhe felt utterly bewildered, devoid of any semblance of a plan. Oh well, why overthink it? For now, stability is sufficient. Since he could not conjure a solution, he decided not to waste precious brain cells on it. With this ostrich-like mentality, he emerged from the water, glanced at his slightly protruding belly, and felt a hint of embarrassment. Hastily, he retrieved his clothing and sat upon a stone at the cave's entrance, gazing at his future abode with a sense of helplessness regarding its upkeep. Never mind. I should first devise a solution for sleeping arrangements, Ji-Zhe declared as he set to work. While there were ample places to sleep, simply laying down some dried grass and using the sky as a blanket would suffice. Ji-Zhe was not satisfied after having experienced sleeping on the ground once. It was not that he was being finicky. After all, the sleeping arrangements of this era were vastly different from those of his own. To say nothing of the lack of soft mattresses, warm blankets, or comfortable pillows. If he could manage with mere improvisation, he might have tolerated it, considering the exceptional circumstances. Yet, the core issue lay not in the availability of sleeping space. What era was this? A primitive society, rife with venomous insects and snakes. Sleeping on the ground left Ji-Zhe with a palpable fear of not waking up the next day. Thus, he deemed it essential to construct a bed. However, while the notion of building a bed sounded simple, in a society where essential supplies were severely lacking, it was evidently a daunting task. Yet, as the saying goes, where there's a will, there's a way. First and foremost, Ji-Zhe needed tools. He did not dare to wish for a saw or a chisel. In this primitive society, finding even a piece of iron was considered a remarkable feat. Thus, his initial thought was to fashion a stone knife. Although termed a knife, it was merely a sharp, thin shard of stone, which, while cumbersome to handle, could still serve as a tool. Resolute in his intention, Ji-Zhe set about searching the valley for suitable stone knives. He had contemplated asking Elder Pang for assistance, but when considering that even a wooden spear was a scarce commodity in this meager tribe, he felt his request would likely be met with refusal. It was perhaps best to keep the fact that he was constructing a bed to a minimum. Ji-Zhe mused as he quietly set to work. However, after a morning of fruitless searching, he found a pitifully small number of sharp stone shards. Of course, he should have anticipated this. The shards suitable for crafting stone knives had likely been collected by the tribe's primitive inhabitants long ago, as they were, after all, strategic resources. How foolish, Ji-Zhe sighed, shaking his head in self-deprecation. He gazed at the 4 or 5 stone shards in his hand and sighed once more, wishing for his backpack, which contained not only a folding knife but several important books as well. Not to mention, a single ancient text like the Compendium of Materia Medica would be priceless in this era. Oh well, what good does it do to dwell on such thoughts? That backpack is probably in the hands of the Haitian tribe now. Seeking it would be akin to courting disaster. Comforting himself, Ji-Zhe took the few stone shards to the edge of the pool, moved a stone, and poured water over it, beginning the process of crafting a rudimentary stone knife. After nearly an hour of effort, he finally succeeded. However, these stone knives lacked handles and resembled more of an axe. Testing the feel of the handleless stone knife, Ji-Zhe nodded in approval and turned his gaze toward the sparse woods to the left of the cave. The trees were still young, at most the thickness of an arm, making them perfect for constructing a makeshift bed. With newfound motivation, Ji approached the task of cutting down the trees. When one is busy, it is easy to forget other matters. From noon until the approach of evening, Ji, having lost the stone knife he had painstakingly collected, finally managed to chop the trees into several rough segments. Squatting on the ground and examining the branches, Ji pondered, if I were to combine these with some vines, utilizing principles of physics, perhaps these bound beds could support my weight. Or I could use tree bark to make rope. This thought had barely formed in his mind before he dismissed it. First, suitable tree bark for making rope was quite rare, and second, he was beginning to feel a pang of hunger. Rubbing his belly, he glanced toward the center of the valley, puzzled. Wasn't it said that food is prepared daily? Why has no one brought any all day? It was important to note that since morning, nearly until dusk, Ji had not consumed a single morsel. Initially, he had forgotten his hunger in the busyness of his tasks, but now that he had paused, he felt his stomach protesting vehemently. Just as he was about to seek out Elder Pang for answers, he suddenly heard voices approaching from the entrance of the valley. The hunters had returned. At the same time, Elder Pang arrived at Ji's cave and called out, "Warrior, the tribespeople have returned. It is time to distribute the food. You should join us." Ji nodded, saying, "Just a moment," and after placing the processed wood inside the cave, he followed Elder Pang. As Ji, weary and burdened, arrived at the heart of the valley, he observed with clarity that the primitive tribesmen, having ventured out for the day, had returned with a meager haul, merely a handful of wild rabbits and rodents, with the majority of their bounty consisting of fruit. A thought crossed Ji's mind. Were these primitive people truly so inept? They had evidently mastered the use of tools to craft weapons, yet their catch remained so paltry. His surprise was tempered, however, as he noted the calm expressions of the tribesmen, suggesting that this was likely a typical day's yield for the Frost Valley tribe. Opportunities for everyone to feast on meat, like the previous day, were indeed rare. Soon, the elder stepped forward to distribute the gathered food. Due to the scarcity of meat, the majority of the tribesmen received only fruit. Ji was no exception. However, unlike the others, he had anticipated this outcome. After all, he had only joined the tribe a day prior and considered it a privilege merely to be spared from the hunt. Meat was a distant hope, especially after the witch had subtly hinted at his exclusion the previous night. While Ji accepted this reality, others were not as reconciled. Among them, Shui covertly observed the fruit Ji had received, resolutely deciding that starting tomorrow, she would strive to acquire more game, for according to tribal customs, those who hunted successfully were entitled to the choicest cuts of meat. She vowed to present her share to the brave warrior who had saved her. This, she felt, was a necessity. In contrast to Shui's aspirations, Anyo found himself amused. Initially disheartened by Ji's elevation to the tribe's foremost warrior, he was delighted to see that Ji, like himself, was relegated to consuming only fruit. What did it matter that one was the top warrior? They were both reduced to eating fruit, were they not? Comforting himself with this thought, Anyo felt a sense of satisfaction. With fruit in hand, Ji intended to return to his dwelling. However, before he could take a step, the rotund elder called out to him. Ji turned to inquire, "What is it?" The elder explained, "It is as follows, brave warrior. The witch has requested your presence after you have eaten." "Me? Why?" Ji asked, bewildered. The elder shook his head. "I do not know, but the witch seems quite anxious." Understanding the implications of the elder's words, Ji surmised that the witch's monthly affliction had likely resurfaced. Yet, he found it curious that she had not summoned him during the day. Clutching his fruit, Ji replied, "I shall go to her now." "Now?" the elder exclaimed in surprise. Ji took a bite of the fruit, stating, "Indeed, the witch must have pressing matters to discuss. It would not be prudent to delay." He thought to himself how fortunate he was not to have slipped up in his speech. Feeling a sense of urgency, Ji hastened toward the witch's dwelling. Behind him, Shui had intended to call out to Ji, but upon seeing his hurried demeanor, she hesitated, reasoning that since the witch had summoned the warrior, it must be of great importance, and thus she refrained from interrupting. Upon reaching the cave where the witch resided, Ji found that the two guards, having evidently been instructed by the witch, allowed him entry without obstruction. As he stepped inside, he was immediately struck by the sight of the witch, doubled over in pain, clutching her abdomen, surrounded by a haphazard array of grass bundles. "What is this?" Ji blurted out, momentarily taken aback. The witch abruptly lifted her head and demanded, "Why was it that yesterday you were able to alleviate my pain with mere dry grass, yet I cannot do the same?" Hearing her words, Ji could not suppress a smile. He approached and nudged the grass bundles with his foot, thinking how foolish she was. He had utilized mugwort, while she was attempting to remedy herself with dogtail grass, an exercise in futility. Noticing Ji Zai's silence, the witch furrowed her brow in pain, pressing for answers. What on earth is happening? Witnessing the witch in such agony, stripped of her dignified persona, Ji Zai decided to feign a sigh of exasperation. Alas, esteemed witch, why did you not inform me before recklessly attempting to treat yourself? Such actions could lead to dire consequences. He had no ulterior motives. Rather, he sought to startle the witch in playful jest. As anticipated, his sigh caused a ripple of alarm within her. Had her impulsive actions led to a grave mishap? Realizing this, the witch's face darkened ominously. Ji Zai, observing her distressed expression, struggled to contain his laughter, continuing with his charade. Fortunately, you called for me in time. I can still prepare a remedy for you. The witch, now thoroughly panicked, nodded obediently, adopting a demeanor of compliance, as if to say, whatever you say, I shall follow. Ji Zai turned away, stifling silent laughter for a couple of minutes before regaining his composure. He approached the witch, gathered the scattered grass bundles, and meticulously extracted the mugwort, reworking it into proper bundles. After roasting them by the campfire, he presented them to her. Here, try this. The witch regarded him warily. This? Is it truly effective? The previous ones yielded no results. Ji Zai replied confidently, what, do you doubt me, esteemed witch? This time, I have harnessed my divine power. Rest assured, it will work. Ji Zai was fully aware he was boasting, having no actual divine power. Yet the witch accepted his words. She placed the mugwort on her abdomen, and a familiar sensation washed over her, prompting a sigh of relief as the tension that had gripped her began to dissipate. Ji Zai settled across from the witch, finding her somewhat dull company. He retrieved the uneaten fruit from his clothing and resumed munching. The sound of crunching echoed within the cave, prompting the witch, who had been enjoying a moment of peace, to suddenly open her eyes. Pointing to the meat that the elders had sent him, she instructed, you should eat those. Startled, Ji Zai paused mid-bite. Huh? The witch shook her head. I have no appetite at the moment. If left uneaten, they will spoil. You should consume them. In an era devoid of refrigeration, the witch's lack of appetite due to her condition meant that if Ji Zai did not partake, the meat would be discarded the following day, causing concern among the tribe members who would come to collect it. Thus, the witch straightforwardly relinquished it to Ji Zai. For Ji Zai, there was no thought of politeness. He was a man who thrived on meat. Seeing the witch relent, he simply expressed his gratitude and took the meat, adding, in that case, I shall not impose further on you, esteemed witch. I will take my leave. The witch nodded, resting her hand upon the warm mugwort, too lethargic to respond. Exiting the cave, Ji Zai chuckled to himself, feeling quite fortunate for this unexpected bounty. The witch's physiological plight had inadvertently benefited him. He pondered how best to prepare the meat he now possessed. Though it was not an abundance, it would suffice for his needs. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Lifting his gaze, he spotted the two guards standing nearby and quickly concealed the meat beneath his clothing, hastening away. The two primitive guards exchanged glances, amused by Ji Zai's furtive behavior, wondering why the warrior appeared as if he were engaged in thievery. Disregarding the thoughts of the two, the rogue swiftly returned to his dwelling, concealing the meat within a cave before retracing his steps to the cavern where Snow resided. Upon the rogue's entrance into the cave, all the primitive individuals gnawing on fruits momentarily froze in surprise. Was it not said that the esteemed warrior had acquired his own solitary abode? Why had he returned? Chuckling, they continued their feasting. The rogue paid no heed to their curious gazes, greeting them as he approached Snow. As he reached her, the young lady was dividing her food into two portions, one large and one small, choosing not to partake like her fellow tribesmen. Come with me, the rogue said, extending his hand to Snow. Surprised by his voice, she looked up. Warrior, you have arrived. Just in time. I have divided the food. You can take it back and eat it tomorrow. The rogue paused, taken aback by her kindness. Shaking his head, he replied, we shall discuss the fruits later. For now, come with me. With that, he took her hand and led her outside the cave. As they departed, a tragic sobbing emanated from a corner. It was Nyo. Holding Snow's hand, the rogue stopped only after exiting the cave, releasing her. Rubbing her wrist, Snow inquired, Warrior, what troubles you? The rogue glanced around, lowering his voice with a chuckle, Sister, do you wish to eat meat? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope illuminated Snow's face. She nodded, then shook her head. The rogue, perplexed, asked, what is the matter, sister? It is meat, indeed. Assuming she had not comprehended his words, he hastily reiterated. However, Snow replied, "Warrior, I heard you, but where will you obtain the meat? Today's catch is limited. It has all been distributed to the chieftain, the shaman, and the elders." It seemed her concern was whether she could procure meat. Chuckling softly, the rogue assured her, "You need not worry about that, sister. Just trust me and follow." After a moment's thought, Snow replied, "Wait for me a moment." She dashed back into the cave, emerging with her father's wooden spear. Seeing this, the rogue couldn't help but exclaim, "Sister, what are you doing?" Snow, holding the spear, explained, "Warrior, you intended to hunt at night, right? Although there are many beasts and it is somewhat dangerous, I have brought my father's weapon. Let us set forth." The rogue slapped his forehead, speechless as he took her hand, leading her toward his dwelling. Yet Snow continued to call out, "Hey, warrior, the valley's exit is behind us." Upon arriving at his cave, the rogue retrieved the concealed meat and handed it to Snow, saying, "First, wash the meat. I will gather firewood." Snow stared blankly at the piece of meat in her hand, then at the rogue preparing kindling, momentarily stunned. "Where did you get this meat, warrior?" Chapter 19. The Chameleon of the Culinary World. Sitting around the campfire, Snow still could not comprehend the source of the rogue's meat. The rogue slapped the roasting meat, deeming it ready, and offered it to Snow. "Eat, sister." Snapping back to reality, Snow quickly shook her head. "No, warrior, you eat." The rogue insisted, pushing it into her hands. "It's fine, eat. I have more." Seeing his insistence, Snow finally relented and took a hearty bite. Observing her enjoyment, the rogue chuckled. "Take your time. If it's not enough, there's more." Snow nodded vigorously, mumbling through her mouthful, "Warrior, you should eat too." The rogue acknowledged with a grunt, tearing off a piece of meat and popping it into his mouth, only to let out a sigh. Snow froze, asking, "Warrior, what is the matter? Has someone upset you?" Shaking his head, he replied, "No, I was merely contemplating how delightful it would be to have salt and chili powder. Eating this meat plain renders it devoid of flavor." Snow, unfamiliar with the term salt and chili powder, blinked in confusion, but warrior, barbecued meat is already quite fragrant. The rogue grimaced, "You wouldn't understand, sister." Snow simply gazed at him, speechless. After their meal, the rogue stood and approached the logs he had prepared earlier, frowning deeply as he examined them. Observing this, Snow wiped the grease from her mouth and approached him, asking, "Warrior, what is this?" "A bed," the rogue replied without lifting his gaze. "A bed?" Snow queried, somewhat baffled. "Something for resting," he clarified. Now understanding, Snow realized it was merely a sleeping mat. "Warrior, let me assist you," she exclaimed with excitement. The rogue turned in surprise. "You wish to help me?" She nodded, confidently thumping her chest. "Warrior, I assure you, I prepared everyone's sleeping areas. I must tell you, the bedding I made is quite comfortable." The rogue smiled wryly, shaking his head. "It's best I handle it myself." Snow, thinking he doubted her capabilities, looked dejected, her disappointment evident on her face. The rogue, preoccupied with his own thoughts, paid little attention to her feelings. He stroked his chin, pondering how to bind the wood into a bed. In this primitive society, only ropes and resilient vines could serve that purpose. Unfortunately, ropes were non-existent. As for vines, he had searched for them while gathering stones in the valley, but they were all dry and lacked sufficient flexibility. Such vines could not even withstand slight bending before breaking. If only he could find the vines used by the Black Mountain tribe to bind him yesterday. Unable to suppress his thoughts, the rogue mused aloud. His words, unintentional, caught Snow's attention. "Warrior, do you need vines?" Turning around, the rogue realized she might have a solution. He eagerly asked, "Sister, do you know where to find such things?" She replied, "Yes, I often see them while hunting." Delighted, the rogue inquired, "Then, could you bring some back for me tomorrow?" Snow readily agreed, but fearing the vines she spoke of might differ from what he desired, the rogue took the time to explain several times before she assured him. With that, the rogue felt relieved. Having resolved a pressing issue, the rogue's spirits lifted as he gazed at the logs on the ground, realizing that without the vines, he could not yet construct a bed. His mood inevitably sank once more, and he sighed, "Alas, tonight I shall once again be conversing with the snakes, insects, and vermin in my dreams." Casting aside his myriad thoughts, with Snow's assistance, they quickly assembled a simple bedding area, kindled a fire, and exchanged a few words before she took her leave. In order to fend off venomous creatures, Ji-Zai deliberately positioned the bonfire not far from his sleeping area. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about the sparks igniting his bedding at night, and it would also serve as an effective deterrent against any poisonous insects that might intrude into the cave. Whether in primitive or modern society, the fear that wild beasts have of fire remains paramount. With such thoughts in mind, Ji-Zai soon drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, outside the cave, Shui glanced back at the rising bonfire 3 times, marveling at the sight. In their tribe, only the chieftain and the esteemed shaman had the privilege to kindle the sacred fire while resting. Even the elders were not permitted to overstep this boundary. Yet, Jizai had done just that, and no one dared to intervene, for it was his own flame after all. What could they do? Truly, he was a warrior of exceptional caliber. Clenching her fists, Shui felt an inexplicable thrill as she made her way back to her own cave. The night passed without incident, and as dawn broke, the primitive folk ventured out to hunt. After enjoying the fruits that Shui had gifted him, Jizai ascended once more to the peaks surrounding the valley, in search of stones suitable for crafting tools. The sun blazed overhead, and after a morning of relentless searching, Jizai, drenched in sweat, leaned against a tree to rest, panting in frustration. Damn it, if only I had my pack, I wouldn't be reduced to scavenging for these worthless stones. The harder he worked, the more he grumbled. Casting a glance at his meager haul, a pitiful 2 or 3 shards of stone, his disappointment only intensified. Exhausted and parched, he decided to give up the search. Dejected, Jizai sat on the ground, pounding his aching thighs in frustration. The chirping of birds and the gentle sounds of the stream created an unexpectedly charming atmosphere, which somewhat lifted his spirits. He wondered how Shui was faring in her gathering of vines. After resting for a while and regaining some strength, Jizai made his way towards the stream, muttering to himself, the essentials must take precedence. What choice did he have? Reluctant to sleep on the ground, he had to strive to gather materials for a bed. Life must go on. Arriving at the water's edge, Jizai bent down and cupped his hands to drink deeply from the mountain spring. The coolness sent delightful shivers through his body, prompting an involuntary exclamation of pleasure. Just as he savored the refreshing water swirling in his throat, his gaze suddenly halted. When his eyes landed on a small cluster of bamboo-like plants across the stream, they sparkled with excitement. Could it be? No way, that would be too miraculous. In a flurry of anticipation, Jizai hastily set down the stones he had collected and leapt into the stream, dog-paddling towards the opposite bank. Upon reaching the plants, he estimated their height to be around 20 to 30 centimeters, not many in number, only about a dozen. Yet, the mere thought of what these plants might be quickened his breath. Gently, he extended his hands to unearth the roots of these plants, carefully removing the soil bit by bit. As he finally revealed the roots, Jizai could contain his joy no longer and erupted into hearty laughter. Indeed, it is true. Ha! I am undoubtedly the protagonist of this tale. My luck knows no bounds. The raucous laughter startled numerous birds, sending them scattering into the sky. Once the mirth subsided, Jizai stood there, snorting with glee, meticulously arranging the plants he had just unearthed, his face alight with irrepressible joy. Ginger, wild ginger. Though few in number, it was indeed ginger. In an instant, thoughts of its myriad benefits flooded Jizai's mind. Ginger thrives in moist environments, favoring places abundant in water. Looking around the valley, what locale could boast a more plentiful water source than the stream's edge? With care, Jizai washed the ginger roots in the water, and as he did, he couldn't help but chuckle again. While ginger is commonly viewed merely as a seasoning, its greater significance lies in its medicinal properties. For instance, it serves as an excellent supplement for women during their monthly cycles. Its spiciness induces perspiration, combats bacteria and ailments, alleviates nausea, dispels cold, and invigorates the blood. Truly, it is said that no man should be without ginger for 100 days. Folklore states, in winter eat radishes, in summer eat ginger, keep ginger at home, and minor ailments will not cause alarm. In summary, ginger is a commonplace yet incredibly significant substance. It can be used as a seasoning or as a medicinal herb. This remarkable root is not merely a chameleon of the culinary world. It holds a distinguished status in herbal medicine as well. As Jizai reveled in the multitude of benefits associated with ginger, his earlier frustrations regarding the lack of stones for tools vanished completely. He envisioned presenting these roots to the shaman that evening, recalling how he had exchanged mugwort for meat the previous day. Surely, with these ginger roots, he would procure even greater rewards. Just with that thought, a wide grin spread across his face. After gathering the ginger, Jizai did not discard the stalks, as he was uncertain whether more ginger could be found in the valley. Keeping the stalks would allow him the opportunity to cultivate them himself. As for whether the ginger would thrive, Jizai was unperturbed. The Compendium of Materia Medica noted that as long as the roots remained intact, ginger could survive. He had been exceedingly careful while collecting the ginger, ensuring not to damage the roots. Chapter 20. I can't believe I almost forgot something. With ginger in hand, Jizai crossed the stream, no longer preoccupied with the task of gathering stones. Having achieved a greater bounty, the search for stone tools seemed trivial in comparison. What he yearned for now was to return with the ginger and roots to plant them by the pond in front of his cave. Although ginger can survive as long as the roots are intact, who knows if they might lose moisture before being planted. With such thoughts in mind, Ji-Zai quickly organized his finds, bringing along the stones he had gathered that morning, and descended the mountain back to his dwelling. The first thing he did was to plant the roots. To protect the precious ginger stalks from meddlesome birds, Ji-Zai fashioned a small fence by inserting branches around them. After completing his tasks, about an hour had passed. Leaning against the shade of a tree, Ji-Zai polished the stones while his gaze frequently wandered to the ginger. His delight palpable. If I can successfully cultivate these, I will never again have to endure tasteless roasted meat, he murmured. As he muttered these words, a wistful expression crossed his face, and he clicked his tongue, lamenting what a pity, ginger without salt. Such is human nature, forever greedy. When one possesses something, thoughts of acquiring something even better inevitably arise. The attitude of the thief Ji is just as such. However, salt is not equivalent to ginger. This substance requires refinement. Of course, the thief Ji could also learn from the monkeys, obtaining salt from the bodies of his companions. Yet, as he pondered this, a sigh escaped him. It would be better to refrain from acquiring salt from those primitive individuals, for they possess little salt to begin with and are filthy. What if it were to lead to a fatality? The thief Ji worriedly mused, but apart from this, he was at a loss as to where to procure salt. Although he was knowledgeable about the method of extracting sea salt, the crux of the matter was that the valley he inhabited was an unknown distance from the coastline, likely beyond his lifetime's reach. As for land salt, it was indeed a possibility, given that the majority of sustenance in the history of Huaxia was derived from it. However, the key issue was that the thief Ji was unaware of how to extract it. Never mind, he thought, there will surely be a way when the time comes. Why concern himself with such matters? The thief Ji consoled himself. Soon, he gathered his wandering thoughts, took up the sharpened stones he had organized, and continued to chop down trees, preparing trunks for his bed. By the time he completed his task, it was nearly the hour when the hunters would return. As expected, just as the thief Ji set down his belongings, the plump elder arrived with others, calling for him. After a brief pause, the thief Ji arranged his items and joined the plump elder in the center of the valley. The food gathered was similar to that of the previous day, with merely a few pitiful small animals, and the fruits, well, they were even fewer than yesterday. This disparity was felt by the thief Ji from the weight of the food he held in his bosom. Moreover, unlike the previous day when the people appeared calm, their expressions now bore traces of discontent. As for the reason, the thief Ji could not ascertain. After distributing the food, the plump elder called the thief Ji again, stating that the shaman wished to see him. To be honest, the thief Ji felt a bit embarrassed. What was with this witch, constantly seeking him out at night? After all, it was a dark and stormy night, a solitary man and woman. Such rumors would not reflect well. After agreeing, the thief Ji said to wait a moment, returned to his dwelling with the fruits that belonged to him, and retrieved the ginger chunks he had acquired during the day. Just as he was about to head to the shaman's abode, footsteps echoed from outside the cave, followed by the sound of snow crunching. Warrior, warrior. The young girl's voice sounded quite excited, likely due to some joyous news. The thief Ji hastily emerged from the cave, only to see Xue approaching with a bundle of vines. Upon reaching him, the young girl panted, "Warrior, do you think these vines can be used? If not, I shall go and gather more tomorrow." The thief Ji exclaimed in delight, "Sister, how did you manage to gather so many?" Xue blushed. "I did not participate in the hunt today. I was busy gathering vines." The thief Ji understood then why the food acquired today was scarce. It turned out Xue had not picked fruits but had devoted her time to gathering vines, which also explained the displeasure among the others. His initial intention was merely for Xue to collect a few vines on the side. Yet this stubborn girl had spent the entire day at it, inciting the resentment of her companions. Just then, Xue's stomach let out a growl. The thief Ji snapped back to reality, understanding that it was likely because Xue had not hunted and thus received no food. Thinking this, he said, "Sister, please wait." With that, he retrieved his fruits from the cave and handed them to Xue. "Warrior, what are you doing? I cannot accept your food," she protested, bewildered. The thief Ji feigned a stern expression. "Take it. You did not receive any food because of me. How can you go without eating?" Xue lowered her head and murmured, "Actually, I ate. My father and mother gave me some." As she spoke, her stomach growled again, revealing her deceit. Without further ado, the thief Ji pressed the fruits into Xue's arms, stating, "These vines are already sufficient. Tomorrow, do not worry about them. Just do as you please. While speaking, the thief Ji turned his back to Shui and tugged at the vines, testing their flexibility. Unbeknownst to him, behind him, Shui's eyes were glistening with unshed tears. All right, warrior. I understand, she replied, her voice tinged with a sob. Yes, this is for the best. The thief Ji, oblivious to the quiver in Shui's voice, continued experimenting with the vines, discovering their excellent resilience, comparable to those of the Heishan tribe. Satisfied, he nodded and thought to himself, tonight, I shall finally rest off the ground. The thief Ji sighed deeply, feeling a sense of accomplishment. He placed the vines into the cave, lit a campfire, and then arranged the processed wood neatly, binding them securely with the vines. After a half-hour of labor, a rectangular frame emerged on the ground. After removing the four sides, he also used the excess wood to reinforce the center, applying the principle that triangles do not deform. Once the semi-finished bed frame was set up, the thief Ji tested its sturdiness with his hand and, finding it solid without wobbling, nodded in satisfaction. Shui, who had been watching the thief Ji's work, set down the fruit she had been nibbling on and weakly asked, Warrior, is this what you meant by a bed to rest on? But there's nowhere to lie down. How will one sleep? It was no wonder Shui asked this, for the so-called bed the thief Ji had constructed lacked a sleeping surface. He had merely created a frame, and lying on it would result in a fall. It resembled more of a coffin without a lid than a bed. The thief Ji had anticipated this and chuckled. Thus, the final step is still needed. With that, he placed the remaining long pieces of wood atop the frame, stacking them together to form a semblance of a sleeping surface. Since he had intentionally left extra length while binding the bed frame, there was no need to secure these pieces with vines. He simply employed an interlocking method. After more than an hour of effort, the bed was finally completed. Although the surface made of rounded wood was somewhat uncomfortable, it would still be preferable to sleeping on the ground when covered with straw or other soft materials. Observing the product of his 2 days' labor, the thief Ji clapped his hands, proudly saying to Shui, Sister, lie down and give it a try. Shui nodded and climbed onto the subpar bed, which stood 50 centimeters high. The thief Ji eagerly inquired, What does it feel like? After a moment's thought, Shui honestly replied, It's quite uncomfortable. The thief Ji grimaced at her response, called her down, and piled the straw he had used for resting the previous night onto the ground, firmly patting it down before saying, Now try lying down again. Shui did so and, after a brief moment, remarked, It's comfortable, but warrior, how does this differ from sleeping on the ground? Silly girl, he replied, this way snakes, insects, and rodents cannot crawl up, and you need not worry about being bitten while sleeping at night. As Ji-Zhe spoke, he summoned the snow and continued to tidy up his bedding. Upon hearing his words, Shui instantly comprehended the situation. While sleeping on the ground was indeed convenient, it was as Ji-Zhe had mentioned. Upon awakening the next day, one would often find numerous marks on their body from insect bites. If the insects were harmless, it was merely a matter of itchiness. However, should one be unfortunate enough to encounter venomous creatures, it would be far beyond mere discomfort. It was well known that within the tribe, there were always unfortunate members who had succumbed to the fatal sting of poisonous insects. Ji-Zhe's method was, without a doubt, an effective means of guarding against such threats. Moreover, the critical point was that sleeping on this so-called bed was just as comfortable as on the ground. Contemplating this, Shui's eyes suddenly sparkled, and she clenched her fists, looking at Ji-Zhe with excitement. Warrior, how did you come up with this? Ji-Zhe, perplexed, turned back while patting the bedding. What? Shui pointed at the bed. This. Ji-Zhe responded with an "Oh," pausing to say, You mean this? In our place we rest like this all the time. Sister, let me tell you, our beds are far superior to this, so much softer. As he spoke, Ji-Zhe's voice trailed off. Shui looked at him curiously. Warrior, what's wrong? Ji-Zhe hissed softly. I have a nagging feeling that I've forgotten something. What could it be? Shui stared blankly at Ji-Zhe. Oh no, I forgot that woman was looking for me. This is bad. Suddenly, Ji-Zhe snapped back to reality, shouted, and dashed toward the witch's dwelling, reminding Shui to wait for his return. Shui, confused, only managed to respond, and before she could utter a word of caution, Ji-Zhe had vanished from sight. Chapter 21. I am truly a genius. Ji-Zhe sprinted with all his might, finally reaching the cave where the witch resided at an astonishing speed. He bent over, supporting his legs while gasping for breath, wiping the sweat from his chin, and inquired of the 2 guards stationed there. Brothers, how is the esteemed witch faring? Both guards looked down at him with expressions that were somewhat unnatural. One of them, with a hint of schadenfreude, replied, The witch is doing quite well, but she said if you took too long to arrive, she would kill you. Those words left Jizai frozen in place. At that moment, a middle-aged woman who frequently attended to the witch emerged from within, asking, "Has the warrior not yet arrived?" Upon noticing Jizai standing there, her eyes lit up, and she rushed forward to grab him. "Warrior, you have come. Hurry inside. The witch has been anxiously waiting for you." Though Jizai felt the urge to resist, the strength of this woman was such that he found it impossible to break free. He was practically coerced into the cave, and before he could steady himself, he saw the witch sitting on the bedding, clutching her stomach with an expression filled with murderous intent. Her gaze occasionally flickered with malice, causing Jizai to instinctively swallow hard. "You've arrived?" the witch hissed, suppressing her anger. Jizai's expression stiffened. Yes, I'm here." The witch waved her hand, dismissing the middle-aged woman. Once the cave was left with only the witch and Jizai, her cold laughter echoed ominously. "Hey Jizai, you are the first in the tribe to dare defy my will. When food distribution was happening, I had someone call for you, yet you delayed until now." The witch, rubbing her abdomen, continued angrily. "Did you think that just because you've become a warrior, no one could control you?" Jizai gulped and mustered up the courage to say, "Well, esteemed witch, there's a reason for my tardiness." The witch snapped. "Dare you to argue? Do you know that, in this tribe, defying my orders warrants punishment by beheading?" Upon hearing this, Jizai exclaimed inwardly, wondering if the witch considered herself an emperor or a queen, just a secondary leader of a 100-strong tribe. Yet she spoke as if she were the likes of Wu Zetian. "Bring the slender elder to me." Just as Jizai was contemplating this, the witch shouted hoarsely to the outside. Hearing her voice snapped Jizai back to reality, and he hurriedly stepped forward to cover the witch's mouth. No. Esteemed witch, please hear me out first." The witch, muffled by his hand, let out a couple of whimpers, and with determination, she bit down on Jizai's hand, causing him to jump back in pain, cursing, "Damn it, are you a dog?" The witch looked at the retreating Jizai cautiously. "What do you want to say? And what is a dog?" Jizai hesitated, waving his hand dismissively. "Forget it, you wouldn't understand. The truth is, I was quite happy to come here initially because I found a way to cure your ailment, esteemed witch. However, you seem ungrateful and threaten to behead me instead. My heart feels so very cold." Jizai feigned a pitiful demeanor, all the while stealing glances at the witch's expression. As expected, when the witch heard that Jizai had found a way to heal her, her expression instantly shifted. Her face flushed with excitement, then softened, and suppressing her impulse, she widened her eyes to ask Jizai, "What did you just say?" Jizai, fully aware of what the witch meant, feigned ignorance. "I just feel so very cold inside." "Not that, you said you found a way to heal me?" the witch asked impatiently. Jizai was deliberately teasing her. "Yes, but you don't seem to appreciate it." "I can't help that." "Oh well, such is fate. If I must be beheaded, so be it, for I have delayed your important matters by seeking the solution and not following your orders. Being beheaded is my own fault." As he spoke, Jizai wore an expression of resignation, as if to say, "Come on, do your worst. I'm already lying here." However, the witch was now filled with an urge to kick him to death. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" The witch, who had been in excruciating pain, shakily stood up and approached Jizai, her tone laced with disbelief. "Are you saying this is true?" Jizai, feigning pity, sighed and revealed the ginger he had brought. "Yes, just these items. But I see that the esteemed witch doesn't need them anymore, so I will just throw them away." With that, Jizai made a motion as if he were about to toss it into the fire. "Stop right there." The witch's voice boomed like a lioness roar, startling even the two guards at the cave entrance. They hurriedly rushed in, their faces filled with alarm, asking, "What happened? What happened?" "None of your business. Leave." The witch cast a glance at the two and reprimanded them. The guards exchanged puzzled looks, bewildered by the unusual display of anger from the normally composed sorceress. Unable to comprehend the situation, they retreated. After their departure, the witch approached and seized the thief's arm, asking, "Are you suggesting that this can cure my affliction?" Observing the conflicted expression on her face, a mixture of eagerness and trepidation, the thief suppressed a smile and replied, "Even if it cannot cure you, it will certainly improve your condition, my lady." The witch patted her chest, exhaling with relief. "How wonderful! How wonderful!" Yet, the thief still cast it aside. Seeing this, the witch let out a yowl as if her tail had been stepped on, rushing to retrieve it, brushing it off tenderly, and turning back with indignation. "What do you think you're doing?" The thief, appearing unapologetic, retorted, "It's this thing that has caused me to waste precious time before you. My lady, it is the root of all trouble. Why should I keep it? Upon hearing this, the witch could not help but let out a small gasp. She understood the implication behind his words. He was blaming her. Lowering her gaze, she coughed twice. This matter is my fault. I misjudged you, brave warrior. Feigning ignorance. The thief replied, What did you say, my lady? I didn't hear you. The witch's face flushed, and she gritted her teeth, exclaiming, It's all my fault. I apologize. Now do you hear me? The thief's eyes sparkled with amusement. Now I hear you, my lady. How obedient you are. If looks could kill, the thief would have been reduced to mere fragments at that moment. Not wishing to engage in further debate, the witch, holding the ginger, asked, You say this can heal me? How exactly? The thief answered, It's simple. Just boil it with red dates to make a soup and drink it. The witch, momentarily confused, asked, What soup? What are red dates? Realizing he had forgotten that this era lacked both red dates and the concept of soup, the thief hesitated, his expression revealing his discomfort. Sensing his unease, the witch furrowed her brow and inquired, What's wrong? Regaining his composure, the thief replied, Nothing at all. I was merely rambling earlier. Actually, if you slice the ginger and apply it to your abdomen, it will heal your ailment. The witch, unaware of his true thoughts, felt a glimmer of hope upon hearing his suggestion. Really? Just slice this peculiar root and place it on my belly? She asked. The thief remained impassive. It's ginger. The witch muttered, Ginger, what a strange name. The thief smiled silently. The witch, her thoughts consumed by the ginger, was aware that menstrual pain was no trivial matter. Although mugwort had its uses, she had no idea what it was. Throughout the day, she had instructed the guards to collect various weeds, yet none were effective. Otherwise, she would not have summoned the thief. In the cave, there were stone shards, and her excitement led her to slice the ginger herself. The thief observed quietly, feeling a spark of inspiration. He had not considered it before, but now realized that vessels were indispensable in life. After all, he couldn't survive solely on roasted meat. How much carbon dioxide would he consume if he did? The witch's predicament reminded him of the necessity of creating containers, whether for drinking hot water or cooking. However, ordinary soil would not suffice for crafting vessels. Even when mixed with water, its adhesive properties were inadequate. The best material for making vessels was clay. But where could one find clay? The termite mounds. How could he have forgotten? As long as he broke the mounds to gather the earth, mixed it with water to form the shape of a vessel, and fired it, he could create containers. I truly am a genius, he thought, beaming with delight. Just then, the witch, who was slicing ginger, wrinkled her nose at the peculiar scent. The thief snapped back to reality, smiling at the witch, realizing that the resources before him should not go to waste. Lady Sorceress, he suddenly spoke, his tone polite. The witch paused, sizing him up with a bemused expression. What do you want? The thief rubbed his nose, glancing at her long legs, wanting to say something cheeky, but recalling his ulterior motives, he refrained. It's like this, my lady. I have a method to maximize the effectiveness of the ginger and effectively treat your condition. He glanced at the witch, who was comfortably resting with the ginger on her abdomen. The witch, taken aback by his words, stared at him in surprise. What method? The thief, playing coy, shook his head. I cannot disclose it just yet. However, I require soil, lots and lots of soil, along with plenty of wood. The witch replied, perplexed. There is plenty of soil in the tribe. Can't you just dig it up? And there are many trees in the valley. Do you really need to mention this to me? The thief thought to himself, if it were ordinary soil, why would he come to her? He needed termite clay. Moreover, even if he did it himself, how much could he gather in a day? Thus, the thief replied, My lady, what I need is not ordinary soil, but the clay that termites use to construct their mounds. The witch, confused, asked, What are termites? The thief struggled to explain, glancing around until he spotted an ant passing by. He crouched down to pick it up, saying, It's like this, but white. I need the clay they use for their mounds. The witch remained baffled. What do you need that for? Well, I just need it, along with a lot of wood. Once I have those, rest assured, my lady, I will ensure your health is restored, and swiftly. Realizing he could not clarify further, he used her health as an excuse. As expected, when he uttered those words, the witch's breath quickened. Is everything you say true? She asked, a hint of hope in her voice. The thief nodded. Of course. He thought to himself that he was correct. Curing menstrual pain could not rely solely on mugwort and ginger slices. Several other essential herbs were required. However, without crafting vessels, even if he found those herbs, he would have no means to prepare them. With this in mind, he nodded vigorously. The witch, somewhat cautious, lowered her head, contemplating for a considerable time before finally gathering the resolve to look up at the thief and declare, "Very well. I shall summon the elders fat and thin to begin collecting that clay you require starting tomorrow." The thief felt a surge of joy within, yet dared not display it outwardly. He cleared his throat softly and corrected, "It is called sticky clay." At this moment, the witch's spirits lifted, and she dismissed the exact nature of the clay with a grand gesture. "Whatever type of clay, it matters not." The thief gazed at the witch and said, "If there is nothing else, I will take my leave." The witch nodded in satisfaction. "Off you go." However, the thief remained still, his eyes drawn to the meat laid out on the ground. With a flourish, the witch commanded, "Take it." The thief's delight soared as he exclaimed, "Ah, truly, the esteemed witch is considerate. Rest well, and I shan't intrude further." With that, he took the meat and departed. As he walked away, he could still hear the witch calling for the elders behind him. On his way back, the thief pondered that the crafting of vessels had indeed been confirmed as a priority. The only uncertainty lay in whether the primitive folk could procure sufficient sticky clay for him. Furthermore, the fuel for firing the vessels and pots could not consist of ordinary wood, as it would lack the necessary intensity. Charcoal could serve as a suitable material, he mused. Yet, in this primitive society, charcoal was virtually non-existent. Alas, it seemed he would first need to produce charcoal himself. The method of charcoal production was known to the thief. When wood undergoes incomplete combustion or burns in a sealed, oxygen-deprived environment, a chemical reaction occurs, resulting in charcoal. The extraction method was indeed simple. With this thought, the thief's mood gradually brightened, and he skipped merrily towards his cave. Upon arrival, he found Snow still sitting by the campfire, her attention drawn to his approach. She cheered, rising to her feet. "Warrior, you have returned." The thief nodded, presenting the meat. "Here, eat up, sister." Snow, still puzzled, inquired, "Warrior, where did you obtain this meat?" The thief chuckled. "That is a matter you need not concern yourself with. The mountain man has his clever tricks." The young girl gazed at him with a bemused expression, utterly bewildered by his words. However, he chose not to delve further into the topic. Instead, he retrieved the ginger he had brought earlier, crushed it with a stone to extract its juice, and smeared it over the surface of the meat before placing it over the fire to roast. Curious about his peculiar actions, Snow asked, "Warrior, what are you doing?" The thief replied while tending to the fire, adding seasoning. "Come, sister, taste and see how it is." He handed her the roasted meat. As Snow cautiously accepted it and took a bite, her eyes widened in delight. "It's so fragrant." The thief patted his belly with satisfaction. Indeed, it would be even more aromatic with salt. Although Snow had no comprehension of what salt was, she accepted his words unquestioningly, munching away while nodding enthusiastically. Meanwhile, inside the witch's cave, the elders fat and thin stood before her, both wearing expressions of trepidation. "Esteemed witch, our tribe already has a limited labor force. Our daily hunts are barely sufficient. Yet, you wish to allocate some of our kin to gather that clay?" The witch pursed her lips in silence. "It is sticky clay." The elder fat's face flushed. Sticky clay, sticky clay. "And we must gather it? If we do so, our people may go hungry." The witch understood his concerns but pondered. What if the remaining tribesmen also ventured out? The elder thin gasped. "Esteemed witch, that would not do. What if other tribes take this opportunity to attack us?" The witch contemplated, acknowledging the elder thin's point. Yet, the thought of the hope for her ailment's remedy stirred her resolve, and she gritted her teeth. "But we still have warriors in the tribe, and it is merely for a few days. It should be fine." The elders exchanged glances, both recognizing the helplessness in each other's eyes. The elder fat tentatively questioned, "Esteemed witch, what purpose do you have for collecting clay and wood?" The witch responded succinctly, "It is of use," as the warrior indicated. Upon uttering this, she quickly covered her mouth. The elder thin sprang to his feet. "It is him again." The witch's cheeks flushed. "Very well, it is decided. Starting tomorrow, we shall send a group of tribesmen to gather sticky clay and wood." Despite the elders' attempts to voice their concerns, the witch had already issued her decree. With no choice but to exit the cave, the two elders exchanged glances and sighed in unison. The elder fat looked skyward. What does the warrior truly intend to accomplish? The elder thin clenched his fists, his expression filled with resentment. Regardless of his intentions, should anything befall the tribe, I will not spare him. The elder fat furrowed his brow but chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, as the thief roasted the meat, he suddenly sneezed, rubbing his nose and muttering, "How curious. Why do I suddenly feel a chill?" Snow replied, "Really? I still feel a bit warm." The thief pursed his lips, choosing not to respond. After they finished the roasted meat and exchanged some idle chatter, Snow returned home, leaving the thief alone, reclining on his bed, arms behind his head. Swinging his feet in triumph, from tomorrow onwards, the crafting of vessels shall commence. I wonder what the outcome will be. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, the thief soon drifted into slumber. Upon waking the next day, he found the valley eerily empty, including himself, the witch, and a few elders. The tribe consisted of no more than 8 individuals. All the other primitives had ventured out, leaving the usual guards absent. The thief felt perplexed, unaware of the situation, oblivious to the fact that he had unwittingly drawn the ire of the elder thin, and he busied himself with preparations. His first task was to construct a sealed kiln for charcoal production. He dug a pit in front of the cave, mixed water to form mud, and built it up in circular layers until it reached over a meter in height. He left a fist-sized opening at the bottom for airflow. Next, the thief used a stone knife to strip bark from trees and fashioned ropes from his clothing, creating a rudimentary fan with branches and bark. He fanned the kiln's opening, finding it quite manageable. Subsequently, he set aside the fan and used a stone shard to chop down the sparse trees in front of the cave. He meticulously tossed the prepared branches into the kiln and lit them on fire. Following this, he sealed the top of the kiln, leaving only the fist-sized opening, and lay down with the fan, continuously fanning the flames. Whenever he grew tired, he switched hands. Whenever hunger struck, he grabbed a piece of fruit from the side to nibble on. By day's end, the thief was utterly filthy, resembling a mottled cat. Though he had endured some toil and mess, his efforts bore fruit. A full half-kiln of charcoal. As Ji-Zai peered into the kiln, still radiating residual heat, he gazed down at the glossy black pieces of charcoal. He retrieved a still warm piece in his hand, and in that moment, his heart swelled with joy. From 1 kiln of wood, he had procured half a kiln of charcoal. Such yield was quite satisfactory. Contentedly, he collected all the cooled charcoal, glancing skyward to ascertain that the hunters from the tribe should be returning shortly. With this thought, he washed his hands and face by the pond, and once refreshed, he patiently awaited their call. Before long, the plump elder arrived punctually. However, today, the elder's countenance bore an unusual gloom, and his tone was not as steady as usual. This caused a pang of unease in Ji-Zai's heart, as he wondered if someone had offended this esteemed figure. Chapter 23. Clay. Feeling apprehensive, Ji-Zai politely asked the elder to wait, swiftly organizing his belongings before rising to follow him to the valley's center. Upon arrival, he observed numerous primitive individuals sharing expressions akin to that of the plump elder, with various mounds of soil scattered beneath their feet. Occasionally, white ants could be seen crawling atop the earth. Is that clay? Ji-Zai's eyes brightened at the realization, momentarily forgetting the elder's discontent. Soon enough, food began to be distributed. Due to the collection of clay, far fewer hunters participated in the hunt. Not because clay was difficult to gather, but rather because locating the white ants' burrows proved to be a challenge. The significant manpower devoted to this pursuit resulted in a corresponding decrease in hunting, leading to a scarcity of food. Traditionally, even in times of meat shortages, each person would receive 7 or 8 fruits, yet now, the average was a pitiful 3 or 4, an entire half less. This incited discontent among the majority of the primitive people, who began to murmur restlessly. Those who had hunted voiced their frustration at receiving so little food, while those who had gathered clay complained that their efforts for the tribe warranted greater reward. Thus, 2 factions emerged, each clamoring for attention. Ultimately, the plump elder, relying on his authority, forcibly quelled the discordant voices. The lean elder observed his clansmen thoughtfully, contemplating that perhaps he could harness their discontent to suggest to the shaman that the troublesome Ji-Zai be expelled from the tribe. With this resolution in mind, the lean elder was determined. Of course, Ji-Zai remained oblivious to these machinations. After the food distribution, he departed, preoccupied with thoughts of brewing soup once the vessels were crafted. Within the shaman's cave, the lean elder summoned several clansmen to transport the clay inside, reporting on the day's activities. Though framed as a work report, it primarily served to malign Ji-Zai, claiming that his peculiar requests had caused the hunters to neglect their daily consumption, leaving many clan members unfed. When the clan members went hungry, their ability to procure more food diminished, leading to an even greater lack of strength for hunting. Although the elder's words were somewhat convoluted, the shaman grasped his intent. Expending labor on the seemingly futile collection of clay was indeed a foolish endeavor. The shaman, well aware of the lean elder's insinuations, understood his desire to rid the tribe of Ji-Zai. However, as the second in command of the tribe, she could never admit to any wrongdoing. Her gaze was profound as she remarked, collecting that clay is of paramount importance. While it may cause a temporary shortfall in food acquisition, in the long run, It will benefit the tribe. Lacking foresight, she could not know that Jizai's endeavor to collect clay was for the purpose of crafting tools. At this juncture, she could only deflect with her words. All her hopes rested on Jizai successfully healing his own body, ideally in a timely manner, thus alleviating her burden of appeasing the dissatisfied clansmen. "Oh Jizai, do not disappoint me," the shaman murmured. The lean elder, unable to catch her words, inquired, "What did you say, shaman?" She shook her head. "Nothing, nothing. I understand the matter. You may leave now. Continue with the collection." The lean elder furrowed his brow at her response, perceiving this undertaking as entirely useless and labor-wasting. Yet he dared not oppose the shaman, simply acquiescing. Upon exiting the cave, the lean elder felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. That wretched boy, wreaking havoc upon our tribe. I must see him expelled. He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. With this thought, he made his way toward the dwellings of the ordinary clansmen. His goal clear, to incite the tribe to cast Jizai out. Meanwhile, Jizai, carrying several pieces of ginger toward the shaman, suddenly sneezed forcefully along the way, rubbing his nose and pondering aloud. "How curious. I've been sneezing quite a bit these past few days." The plump elder, leading the way, remained silent, somewhat unwilling to engage with Jizai. Though he was inherently kind-hearted and sympathetic toward Jizai, he too felt that Jizai had overstepped by persuading the shaman to request that the tribe forego hunting to gather clay. It seemed unreasonable to risk everyone's sustenance for such a trivial pursuit. Yet, the plump elder's heart remained benevolent. He instructed the lean elder to deliver the clay directly to the shaman, ensuring the clan would believe it was a request from the shaman herself. Despite their grievances, they would have to endure, for the shaman's standing in the tribe was quite high. Had the clay been sent directly to Jizai, the clansman would undoubtedly recognize the collection as his eccentric idea, placing him at risk of expulsion. With a heavy sigh, the plump elder glanced at Jizai, who was looking around, silently praying that Jizai's peculiar and burdensome scheme would soon come to an end. Arriving at the entrance of the shaman's cave, the plump elder gestured toward it, stating, "The shaman is inside. You may go in." Unaware of the elder's inner thoughts, Jizai responded with a nod, thanking him before stepping inside. Observing Jizai's retreating figure, the plump elder sighed, thinking, "As long as you refrain from concocting any more bizarre schemes that burden the tribe, I shall consider myself repaid." Shaking his head, he walked away, feeling as though a colossal weight pressed upon him. "Hello, shaman. How do you do?" Jizai entered the cave, raising his hand in greeting with a cheeky grin. However, upon seeing the shaman's dark expression, his smile faltered instantly. Shaman, what troubles you? Is it that time of the month?" "Oh, indeed, your monthly visitor has already arrived." The witch abruptly stood up, startling Jizai to the point where his legs felt weak. "Sister, what are you doing?" Jizai exclaimed. Ignoring his query, the witch pointed towards the clay in the cave, her mood evidently sour. "I have gathered the materials you requested. When will my ailment be cured?" Jizai turned to follow her finger and was taken aback by the heaps of clay in the cave. However, a moment later, his face broke into a radiant smile. "This is indeed a mound of gold." His eyes gleamed with greed as he contemplated. "Alas, it still seems a tad insufficient. With this amount, I could barely craft 1 or 2 pots. Such a meager supply, this is hardly enough." "Dear witch," Jizai candidly expressed his thoughts. The witch, taken aback by his words, questioned her own hearing. "This isn't enough? Do you have any idea how many of our tribe have gone hungry today to gather this worthless material?" Jizai pouted as he approached, rubbing the clay between his fingers. "It's not that I'm being picky. Some of this clay is simply substandard." The witch crossed her arms, exhibiting a petulant demeanor. "Then perhaps you should gather it yourself. I have to be responsible for the bellies of my people." Noticing the hint of reproach in her tone, Jizai couldn't help but chuckle internally. "Already dissatisfied, are we? Just wait until I create the vessels. I might just leave you all in shock." With that thought, he spread his hands in a gesture of exasperation. "That's not feasible, dear witch. You know I need this clay to cure you. If I go out to collect more, who will tend to your ailment?" Jizai's words struck a chord with the witch, and indeed, upon hearing this, she was filled with a mix of fury and helplessness. "Then you must at least share your plans with me. Are you expecting me to consume this clay? Without your thoughts, how can I reassure our people?" Jizai shook his head like a rattle. "The secrets of the heavens must not be divulged. But rest assured, dear witch, my collection of this clay is no mere whim. If I succeed, it will hold great significance for both you and our tribe." Observing Jizai's air of confidence, the witch felt a sense of uncertainty creeping in. After a moment's pause, she sighed. I hope you're not deceiving me. How did I end up in this chaotic situation with you? The chief entrusted the tribe to my care, and here I am. How could this be? Seeing the witch beginning to ramble in disarray, Ji couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh. He produced a portion of ginger and handed it to her. Use this to treat yourself for now. I may be too busy to come by for a few days. The witch held the ginger, fully aware that Ji was merely silencing her. At a loss for words, she could only huff. You better not be deceiving me regarding the clay. Otherwise Ji waved his hand dismissively. I know, you'll have my head for it. But dear sister, could you perhaps choose a different phrase? Your constant threats are wearing me thin. The witch was momentarily rendered speechless by Ji's remark, struggling to find a retort. With a snap of his fingers, Ji spun around with flair. All right, I shall take my leave now, you carry on. The witch stared, dumbfounded, as Ji wrapped the clay in his garment, tilting her head. Shall I find someone to deliver this back for you? Ji's face flushed crimson, realizing the awkwardness of his current predicament. He stood there, red as a beet, muttering an affirmative. The witch called out twice and 2 guards entered, carrying a hide that bore the clay, transporting it to Ji's dwelling. Once outside the cave, Ji suddenly realized, stamping his foot in frustration. Damn it! I forgot the meat. The 2 guards looked at him in confusion. Ji clenched his fist in annoyance. I can't believe I forgot the meat. Chapter 24. Mushroom Soup. After returning to his dwelling with the clay and directing the 2 guards to place it properly, he was unexpectedly met with the absence of Shui, who had yet to arrive. Although Ji felt a twinge of curiosity regarding her absence, he simply assumed she must have been occupied with something else. He ignited a campfire, spread the clay out in the cave, and then ran outside to fetch water, pouring it onto the clay. Over and over again, Ji made countless trips, exhausting himself to the point of fatigue, until the heap of clay was thoroughly soaked. Slumping to the ground, he gasped, if only I had some tools, I wouldn't have to toil like this. With such thoughts, Ji became even more eager for the emergence of the vessels. At the same time, he was filled with determination, forgetting his hunger and the need for rest. Under the cover of night, Ji mixed the clay with water, kneading it into clumps as if he were making dough, completely engrossed in his task. When the clay was sufficiently mixed, Ji began to mold it into the shape of a vessel. However, lacking molds, the form he created was rather unsightly, yet he was still immensely pleased with his efforts. Meanwhile, outside the cave, a faint voice called out, Warrior, are you there? Ji paused, promptly responding, I'm here, come in. As Shui entered with an air of mystery, Ji curiously inquired, Sister, what with the secretive demeanor? Shui shushed him, glancing around before revealing a piece of meat from beneath her animal hide, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Warrior, look what I have, Ji exclaimed, what in the world? Where did you get that? Shui, beaming with a simple-hearted grin, replied, I caught 2 rabbits today. The elder shared some with me. Ji, puzzled, recalled that he hadn't seen the elder distribute any meat to Shui during the food allocation earlier. Could it be that she had received it beforehand? Indeed, that seemed the only explanation. Ji felt a flicker of irritation. Why did the meat need to be distributed away from him? Was it that they feared he would be envious? Noticing Ji's changing expression, Shui, misinterpreting his mood, timidly asked, Warrior, don't you like it? Coming back to his senses, Ji quickly shook his head. No, it's just that you've been quite impressive today, catching 2 rabbits all at once. Shui scratched her head, giggling shyly. Ji, seeing her reaction, couldn't help but smile affectionately. He then motioned towards the campfire with his chin, saying, You should go roast the meat. I need to keep working for a bit. Shui paused, observing Ji kneading the half-formed pot. Her curiosity piqued. Warrior, are you playing with mud? Ji huffed, pointing to his creation. This isn Timir mud, sister. Pay attention. Shui crouched down, poking at Ji's pot, giggling. Warrior, what exactly is this? It looks so strange. Ji hurriedly shielded the pot. Don't poke it. You'll ruin it. Upon witnessing the darling expression on Ji's face, Shui couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. With her hands on her hips, she huffed defiantly. What's so impressive about it? I can mold clay too. Ji was momentarily taken aback. You can? Shui nodded, grabbing a handful of mud and shaping it clumsily. After a moment, Ji stared at her creation, utterly perplexed. Sis, my eyesight isn't great. What exactly is this? Shui gleefully proclaimed. I'm sculpting a noble warrior. Doesn't it resemble one? Ji smacked his forehead, reluctantly agreeing, yes, it looks strikingly similar. Well then, Why don't you go roast some meat first? Shui huffed, reaching for the meat. Wait, wash your hands first, Jizai instructed. I know, Shui replied impatiently. She then ventured to the nearby water pool to clean her hands before returning to skewer the meat on a stick and roast it. The two busied themselves, neither interrupting the other. In a short while, the meat was cooked, and Jizai had successfully fashioned a clay pot along with several bowls. He nudged Shui aside and used the remaining clay to construct a kiln around the campfire, subsequently removing the burning debris and tossing in the charcoal he had prepared earlier. Once the fire blazed adequately, he carefully placed the molded pot and bowls inside. As Shui savored her meat, she curiously inquired, Warrior, what are those black things? Are they wood? And why did you throw the molded clay in there? Jizai, while adding more charcoal, turned back to explain, firstly, those black things are called charcoal. Secondly, what I placed inside ISNT clay, it's a pot. Shui nodded, offering a piece of meat. Ah, a pot. But what use is it? Jizai took a bite of meat, completely oblivious to the blush creeping onto Shui's cheeks from his actions. Sis, let me ask you, do you enjoy eating roasted meat every day? Jizai queried. Shui nodded vigorously. Of course. Roasted meat is so delicious. I'd love to eat it every day. Jizai slapped his forehead. It's not about whether it's tasty or not. Wouldn't you tire of eating roasted meat daily? Shui shook her head. How could I tire of it? It's not like we have meat every day. Watching Shui offer up roasted meat, Jizai, with his dirty hands, took another bite. Realizing he could not explain clearly, he mumbled, if you could have meat every day, would you prefer it roasted or boiled? Boiled? What does that mean? How do you boil it? Shui was perplexed. Jizai pointed to the pot in the fire. You use this to boil. Shui stared at the pot in disbelief. Can that actually work? Jizai nodded, contemplating how to explain to Shui. But realizing that the primitive mind of someone like her had no concept of boiling food, he decided to let it go, saying, you'll understand later. Shui responded with an "oh," falling silent and refraining from asking further. The two sat quietly, Jizai adding charcoal to the fire while munching on the roasted meat Shui fed him. Though he accidentally bit her hand a few times, turning her cheeks crimson. The situation was amusing. One was oblivious, while the other held a hint of expectation. After finishing the roasted meat, Shui sat for a while longer before departing. Jizai continued his work, watching the gradually changing colors of the pot and bowls in the fire. Initially feeling a bit drowsy, he suddenly found himself invigorated. Rubbing his hands together, he incessantly added charcoal to the fire. When the next day arrived, and after a long day of collecting charcoal, Jizai gazed with reddened eyes at the glowing pot in the kiln, suppressing the urge to grab it. With a wide grin he chuckled. Finally, it's done. Once the pot cooled slightly, Jizai eagerly reached in to retrieve it. Knocking on the pot, he listened to the deep, resonant sound it emitted, distinctly different from that of dried clay. He knew he had succeeded. Cradling the pot, which was both crudely crafted and aesthetically pleasing, he marveled at his treasure. Suddenly, he noticed a few spider web-like patterns emerging on the surface of the pot due to the firing process. Feeling a pang of worry, he checked multiple times and, upon confirming that these patterns did not compromise the pot's quality, he sighed in relief. Carefully stacking the pot and the finished bowls in the cave, Jizai glanced at the dwindling charcoal in the fire, unable to resist pondering. Charcoal was indeed a remarkable resource, providing more heat than firewood. He realized that without the prepared charcoal, he would not have been able to fire the pot last night. Relying solely on wood would have taken him at least a day and a night. I need to prepare more charcoal, Jizai resolved. He was not content to stop at just one pot. After all, would it be used for storing water or for cooking? Thus, Jizai was determined that since he had successfully crafted one pot, why not make a few more? For cooking, for storing water, and for keeping food or small tools. After all, the more, the merrier. With this thought, Jizai felt energized again and set off once more to the peaks surrounding the valley to collect firewood. Do not ask why Jizai did not chop down the trees in front of the cave. Those easily felled saplings had already been cleared, and the remaining ones were far too resilient for his primitive tools. He could have gathered a substantial amount of firewood in the time it would take to fell them. With this in mind, Jizai reached the mountainside, selecting suitable firewood while also scouting for any edible mushrooms or plants that could be used for soup, such as mushrooms or wood ear fungus. After a busy morning, Jizai gathered enough firewood for an entire kiln of charcoal and also collected a good number of wild mushrooms. Of course, Jizai was discerning, avoiding bright-colored mushrooms known to be toxic. Even a child understands that the more colorful they are, the more likely they are to be poisonous. Satisfied with his morning haul, Jizai washed the mushrooms by the water pool, filled the now-dried pot with half a jar of water, and then fashioned a simple stove in the cave using stones mixed with clay, deliberately leaving an opening for the pot size. Once everything was complete, Jizai first dried the stove with firewood, then lit the campfire and set up the pot, ready to prepare his first mushroom soup since arriving in this primitive world. As he placed the cleaned mushrooms and water on the stove, Jizai added more firewood, while envisioning the deliciousness of the mushroom soup. Lost in thought, he couldn't help but salivate at the prospect of finally having a chance to enjoy soup. The broth was light, lacking any seasonings, yet even so, it did not dampen Jizai's enthusiasm. He glanced at the meat that had been delivered to him yesterday, still retaining a fist-sized portion. After pondering for a moment, Jizai took the meat and chopped it into minced pieces with a stone knife, intending to prepare a delightful mushroom meat soup. The base of the clay pot was rather thick, making it challenging to cook the contents quickly. Seizing the opportunity, Jizai picked up a piece of wood, about the thickness of his forearm, and diligently began to carve it with the stone knife. His goal was to fashion a spoon, which would serve the purpose of scooping the soup. When it comes to spoons, bamboo would be the most suitable material. First, one must select the right bamboo, then cut away the excess, leaving a handle. This process is reminiscent of the ancient oil vendors depicted in dramas. However, Jizai could not find bamboo in the valley and, pressed for time to create a spoon, he had no choice but to rely on his rudimentary carving skills. The wait felt interminable, but after an hour, Jizai finally heard the bubbling sounds emanating from the pot. He glanced at the half-finished wooden spoon in his hand and let out a sound of frustration, wishing he had an iron pot. Although the clay pot was adequate, it was evident that using it to cook soup was a considerable waste of time. Yet, when the tantalizing aroma wafted from the pot, all his discontent dissipated. After all, just 3 days prior, the Frost Valley tribe had been primitive natives subsisting on raw flesh. His arrival had transformed not only their use of fire but also introduced them to the crafting of clay pots. It was truly a remarkable feat. If future archaeologists were to discover the remnants of the Frost Valley tribe and unearth the existence of these clay pots, they might proclaim, in the vast ancient mountains, primitive humans had begun to master the art of pottery, marking a significant advancement in ancient human ingenuity. This represented a shift, allowing these early humans to conserve hunting resources and facilitating considerable progress in tribal development. Contemplating this, Jizai couldn't help but chuckle. He wiped his mouth, set down the unfinished wooden spoon, and picked up 2 chopsticks he had whittled from branches, squatting in front of the pot and fishing around inside. The fragrant aroma of mushrooms mingled with the tenderness of the meat, filling his nostrils and refreshing his spirit. He picked up a piece of mushroom with the chopsticks and brought it to his mouth. The scalding heat almost made him spit it out, yet he managed to swallow it down. Throwing his head back, he laughed heartily. What a delight! A few birds resting in the trees were startled by Jizai's laughter, taking flight and glancing down at this peculiarly dressed primitive. Their eyes filled with confusion. What on earth was this fellow doing? For days, he had been chopping down the great trees where their companions lived, leaving them homeless, and now he seemed to have lost his mind. However, Jizai had no time to consider the thoughts of these creatures. He picked up a bowl, eagerly dipped it into the pot, braving the hot steam, and ladled out half a bowl of soup. After blowing on it to cool it down, he drank it eagerly. Now I realize that those who say, "As long as I have a meal, you can have some soup," are indeed good people, Jizai mused, licking the broth from the corners of his mouth with a sigh of contentment. Without further ado, he repeatedly dipped the bowl into the pot to scoop more mushroom soup. Within 20 minutes, he had devoured nearly the entire pot. Feeling full and satisfied, Jizai patted his belly and sighed contentedly. In the 4 days since he had arrived in this primitive society, he had never felt such satisfaction. He looked at the pot, his expression filled with gratitude. With this vessel, he no longer had to subsist on monotonous roasted meat. After resting for a while, Jizai stood up, took the now cooled pot, washed it thoroughly by the water's edge, and carefully returned it to its place. He then checked the mushrooms he had gathered, noting that there would be enough for 2 more meals, and decided not to worry about them for the moment, instead resuming work on the unfinished spoon. Time flew by, and only when the hunters returned from their expedition did Jizai finally complete his wooden spoon. It wasn't that he was slow. After all, the freshly carved spoon had rough edges that were quite sharp, and Jizai had to exert considerable effort to smooth them down. Furthermore, he wasn't solely focused on crafting the wooden spoon. He had also completed the charcoal he intended to refine from the wood he had gathered that morning. Observing the smooth wooden spoon in his hand and the pile of charcoal stacked in the cave, Jizai nodded in satisfaction, thinking to himself that once the clay arrived, he would use this charcoal to create more vessels. Just as he resolved this, the portly elder called him over to share food. After placing the wooden spoon and the pot in order, Ji stood up and followed the elder into the valley. Today, the catch was scarcer than the previous day. While yesterday each person had gathered 3 or 4 fruits, today there were only a meager 1 or 2, and those were of inferior quality. Discontent was evident on the faces of the tribe. Seeing this, the portly elder sighed, casting a deliberate glance at Ji. This fellow seemed oblivious to the fact that since he had called him over, no one had gone hunting, and everyone had been busy gathering clay for him. Despite his internal dissatisfaction, the portly elder refrained from voicing his concerns. Once the food was distributed, Ji returned to his dwelling. After he left, the lean elder approached the portly elder and whispered, "The food gathered by the tribe has diminished further. At this rate, they will surely starve. Old fat, you must think of a solution." The portly elder replied, "Perhaps we should consult the shaman and request that the shaman cease the clay gathering." The lean elder nodded, selecting several representatives from the caves, and together they hurried to the witch's dwelling. Upon their arrival, they found the witch just having clay sent to Ji. When Ji left yesterday, he had mentioned that he could not come for a while due to his search for a treatment for himself, and he had also left ample ginger. For these 2 reasons, the witch had not summoned Ji today. With her stomach filled with ginger, she was no longer troubled by menstrual pain, and the long-standing ailment seemed on the verge of being cured. The witch, momentarily distracted, wondered how Ji was faring in his preparations and whether he had found a remedy. She also questioned whether today's clay would suffice for his needs. As she pondered, the portly and lean elders, along with 5 representatives from the caves, entered. They all respectfully greeted her. "Greetings, mistress." The witch snapped back to reality, slightly displeased by their unannounced entrance. After a moment of contemplation, she resumed her aloof demeanor and calmly inquired, "What brings you here today, lean monkey? Why have you come to my dwelling with the others?" The slender elder bowed his head, clenched his teeth, and suddenly stepped forward, kneeling on the ground. He implored, "Oh, great sorceress, I beseech you to command our kin to cease gathering clay. In the past few days our people have hunted far too little, and many are left with empty stomachs." The witch furrowed her brow. She was well aware of the food shortage. However, the thief's assurances were undeniably tempting, leaving her in a quandary. Could they endure a few more days? Beside her, the stout elder trembled at the words, lowering his head and sighing in silence. The slender elder continued to argue, "Great sorceress, I do not comprehend the purpose of this clay collection, but it is evidently a misguided suggestion from the warrior. His intent is to plunge our tribe into crisis. In just 2 days, our people's hunting efforts have diminished significantly due to hunger. If this continues, our kin will starve, and our tribe will cease to exist." The elder's words compelled the witch to regard the situation with due seriousness. Food is the cornerstone of a tribe's prosperity. Conversely, neglecting hunting for the sake of clay collection is a dereliction of duty. As the sorceress, she bore the responsibility to resolve this issue, yet she could not utter the words to endure a few more days in the guise of a witch. That would be tantamount to treating the lives of over 100 individuals as a trivial matter. Perceiving the discontent in the slender elder's tone, the witch lowered her head, pondering for a moment, then resolutely declared, "Slender monkey, the clay collection must not cease." The stout and slender elders simultaneously expressed their dissatisfaction, as did the representatives of their kin. The 7 of them wore expressions of anger, and the slender elder stepped forward once more. "Why, great sorceress? It is not too late to halt this endeavor. If we wait until everyone is too weak from hunger to hunt, our kin will perish one after another." The 5 representatives echoed the slender elder's sentiments, and for the first time, the witch's authority faced scrutiny. The acquisition of food and the fulfillment of hunger is an eternal topic for primitive peoples. While one can aid in alleviating ailments when the tribe is well-fed, if one obstructs their hunger, the tribe will revolt. The witch's expression shifted dramatically. She understood all too well the implications of this situation. The slender elder advanced another step. "I implore you, great sorceress, retract your command." Alongside the stout elder, the 5 representatives moved forward together, raising their voices in unison. "Please, great sorceress, retract your command." The witch's expression shifted multiple times, becoming increasingly complex. She realized that if she did not heed the desires of her kin and halt the clay collection, her position might very well be at stake. Famished, her people could resort to any desperate measures. Chapter 26. Playing with mud. No. Ultimately, the witch resolved to shake her head. The faces of the slender elder and the others paled in disbelief, and the slender elder pressed, "Why, great sorceress? Are you unaware of the reality that our kin are going hungry? Do you still trust that wretched warrior? His collection of clay is solely to prevent our people from hunting. His aim is to bring ruin to our tribe. Gazing at the obstinate slender elder, the witch sighed and replied, Slender monkey, the warrior claims that he gathers clay for the good of the tribe. Of course, it was also for my ailment, though she refrained from voicing the latter part. Nonsense, nonsense. The slender elder, unable to contain his emotions upon hearing her words, cursed vehemently. The witch's countenance turned icy. Slender monkey, be mindful of your tone. The slender elder, taken aback, quickly bowed his head in apology, but then defiantly raised it again. Great sorceress, please do not place your trust in that scoundrel. He is clearly intent on destroying our tribe. What use is this clay? Can it be transformed into food? No, he is a villain. We should never have taken him into our tribe. Following his words, the 5 representatives chimed in with uproar. Indeed, great sorceress, our kin are unable to hunt properly due to the clay collection. If this continues, it won't be long before some of them starve. When we arrived, we had already conferred. If the great sorceress does not acquiesce, we shall seek out the tribe leader regarding this matter. Yes, if the great sorceress does not agree, we will approach the tribe leader. The words of the slender elder and the representatives rendered the witch's expression grim. She understood that, at this moment, the fury of the people was palpable. Failing to provide a resolution would likely incite their wrath. What could be more paramount than their access to food? She bit her lip, contemplating. At that moment, the previously silent stout elder spoke. Great sorceress, you say the warrior acts for the good of the entire tribe. Then why not go and see what he is currently doing? If he truly has the tribe's best interests at heart, I believe everyone would understand. The stout elder's suggestion provided a pathway for both parties. The witch nodded eagerly. Yes, yes, please go to the warrior's dwelling and see what he is doing. Then return to inform us. The stout elder nodded and turned to leave. Once he departed, the witch placed all her hopes upon the thief, praying fervently that no mishap would occur. If, as he claimed, he was considering the tribe's welfare, he must deliver some results. Otherwise, calming the agitated kin would be an insurmountable challenge. In that moment, the witch felt as though a great weight bore down upon her. The pressure from her people was immense. Under such strain, she could not afford to contemplate anything else. Her only desire was for the stout elder to return with good news. Time passed slowly, each heartbeat amplifying her anxiety. Her expression grew increasingly ferocious, her usual composure slipping away. The slender elder and his companions relentlessly pressured her. At this moment, the witch harbored but one thought. About the thief, he absolutely must not let her down. Otherwise, it would not only be his predicament but hers as well. With such sentiments, the stout elder returned. The witch, barely able to contain her excitement, was on the verge of inquiring about the situation, whether the thief was indeed striving for the tribe, but upon seeing the stout elder's dejected expression, she heard a sound, a sharp, resonant crack. That was the sound of her heart shattering. Though she did not hear the stout elder's words, the astute witch already grasped the meaning behind his expression. In an instant, she felt as though her strength had been drained, collapsing onto the ground, barely managing to keep herself upright. What happened? After wrestling with her tumultuous emotions for a while, the witch finally gritted her teeth and managed to utter this single question. Once the words escaped her lips, she braced herself for the fury of her kin to tear her apart. The slender elder, along with the others, turned their gaze to the stout elder and inquired, Old Fat, what is that lad up to now? Is it true, as the great wizard mentioned, that he is collecting clay for the tribe? The stout elder glanced at the witch and then at the accompanying representatives of their kin, letting out a deep sigh. Recalling the scene he had witnessed at the thief's lair, his heart grew heavier with discomfort. How could this be? A warrior he had held in high regard, reduced to such folly? He had fought fierce beasts, procured sacred fire, and rescued the wizard. None of this behavior seemed befitting of him. The more he pondered, the more bitter his heart became, and for the first time in his life, the stout elder found himself questioning his own judgment. Am I simply growing old and misjudging people? His heart, heavy as ash, churned with turmoil, leaving the slender elder and several representatives in a state of agitation. Old Fat, what exactly did you see? The slender elder demanded, frustration evident in his voice. The other representatives echoed his sentiment. Yes, elder, what is the matter? Please enlighten us. Indeed, everyone awaited his words with bated breath, whether they held hope for the thief or harbored resentment toward him for his seemingly reckless idea. Even the witch shared their anticipation. Finally, gathering his resolve, the stout elder clenched his teeth, closed his eyes, and, disregarding all else, revealed everything he had witnessed. The warrior is playing in the mud with snow. As his words echoed in the cave, an eerie silence enveloped the space, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. The only sounds were the occasional crackling of the firewood. Everyone fell into an uncanny hush. Suddenly, a fit of maniacal laughter erupted, causing all heads to turn towards its source. When they beheld the witch, laughing like a mad woman, their hearts grew conflicted. Some reveled in schadenfreude, while others, like the stout elder, felt profound sorrow. "What a splendid warrior!" the witch exclaimed, her face betraying an uncontrollable fury. She was deeply distressed, her heart feeling as though it were being mercilessly crushed. "Thief, you claimed you were gathering clay to heal me and to ensure the tribe's prosperity. I believed you, even reducing the number of hunters to support your endeavors. With such immense pressure from our kin, you choose to play in the mud? If that were the extent of your folly, I might have overlooked it, for you need not hunt or manage tribal affairs, and perhaps you sought a distraction. But how could you drag the entire tribe into your folly? Food. How much have we lost in these past days because of you? Do you understand the burden I bear? Who do you think you are to act this way?" The more she contemplated, the angrier she became, her breath quickening to the point of nearly choking her. In her distress, the attendant hurriedly patted her back to help her breathe. "Skinny monkey," the witch snapped through gritted teeth. The slender elder, jolted back to reality by the stout elder's revelation, quickly replied, "Here, go summon the tribespeople. Today, I shall confront this deceitful scoundrel before them," the witch declared, her teeth clenched in anger. The slender elder, initially taken aback, soon felt a surge of excitement and nodded vigorously to the 5 representatives. Once they had departed, he could not help but ask the witch, "What about Snow?" Noticing the expression on the slender elder's face, the witch understood his thoughts. "Snow lured the deceiver into our tribe, undermining our foundation. She too shall face judgment. From now on, anyone who dares to invite outsiders into the tribe will meet the same fate. Do you understand? Judgment." Faced with the witch's seething wrath, the slender elder's expression brightened as he flatteringly remarked, "The great wizard is indeed wise." Soon, a throng of over 100 tribespeople had gathered outside the cave. The witch, supported as she exited, surveyed the varied expressions of her kin. It seemed the representatives had already conveyed the news. Raising her voice, she addressed the crowd. "It is my error for having appointed a rogue as our tribe's warrior. Today, I shall lead you all to confront this deceiver." Her words ignited a chorus of cheers from the primitive folk, for it seemed that the thief's clay-collecting antics had incensed them all. "Kill the thief." Among the crowd, Anyo was the most exuberant, raising his arm to be the first to shout. His enthusiasm spurred the others, and soon the air was filled with cries of "Kill the thief! Kill the thief!" The throng marched resolutely toward the thief's dwelling. Meanwhile, the thief was just finishing his second clay pot. Beside the cave's hearth, a pot of fresh mushroom and meat soup simmered. Sampling the broth with a wooden spoon he had crafted that afternoon, he remarked, "Not too salty or bland, just right. Here, Snow, you should try some." Just as Snow was about to nod in agreement, a cacophony of noise erupted outside, causing her to pause and ask, "Warrior, what is that sound?" The thief, equally perplexed, turned to look outside, only to find a swarm of tribespeople pouring forth. "What on earth? Are they all out for a late-night stroll?" Anyo emerged from the crowd, his face alight with a sense of vengeance, pointing at the thief with fervor. "Seize this scoundrel!" As soon as Anyo's words fell, 2 tribesmen rushed forward, pinning the thief to the ground before he could react, forcing his face into the earth. Hey, what are you doing? Let's talk this out." "Stop. Don't pull my pants," the thief cried out in alarm, while Snow rushed forward to push the tribesmen away. "Let go of the warrior." Anyo glared at Snow, feelings of both bitterness and annoyance surging within him. "Snow, step aside. This is none of your concern." Anyo's silence only fueled her anger. "Anyo, you must have slandered the warrior before the elders again." Originally irked, Anyo felt a surge of joy at her words, for he knew that the thief had brought this upon himself, depriving everyone of food. The great wizard decreed that he must face judgment. As the words fell, it was not only the Snow that was taken aback. Even the thief G was left in a state of disbelief, pressed to the ground. He questioned the reliability of his own ears and asked Ainyu, "What did you say? The esteemed wizard intends to execute me?" Ainyu, crossing his arms, nodded with a sense of triumph. G struggled to free himself, exclaiming, "Let me go. There must be some misunderstanding." "What misunderstanding?" A voice, brimming with authority, resonated through the crowd, prompting everyone to turn and behold the witch leading the stout and slender elder, gazing down upon G, who was crawling on the ground. with a flicker of sorrow crossing her face. All the primitive people bowed their heads respectfully and called out, "Esteemed wizard." The witch acknowledged with a sound. But before she could speak, Ji yelled, "Esteemed wizard, what is happening here?" The witch snorted coldly, gritting her teeth. "You dare to ask? Look at the mischief you've caused." Ji, bewildered, retorted, "But what have I done?" The witch cast a disdainful glance at the freshly mixed clay in the cave and coldly pointed. "You told me that collecting clay would be of great use. This is your great use?" Ji hurried to explain. "No, please listen to me. What is there to say? Are you going to tell me how to play with mud?" "Ji, I trusted you wholeheartedly, and so did the tribe. Yet the tribe's people endured 2 days of hunger to gather clay for you, and you used it for play?" With each word, the witch's voice grew louder, culminating in a near roar. "He does not deserve to be a warrior of the Frost Valley tribe. Kill him. Yes, kill him. Such a deceiver deserves death." The crowd was incited, and one by one, voices rose in a clamor demanding Ji's execution. Initially, a few composed individuals among the primitives sought to hear Ji's explanation, but as the majority's emotions swelled, they too became frenzied. The call for Ji's death surged like a tsunami, with no force able to halt it. Gradually, the primitives began to close in on Ji, exuding an air that suggested they would strike him down at the slightest provocation. In the midst of the throng, the slender elder and Ainyu exchanged relieved glances, evidently satisfied with the unfolding situation. "Enough! Have you all shouted enough? May I have a word?" A powerful voice rang out, subtly overshadowing the clamor of the crowd. The witch gestured for silence, her expression impassive as she regarded Ji. "What do you wish to say?" Ji looked at the two primitives restraining him, and with a simple wave of the witch's hand, they released him. "Thank you." Rubbing his wrists, Ji stood up and addressed the crowd. "I did not play with mud, nor did I deceive anyone." The slender elder scoffed, pointing at the pile of mud. "Do you think we are blind?" Ji focused his gaze on the witch, briefly diverting his eyes from the slender elder. In the presence of the esteemed one, a child should remain silent. The slender elder was momentarily stumped by Ji's retort, left speechless for a while. Ji fixed his gaze firmly on the witch. "I did not play with mud. That clay was intended to improve our tribe. This deceiver, esteemed wizard, do not believe him." A voice from the crowd interjected. If at the onset the witch had merely been angry, she was now filled with disappointment. How could she have allowed someone who wouldn't admit their errors to become the tribe's foremost warrior? As this realization dawned, disappointment flickered across the witch's face. Ji felt a pang of dread in his heart and quickly pointed to the stove, where a pot of mushroom soup was bubbling away. "Look at this, look at this. The clay I collected was for this very purpose." The crowd followed Ji's pointed finger, and upon seeing the oddly shaped pot, they were momentarily stunned. In the minds of these primitives, the existence of such a pot was utterly foreign, and they were utterly oblivious to its use. Even the witch was taken aback. After a brief moment of astonishment, she asked, "What is that?" Noticing the witch's burgeoning interest, Ji breathed a sigh of relief. He feared ignorance far more than indifference. "Esteemed wizard, allow me to formally introduce this," he said, stepping forward to the pot and indicating it. "This is called a pot, made from the clay I fired." The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. "Pot? What is that? I don't know. It looks rather strange. What purpose does it serve?" Hearing their chatter, Ji felt a flicker of confidence, glanced at the witch and continued, "Esteemed wizard, this pot is immensely useful. It can hold water, store food, and most importantly, can be used to brew soup." Soup. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Subsequently, these simple folk exhibited a glaring lack of understanding regarding the concept of soup. Ji was at a loss for words, choosing to ignore the primitive's ignorance and looking at the witch, who mirrored the curiosity of the crowd. Slapping his forehead, Ji thought it best to demonstrate rather than let them guess indefinitely. With that, he retrieved a bowl and used the wooden spoon he had crafted earlier to serve a bowl of mushroom meat soup, blowing on it to cool it down before presenting it to the witch. The witch regarded him with a hint of caution. "What is this for?" Ji rolled his eyes but restrained his frustration. "It's soup, esteemed wizard." The witch took a step back, and the slender elder, witnessing this, bellowed, "How dare you! Attempting to harm the esteemed wizard. Someone, seize him." 4 or 5 primitives rushed forward at the command. Ji, holding the soup, hurried to explain, No, this is soup. Safe to drink." Without concern for the heat, he raised the bowl to his lips and drank it down. "Ah!" Wiping his mouth, Ji exaggeratedly smacked his lips. "See, it's drinkable." The witch approached cautiously. "Drinkable?" Ji nodded vigorously. "Indeed, esteemed wizard. I thought that since fire has become common, we shouldn't be limited to just roasted food every day. Hence, I requested that everyone collect clay to create this pot. With it, we can enjoy soup when we grow weary of roasted meat, and I assure you the taste of this soup is not inferior to that of roasted meat. Observing the witch in contemplation, Ji quickly served her a bowl. The witch held the bowl, still hesitant. Esteemed wizard, please feel free to drink. It's perfectly fine, and the flavor is delightful, Ji assured, thumping his chest. 1, because of Ji's earnest guarantee, and 2, because the soup indeed smelled exquisite, causing the onlookers to salivate. The witch cautiously brought the bowl to her lips, and after taking a small sip, her eyes widened in astonishment. She hastily poured the mushroom meat soup down her throat. Despite the scalding heat, her actions unimpeded. Watching the witch turn the bowl and drink the soup, Ji sighed. This manner of drinking could aptly be described as a dog lapping at a dish, spinning in circles. This soup is delicious, the witch exclaimed, finishing the bowl with a sparkle in her eyes. The rogue returned, grinning with a mischievous air. Isn't that right, esteemed wizard? Shall I serve you another bowl? The witch nodded in agreement. The rogue exclaimed with delight, took the bowl, and filled it to the brim. The witch downed 4 bowls in quick succession. Still feeling somewhat unsatisfied, she rubbed her slightly distended belly, closed her eyes, smacked her lips, and continued to reminisce about the exquisite flavor of the soup. The manner of consuming such fare was indeed distinct from that of roasted meat. More fragrant, more tender, and undeniably more delicious. Chapter 28. The Tribe's Chief Cook. Esteemed wizard. Esteemed wizard? At that moment, the lanky elder, who had been eagerly awaiting the rogue's folly, called out, jolting the witch from her reverie. With a startled gasp, she quickly recognized her lapse in decorum and turned to the rogue, her face flushed. Is this truly soup? The rogue nodded. What do you think, esteemed wizard? Is it delightful? The witch blushed further. The lanky elder, however, wore an expression of skepticism. Could it be that extraordinary? The rogue produced another bowl, filled it and handed it over. Irritated, the lanky elder accepted it, suspecting that the witch was merely shielding the rogue, claiming it was delicious. After all, how could something so akin to water possibly surpass the taste of roasted meat? Yet, within moments of swallowing the first mouthful of the mushroom meat soup, he downed the entire bowl in mere seconds. Holding the bowl, the lanky elder scoffed, mediocre, the flavor is just so-so. The surrounding primitives observed the empty bowl in his hands, and skepticism arose. If it tasted so poorly, why had he consumed it so cleanly? I don't believe it. I want to try it too. Exactly, it can't be that delicious. We must taste it. The rogue, with a resigned smile, waved his hands to quell the crowd's excitement, then retrieved the bowls from the lanky elder and the witch to serve them anew. Alas, there were only 2 prepared bowls, originally intended for himself and Shui. He had not anticipated such an uproar. That solitary pot of soup would hardly suffice for over 100 people, leaving only a fortunate few to savor its flavor, while the rest could only watch longingly at the empty vessel. With a sigh, the rogue set out to fetch water, adding mushrooms and minced meat to create a second batch. As the new soup simmered, the rogue tended to the charcoal in the hearth, while the witch and the lanky elder, along with others who had tasted the soup, gathered around in admiration. The rogue glanced at them, thinking, now you're all intrigued? Just moments ago you were making such a fuss. After all, they were but a bunch of simple-minded primitives. With a few effortless gestures, he had captivated them. The witch then spoke up. The rogue promptly adopted a submissive demeanor. Please, esteemed wizard, go ahead. It was not that he lacked backbone. His very life depended on the whims of this young woman. She could mold him as she wished, squeezing him into any shape she fancied. This vessel, she began. Is it your invention for making soup? The rogue nodded. Indeed, otherwise why would I have urged you to gather clay? Esteemed wizard, do not underestimate this pot. With it, food can be conserved significantly. For instance, what once sufficed for 1 person can now nourish 2, and both will be satiated. The lanky elder scoffed, rolling his eyes. You are quite the storyteller, claiming 1 portion can satisfy 2. The rogue pointed to the pile of mushrooms nearby. These, if I were to make soup, would last me 2 days. If roasted, I could consume them all in 1 sitting. A few of them followed his gesture, glancing at the mushrooms, beginning to believe his words. The reasoning was simple. They too could devour such mushrooms in 1 meal if roasted. Excitement spread across many faces. If what the rogue claimed were true, then hunting would become far less arduous. A single day's labor could yield enough food for 2 days, allowing for a day of work followed by a day of rest. With such thoughts, smiles emerged among the primitives, comforting them after their recent days of hunger. It was not as if they hadn't endured such pangs before. Yet, alongside this uplifting notion, a wave of guilt washed over them. They realized that the brave warrior had been contemplating their needs all along, and they felt foolish for misunderstanding him and even considering reprimanding him. How distressing this must be for the brave warrior. Many primitives shared this sentiment, each bowing their heads in shame. The witch, sensing the shift, grasped the rogue's arm, having keenly caught an important piece of information from his words. Did you truly mean what you said about one portion feeding too? The rogue nodded, then leaned in closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Not only that, I can use this pot to brew herbs to treat your ailments, esteemed wizard. Her heart raced at this revelation. As if struck by a bolt from the blue, she had misjudged the rogue. His gathering of clay was not for frivolity but to craft this pot to aid their people and herself. His intentions were noble, deserving of praise rather than scorn. Alas, how could I have doubted him? She thought, unable to suppress her self-reproach. The lanky elder too felt the weight of his misjudgment. He had inadvertently miscommunicated, leading the witch to misunderstand the rogue. He felt at a loss, having just mocked the rogue only to be proven wrong moments later, leaving him unable to meet the rogue's gaze. The rogue observed their expressions with a quiet chuckle, thinking, let them feel guilty. The more they do, the easier my life in this tribe will be. In high spirits, the rogue began to hum a tune as he served the cooked soup to the onlookers. A crisis had been averted, and satisfaction radiated from the primitives as they relished the soup. The mushrooms had been merely a casual collection, and he had not anticipated the commotion that ensued. After most had sampled the mushroom soup, his reserves were nearly exhausted. Those who had tasted the delightful soup sang its praises, while those who had not could only swallow their envy as they listened to their companions. Among them was Ainyo, who drooled as he fixated on the pot. The rogue turned the pot upside down. It's all gone. Disappointment washed over those like Ainyo. If you didn't want to share, you could have just said so. What lies you tell, how stingy. Ainyo grumbled, still aggrieved by his inability to taste the mushroom soup. The rogue furrowed his brow. As you can see, it's not about being stingy. It's simply empty. With the witch and the lanky elder present, Ainyo restrained himself, huffing in silence as he refrained from further protest. Warrior, you have performed admirably with the clay. After a moment of contemplation, the witch spoke. Her words signified an acknowledgement of her own misjudgment. The primitive individuals present, much like the witch, bowed their heads in deference, admitting their faults. In response to their demeanor, the warrior waved his hand grandly, internally declaring, I forgive you all. Of course, this sentiment remained unspoken, as he dared not voice it aloud. This pot is quite useful. I shall instruct my kin to continue collecting clay. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. But I have but one request. Ensure that as many of my people as possible possess this pot. The witch's statement left the warrior, who had just felt a surge of excitement from the first part of her words, momentarily stunned. What does this mean? Am I to be used as free labor? Sister, I crafted this pot for my own benefit, not to serve the masses. Bag it, the warrior exclaimed. The witch, puzzled, inquired, what bag? Oh, it's nothing, esteemed witch. However, that pot is not so easy to make, and I fear that by the time everyone acquires one, it may delay them. The warrior believed his intentions were clear enough. The witch should comprehend that he did not wish to serve the collective. Yet, it was uncertain whether the witch was genuinely naive or merely feigning ignorance, as she shook her head and replied, It's all right. Everyone can wait. I believe they all appreciate the soup you concocted. With that, all the primitives nodded fervently in agreement. They were elated. Yet the warrior stood bewildered. Have I truly gone from the tribe's foremost warrior to its chief cook? Can you even believe it? Watching the witch lead the satisfied crowd away, he shouted hoarsely from behind, Sister, please do not depart just yet. Let us discuss this matter. If not, you may as well strike me down. I am truly unfit for the role of a cook. Chapter 29. The Theft of the Pot. The witch departed with her entourage, leaving the warrior with a crestfallen expression. The remaining snow excitedly embraced him, exclaiming, Oh, warrior! So you crafted this pot for the good of everyone. You are truly a good person. How gracious of you not to be angered by everyone's misunderstanding. The warrior was on the verge of tears. Sister, let's hold off on the good person card for now. Don't you see the word miserable written all over my face? Snow tilted her head, observing him. The warrior sighed. Alas, what a fate I have created for myself. Initially filled with joy from crafting the pot, the warrior now felt despondent, lowering his head in defeat. How could anyone be pleased about becoming the tribe's chief cook? Snow noticed the warrior's gloom and, after a few inquiries met with silence, chose to keep him company for a while, until he yawned and she took her leave. Lying in bed, the excitement dissipated. After a day and night without rest, the warrior quickly succumbed to slumber. However, not long after he fell asleep, a few individuals entered the cave. The leader among them was Enyo. Accompanied by several primitives, they whispered, "Enyo, if we steal from the warrior, and the witch finds out, we will be in grave trouble." Enyo scoffed. "Nonsense about the warrior. Does he even deserve that title? He is simply too stingy to share the soup with us and deceives us by claiming it is all gone. What right does such a person have to be called a warrior? But we have seen it clearly. It is indeed gone," one replied. Enyo pointed outside, whispering, "Did you not see the large pool of water out there? How could it possibly be gone? Enough chatter, we must not wake him. Watch me. Once we take that pot we will leave." All right, we will follow your lead." Enyo nodded, stealthily approaching the stove, gently lifting the pot and cradling it in his arms. As he gazed at the sleeping warrior bathed in the flickering firelight, Enyo chuckled. "You said I couldn't have any soup? What does it matter? I can make it myself." Saying this, he and his companions ventured outside with the pot, snatching a burning twig from the fire as they departed. Meanwhile, his companions took a wooden spoon and bowl as well. The group did not return to their own cave but instead headed directly to the residence of the lean elder. Upon their arrival, the lean elder had not yet retired, sitting on the ground, savoring the delicious mushroom meat soup he had just consumed. "This fellow is truly infuriating. He has not chased me away, yet that soup was simply delectable." While the lean elder was lost in his musings, he suddenly heard soft calls from outside the cave. "Elder, elder." Startled, the lean elder sprang to his feet. "Who is it?" "It is I, Enyo." "Enyo?" The lean elder paused, then asked, "What brings you here?" "Never mind, come in." As footsteps approached, Enyo, clutching the pot, entered the cave with his companions. "Elder," they greeted respectfully. The lean elder acknowledged them with a grunt, his gaze sweeping over them before settling on the pot in Enyo's arms and the burning twig in his hand. Enyo proudly shook the pot. "Elder, look at this." The lean elder was taken aback. "Where did you get this?" Enyo set the pot down, beaming. "I took it from that deceiver, of course." The lean elder frowned. "You stole it?" Enyo hurriedly clarified, "No, elder. Think about it. That fellow would not keep such a fine item to himself without sharing. He clearly harbors ill intentions, which is why I took it to present to you." The lean elder's expression shifted through various emotions before he sighed. "But you cannot make the soup with it." Enyo shook his head. "Rest assured, elder. I have already observed how he prepares the soup. The ingredients are readily available in our valley. I will take my companions to the mountain to gather them." Initially opposed, the lean elder could not resist the memory of the delicious mushroom meat soup and found himself nodding in agreement. "I will accompany you." The group then stealthily made their way up the mountain. Following their recollections, they gathered a bounty of colorful mushrooms. Gazing at the vibrant fungi, the primitives' appetites were ignited, and saliva flowed freely. Enyo rubbed his hands together, confidently declaring, "These look far more appealing and will surely taste better than that deceiver's soup." The others, including the lean elder, nodded in agreement. Indeed, go fetch some water." A primitive promptly took the pot and headed outside, while Enyo and the others remained behind, preparing the mushrooms and finally chopping the meat, eagerly awaiting the return of their companion. Once the preparations were complete, under Enyo's guidance, they stacked stones to form a cooking area similar to that of the warrior's cave. Upon the return of their water-fetching companion, they placed the pot atop the makeshift stove, filled it with the cleaned mushrooms and minced meat, and gathered around, eyes gleaming with anticipation as they stared at the pot. "Can we eat it yet?" one primitive inquired. Enyo shook his head. "Not yet. How about now?" another asked after a while. Enyo struggled to recall the scene of Jizei preparing mushroom soup, then shook his head. "No, it won't do." At last, the slender elder could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Is it ready to eat now?" Upon seeing the bubbling soup spilling over the edge of the pot, Enyo nodded. "It's ready." As he spoke, he rose to fetch a bowl and then reached for a wooden ladle. The onlookers erupted in cheers, eager to join in. "Stop! Everyone, stand back!" Enyo indignantly swatted at his companion's hands with the ladle, insisting, "Everyone, cease this at once." Confused, they all stared at him, soon realizing that with the slender elder present, the first taste was surely reserved for him. With this understanding, they quieted down. Enyo ladled a bowl for the slender elder, who displayed a look of approval, and then Enyo filled another bowl. Just as they assumed this bowl was meant for themselves, to their surprise, Anyo carried the brimming bowl outside. The group of primitive people exchanged glances, scratching their heads in bewilderment, wondering, what is he up to? One even called out, what are you doing with that soup? Without looking back, Anyo replied, I'm taking it to Shue. The crowd immediately erupted in jeers, for it was evident they were aware of Anyo's affection for Shue. After a moment of laughter, they turned their attention back to the pot, eagerly diving in. Meanwhile, Anyo carefully approached the cave where Shue lived. Upon entering, he found her busily organizing the food gathered during the day, still yet to retire for the night. She noticed Anyo's presence but continued her work without lifting her head. Shue, look what delicious treat I've brought you. Anyo exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Shue ignored him, but this did nothing to dampen Anyo's enthusiasm as he trotted over, beaming with a smile, and gently suggested, Shue, don't rush. Come see what I've brought you. Initially, Shue intended to dismiss him, turning to shoo him away, but upon seeing the mushroom meat soup in his hands, she gasped, where did you get that? Anyo, brimming with pride, replied, of course, I made it myself. Shue, you must try it and tell me how it tastes. Shue shook her head in refusal. I won't drink it, just take it away. Anyo was taken aback, why not, Shue? I put in so much effort to make it. Shue paused her work and turned to inquire, how did you make this soup? Using a pot, of course, he answered. And where did you get that pot from? Her question left Anyo momentarily speechless. Shue's expression darkened. Did you use the warrior's pot without permission? Sensing her displeasure, Anyo quickly waved his hands. No, Shue. I had the warrior's consent. You're lying. Anyo insisted. Shue, you know I wouldn't deceive you. I truly had the warrior's approval, and he even taught me how to make the soup. After it was ready, he explicitly told me to bring it to you. Shue paused, surprised. Really? Seeing her reaction, Anyo sensed she was beginning to trust him, and he patted his chest. Indeed, if you don't believe me, ask the warrior yourself. Alas, I worked so hard to prepare this soup for you, and yet you doubt me. With that, he dramatically sighed, feigning great distress. Chapter 30. The soup is undrinkable. Indeed, the kind-hearted Shue believed Anyo, hesitating for a moment before saying, yes, I'm sorry, Anyo, I misunderstood you. Anyo's face instantly lit up. He had never seen Shue speak to him in such a manner. In that moment, his heart felt as though it had been struck by something powerful, racing uncontrollably. He cautiously extended the bowl of mushroom soup to Shue. Shue, please taste it and see how it compares to the warrior's. Anyo's demeanor convinced Shue to accept it. She took the bowl, raised it to her lips, and was about to drink when suddenly she paused, asking Anyo, you're sure you're not deceiving me, right? Anyo thumped his chest. I swear on my life I would never lie. Shue hesitated. All right, I'm sorry, Anyo. With that, she took a small sip of the mushroom soup. Anyo eagerly asked, how is it? Is it good? Shue smiled. Anyo, I didn't expect your skills to be so remarkable. Anyo was momentarily entranced by Shue's smile, forgetting to respond, merely nodding like a fool, drooling slightly. Shue quickly finished the soup and returned the bowl to Anyo, saying, all right, take the bowl back and please thank the warrior for me. At the mention of Jize, Anyo felt a twinge of displeasure, and he frowned. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the cave. Anyo was startled, turning to see a companion who had also stolen a pot, clutching his stomach as he rushed in, crying out in agony, Anyo, that soup cannot be consumed. The elders, after drinking it, have all fainted. Before he could finish, the man collapsed to the ground. Anyo, holding the bowl, was struck with alarm. What on earth has happened? Meanwhile, Shue suddenly gasped, clutching her stomach and furrowing her brow. It hurts. It hurts so much. Anyo, terrified, dropped the bowl and rushed to support Shue. Shue, what is wrong? Don't scare me. But before she could utter another word, she convulsed in pain and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Upon looking at her face, he saw it was pale with labored breathing. Shue. His voice stirred the other tribespeople in the cave, who all rose to see what was amiss. Anyo cried, no. I don't know. I just let Shue drink a bowl of soup, and now she is like this. Shue's father rushed forward, scooping her up, glaring furiously at Anyo. Where did you get that soup? Anyo, utterly bewildered, recounted how he had made the soup with the pot, though he omitted the detail of having stolen it. Once he finished, an onlooker asked, what about the elder? Anyo was momentarily stunned, then recalled what his companion had said. The elder had reacted the same way as Shue after drinking the soup, collapsing unconscious. Remembering this, Anyo was struck with terror. Shue's father shouted, quickly, check on the elder. The crowd rushed towards the slender elder's cave, only to find the shattered pot and a floor littered with unconscious tribespeople, including the slender elder. Shue's father stomped his foot. "Anyo, this is your doing." At that moment, Anyo was completely panicked. "What should I do? What can be done?" "Go summon the shaman. Have the shaman tend to everyone." Anyo, now entirely at the mercy of others' commands, hurriedly dashed towards the shaman's cave. When 2 guards intercepted the flustered Anyo, questioning what he was doing, he hastily recounted the entire sequence of events. Upon hearing, the guards were alarmed. If something had happened to the elder, it was indeed a grave matter. The 2 individuals, unwilling to delay, hurried inside to inform the witch of the elder's dire condition. Alas, the poor witch had just settled into slumber when she was startled by such alarming news. She promptly followed Anyo to the elder's abode. Upon returning to the residence of the frail elder, the witch meticulously examined all those who had succumbed to unconsciousness after consuming the mushroom broth. After a moment of contemplation, she instructed, "Go to my cave and fetch my belongings. It is the one wrapped in animal hide, positioned beside where I rest." With a swift acknowledgement, someone soon returned with the witch's items. As the animal hide was unwrapped, an assortment of peculiar herbs and flowers was revealed. The witch began to methodically present each one, enlisting assistants to administer them into the mouths of the unconscious. "This one won't do, nor will this, and this one is ineffective as well." Despite exhausting all remedies and attempting every antidote, none proved capable of reviving the comatose individuals. A sense of despair began to creep into the witch's heart. Were the frail elder and the others, including Shue, truly beyond salvation? "Enyo!" the witch bellowed. Enyo, who was weeping nearby, hastily responded. "Yes?" The witch, her visage aflame with fury, demanded. "What on earth has transpired?" Enyo, trembling and kneeling before her, stammered. I do not know, esteemed witch. We merely drank a bit of broth. How could it have come to this?" "The broth?" "Yes, indeed, the very concoction the warriors prepared tonight," Enyo hastily affirmed. The witch's ire intensified. "Do not deceive me. From where did you procure this broth?" Realizing the witch's wrath was genuine, Enyo, fearful of incurring her displeasure, divulged the entire account of how he had pilfered the thief's jar and prepared the broth. In conclusion, he anxiously added, "Esteemed witch, this must surely be a trap set by that thief. He intentionally prevented me from partaking in the broth, seeking to lure me into stealing his jar, thereby endangering the elder." Upon hearing this, the witch's anger transformed into a calm resolve. Fearing the witch would doubt him, Enyo quickly continued, "Consider it, esteemed witch. The broth he initially offered was certainly free of poison, designed solely to entice me into thievery. His intentions are nefarious, and it is he who has harmed the elder and Shue." The witch, however, held little faith in Enyo's words, for she knew well the kind of person he was, having cohabited in the same tribe. Most of what fell from his lips was unworthy of belief. Nevertheless, Enyo had alerted her to the fact that the trouble stemmed from the broth, and it was possible he had erred in its preparation. It seemed that the only way to awaken the frail elder and the others was to summon the thief. With this thought in mind, the witch promptly raised her head and commanded, "Go, bring the warrior to me." Enyo sprang to his feet, eagerly volunteering, "Esteemed witch, I shall retrieve that scoundrel forthwith. I said to invite him. Do you not comprehend?" The witch's icy voice rendered Enyo momentarily speechless. I understand," he stuttered, overwhelmed by her formidable presence. Alongside 2 primitive individuals, the trio made their way to the thief's cave. Upon arrival, they found the thief still in slumber, having gone a full day and night without rest. To awaken him at such a time would be nothing short of miraculous. Remembering the witch's instructions, they cautiously nudged the thief. "Warrior, esteemed warrior, please awaken. Do wake," they gently urged, pushing him for over 10 minutes before the thief finally stirred, blinking sleepily. "What is it? Is it dawn?" As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Enyo. Surprised, he inquired, "Enyo, what brings you here? Where is my jar?" he suddenly exclaimed, leaping from his bed to survey the empty stove and the nearby spot where bowls and wooden spoons were placed. "Where have they gone?" he cried out in disbelief. Enyo approached, recounting the events of the theft. Though the thief felt a twinge of annoyance at Enyo's pilfering of his jar to make broth, his concern shifted dramatically upon hearing that Shue and the frail elder had fallen unconscious after consuming the mushroom broth, placing their lives in jeopardy. "Why did you not say so sooner?" he lamented, hastening toward the exit with urgency. Enyo quickly followed suit, and together they headed to the frail elder's dwelling. Upon arrival, the witch immediately stood, exclaiming, "At last you have arrived. Please, ascertain what has transpired." Why have they succumbed after drinking the broth? We partook of it while at your dwelling, yet none were harmed then. Shue's father wept. Esteemed warrior, please save Shue. The thief, lips pressed tightly, offered no reply. He first glanced at Shue, whose brow was furrowed in unconsciousness, and a flicker of anger crossed his face. Then his gaze wandered, landing upon the shattered fragments of the jar. More precisely, he was fixated on a piece of the jar that held a mushroom. In that instant, a spark of realization ignited in the thief's eyes. Chapter 31. The Antidote. Honeysuckle. The witch furrowed her brow. Do you possess any means to revive the elder and the others? The thief disregarded her question, approached the shards of the jar, picked up the mushroom, and turned to ask, who prepared this broth? All eyes turned to Ainyo. Under the weight of so many gazes, even Ainyo felt a flush of embarrassment, boldly declaring, it was I. What of it? The thief's voice crescendoed in intensity. You made it. Ainyo, steeling himself, retorted, do not raise your voice. Is this not precisely what you anticipated? You knew I would steal your jar to make broth and poisoned it. Such malicious intent, and yet Shue treated you with kindness, and you have harmed her. To this day, Ainyo attributed all blame to the thief. The thief, trembling with rage at Ainyo's baseless accusations, growled through gritted teeth, you fool. In a fit of anger, he hurled the mushroom at Ainyo's face, indignantly exclaiming, are you so daft that you cannot distinguish between edible mushrooms and poisonous ones? Ainyo, struck by the mushroom, was about to retaliate when the thief's words sunk in, leaving him momentarily stunned. What? Poisonous mushrooms? The witch and the others echoed in confusion. Warrior, what do you mean? What poisonous mushrooms? The thief, clutching his chest, knelt beside Shue, assessing her condition without raising his gaze. Even a child knows that the most beautiful things can often be the most toxic. Are you all unaware? Are you suggesting that the broth is harmless? But Ainyo used poisonous mushrooms to make it? The witch seemed to grasp the situation, inquiring further. The thief snorted disdainfully, eyeing the colorful mushrooms scattered about. What do you think? The crowd erupted in a chorus of accusations directed at Ainyo. Ainyo, you truly are incorrigible. If you cannot make it, do not attempt to emulate the warriors. You have endangered the elder. You have always been this way. When will you rid yourself of this flaw? And to think you accused the warrior of poisoning them. How absurd. The crowd was abuzz with chatter, their voices rising and falling like the tide, leaving Ainyo's face flushed with embarrassment. After a considerable pause, he bellowed, silence. He then turned to Jizai, challenging, just because you claim it's poisonous, does that make it so? Where's your evidence? Jizai, clearly irritated, dismissed him with a scornful retort. Fool. The witch furrowed her brow and scolded, Ainyo, be quiet for a moment. She then turned to Jizai and inquired, warrior, do you possess any solutions? Jizai glanced down at the snow and nodded affirmatively. Yes. His words sparked a wave of astonishment throughout the room. Ah, truly a warrior, he must have a plan. Yet another voice chimed in, don't celebrate too soon. If even the great witch has no answer, how could a warrior possibly have one? How do you know the warrior lacks an answer? You are not a warrior yourself. Silence, you fool. If the great witch cannot solve it, does that mean the warrior is superior to her? As the debate raged on, the witch felt her cheeks flush. She turned to Jizai, cleared her throat, and asked, what is your plan? Jizai replied, I once read about a certain herb that can counteract the poison of mushrooms. On a tree? What can you see from a tree? The witch appeared confused. Jizai suddenly recalled that storytelling in primitive society often bordered on the fantastical. He hastily brushed off the misunderstanding and redirected the conversation. There is a flower known as honeysuckle. It is the nemesis of poisonous mushrooms. If we find it, Snow and the others will be safe. The primitive people exchanged glances, their lack of a tradition for naming plants evident. They were perplexed by Jizai's mention of honeysuckle. Warrior, is that flower found in the valley? I don't know. That's why I plan to search outside, Jizai replied. Outside? Yes, outside. Sensing the witch's intent to dissuade him, Jizai quickly interjected. Great witch. You needn't say more. I must go for Snow. Jizai's resolute stance prompted the witch to nod. Very well, but you must hurry. Otherwise, Snow and the others may not endure. Additionally, I will send a few people to accompany you. The jungle is too perilous for you to venture alone. Jizai acknowledged her with a grunt, just as a primitive man stepped forward. I shall accompany the warrior. The crowd turned to look. This man, leaner than Ainyo, bore an unquenchable spark in his gaze. Alyang, you wish to come? The witch asked, astonished. Alyang nodded. My brother also consumed that poisonous mushroom. I must go. He then looked at Jizai, his eyes pleading. Is that acceptable, warrior? At that moment, 7 or 8 more primitive people emerged. All family members of those who had inadvertently ingested the toxic mushroom soup. Anyu glanced around and declared, I want to go too. The crowd groaned in annoyance. Enyu, why are you trying to join in? Enyu retorted, his face flushed. Snow is in trouble. Of course I must go. Is Snow in trouble because of you? How dare you say that? Anyu fell silent, and Jizai, uninterested in engaging in their bickering, said, Enough, let us all go. With that, Jizai turned to leave, but the witch grasped his arm, turning him back. She had someone hand him an Alyang, Enyu, and the others wooden spears, advising, be cautious. Jizai nodded, accepting the crude wooden spear, and led the 7 or 8 primitive people out of the valley. Once outside, Alyang asked Jizai, warrior, where's that flower you mentioned? Jizai shook his head. I do not know, but it generally thrives in sunny areas, especially where there is abundant sand. Just call me Alyang, warrior, he responded hurriedly. Jizai nodded. Alyang, do you know of any places in these mountains that match my description? Alyang lowered his head, pondering, then suddenly exclaimed, Yes, what? Alyang's expression grew troubled. Warrior, you should know this place as well. His words sent waves of fear rippling through the other primitives. Alyang, are you referring to the marsh near the totem of the Black Mountain tribe? The mention of the Black Mountain tribe startled Jizai. To venture into the territory of the Black Mountain tribe, especially to the marsh where he had inadvertently slain their totemic serpent, filled him with trepidation. The thought alone unsettled him. Warrior? Warrior? Alyang called out twice. Jizai snapped back to reality. What is it? Alyang's face reflected fear. Shall we still go? Jizai fell silent. The Black Mountain tribe was not to be trifled with. Even now, he vividly recalled the nature of this tribe. Numerous and formidable, they thrived on plunder, fearless and ferocious, the largest primitive tribe in the surrounding mountains, and most crucially, they were cannibals. While Jizai could handle primitive people, facing a cannibal tribe posed a significant challenge. Noticing Jizai's prolonged silence, Alyang suggested, perhaps we could explore elsewhere. I know another location in the eastern mountains, where there is also plenty of sand, though it is much farther away, requiring 2 days for a round trip. Anyu immediately interjected, Let's go there. Jizai slowly raised his head. Snow and the others cannot wait that long. We must head to the marsh. But warrior, that is the territory of the Black Mountain tribe, Alyang replied uncertainly. Jizai tightened his grip on the wooden spear, his gaze icy. What of the Black Mountain tribe? I have already slain their totem. Should I fear them? Jizai's words ignited a surge of fervor among Alyang and the others, each thumping their chests in solidarity. Indeed, with a warrior like you, what do we have to fear from the Black Mountain tribe? Let's go. If we encounter them, we will slay them one by one. Their confidence soared, and the dread of the Black Mountain tribe seemed to dissipate. Recognizing the morale was high, Jizai stepped forward toward the marsh. As he walked, he glanced back toward the valley, his heart tightening as he silently urged, Snow, please wait for me. Chapter 32. The Domain of Poison. By midday, Jizai led several primitives to the vicinity of the marsh where he had once slain the horned serpent. The skeleton of the serpent lay by the tree, its body highly decomposed, swarming with flies and maggots, exuding a foul stench. Alyang covered his nose and pointed in a direction. I remember the sandy area is over there. Jizai nodded, gripping his wooden spear tightly, and whispered, Everyone, be cautious. If we encounter members of the Black Mountain tribe, hide and avoid direct confrontation. Without Jizai needing to say more, these natives were well aware of the terror posed by the Black Mountain tribe. Many of their relatives had been devoured by them. Following Alyang's directions, they proceeded cautiously, every step taken with utmost vigilance. As they advanced, Jizai noted that the once lush forest was becoming increasingly sparse, and the ground was progressively turning to sand. The primitive individuals were increasingly on edge, beads of sweat cascading down their foreheads. After trudging forward for nearly half an hour, Jizai finally caught sight of a sandy expanse sporadically dotted with a few trees. The area was so vast that it rivaled a significant portion of the Frost Valley tribe's small valley. The warriors have arrived at their destination, Alyang reminded. Jizai nodded and instructed, spread out and search. Just as the group agreed to disperse, they halted and inquired of Jizai, warrior, what are we searching for? Honeysuckle, he replied. However, none of them knew what the flower looked like. The group exchanged uncertain glances until Alyang finally voiced the question. Jizai contemplated for a moment. Well, the flower's core consists of 2 intertwined stamens, its color reminiscent of the sun. If you look closely, you should be able to discern it. The group appeared somewhat perplexed. But Aoyang was the first to nod in agreement. Very well. 7 or 8 individuals scattered, each taking responsibility for a specific area. The sparse vegetation on the sandy ground made most regions distinctly visible, rendering the search relatively uncomplicated. Yet, as time elapsed without a sign of the honeysuckle, Jizai could not help but feel a growing sense of anxiety. Having squandered half a day on this quest, if they failed to find the honeysuckle, turning back to the eastern mountains as Aoyang suggested would likely result in only finding the bodies of their tribe. The thought ignited a fiery urgency within Jizai. In this primitive society, he had no one dear to him, even the witch was merely a partner for mutual benefit. His feelings towards most of the primitives were not profound. Only Shui, the naive girl he had first encountered upon arriving in this primitive world, held a special place in his heart. She was the one who stood up to bear the punishment when the elders mistakenly thought he should be punished. The girl who worried about his lack of food during the day and selflessly shared her portion with him at night. And the one who exerted herself to hunt diligently so he could enjoy good meals. Jizai had never realized how much he owed her in just a few short days. Shui, you must not die, he silently prayed, anxious about their inability to find the honeysuckle. As fate would have it, just when Jizai was on the brink of despair, he spotted 2 small yellow flowers standing proudly atop a raised sand mound. Under the sun, he was momentarily taken aback, then rushed forward, his gaze fixated on the 2 little yellow flowers as if they were exquisite works of art. Found it! Found it! Honeysuckle! I have finally found you, he exclaimed. The flower buds intertwined like lovers nestled together, aptly embodying its other name, the mandarin duck vine. Jizai carefully collected the only 2 honeysuckle plants and felt a surge of confidence. As he scanned the surroundings, he noticed several more honeysuckles in sight. Elated, he gathered all the honeysuckles together, finally able to set his heart at ease. Shui was saved. Shui was saved. However, he failed to notice the lurking danger concealed beneath the sand. A rustling sound reached his ears, prompting him to halt his flower picking and turn back curiously. Before him lay a scene of tranquility, devoid of any movement. Frowning, he muttered to himself about the oddity and resumed his gathering of honeysuckles. But the rustling sound persisted, this time much closer. Jizai spun around suddenly. Everything appeared the same as before, with no peculiarities in sight. What on earth is happening? His sense of impending danger intensified, and he could not help but voice his concern. As Jizai turned his head and then swiftly glanced back, he saw it clearly. The sand was shifting. The sandy ground before him was being displaced as quicksand cascaded to the sides, creating the eerie sensation that something was buried beneath, akin to a creature of the earth. What kind of monstrosity is this? Jizai shouted, brandishing his wooden spear and lunging at the shifting sand. The sand mound was not particularly large, only the size of a fist, yet Jizai's spear successfully pierced it. With a squelching sound, blood oozed from beneath the sand. In a panic, Jizai yanked the spear back, only to find it ensnared by a nearly 2-meter-long snake, its body adorned with earthy yellow scales. It's a sand snake! Jizai exclaimed in shock. With his cry, the surrounding sand rattled even more violently, as countless sand mounds bulged and surged towards him, at least 100 of them. Damn it! Jizai cursed, swiftly stuffing the honeysuckles into his garments and fleeing without a second thought. Simultaneously, over 100 sand snakes, each exceeding 2 meters in length, emerged from the ground, pursuing Jizai relentlessly. As he ran, Jizai dared to glance back, his scalp prickling with fear. These creatures clearly viewed him as food. But hadn't the educational channel stated that snakes wouldn't target prey much larger than themselves? Why were these creatures disregarding all logic? Uncertain of whether these sand snakes were venomous, Jizai dared not linger, shouting for Aoyang and the others to hurry and regroup. When they reconvened at the point of entry to the sandy terrain, Jizai noticed that their situation mirrored his. They were either being chased by sand snakes or giant scorpions, or perhaps centipedes and lizards of various toxic varieties. What on earth is this sandy expanse? A domain of venomous creatures. Jizai pondered as they sprinted, while the primitives waved at him in greeting. Run! Jizai shouted. The group, not daring to delay, fled from the sandy land, and after running over 100 meters into the jungle, the rustling sound behind them diminished significantly. Taking advantage of the moment, Aoyang glanced back and gasped, "Those creatures aren't following us." As he spoke, Jizai and the others halted, turning to see that indeed, hundreds of sand snakes, centipedes, scorpions, and lizards remained at the edge of the sand, hissing and clicking ominously in the direction they had fled. Yet, despite their intimidation tactics, None dared to venture a step closer. Frowning, Jizai speculated, could it be that the sandy terrain is their territory, and they fear to cross beyond its bounds? To verify his hypothesis, Jizai picked up a stone and hurled it forward. Though he lacked the strength to throw the stone 100 meters, he exerted all his might, managing to send it only halfway, producing a muted thud as it rolled several times before coming to a stop. The venomous creatures all turned towards the stone's landing spot, appearing poised to strike, yet remaining utterly motionless. It seemed he had indeed been correct. These creatures' territory was confined to the sandy ground, and beyond that, they were too fearful to cross. Upon realizing this, Jizai let out a sigh of relief. However, Alyang timidly inquired, "Brave warrior, why have those creatures ceased their advance?" Jizai pointed towards the expanse of sandy terrain and explained, "It is quite simple. Their territory is confined to that patch of sand. Just as it is for us, beyond our designated range, regardless of how plentiful the prey outside may be, you would not dare to cross the line." Upon hearing this, Alyang and the others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the logic. Anyo scoffed, seemingly dismissive of Jizai's explanation. Jizai then gathered everyone together and stated, "Enough of that for now. Let us see how much honeysuckle you have all collected. In chapter 33, will you devour me?" Several primitive individuals exchanged glances, each producing the flowers they had found. Some had picked flowers indiscriminately, while others returned empty-handed, and even more infuriating for Jizai was the sight of one returning with a handful of dry twigs. Scanning the group, it appeared that only he had managed to secure a few meager honeysuckles. The issue, however, was that the scant flowers he had gathered were insufficient to sustain everyone. Noticing Jizai's troubled expression, Alyang asked, "Warrior, are these of no use?" Jizai surveyed the ground littered with useless flowers and withering branches, responding tersely, "Of course they are useful. They can serve as firewood. For heaven's sake, this is a matter of life and death. Do not jest. Merely relying on what I have gathered will not save many." Upon hearing this, the group began to panic. Then what are we to do? Jizai pondered for a moment, glancing at the poisonous creatures lingering at the edge of the sand, observing some preparing to depart. He stroked his chin and suggested, "Hear us the plan. You few feign an attempt to enter, drawing the attention of those poisonous creatures while I flank them from another direction to gather more." At this moment, Jizai's words were met with unwavering obedience from the group. They nodded in agreement. However, Alyang interjected, "All right, but warrior, may I accompany you inside?" "You?" Jizai replied, somewhat perplexed. Alyang nodded. "If we enter together, we can undoubtedly gather more." His reasoning resonated with two other primitive individuals, whose families had also succumbed to the poisonous mushroom soup and were now perilously close to death. They echoed Alyang's sentiment. Jizai gestured for silence and contemplated their logic, ultimately conceding. He then handed Alyang one of the honeysuckles he had gathered, instructing, "Have you understood? This is the flower. You three use this as a reference. Do not make any mistakes. We are short on time." The trio nodded, signaling their comprehension. "Not fair. You all are going in, why should we stay behind?" Anyo protested, unwilling to be left out of the search for glory. The other primitive individuals regarded him with incredulity. Surely staying behind was far less arduous than venturing into the unknown. Had he lost his senses, desiring to enter? Jizai had not anticipated Anyo's outburst and frowned, aware of Anyo's tendency to oppose him. With no other recourse, he devised a ruse, saying, "Your task is more critical. Our success in finding additional honeysuckle hinges on your ability to divert those poisonous insects. Do you understand? In essence, our lives, as well as those of Shui and the others, rest in your hands." Upon mentioning Shui, Anyo fell silent. Jizai then surveyed the remaining primitive individuals. "If there are no objections, let us commence." The fearful group had no qualms. As soon as Jizai finished speaking, they nodded eagerly. Seeing their resolve, Jizai grasped his wooden spear and led Alyang and two others around to the other side of the sandy expanse, where they ventured inward. Once inside, the four split into two groups to search for honeysuckle. This time, due to the distraction provided by Anyo and the others, most of the poisonous creatures were lured away, allowing them to gather with relative ease. As they amassed a satisfactory quantity, Jizai located Alyang. Just as the group prepared to leave the sandy region, a familiar rustling sound reached their ears once more. Jizai momentarily froze, only to see a horde of venomous snakes surging towards them, with giant scorpions, centipedes, and lizards hot on their heels. Damn it! These are the very creatures Anyo was supposed to distract. Jizai's eyes widened in horror as he recognized the approaching menace. Had Anyo not been engaging them? Alyang stomped his foot in frustration. What is that fool Anyo doing? How could he let them return? Without a moment's hesitation, Ji shouted, "What are you waiting for? Run!" As he spoke, he took off in a frantic dash. Alyang and the others followed suit, but the distance to safety was daunting, and Ji's fatigue quickly became apparent. Unlike these seasoned hunters, his physique, though seemingly robust, was largely superficial. Before long, Ji found himself lagging behind, and the speed of the venomous creatures was alarming. Just as they neared a safe distance, the closest sand snake was a mere 2 or 3 meters away, poised to pounce. "Warrior, lend me your hand," Alyang shouted urgently from the front lines. Ji instinctively extended his hand. With a swift motion, Alyang seized Ji's hand, and before Ji could comprehend the unfolding events, he was yanked forward with considerable force. He soared through the air, landing with a thud upon the soft grass, a distance of 5 or 6 meters. The sheer strength of Alyang had flung Ji clear of danger, leaving him momentarily dazed on the ground. "Alyang, run!" The other 2 primitive individuals shouted from the safety of their refuge. Meanwhile, still within the sandy terrain, Alyang brandished his spear, fending off the encroaching snakes while desperately trying to escape. For him, 5 or 6 meters was typically a mere sprint. Yet, in this perilous situation, he found no opportunity to flee. Ji, gripping his spear, rose to his feet, determined to rescue Alyang. He charged forward, utilizing the length of his spear to fend off the menacing creatures. The other 2 primitive individuals gritted their teeth and followed suit, mimicking Ji's actions to alleviate Alyang's burden. Feeling the pressure lessen, Alyang seized an opportunity, using his spear to deflect several of the advancing snakes before he whirled around and bolted from the sandy expanse like the wind. His momentum caused him to tumble several times upon hitting the ground, and as he lay there, panting heavily, a smile spread across his face. "I made it! I'm alive! Ha!" Taking advantage of the opportunity, the bandits retreated to a safe distance. Observing the hundreds of venomous creatures congregating a dozen meters away at the edge of the sandy terrain, seemingly poised to charge forward, a sense of unease crept into Ji's mind. "We ought to leave swiftly. If these creatures disregard the boundaries, we could be in grave danger." The 2 primitive men shared his apprehension and nodded in agreement. Just as the 4 were about to depart, Alyang let out a muffled groan. Ji turned back to inquire, "What is it?" Alyang, crouched down with a wooden spear serving as a makeshift crutch, cradled his calf and shook his head, saying, "It hurts. My leg is in great pain." Alarmed, Ji rushed over, only to discover a distinct bite mark on Alyang's calf, unmistakably the result of a sand snake's venomous attack. "Damn it, Alyang, why didn't you mention this sooner?" Ji exclaimed, a wave of urgency washing over him, for it was his own peril that had led to Alyang's injury. He quickly urged Alyang to lie down and examine the wound, his heart sinking as he remarked, "The snake's venom has entered your body." Alyang's face paled in panic. "What should we do, brave one? I do not wish to die. Please, brave one, save me. I still have much to live for." The other 2 primitive men echoed his desperation, pleading, "Yes, brave one, please save Alyang." It was evident that Alyang was a man of good character, for otherwise, his companions would not have interceded on his behalf. In truth, Ji had already resolved to save Alyang, as the injury was a consequence of his own actions. "Just bear with it for a moment," Ji instructed. He knelt down, bringing his mouth close to Alyang's wound. Alyang gasped in horror. "Brave one, what are you doing? Are you going to eat me? My flesh is not delectable." Ji rolled his eyes and pressed his mouth against the wound, sucking out the dark blood from Alyang's calf. After spitting out the tainted blood, he noticed more dark purplish blood around the wound and repeated the process several times. Once the expelled blood appeared normal, Ji finally ceased his efforts, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. "How do you feel now?" Alyang, who had been worried that Ji intended to consume him, was taken aback as he tentatively moved his calf. "No, it doesn't hurt anymore. It just feels a bit numb." Chapter 34. The backpack. The other 2 primitive men regarded Ji with puzzled expressions. "Brave one, what is wrong with Alyang?" Ji rubbed his slightly numb lips. "It's nothing. Merely a side effect of the snake venom. I've extracted the poison, but your calf is temporarily deprived of blood. Once circulation resumes, you will be fine." As he spoke, he gathered some vines from nearby foliage, cleaned them, and tied them tightly around Alyang's calf to prevent further blood loss. "We must not delay. We need to find Anyo and return quickly. Shui and the others are waiting for the honeysuckle to save them." Alyang was immensely grateful to Ji, yet he harbored a deep resentment towards Anyo for failing to complete his task and nearly costing him his life. Anyo, how could he be so incompetent? How did I ever allow him to accompany us? His sentiments resonated with the other two primitive men, who expressed their own dissatisfaction with Anyo. Jizai waved his hand, silencing them. It was clear that after Jizai had saved Aoyang, the three men held him in even greater respect, subtly placing him in a position of leadership. Let us set aside this matter for now. We have obtained the honeysuckle. Our priority is to return and save the others, Jizai stated. Aoyang and the others nodded in unanimous agreement, without a hint of doubt regarding Jizai's words. Supporting Aoyang, the four of them moved away from the sandy ground. Upon reaching the location where Anyo and the others had confronted the venomous creatures, they found no trace of the men. Aoyang's frustration mounted. What is wrong with Anyo? It is bad enough that he failed to complete the task bestowed by you, brave one. Now he dares to leave without permission. When we return, I shall speak to the shaman and ensure he is punished. The other two primitive men shared his indignation, recalling the peril they had faced in the sand while searching for honeysuckle, only to have these individuals abandon them, nearly leading to their demise. Do they not understand that their families are also at risk from the poisonous mushroom soup? Would they dare to consume it without Anyo's guidance? The more they considered the situation, the angrier they became. If Anyo and the others had been present, a confrontation would have been inevitable. No, they did not leave of their own accord. Something must have happened to them. Just then, Jizai's words rendered Aoyang and the other two primitive men speechless. They looked down at Jizai as he pointed to 5 scattered wooden spears on the ground. I do not know what has transpired, but judging by the signs of struggle nearby, it is evident that Anyo and the others have encountered danger. Aoyang waved his hand dismissively. How could that be? Brave one, you must be overthinking this. They are simply timid and ran back on their own. Jizai shook his head. Would they have left behind their weapons if they had returned? Our tribe possesses so few weapons, with an average of only 1 per family. The spears we have gathered today comprise roughly 1/3 of our tribe's weaponry. If they abandoned their weapons and returned, the shaman would surely punish them severely. Jizai's reasoning made the 3 men ponder deeply. After a moment, they began to grasp the validity of Jizai's claims. Panic set in as they exclaimed, "Then what? Brave one, what danger have they encountered?" Jizai surveyed the myriad of human footprints left on the ground, his expression darkening. Do you remember whose territory this is? Aoyang and his companions exchanged alarmed glances, their faces pale. The Black Mountain Tribe. Jizai nodded. Indeed, this is the domain of the Black Mountain Tribe. I suspect they may have encountered members of that tribe. No, it cannot be, brave one. You must be jesting. Perhaps Anyo and the others have encountered some ferocious beasts. Aoyang's voice trembled with fear. It was clear that he harbored a deep-seated terror of the Black Mountain Tribe, as his parents had been captured by them and turned into food when he was just a child, leaving him and his brother to fend for themselves. It was only natural that the mere mention of the Black Mountain Tribe would instill fear in him. The other two primitive men displayed nearly identical reactions. How could a ferocious beast carry off its prey unharmed? How could a beast leave footprints identical to ours? Jizai pointed at the prints on the ground, then gestured to his own feet. Aoyang and the others followed Jizai's finger to his shoes, which were clearly not of the same nature as the prints. Jizai cleared his throat, feeling somewhat awkward, and looked toward the direction the footprints led. They went this way. Aoyang and the others exchanged glances. Brave one, what should we do? Should we return to consult the shaman? Jizai shook his head. By the time the shaman learns of this, Anyo and the others may have already become food for the Black Mountain Tribe. What then shall we do? Aoyang and the other two felt increasingly distressed. Jizai clenched his fists. What shall we do? Of course, we will rescue them. But they are from the Black Mountain Tribe, Aoyang protested. Jizai nodded, fully aware of the danger, yet he had also noted from the footprints that the number of Black Mountain tribesmen who had taken Anyo was not excessive. At most, there were 6 or 7. There was still a chance to rescue Anyo and the others. Most critically, the emergence of these tribesmen from the Black Mountain instilled a sense of unease in Jizai. If they were to learn of his existence from Anyo's lips, it would surely attract even more of their kin. The only course of action was to rescue Anyo. Very well, I have made up my mind to save Anyo and the others. What say you? Jizai inquired. Aoyang and the others exchanged glances, their lack of confidence palpable. We will follow the warrior, they replied hesitantly. Observing their demeanor, Jizai couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Their morale was already so low before even encountering the enemy. Clearly, the fear instilled by the Black Mountain Tribe was considerable. Gather your belongings. We shall set forth. Jizai instructed as he collected the 5 scattered wooden spears. The 3 nodded in agreement and followed him. After traversing for half an hour, They finally heard the anguished cries of Anyo and the others emanating from a nearby small valley. Jizai raised his hand to signal Liang and the others to halt, then surveyed the surrounding area before pointing to a slope on one side. Understanding his intent, the four climbed to the top of the slope and peered over the edge to observe below. The valley was not particularly large, barren of any decorative flora, and within it flowed a small stream, bordered by a scattering of human bones and skeletons. Several pebbles along the water's edge were stained a dark crimson with blood. Continuing to look, Jizai spotted Anyo and the others. The five were tightly bound by vines and thrown onto the ground, their cries echoing as they begged for mercy, their bodies betraying their fear. Furthermore, within the valley, 5 primitive men were selecting stones suitable for crafting knives, while one reclined against a rock doing nothing. This individual clearly held a higher status among the Black Mountain tribe, for he was resting while others labored. It seemed that this was indeed a small outpost of the Black Mountain tribe. Fortunately, Jizai and his companions had arrived in time. Had they delayed by even 10 minutes, Anyo and the others would have become the meal of these notorious cannibals. The mere thought of these individuals, infamous as man-eaters, made Jizai feel nauseous. "Warrior, shall we take action?" Liang asked, his voice trembling as he suppressed his fear. Jizai, at a loss for a better plan, gritted his teeth and replied, "Let us wait a moment. I need to devise a strategy." Liang nodded in agreement. At that moment, another member of the Black Mountain tribe entered the valley from outside. Upon his arrival, the other tribesmen turned to regard him. He gestured with his hand, forming a peculiar sign. Jizai was taken aback and questioned, "Do these individuals not speak?" Liang, trembling uncontrollably, replied with fear in his voice, "No, warrior. They can speak. Then why do they communicate with gestures?" Jizai pressed, "Warrior, that fellow is indicating that someone is following us. They have already discovered our presence." Liang explained. Jizai's eyes widened in disbelief. "What?" At that moment, the lounging tribesman stood up and retrieved an object from beside him. When Jizai recognized what it was, he could no longer contain himself. "Damn it, is that not my bag?" Chapter 35. The Cunning Black Mountain Tribe Warrior. "Look!" Liang suddenly exclaimed, drawing Jizai's attention. Following the direction of Liang's finger, he saw that several tribesmen had split off, armed with wooden spears, and were exiting the valley. "Warrior, these individuals must be coming to find us. What shall we do?" At this juncture, Liang and the other 2 primitives were in a state of panic, resembling headless flies, their hopes resting entirely on Jizai. "Do not speak. Hide. They may not realize we are up here," Jizai instructed as he slipped into the nearby underbrush. Liang and the others followed suit, doing the same. After approximately 10 minutes, Jizai cautiously poked his head out to observe, only to find that the tribesmen had vanished from sight, and there were no traces of them within the valley. Had they retraced their steps? Or were they concealing themselves elsewhere? With such concerns weighing on his mind, Jizai dared not make any hasty movements, for a single misstep could spell disaster. Contemplating this, he remained still, the atmosphere thick with tension. After another 10 minutes had passed, the desperate pleas of Anyo echoed from the valley. "Please, I beg you, do not kill me." Hearing this, Jizai's eyes widened, and he scrambled out of the underbrush to look down. Under the direction of the tribesman holding his bag, the others seemed increasingly impatient as they seized Anyo by his animal hide and forcefully dragged him toward the stream, clearly intent on flaying him alive. "Damn it!" Jizai cursed under his breath. Liang approached, anxiously asking, "Warrior, what shall we do?" "Anyo is going to die." Jizai pondered for a moment, noticing that there were only 4 tribesmen in the valley, including the one with his bag, and a sudden madness sparked within him. "To hell with it. Whether you're fishing or not, I'm going to take the bait. Let's see if your pull is faster than my bite. I have a plan to save them, but it carries great risk." Liang's eyes lit up. "Warrior, please tell us." Jizai gazed into the distance, trying to locate the 3 departing tribesmen, but he soon realized it was a futile effort. Seeing Jizai's expression, Liang urged, "Warrior, please speak quickly. Anyo is about to be killed." With a steely resolve, Jizai clenched his teeth and said, "You 3 will lie in ambush at the valley's entrance while I act as bait to lure them out. Then you must strike from behind. Remember, you must act swiftly and ensure a single lethal blow. Otherwise, the 3 who left may return at any moment. Do you understand?" Liang and the others exchanged uncertain glances. Can we really do it, warrior?" Jizai replied determinedly, "Trust me, we can succeed." "All right then." Having made their decision, the 4 stealthily descended into the valley. Upon reaching the valley's entrance, they saw that Liang and the others had already concealed themselves, allowing Ji-Zai to relax slightly. With his grip tightening around the wooden spear, he entered the valley and shouted, "Hey, you fools in the valley, stop this at once." The tribesman who had been preparing to slice a Nyo's throat with a stone shard halted at the sound and turned to look in Ji-Zai's direction. Ji-Zai made a provocative gesture, saying, "What are you staring at? I'm talking about you, you fool." The tribesman carrying Ji-Zai's bag suddenly narrowed his eyes and shouted in fury, "It's you, the one who killed the sacred snake." Ji-Zai was taken aback, surprised that the individual still remembered him. Excluding the already fainted Nyo, the other 4 primitives cried out, "Warrior, warrior, please save us." The tribesman with the bag responded with a sinister grin, "Warrior, I imagine your flesh must taste even more delicious." As soon as he finished speaking, he let out a fierce roar, picked up a wooden spear from the ground, and charged forward. At his movement, the other 3 cannibals followed suit, rushing towards him. Seeing this, the thief Ji turned on his heels and fled. "Don't run, you bastard!" The 4 cannibals pursued him with astonishing speed and were at the edge of the valley in the blink of an eye. Ji, casting a furtive glance back, feigned a gasp of surprise and pretended to stumble to the ground. The cannibal with the backpack let out a loud laugh, approaching Ji with a cruel glint in his eyes. "Boy, I wonder where you think you're going. Today you're as good as dead." Lying on the ground, Ji remained remarkably calm. In fact, he retorted with a mocking tone, "Oh really? It's not certain who will die today." With that, Ji bellowed, "Why aren't you making your move?" At his command, the cannibal with the backpack hesitated slightly, and before he could react, 3 consecutive roars sounded from both sides of the valley. Suddenly, Aelyong and 2 other primitive men leaped down, each armed not with wooden spears but with large stones, and began to hurl them at the 3 visibly bewildered cannibals. Wasn't there only one person? How can there be 4? Thud, thud, thud. 3 muffled sounds echoed as the 3 cannibals wobbled, their footing faltering. As seasoned hunters of the jungle, Aelyong and his companions seized the opportunity, raising their hefty stones and striking at the heads of the 3 cannibals. Again and again, the 3 cannibals, unable to retaliate, finally collapsed to the ground. In that moment, the cannibal with the backpack finally realized what was happening and roared, "You're asking for death." He then turned, brandishing his wooden spear, and charged at the very beings he had once considered mere food. The ferocity in his demeanor indeed frightened Aelyong and his companions, who had long harbored a fear of the Black Mountain cannibals, causing them to momentarily freeze. Ji cursed under his breath, leaping to his feet with the wooden spear in hand, and without hesitation, charged after the fleeing cannibal, aiming a strike at the back of his head. With a resounding crack, the spear broke in 2. However, it managed to successfully impede the cannibal's progress. Shaking his head to clear the daze, the cannibal turned to glare at Ji. "You're seeking death." Ji, retreating with half a spear, shouted to Aelyong and the others, "What are you waiting for? Quickly, kill those 3 Black Mountain cannibals." It was only then that Aelyong and the others snapped back to reality, seizing their stones to take advantage of the situation and brutally bludgeon the 3 dazed cannibals to death on the spot. Meanwhile, Ji, emboldened by his successful ambush, continued to engage the cannibal with the backpack, who was now hindered. After Aelyong and the others dispatched the 3 cannibals, they switched to wooden spears to assist Ji. At this point, the outcome was virtually decided. No matter how valiant the cannibal with the backpack was, he stood no chance against 4 opponents, especially with Ji having dealt him a vicious blow to the back of his head. The wooden spear left numerous wounds on his body, and soon, he was drenched in blood. With a thud, Ji watched the cannibal with the backpack slump to the ground, finally exhaling in relief. "Damn, this bastard is indeed formidable." He held his own against 4 for so long. Aelyong, filled with excitement, realized that despite winning 4 against 1, this was the first time in the Frost Valley tribe's history they had defeated the Black Mountain tribe. In his exuberance, he jabbed his wooden spear into the cannibal's body, draining the last remnants of his strength. You lot don't think you can escape. My companions have already found you," the cannibal with the backpack uttered, blood spurting from his mouth as he collapsed, his life force extinguished. Witnessing this gruesome scene, Ji felt a wave of nausea. Fortunately, he hadn't eaten anything since morning, or he might have vomited. He approached, using his spear to retrieve his backpack, then turned to Aelyong and the other 2, urging, "Let us go rescue the others." As the 3 nodded to follow Ji's command, they suddenly froze in place, trembling uncontrollably as if shaken by a sieve. Ji, taken aback, asked what is wrong. Aelyong pointed behind Ji. They're back. They've returned. Ji's eyes widened in shock as he turned sharply. The 3 previously departed cannibals were racing back towards them. Suddenly, Ji grasped the terrifying reality. These fiends had been lurking nearby all along, intending to ambush them. Glancing at the lifeless cannibal on the ground, he was overwhelmed with dread. If this cannibal hadn't charged out in a fit of rage upon spotting him, he would have led his companions to their doom. Had he not instructed Ailiang and the others to set up an ambush against the 4 cannibals left behind, they would surely have faced a similar fate as Ainyu and his group when the 3 reinforcements arrived. The precarious coincidences sent a chill down Ji's spine, and a cold sweat broke out all over him. These bastards are far too cunning. Quick, quick, go free Ainyu and the others, Ji shouted at Ailiang. Simultaneously, he faced the oncoming 3 cannibals, thinking to himself, "Come on, we have 9 of us. We're not afraid of you." Before long, the 3 cannibals had charged upon them, their muscles bulging and their demeanor fierce. With a thunderous roar, they exuded an intimidating presence. Ji and the 2 primitive men braced themselves, yet the fighting prowess of the 3 cannibals was utterly terrifying. In one-on-one combat, even the 3 of them, including Ji, were being overwhelmed. Despite having just bested the cannibals in battle, their morale was high, but they were no match for these opponents. In that moment, Ji regretted not retreating back to the valley with Ailiang earlier. He had been foolish to linger. As if in a daze, Ji was suddenly kicked hard in the chest. Stumbling to the ground, gasping for breath. Sitting on the ground, Ji's expression was one of agony. He felt as though he had been struck by a rampaging rhinoceros, the kick having knocked the wind out of him. Breathing became a struggle, and even lifting his hand caused excruciating pain in his chest. Looking at the 2 other primitive men, their fate mirrored his own. No, they were in slightly better shape, as they were being pummeled but not as utterly defeated as Ji was. Are these damned creatures really that powerful? Ji couldn't help but think. However, the situation demanded his attention. The cannibal he was facing had already approached, wielding a wooden spear and raising it above his head, shouting, "Die!" In that instant, Ji's pupils constricted, and he rolled to the side just in time. The spear sliced through the air, embedding itself into the ground with a deep thud. "Damn it!" Ji cursed. At this moment, resisting was a matter of life and death. Even though Ji's combat effectiveness was severely diminished due to his injury, he still had no choice but to rise and fight back. After struggling for 2 more minutes, the thief Ji was on the verge of exhaustion, his life hanging by a thread. With all his might, he dodged the attacks of the cannibal tribe in front of him, retreating a few steps before bellowing, "Ailiang, what the hell are you dawdling for? If you don't come soon, I'm a goner." Just as his words fell, a thunderous roar responded, "Fear not, noble warrior. I am here." Ji was momentarily taken aback, then turned to see Ailiang leading 5 others, all brandishing wooden spears. Upon witnessing this fresh reinforcement, Ji felt a surge of confidence. He turned back to the 3 cannibals and shouted, "MD, you think you can take us? Come on, you scoundrels. 9 against 3. Let us fight." What should have been a moment of retreat for the 3 cannibals turned out quite the opposite. They completely dismissed Ji and his 9 companions, undeterred by their numerical disadvantage. Together, they let out a fierce roar and charged toward Ji and his group. It was 3 against 9, or rather 3 against 8. As Ji seized the opportunity to catch his breath and recover from the blows he had taken. As he observed the clash, Ji began to sense something amiss. Why were these cannibals so formidable? Although their physiques appeared similar, in terms of ferocity, Ailiang and his companions were clearly outmatched. No, it was more than that. It seemed Ailiang and the others were utterly incapable of holding their own. If this continued, their defeat was inevitable. Damn. It was no wonder the 4 cannibals left in the valley were so brazen. With such combat prowess, they could afford to split their forces even when aware of being followed. If it were me in their shoes, I would be just as arrogant. While contemplating this, Ji felt a swell of pride for having stealthily dispatched the 4 cannibals left behind. Yet as he glanced at the ongoing battle, his brow furrowed again. This wouldn't do. He needed to devise a plan swiftly. Gritting his teeth, Ji muttered, "Otherwise, Ailiang and the others won't last much longer." However, in his haste, he struggled to conjure a multitude of strategies. He was a thief, not a clever strategist like Ikkyu. Just then, an idea struck him as he remembered the bag on his back. He hoped those cannibals hadn't rummaged through it and taken anything. Ji prayed fervently, took down the bag, and opened it only to be taken aback. What in the world was this? Bloodied pieces of meat lay within. What did those bastards think my bag was for? Furious, Ji nearly threw the meat out, but then realized that the cannibals who had taken his bag would surely put something ghastly inside. A chill ran down his spine, and he hastily poured out the contents of the bag, which clattered to the ground. Among them were various books: Compendium of Medicinal Herbs, Paleobiology Illustrated, wisdom of ancient architecture, and a folding spring knife. Ji's eyes lit up. It seemed the cannibal who had stolen his bag merely used it as a means of transport, leaving the contents untouched. Nodding to himself, Ji disregarded everything else and quickly grabbed the spring knife, turning to face the ongoing battle. Silently, like a cat stalking its prey, he crept forward. The cannibal he had previously battled was engaged with Aoyang and two other primitives when Ji managed to sneak up behind him unnoticed. Once positioned behind the cannibal, Ji shouted, "You scoundrel!" Like a clap of thunder, the cannibal jumped in shock. As he turned, Ji thrust the spring knife forward, piercing it into the cannibal's abdomen. The blade sinking deep, the sound of flesh tearing echoed. In this primitive society devoid of iron tools, Ji's spring knife was akin to a legendary dragon-slaying sword. Not only did it cut with ease, but its penetrating power was unmatched. The cannibal looked down in terror at the knife lodged in his belly. What kind of weapon was this? The unknown invoked fear, and he raised his fist, striking Ji down to the ground, then reached to pull the cold knife from his body, horrified as he tossed it aside. Not dead yet? Ji, sitting on the ground and rubbing his aching face, found it hard to believe. The injured cannibal let out a roar, fixating his gaze on Ji, charging at him with a wooden spear. However, as he took a few steps, blood gushed from his wound, and his legs buckled, causing him to kneel. He gazed down at his injury. The pain had only registered upon seeing the blood gushing forth, feeling the vitality drain from his body. This ferocious cannibal, once a dominator of life, now felt fear for the first time. After one last roar, he collapsed to the ground, blood pooling beneath him. Seeing their adversary fall, Aoyang and the others collectively exhaled in relief, turning their grateful gazes toward Ji. "Warrior, you are truly remarkable. Just a touch, and he was finished." Ji smiled wryly, waving his hand dismissively as he rubbed his still sore cheek. "Yes, not dead yet." With that, he picked up the spring knife from the ground and slashed it across the cannibal's throat, confirming his demise before feeling a sense of relief. However, as Ji dispatched the cannibal, another of his companions noticed the commotion and let out an enraged roar. "Black Snake! Damn it, you've killed Black Snake!" As he uttered these words, distracted, he was pierced through the chest by 3 wooden spears, dying on the spot. In the blink of an eye, only the cannibal facing Anyo and another primitive remained. Recognizing the dire situation, he unleashed a mighty blow that sent Anyo staggering back, then turned to flee. "Don't let him escape," Ji shouted anxiously. Aoyang reacted swiftly, declaring, "I'll pursue." In the blink of an eye, he led 2 companions after the fleeing cannibal. Once they were gone, Ji finally allowed himself to relax, rubbing his chest as he retrieved the spring knife from the ground, glancing at the corpse of the cannibal, still feeling a twinge of dread. These creatures had shown astonishing combat prowess. Had he not successfully ambushed one with the spring knife, resulting in one death and another distracted, all 9 of them, including himself, would have surely perished. Thankfully, they were dead now. Ji let out a sigh of relief. He rested for a moment, washing the bloodied bag in the stream of the valley, then collected the 3 books. The group rested, waiting for Aoyang and the others to return. Chapter 37, Hidden Dangers. Having defeated the Black Mountain cannibals and killed 6 of them without losing a single member of their own, Anyo and the others could hardly contain their excitement. Eager to share their glorious feat, only Ji remained, holding the spring knife, lost in contemplation. His thoughts were entirely consumed by the fleeing cannibal tribe. He could only wonder whether Aoyang would manage to catch up and slay him. The wait was invariably nerve-wracking. Was it 10 minutes? Or perhaps 20? Jise, in his growing anxiety, was relieved when Aoyang and the others returned, each bearing an expression of exhilaration. Observing their faces, Jise's countenance brightened, and he promptly rose to inquire what transpired. Aoyang replied with a grin, "He fled, but he didn't escape unscathed. I managed to stab him." Jise was momentarily taken aback, his initial anticipation giving way to doubt. "He ran away?" Aoyang nodded nonchalantly. Indeed, he ran. At this revelation, Jise's expression fell. For a moment, Aoyang assumed he had misspoken and inadvertently displeased Jise, prompting him to ask, "Brave warrior, what troubles you?" "That fleeing fellow is gravely injured and unlikely to survive," he added. The other tribesmen nodded in agreement. "Yes, brave warrior. Aoyang speaks the truth. That man is on the brink of death, so there is no need for concern." Jise gazed at the group, who seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation, sighed and shook his head, offering an excuse. "You're right. Let us hasten back. The snow awaits our rescue." As he uttered these words, Jise harbored a lingering worry that the fleeing primitive might return with companions to reclaim their honor in the recently contested valley. However, It was evident that the others had not considered such a possibility. They remained enraptured by their recent triumph. Across the expanse of mountains and numerous tribes, who could boast of a flawless victory, slaying 6 members of the Black Mountain tribe without any casualties? No one. Yet we achieved it. With such thoughts in mind, everyone was imbued with enthusiasm and soaring confidence. Simultaneously, their admiration for Jizai grew, for without his guidance, victory would have been unattainable. Unbeknownst to them, Jizai's esteem in their eyes soared dramatically. Yet, as the protagonist of the affair, Jizai felt increasingly burdened by the situation. As the group made their way back to the tribe, laden with spoils, the other 8, including Liang, wore expressions of bravado, as if the heavens favored them above all else. In contrast, Jizai's thoughts deepened into worry. He sensed that the fleeing cannibal posed a significant threat. Liang, Jizai called out. Liang immediately responded, "What is it, brave warrior?" Jizai asked, "Do you think that man from the Black Mountain tribe recognized us?" Liang hesitated. "I suppose he might not, brave warrior." "Why do you ask?" Jizai waved his hand, not wishing to share his concerns, and replied, "It's nothing. Nothing at all." Although Jizai remained silent, Liang gleaned a hint of Jizai's unease and reassured him, "Fear not, brave warrior. Even if they know who we are, we have nothing to fear. Should they dare approach, we shall confront them once more." The other tribesmen echoed, "Indeed, brave warrior. We have defeated them soundly. How could they possibly dare return?" Watching the boastful warriors before him, Jizai felt on the verge of tears, thinking, "Gentlemen, do you truly not comprehend how precarious this victory was?" Jizai's apprehensions did not alert the group. Rather, Anyo mocked him, "I fail to understand your fears. None of us perished and we killed 6 of them. Just as Liang said, should they come, we shall fight again." Just as Jizai intended to respond, Liang roared, "Silence. Were it not for brave warrior Jizai, could we have triumphed? Humph. And you, what a useless wretch you are, allowing him to escape." Anyo, chastised by Liang, opened his mouth but remained silent, glaring at him with resentment. After a nerve-wracking journey, they finally returned to the tribe, where those awaiting Jizai's return with the antidote rushed to him with questions. Jizai, lacking the patience to engage, let Liang recount their glorious victory over the Black Mountain tribe. In conclusion, Liang made sure to credit Jizai for their success. Instantly, the crowd erupted in astonished exclamations, surrounding Jizai with inquiries. "Brave warrior, did you truly defeat the Black Mountain tribe? How did you manage such a feat?" The fervor of the crowd nearly drove Jizai to madness. "Everyone, please, I must attend to the wounded first. For any questions, consult Liang. He knows everything, all right?" Jizai, feeling cornered by their incessant questioning, could only utter this. Upon hearing this, they flocked to Liang. Seizing the opportunity, Jizai slipped into the cave of the thin elder, where the witch and the plump elder awaited him. Upon his arrival, the witch anxiously asked, "What happened? Did you find that flower?" Jizai produced the honeysuckle he had gathered. "I found it." The witch exhaled in relief. "That's wonderful. Now, they shall be saved." Jizai nodded, requesting to bring him the clay pot he had prepared yesterday, adding water, and beginning to brew the honeysuckle. While waiting for the medicine to finish, Jizai suddenly turned to the witch, saying, "I must discuss something with you." The witch, momentarily taken aback, asked, "What is it?" Jizai recounted his encounter with the Black Mountain cannibals, how the conflict unfolded, and their subsequent victory, concluding with a mention of the fleeing cannibal. The witch gasped in horror, "You truly defeated the Black Mountain tribe?" Not only the witch, but the plump elder also appeared incredulous. "Are you joking? How could that be? They are the Black Mountain tribe." Jizai responded, "Not only did I defeat them, but I also killed 6 of their members. We merely let one escape." Upon hearing this, the witch's heart raced. If she had been shocked by Jizai's initial claim of victory over the Black Mountain tribe, she was now engulfed in fear. You truly killed members of the Black Mountain tribe?" She spoke, her voice trembling and laced with dread. "Ah, 6 of them. It was over. They were finished." Upon learning the truth from Jizai, the witch felt utterly defeated, unable to suppress her despair as she sat on the ground, gazing at Jizai. "The Black Mountain tribe is so powerful. They will surely not let this go unpunished." The plump elder's face was a mask of terror as he exclaimed, How could such a calamity befall us? That is the Black Mountain tribe we are speaking of." "The Black Mountain tribe? Warrior, how dare you slay their kin?" The cunning thief utilized a wooden spoon to ladle out the concocted honeysuckle, first pouring it into Shue's mouth, declaring, "If I do not act, Anyo and the others will surely be devoured." But, the witch, beads of sweat streaming down her forehead, gritted her teeth and said, Now, we can only pray that the one who fled is wounded severely enough that he cannot return to the tribe. Otherwise, our tribe will truly face annihilation. Observing the witch and the plump elder, both visibly shaken at the mention of the Black Mountain tribe, the thief pressed his lips together and remarked, "By the way, among those I killed, there was one named Black Snake." Black Snake, the son of the chieftain of the Black Mountain tribe, the foremost warrior of the Black Mountain tribe. Is it that Black Snake? The witch and the plump elder simultaneously shrieked, as if they had stepped on a cat's tail. Chapter 38. Compensation. Witnessing the agitated state of the two, the thief interjected, "I cannot say if he is the Black Snake you speak of, but that fellow was quite formidable. Liang and 2 other tribesmen were no match for him, and I only managed to fell him by ambush." Regardless of whether the thief had indeed ambushed and slain Black Snake, both the witch and the plump elder were consumed by a singular thought. It could not be the Black Snake they dreaded. As long as it was not him, all could be negotiated. At worst, the tribe would suffer a significant loss and offer the Black Mountain tribe a greater share of game. But if it were indeed Black Snake, then all hope would be lost, and there would be no room for negotiation. Yes, Liang, quickly summon Liang. The witch suddenly recalled Liang and shouted in a panic. "We must ask Liang if the one they killed is truly the Black Mountain tribe's foremost warrior." Black Snake. The witch's voice cracked under the strain of urgency. Meanwhile, within a vast valley nestled amid the western mountain range, shrouded in the cloak of night, lay an expanse littered with eerie white bones. The air was punctuated by a strange wind, akin to the wails of vengeful spirits, chilling to the bone. In the center of the valley stood a middle-aged man draped in animal skins, towering over 2 meters, his expression as dark as the depths of water, anger barely concealed upon his countenance. He was none other than Heishan, the chieftain of the Black Mountain tribe. Kneeling before him was a tribesman who had escaped from the grasp of the thief. "Scorpion, are you saying that my tribe's foremost warrior, my bravest son Black Snake, was slain by a few worthless individuals from the Frost Valley tribe?" Heishan inquired, suppressing his fury. The fleeing tribesman, known as Scorpion, trembled, prostrating himself on the ground, unable to utter a word. Heishan's anger flared. Such audacity from the Frost Valley tribe, to dare slay my tribe's foremost warrior. "Father, my brother cannot die in vain. Please, avenge him." A robust man, closely aligned with Heishan, knelt and implored. He was Heishiong, Heishan's eldest son, Black Snake's brother, and the second most formidable warrior in the Black Mountain tribe. "Chieftain, I have further news to report," Scorpion stammered, sensing the wrath of the father and son. Heishan's gaze bore into him. "Speak." Scorpion swallowed hard. "It is as follows, Chieftain. The eagle has identified the one who killed Lord Black Snake. It is that same boy who once slayed the sacred serpent." Heishan's pupils dilated in shock. "It is he. He has slain my totem and harmed my warriors. Father, this enmity cannot be overlooked." Heishiong bellowed. The gathered assembly of 500 Black Mountain tribesmen erupted in a fervent roar. "This enmity cannot be overlooked. This enmity cannot be overlooked." Heishan raised his hand to silence the crowd, restoring order. He then managed a cold smile, suppressing his rage. "The Frost Valley tribe possesses remarkable audacity to harbor this scoundrel. Summon messengers to the Frost Valley tribe. Inform them that we shall engage in battle." His words elicited cheers from the majority of the tribesmen. Scorpion, brimming with excitement, stood forth. "Chieftain, I volunteer to be the first to storm the Frost Valley tribe, to capture the scoundrel who has brought about Lord Black Snake's demise, and avenge him." Heishan appraised him while said, "My son." In an instant, the Black Mountain tribe was ablaze with martial fervor. In stark contrast, upon hearing Liang declare that the slain Black Snake was indeed the foremost warrior of the Black Mountain tribe, the witch and the plump elder stood frozen in disbelief. Like 2 soulless puppets, they collapsed to the ground in utter despair. This is the end." Liang interjected, "Dear witch, esteemed elder, the Black Mountain tribe is not as formidable as it seems. Our brave warrior led us 8 without suffering any losses and managed to kill 6 of them, including Black Snake. We need not fear them." The witch ground her teeth. "What do you understand? The Black Mountain tribe outnumbers us 5-fold. Their combat prowess is well known. Typically, 3 of our tribesmen cannot match even one of theirs, let alone considering the many elderly and children in our tribe who cannot fight." Liang's heart sank at her words, the witch's admonition awakening him from his victorious reverie. Simultaneously, the gaunt elder and his companions began to regain consciousness. Upon noticing the gathering within their cave, the gaunt elder blinked in confusion and asked, "What has transpired?" The witch, overwhelmed by her dire mood, was reluctant to engage with the gaunt elder. If not for him and Anyo, the thief would not have ventured out to seek an antidote, leading to the death of the Black Mountain tribesmen and inciting this great calamity. There is no remedy now. We must simply await news from the Black Mountain tribe. The witch lamented, utterly at a loss. The once dazed gaunt elder snapped to attention at the mention of the Black Mountain tribe. The Black Mountain tribe. What has happened to them? The witch furrowed her brow, about to respond, when Anyo rushed in. Witch, it is bad. It is bad. The Black Mountain tribe has arrived. The witch's pupils constricted in an instant. What? Take me there at once, she exclaimed, hastily moving towards the exit, followed closely by the plump and gaunt elders. A confused Shue, just awakening, asked the thief what was amiss. Fear not, sister. Everything will be fine, the thief reassured her, though he had not anticipated such a hornet's nest being stirred. Had he known, he would have refrained from slaying Black Snake. But alas, where could one procure a remedy for regret? After offering a few comforting words to Shue, he hastened outside, arriving at the valley to witness Scorpion, previously fleeing in panic, now standing boldly in the center, wounded yet boasting, shouting, "Our chieftain has declared that you, Frost Valley tribe, dare to shelter the scoundrel who has slain our sacred serpent and foremost warrior. Such an offense is unforgivable. Prepare yourselves, for you shall become our feast." Though Scorpion stood alone, the hundreds of tribesmen surrounding him kept their heads lowered, too fearful to gaze upon him. The Black Mountain tribe, long steeped in menace, now displayed unwavering arrogance. The witch stood at the heart of the throng, swallowing hard. This matter is a complete misunderstanding. I implore you to return and convey to Chieftain Heishan that we must not let a single misunderstanding disrupt the peace between our tribes. Scorpion burst into laughter, regarding the witch with derision. A misunderstanding? What a fine misunderstanding. If I consume you, shall I then proclaim it a misunderstanding as well? The words of the Scorpion provoked great ire among the tribesmen who held the witch in high regard. Yet, mindful of the formidable strength of the Black Mountain tribe, they could only seethe in silence. After all, the majority of their kin had become sustenance for the Black Mountain tribe. To cite but one example, the brother of Shue and the parents of Ali were among those who had met such a fate. This rogue. Ultimately, there were those filled with youthful fervor, and Ali was one such individual. Unable to endure the Scorpion's demeanor any longer, he stepped forward in a fit of rage, exclaiming, "If you had not seized our companion to consume, we would not have had to slay your tribesmen." The Scorpion's gaze turned icy upon hearing his words, and upon recognizing Ali he growled, "It's you, you audacious lad. You dare to show your face." Ali retorted defiantly, "Why should I not? I shall feast upon you." The Scorpion, incensed, scoffed, "What an insatiable appetite. Do you fancy yourself mightier than the Black Serpent?" Amidst the crowd, as the witch fidgeted anxiously like an ant on a hot pan, she heard Ji-Ze's voice and slapped her forehead, exclaiming, "Why are you here as well?" Indeed, under the watchful eyes of the primitive onlookers, Ji-Ze stepped forward. While the others displayed no fear, the sight of Ji-Ze caused an involuntary shiver among them. "Yes, it is I," Ji-Ze affirmed. "I am the one who has slain your sacred serpent's kin and vanquished your foremost warrior. What say you? Do you have any objections?" The Scorpion's face flushed crimson, struggling to articulate a response. It dawned on him that if the Black Serpent, the first warrior, was no match for this fellow, then he certainly stood no chance. Momentarily, he was rendered speechless. After a prolonged silence, the Scorpion finally managed to utter, "Very well. You may wait for the wrath of the Black Mountain tribe." The witch, perceiving the escalating tension, hurried to interject, Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. We can offer compensation." Upon hearing this, the Scorpion halted and turned to face the witch, a mocking smile plastered on his face. "Compensation? Very well. Our esteemed chieftain has decreed that compensation is acceptable. 50 rabbits, 20 antelopes, 10 wild boars, and this rascal." He gestured towards Ji-Ze. "Otherwise, we shall unleash a bloodbath upon your Frost Valley tribe." Chapter 39. I have a plan. Stunned by the Scorpion's demands, which sounded as outrageous as a lion's roar, the witch found herself momentarily speechless. "So much?" The Scorpion scoffed. "What? If you refuse, shall we declare war?" The witch glanced at Ji-Ze. While she could negotiate the other terms, surrendering Ji-Ze was something she was unwilling to entertain. At that moment, a venerable yet commanding voice resonated. "Very well. I shall accede to your demands." Everyone turned to see an elderly man, his hair as white as snow, emerging with a cane in hand. "Chieftain." The witch murmured in disbelief. The assembly echoed, "Chieftain." The old chieftain waved his hand and addressed the Scorpion. I accept your demands. However, such a bounty requires time for preparation. The Scorpion's expression shifted as he realized that his casual demands had been met with acquiescence. Logically, given Jize's formidable prowess, he should not have been so readily surrendered, yet he felt compelled to follow the old chieftain's lead. How long do you require for preparation? He inquired. The old chieftain pondered for a moment before gritting his teeth and replying, 10 days, at most 10 days. The Scorpion's eyes glinted as he replied, very well, it is settled. In 10 days, I shall return with my men to claim our rightful spoils, and do not forget about this fellow. He pointed at Jize before striding away. Once the Scorpion departed, the witch was the first to speak. Chieftain, how could you consent to his demands? The other items may be manageable, but we cannot surrender the warrior. The old chieftain turned to the witch. If we do not comply, do you truly wish to engage in warfare with the Black Mountain tribe? Have you forgotten how powerful they are? Her silence spoke volumes. The old chieftain then looked at Jize. Bring him here, bind him, and present him to the Black Mountain tribe as a gesture of our sincerity. Jize, still reeling from the shock of being sold, found himself restrained by 2 tribesmen who bound him with vines and hoisted him aloft on a pole. In a panic, Jize called out, wait, old man, what are you doing? You can't possibly be sending me there. Please no. Chieftain, hold on. At that moment, a dissenting voice rang out. The old chieftain turned to see Shue, who had just regained consciousness, emerging from the cave. She approached and fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face. Chieftain, you cannot hand over the warrior. The old chieftain felt a weight in his heart. Shue continued to plead. The warrior saved my life. You cannot simply deliver him to them. The old chieftain sighed, child, rise. While he saved your life, he is merely indebted to you, not to our entire tribe. When faced with such a choice, I must prioritize the tribe and forsake him. The Black Mountain tribe is too powerful. Their numbers are vast and their strength exceeds ours. To go to war with them is to invite our own demise. The old chieftain spoke the truth, yet Shue's heart was solely devoted to Jize. Watching him perish, becoming fodder for the Black Mountain tribe, was something she could not bear. Chieftain, Shue is right. We cannot surrender the warrior. At that moment, Ali also knelt. The old chieftain was taken aback. Ali, what are you doing? This is none of your concern. Ali, tears streaming down his face, replied, how can it not concern me? My parents were captured and consumed by the Black Mountain tribe. The warrior avenged them today by slaying their kin. He is my benefactor. I implore you, do not hand him over. With a thud, the witch also knelt, gritting her teeth. Chieftain, Ali speaks the truth. We cannot surrender the warrior. The old chieftain furrowed his brow in displeasure. You too wish to stir trouble? The witch shook her head. No, chieftain. The warrior has done me a great service, as well as to the tribe. He is our benefactor. We cannot give him to the Black Mountain tribe. Get up. What has he done for you? What has he done for the tribe? The old chieftain's frustration grew. The witch insisted, no, chieftain. I became a shaman and was afflicted by a strange illness. Had it not been for the warrior, I would have perished long ago. Moreover, whether it was kindling fire or crafting pottery, the warrior has benefited our people. Is that not a service to the tribe? The old chieftain, flustered, huffed in anger, while beside him, the lanky elder also knelt. Chieftain, the shaman speaks wisely. The warrior must not be surrendered. This entire predicament arose from my actions. Had I not mistakenly consumed the poisonous mushroom, the warrior would not have ventured out for honeysuckle, nor would he have clashed with the Black Mountain tribe. This is all my fault. Please do not hand him over. Bound and raised on a pole, Jize was taken aback. Shue's plea was anticipated. Ali's was not surprising. But even the witch's intercession left him somewhat astounded. However, he could never have anticipated that his long-standing disdain for the slender elder would culminate in an appeal on his behalf. The slender elder gritted his teeth. Thud. Another individual knelt before them. This time it was Enyo. At that moment, Enyo wore a visage riddled with guilt, pleading. Esteemed elder, the blame lies solely with me. It has nothing to do with the warrior or the slender elder. I succumbed to temptation and pilfered the warrior's pot to concoct a broth, only to inadvertently create a poisonous mushroom soup. All of this is my fault. Enyo, even Jize, who had consistently regarded these primitives as mere savages, felt a flicker of emotion. He was not made of stone. Despite having previously viewed these primitives as imbeciles, he now recognized that they, like himself, were beings of emotion, flesh and gratitude. He felt a dampness at the corners of his eyes. Esteemed elder, we cannot sacrifice the warrior, nor can we place the blame solely on Enyo. It is all of us who drank the poisonous mushroom soup that precipitated this calamity. A chorus of kneeling followed, this time from those primitives who had also been rendered unconscious alongside the slender elder, only to be revived by Jizei. Esteemed elder, it is merely the Black Mountain tribe. If they dare to come, we shall fight them head-on. If the warrior can lead us to slay their six kin, he can certainly guide our tribe to vanquish the Black Mountain tribe. Those primitives who had accompanied Jizei to gather honeysuckle also knelt in solidarity. Witnessing this collective sentiment, the elder clenched his teeth and uttered, I cannot gamble the lives of the entire tribe on this risk. Only by surrendering him can we ensure everyone's safety. Esteemed elder. Suddenly, the stout elder knelt, startling the elder. Esteemed elder, the Black Mountain tribe is untrustworthy. Even if we surrender the warrior, can you guarantee they will not pursue us? Have you forgotten how the Pure Water tribe met its demise after offending the Black Mountain tribe? Regardless of whether we surrender the warrior, they will attack us. We are destined to be at odds with the Black Mountain tribe. The stout elder's words resonated with the majority. An elderly primitive, tears streaming down his face, sighed deeply. Elder, the stout elder speaks the truth. My wife and children were taken by the Black Mountain tribe and devoured. I am the sole survivor. We have squandered so much food from the tribe. In the past, I dared not seek vengeance, for the Black Mountain tribe was too formidable. Now, with the warrior among us, why should we fear them? I am willing to sacrifice this frail body to combat the Black Mountain tribe. The elder's words stirred the emotions of most tribesmen, who fell to their knees in unison, crying out, Esteemed elder, we implore you to wage war against the Black Mountain tribe. For our kin who were consumed, we have a warrior, we fear them not. The will of the people even stirred the elder's heart. But the Black Mountain tribe is so powerful. Should we go to war, our annihilation is inevitable. Even if death awaits us, we do not fear. We do not fear death, resounded the firm voices of all. Tears streamed down Jizei's face, as he marveled. I, a university-educated individual, have been moved by a group of primitives. How astonishing! The elder gazed at his tribesmen, ultimately deciding to consider their lives. This battle is one we cannot win. I cannot allow you to sacrifice your lives in vain. It is settled, no more discussion. With that, the elder turned, as if aged a decade in an instant. Elder, elder, the crowd called out to him, yet he merely trembled, not daring to look back. Once, he had been filled with fervor, but since becoming elder, his worries had only multiplied. Wait, I have a way to defeat them. Chapter 40. Preparing for War. Amidst the cacophony of weeping, a sudden voice rang out. In that instant all turned to look. There hung Jizei, resembling a pig poised for slaughter, straining to move his arms. First, lower me down. I have a method to defeat the Black Mountain tribe. The primitives were momentarily stunned, then erupted in cheers. Truly, the esteemed warrior has a plan. We are saved. Esteemed elder, did you hear? The warrior has a way to vanquish the Black Mountain tribe. The elder rushed to Jizei's side, nearly pressing their faces together, filled with excitement yet skepticism. Can you truly defeat the Black Mountain tribe? Jizei replied, even if we cannot defeat them outright, at the very least we can secure our position, provided you all trust me. The witch quickly interjected. Hurry. Release the warrior. In an instant, Shui and Ailiang sprang up, lifting the crossbeam and carefully lowering Jizei, subsequently untying him. Jizei flexed his sore wrists and stated, the Black Mountain tribe is not as formidable as they seem. I have at least 100 strategies to defeat them. The elder, upon hearing this, grew even more doubtful, believing Jizei was merely boasting to save his own skin. Do not speak foolishly. That is the Black Mountain tribe. Jizei scoffed, beckoning. Everyone, gather around. I will share my plan. The crowd exchanged glances, but ultimately, they preferred to believe in Jizei, who had previously performed miracles, creating fire, crafting pots, saving lives. In comparison, they felt confident he could work wonders once more. Observing the unwavering faith of his tribesmen, the elder furrowed his brow. Jizei snapped a twig and drew a circle in the dirt. The nearby onlookers inquired, what is this? Jizei pointed to the circle he had drawn. During my recent mushroom gathering in the valley, I took note of the terrain and discovered that aside from the 20 or so paces at the valley's entrance, no one can enter from any other direction. Thus, my idea is simple. To erect a door at this entrance. A door? What is that? The slender elder expressed confusion. Jizei pondered for a moment and explained in the simplest terms. In essence, it is a door that can be opened and closed to allow passage into and out of the valley. If we close the door, the Black Mountain tribe cannot enter. Jizei's concept prompted the crowd to envision what such a door might entail. Time was of the essence, and Jizai could not afford to elaborate further. He continued with his subsequent plan. However, a door alone will only enhance our defenses without any offensive capability. Therefore, my next objective is to create weapons. Elyong tightened his grip around a wooden spear. Our tribe has only 20 or so weapons, which is indeed insufficient for our people. Jizai shook his head. No. The weapons I speak of are not these, but rather, far more powerful ones. The crowd was taken aback. More powerful weapons? What are they? Jizai's gaze grew intense as he licked his lips. A spear-throwing device. A slingshot. A spear-throwing device? A slingshot? What manner of weapons are those? The encircling primitives were astonished, puzzled by the strange names of these weapons. Surveying the perplexed faces surrounding him, Jizai found himself compelled to elucidate the principles behind the spear-thrower and the sling. However, as his words fell silent, the crowd remained ensconced in a state of bewilderment. Leverage? What leverage? And what of the rotational force of the sling? What on earth is that? Jizai mused to himself, wishing fervently for a physics textbook to clarify matters, for explaining such complexities was proving to be an arduous task. Thus, he grasped 2 wooden sticks, mimicking the operation of the spear-thrower, while using another stick to represent a vine, binding it to yet another stick symbolizing a stone, demonstrating the mechanism of the sling. As he animatedly demonstrated and explained, despite his vivid portrayal, the onlookers remained shrouded in confusion. Ultimately, Jizai stamped his foot in exasperation. Enough! It's clear that I cannot elucidate this to you in a moment. Just trust me, and once it is constructed, you will comprehend. Rest assured, I have no intention of leading you astray. Hearing Jizai's unwavering assurance, the crowd's skepticism gradually transformed into trust, and they nodded vigorously in agreement. Warrior, we believe in you. Even if we fail, it's of little consequence. We shall simply contend with the Black Mountain tribe. Indeed, contend with the Black Mountain tribe. Jizai, witnessing their fervor, was momentarily taken aback. How could failure be an option? After all, the very existence of the spear-thrower and the sling was what propelled primitive man to the apex of the food chain. The once mighty mammoths would bow before these weapons, let alone the Black Mountain tribe. These innovations were not due to emerge for millennia. I have merely ushered them to the stage ahead of time. In 10 days' time, I shall arm everyone to the teeth. When the Black Mountain tribe arrives, I shall compel them to kneel and sing of their conquest. Shaking his head to dispel other thoughts, Jizai reassured the assembly. Some of the tribesfolk, invigorated by Jizai's words, could not help but draw heavier breaths, their faces aglow with excitement, clearly stirred by his rallying spirit. Yet, amidst the rising enthusiasm, only the elder chieftain maintained a calm demeanor, remarking, "The weapons you speak of are unfamiliar to us. What if they prove ineffective?" Jizai raised his hands in response. "Thus I have a further assurance. Traps. If the Black Mountain tribe cannot breach us head-on, they may attempt to scale into the valley. Therefore, I propose we dig a ring of traps around the valley, making it impossible for them to approach." The shaman, visibly excited, turned to the elder chieftain. "Chieftain, I believe the warrior's plan is feasible. If executed, we may stand a chance of victory." The shaman's words garnered the approval of many tribespeople. Observing the crowd's fervor, the elder chieftain attempted to temper their excitement but ultimately relented, muttering a silent prayer for hope. Having laid out his plan, the Frost Valley tribe, comprising 104 members, brimmed with confidence. Even under the cover of night, their enthusiasm remained undeterred as they set about felling trees and gathering stones. Jizai, observing this fervor, contemplated the Black Mountain tribe, reputed to be one of the strongest in these mountains. One wonders if they will retain their arrogance after this encounter. "You ought not to incite the tribesfolk." The elder chieftain suddenly approached Jizai. Taken aback, Jizai turned to face him. The elder chieftain continued, "Many tribespeople will perish. The might of the Black Mountain tribe is beyond your comprehension." Jizai smiled confidently, exuding assurance. "Chieftain, trust me, the Black Mountain tribe is not as formidable as you believe." The elder chieftain furrowed his brow, perplexed by Jizai's unwarranted confidence. "I hope your words ring true, but I must forewarn you, should circumstances become irretrievable, I will sacrifice you for the lives of the 104 tribespeople." Jizai nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood. By the way, chieftain, I must trouble you with one request that pertains to our ability to triumph over the Black Mountain tribe," Jizai stated. The elder chieftain blinked in surprise. "Speak." Jizai continued. "I hope that at dawn, you will organize the tribesfolk to hunt outside once more, preparing 50 rabbits, 20 antelopes, and 10 wild boars as the Black Mountain tribe suggested. Of course, it is acceptable if we cannot gather them all. The aim is to create the illusion that we are diligently assembling our catch. The elder chieftain was taken aback. Why? Have we not resolved to wage war against them? Jizai chuckled. You fail to grasp, chieftain. This is a strategy of delay. Otherwise, do you think they would grant us 10 days to prepare? Moreover, if they come to take me, you can refuse them on the premise that we are still awaiting the completion of our hunting. Just then, the elder chieftain bowed his head in contemplation, still struggling to fathom Jizai's intentions, but acquiesced with a nod. Very well. As he turned to leave, he hesitated, still unsettled, and inquired of Jizai, do you truly believe you can defeat the Black Mountain tribe? Jizai calculated the time in his mind before affirming, while I cannot claim absolute certainty, that would be to underestimate the Black Mountain tribe. I possess a confidence of no less than 99%. The elder chieftain's forehead creased with concern. Meanwhile, at the Black Mountain tribe, Scorpion reported to Chieftain Black Mountain, recounting the details of his mission to deliver a challenge. Upon hearing his account, Chieftain Black Mountain remained silent, while his eldest son, Black Bear, erupted in anger. How dare you unilaterally agree to a truce with the Frost Valley tribe? You should be punished. Scorpion, startled, quickly bowed and pleaded. Black Bear, please listen to my reasoning. My actions were intentional. Black Bear, still fuming, demanded. Explain yourself. Swallowing hard, Scorpion replied. I agreed to their request for 10 days to prepare 50 rabbits, 20 antelopes, and 10 wild boars, as I thought, since we intend to annihilate the Frost Valley tribe, why not have them gather some game for us before their demise? Black Bear paused, taken aback. Scorpion then sinisterly added, once they have gathered sufficient game and have relaxed their vigilance, believing we will not attack, we shall strike suddenly. Those provisions, along with their entire tribe, will become our sustenance, along with that brat who killed the sacred serpent and Black Society's leader. Upon hearing Scorpion's plan, Black Bear's eyes lit up, and he erupted into laughter, slapping Scorpion's shoulder with his large hands. Excellent, excellent. Chieftain Black Mountain, wearing an imposing demeanor, also chuckled, gesturing for his tribespeople to present Scorpion with a large piece of meat, praising him. You have executed this task commendably. Scorpion, now invigorated, expressed gratitude. Thank you, Chieftain. Tomorrow, I expect that old fellow from the Frost Valley tribe will bring forth the brat who killed the sacred serpent, and when that occurs, we shall feign innocence, ensuring they let their guard down. With that, the laughter of Chieftain Black Mountain and his son, Black Bear, echoed, revealing their malevolent intentions. This also indicated that if the Frost Valley tribe did not adequately prepare for war, they might soon be erased from the annals of these mountains. At this very moment, under the leadership of Jizai, the Frost Valley tribe has begun preparations for the impending battle against the Black Mountain tribe that is set to unfold in 10 days. Who will ultimately emerge victorious remains to be seen. Chapter 41. The Spear Thrower and the Sling. Since that fateful night, the Frost Valley tribe has plunged into a fervent state of activity from top to bottom. By day, the members venture out to hunt and gather vines and clay, while at night, they fell trees and collect stones. Among these, the vines prove to be the most essential. Not only are they required for the slings, but they also serve to secure the wooden doors crafted in secrecy when combined with clay. For 5 consecutive days, the Black Mountain tribe has remained eerily quiet. Their spies, upon witnessing the Frost Valley tribe's relentless pursuit of prey, felt a sense of assurance. The only incident that hinted at an early onset of conflict arose when Scorpion, after several days of waiting, sought to claim Jizai, but the old chief, the witch, and the plump and lean elders successfully convinced him to wait until the prey was gathered before sending Jizai over. After 5 days, nearly all preparations were complete. Jizai made excellent use of charcoal, nestled within the valley, and crafted 120 wooden spears, alongside a dozen elongated variants. The spears he fashioned were markedly different from those typically employed by the Frost Valley tribe. Each spear was carefully honed by the women of the tribe using stone flakes, ensuring that the users would not suffer injuries from barbed points during combat. Furthermore, Jizai skillfully charred and sharpened the spear tips, a significant improvement over the previous method of using naturally broken wood as spearheads. On the 6th day, when all the spears were completed, the tribe's members were filled with immense joy. Their elation stemmed from the simple fact that every individual could wield a weapon. With a total of 104 tribe members, even with 1 spear per person, there would still be over 20 left to spare, ensuring that everyone could secure their own. However, before the eager crowd, Jizai shook his head, shattering their hopes. He selected 20 individuals, including Alyong, and distributed the 120 standard wooden spears among them, excluding the elongated ones. This decision naturally incited discontent among the tribe, prompting many to demand an explanation from Jizai. It is simple. They are the spear throwers I have chosen, and these spears are their weapons, Jizai stated. Upon hearing the term spear thrower, the witch was the first to step forward, attempting to calm the discontented assembly. Given the current situation, she could only resolutely choose to trust Jizai's claim that the so-called spear throwers would indeed bring victory to the tribe. Less than a day after selecting the spear throwers, Jizai convened the tribe once more, choosing an additional 20 individuals. As both selections comprised primarily of the tribe's young and able-bodied members, this led to a depletion of the tribe's youthful strength, inciting the ire of the old chief. While I am uncertain of your intentions, what shall we do now that you have taken away our people? Relying solely on the elderly and children will not suffice to gather what you require, the old chief expressed, visibly frustrated. Indeed, warrior, what are you truly contemplating? Inquired the plump elder who accompanied the old chief, his brow furrowed in concern. Jizai calmly pointed to the 20 individuals he had just selected, stating, "These are the users of the sling." The old chief was not pleased. "You have been speaking of the spear thrower and the sling, yet we have yet to see these weapons you speak of. This is a decisive battle against the Black Mountain tribe, not a jest." Jizai nodded. "I am fully aware of that, which is why I would like to request your esteemed presence, chief, to accompany me." The old chief, cautious, replied, "What do you intend?" The plump elder echoed his confusion. "Follow me," Jizai instructed, striding deeper into the valley. Following the decision to confront the Black Mountain tribe, this area of the valley had been designated as a restricted zone, off-limits to the tribe. Upon their arrival, they found Aoyang leading a group of individuals, each brandishing peculiar branches and repeatedly demonstrating a forward-throwing motion. The old chief observed closely, noting that these branches were straight lines approximately the length of a forearm, with inwardly curved notches at both ends, one side featuring a longer notch, while the other was merely the size of a thumb. Seeing this, the old chief and the primitive companions felt a twinge of regret, inquiring of Jizai, "What are they doing?" Jizai smiled and called out, "Aoyang." Upon hearing Jizai's voice, Aoyang immediately halted and turned to face the chief and Jizai, greeting them respectfully. "Esteemed chief, honorable elders, valiant warriors." The old chief, puzzled, watched as Jizai explained, "Allow them to demonstrate the spear thrower for you." Aoyang nodded, gestured to his companions, and they positioned the wooden spears atop the notched branches. Then, gripping the longer notch with their thumbs and forefingers, they stabilized the spears, bending their front legs and preparing to launch, aiming skyward in a throwing stance. Seeing this, Jizai nodded in satisfaction and called out, "Release!" As his command echoed, the 20 spear throwers vigorously swung their arms forward. The spears soared through the air, accompanied by a series of piercing sounds. Thud, thud, thud. A continuous series of impacts resounded as 20 spears embedded themselves into the ground at a distance of 40 to 50 paces, each penetrating at least a foot deep. Observing this, Jizai nodded in approval, but when he turned back, he found the old chief and others rendered speechless. "Chief, chief," Jizai called several times. Finally, the old chief snapped back to reality, his face still etched with astonishment. "Is this what you refer to as the spear thrower?" Jizai affirmed, "Indeed, however, due to time constraints, I have only crafted 120 wooden spears. After allocating 20 for their close combat needs, there remain enough for 100 throws, sufficient for 5 coordinated volleys. By the time those 5 volleys conclude, the Black Mountain tribe will likely be left in a state of bewilderment, while the sling will ensure they remain disoriented." The old chief was taken aback once more. "Is the sling even more formidable than this?" "To some extent, yes, the sling has a greater range, while the spear thrower offers enhanced precision. Yet, when the battle commences, both will rely on human effort. Anyone with sight can hurl them into the fray, inflicting damage," Jizai casually remarked. The old chief and the plump elder exchanged glances. "Quickly, let us see the sling." Jizai raised his hands in surrender. "I have only just selected the users for the sling, and they have yet to undergo training. You will suffice." The old chief, brimming with impatience, bore no resemblance to his earlier demeanor of doubt. Jizai sighed, "Very well, follow me." With that, Jizai instructed Aoyang and the others to continue their practice before leading the way to another location. Upon arrival, he found Snow and several female tribe members wrapping vines around stones, each of which was about the size of a fist, employing a four-corner binding technique, with lengths extending to the size of an arm. "Warrior, I have tested these vines, and they are remarkably sturdy," Snow said, standing up obediently upon noticing Jizai. Simultaneously, bowing his head towards the elder patriarch and others, he addressed them respectfully. Esteemed patriarch, honored elders. The elder patriarch responded with a grunt, visibly eager to witness the performance of the rogue, Jizei. Observing this, Jizei could not suppress a smile. He picked up a sling and, tugging at its tail, cautioned, "Step back a bit, lest you inadvertently injure yourselves." Upon hearing this, everyone hastily retreated over 10 meters. Amused by their reaction, Jizei raised his arm high above his head, spinning the sling in wide arcs with relentless vigor. After nearly 10 rotations, he suddenly fixed his gaze and bellowed, "Fly!" At that moment he released his grip, and the sling shot forth with a sharp whoosh. The distance was approximately 60 to 70 paces, leaving the elder patriarch and others in stunned silence. Jizei shielded his eyes with his hand, observing the distance, which aligned closely with his expectations, and nodded in satisfaction as he clapped his hands together, exclaiming, "A tad off, but the sling is inherently difficult to control. It can only cover a general area. Mastery of such a device requires relentless practice to achieve precision." The elder patriarch, regaining his composure from the shock, exclaimed, "There is hope. We are indeed hopeful now." Laughter erupted among those who accompanied him. The corpulent elder added, "Patriarch, I knew the warrior would never disappoint us." The elder patriarch nodded vigorously, filled with boundless confidence for the impending war in 3 days. Chapter 42, Self-Aiming Mechanism. Warrior, how did you conceive of the sling and the previous spear-throwing device? It is truly remarkable. In his excitement, the elder patriarch momentarily lost his composure, grasping Jizei's hand in inquiry. Jizei hesitated, pondering whether to disclose that he was a time traveler. Surely, these individuals could not even begin to comprehend such a concept. Is this really so extraordinary? I haven't even mentioned the catapult yet, Jizei replied. Indeed, upon hearing the term catapult, the elder patriarch's attention was immediately captured. Catapult? What is that? Is it more formidable than the spear thrower and sling? Absolutely, Jizei responded without a moment's thought. He was about to elaborate on the existence of the catapult to the inquisitive crowd, but then realized that explaining it would be a futile endeavor, as none besides himself understood its operational principles. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "Never mind. It's not something you need to concern yourselves with." The corpulent elder detected the underlying question. "But warrior, you just mentioned that this mechanism is superior to both the spear thrower and the sling. Why then do you not employ it?" Jizei corrected him. "It's a catapult. The reason I don't use it is simple. It is far too large. Constructing one would be impossible to conceal, and in 10 days we wouldn't be able to produce even a single unit. So, do you understand my explanation?" Having grasped Jizei's reasoning, the corpulent elder nodded thoughtfully. However, the elder patriarch was unusually exhilarated, declaring, "Regardless, with this spear thrower and sling, we shall undoubtedly triumph over the Black Mountain tribe." His enthusiasm was infectious, and soon, all present were imbued with a sense of unwavering confidence. Jizei thought to himself, "Indeed, they should know who I am." Thus, he pointed at the 20 selected throwers and instructed, "From this moment forth, you shall practice with the sling according to my earlier demonstration. Do not engage in anything else." The 20 throwers, still in awe of Jizei's earlier display, bowed their heads respectfully in unison, responding, "Yes." Seeing so many obediently heed his words, Jizei could not help but feel a sense of pride. Had he possessed a tail, it would surely have been elevated skyward in delight. Furthermore, esteemed patriarch, if you have nothing pressing, please assist the shaman in digging traps along the peaks surrounding the valley. With a flourish, Jizei began directing the elder patriarch and the others. Yet they perceived nothing amiss and nodded obediently. Watching the elder patriarch and his party depart, Jizei nodded contentedly, intending to return to his task of fashioning the collected sticks into a grand door when he noticed Anyo, who had arrived with the elder patriarch, standing transfixed, his gaze fixated on the sling. The corpulent elder, having taken a few steps, glanced back and asked curiously, "Anyo, why do you linger?" Anyo, reluctant to part, turned back to Jizei and timidly inquired, "Warrior, may I try this?" Jizei was momentarily taken aback. Anyo hastily added, "Warrior, I beseech you, allow me to have a go." Jizei asked him, "You wish to try?" Anyo nodded vigorously. "Warrior, I know I have been a fool and have caused you much suffering through my many wrongdoings, but I have changed now. I wish to contribute to the resistance against the Black Mountain tribe. Please, grant me this opportunity." Jizei waved his hand dismissively, saying, "But you could also contribute by doing other tasks for the tribe." Anyo suddenly fell to his knees, bowing fervently. "Warrior, my mother was harmed by the Black Mountain tribe. I seek vengeance for her. Please allow me to be a thrower. I, Anyo, swear upon my life that I shall never oppose you again. I implore you. As he spoke, Anyo knocked his head on the ground several times, and when he looked up again, tears streamed down his face. Jizai hesitated. Brother, there's no need for such fervor. If you wish to try, then go ahead. But whether you can become a thrower depends on your performance, as continuously launching the sling requires considerable strength. Jizai's unspoken words were clear. Anyo was so frail that he lacked the strength even of the already slender Ilyang, making him ill-suited for the role of a thrower. The elder patriarch understood this as well and frowned. Anyo, do not be foolish. Anyo cast a fearful glance at Jizai. But, patriarch, the warrior just said. Jizai interjected, it's fine, patriarch. Let Anyo have a try. With Jizai's endorsement, the elder patriarch reluctantly acquiesced. Very well, you may attempt it. But understand this. If you are unable to succeed, you will accompany me to assist the shaman with digging traps. Do you comprehend? Anyo, upon hearing this, was filled with uncontainable joy, kneeling and repeatedly bowing to Jizai. Thank you, warrior. Thank you, patriarch. Thank you, elder. The corpulent elder appeared bewildered, pondering what this had to do with him. In the midst of this exchange, Anyo had already risen to his feet, rubbing his hands together. He took hold of a sling and, after a moment of contemplation lasting 4 to 5 minutes, he swung the sling and shouted, Go! The sling whistled through the air, hurtling towards a tree trunk 50 paces away, which was only 10 centimeters in width. Thud! A dull thump resonated as the sling struck the ground. The elder patriarch scoffed. You see, you threw it so close. You cannot be a thrower. Quickly, come with me to dig traps. Upon hearing this, Anyo lowered his head in dejection. Wait, Jizai called out loudly, halting everyone. The elder patriarch and Anyo turned back, curious. Jizai pointed at the tree trunk and asked Anyo, Did you aim for that tree? Anyo nodded, yes. Jizai's heart leapt with joy, and he handed Anyo another sling. Now, throw again and let me see. The elder patriarch looked on in confusion. However, at that moment, the elated Jizai was utterly oblivious to the old chieftain. Ainyu took hold of the sling, weighing it in his hands before once again launching it. Thud! This time, it struck the tree trunk with pinpoint accuracy. Wow! Jizai exclaimed excitedly, exclaiming that he had stumbled upon a treasure. He never anticipated that the usually infuriating and despicable Ainyu possessed such a remarkable talent. Could it be that he had activated some sort of auto-aim feature? Such precision. With 2 throws and 2 hits, it was worth noting that the day before the sling had been crafted, Jizai had confidently thrown 20 stones. Yet none had hit the target. The best result was merely a near miss. Haha! Ainyu, why didn't you mention this ability sooner? Jizai joyfully exclaimed, throwing an arm around Ainyu's shoulders as he laughed heartily. Ainyu, grinning like a fool, asked, Brave warrior, can I stay? Jizai nodded vigorously, of course. You must stay. From this day forth, all our past grievances are nullified. You, like a Liang, will be responsible for the slingers of our clan, understand? Ainyu was momentarily taken aback, but soon his face lit up with joy as he repeatedly nodded. Thank you, brave warrior. Thank you. Their cheerful banter left the old chieftain and the plump elder in a state of bewilderment. Warrior, what about Ainyu? Jizai turned around and waved his hand grandly. Ainyu is staying with me. The old chieftain and the plump elder exchanged glances. All right, very well. After a brief conversation, they bid farewell to the old chieftain and the plump elder. As Jizai used a carving knife to hollow out the slots in the collected tree trunks, he mused. With only 7 days remaining, the spear throwers and slings had been prepared, the traps were nearly dug, and all that remained was the valley's entrance. He wondered how the slender elder's preparations were progressing, whether they had made sufficient progress using clay and stones to fortify the valley's exit for the installation of the gate. However, with 3 days left, it should be manageable. Once the wooden gate is erected, he chuckled to himself, the Black Mountain tribe would soon find themselves crashing headfirst against it. With such thoughts, Jizai felt his spirits lift, humming a cheerful tune as he worked. In his elation, his hands moved with increasing speed. If someone from the Black Mountain tribe were present in the Frost Valley at that moment, witnessing the young and old, men and women, highborn and lowborn alike, all diligently preparing for the war in 3 days, they would surely be left agape. Unfortunately, they remained unaware, even recalling those sent to spy on the Frost Valley tribe to ensure they were not out hunting. Without a single battle fought, one side was brimming with vigor and readiness, while the other had already displayed an air of overconfidence. The outcome was already clear at this moment. All results awaited clarity in 3 days. Chapter 43. What is valor? The 10-day deadline arrived swiftly, and on this day, after midday, The members of the Black Mountain tribe gathered in the valley. Their chieftain, Heishan, personally selected 200 young and robust tribesmen, full of vigor and aggression. Led by the Black Bear, these tribesmen had a task today that extended beyond merely capturing Jizei and retrieving the spoils owed to them by the Frost Valley tribe. They were also intent on pillaging the Frost Valley tribe. The old and young, as well as the men, would all be slaughtered for food, while the young women would be taken to bear offspring. Despite having previously established a truce with the Frost Valley tribe, the Black Mountain tribe was unconcerned. This was not their first time reneging on such agreements. But what of it? In this world, the strong reign supreme. My fist is larger than yours, therefore I am the law. As the leader of the expedition, Black Bear, the prince of the Black Mountain tribe, was filled with excitement at the prospect of engulfing yet another tribe. Father, I am ready, Black Bear shouted jubilantly. Heishan surveyed the warriors set to embark and glanced at his son, nodding in satisfaction. Go, avenge your brother. Capture that fellow named Jizei for me. I shall personally slay him, for I imagine his flesh will be quite delectable. Black Bear thumped his chest. Rest assured. Father, the scorpion, serving as his deputy, cackled coldly, promising, Chieftain, I will ensure that we bring back that wretched Jizei. With a grand gesture, Heishan urged, Go, I await your return. Black Bear nodded vigorously and turned to bellow, Let us move out. The 200 members of the Black Mountain cannibal tribe filed out of the valley, heading toward the Frost Valley tribe. As they stepped into the forest, the ominous aura emanating from them was enough to send beasts scattering in terror. Occasionally, some rulers of the jungle would cautiously observe this unfamiliar group from the periphery of their territories, wary of potential encroachments. In stark contrast, Black Bear exuded an air of dominance, even provoking the jungle kings. Observing the usually fearsome beasts displaying a mix of anger and reluctance to attack was a comical sight. Black Bear clutched his belly and laughed heartily. All the Black Mountain cannibal tribe shared his expressions of disdain and mockery. It seemed that even if a mountain stood before them, they would possess the audacity to level it. In the Frost Valley tribe, Jizei had already fitted the collected timber into interlocking slots, crafting 2 grand doors measuring 3 meters wide and 5 meters high. To ensure the slots were secure, Jizei wrapped them tightly with vines. At this moment, over a dozen robust tribesmen were raising the wooden doors at the mouth of the valley. Meanwhile, on the slopes that the wooden doors could not protect, the slender elder had led efforts to construct, using clay and stones, the first true wall of this era. Under Jizei's direction, the slender elder had even made the wall considerably wider, allowing tribesmen to stand atop and launch attacks with spear throwers and slings. As the wooden doors were erected, a hurried child of around 10 raced toward them, breathlessly exclaiming, brave warrior, the Black Mountain tribe is almost here. Jizei furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Quickly, finish erecting the doors. As he spoke, he hurried to the bridge spanning the valley's chasm. Below the bridge lay the wooden doors. Atop the bridge stood not only 6 spear throwers and 6 slingers, but also the old chieftain, the plump and slender elders, and the witch, all of whom were the upper echelon of the Frost Valley tribe. The Black Mountain tribe is about to arrive. The anxious plump elder wiped the sweat from his brow. Even the typically irritable and decisive slender elder felt a weighty seriousness, nodding in agreement. The old chieftain, feeling a tinge of unease, sought reassurance from Jizei. Warrior, are we certain to win this time? Jizei glanced at the securely positioned wooden doors. Having also inserted 3 tree trunks as door bolts, and countered the old chieftain, the doors are up, the traps are prepared, and the spear throwers and slings are in place. I cannot find a reason for failure. Seeing Jizei's unwavering confidence, the old chieftain felt a sense of calm wash over him. Meanwhile, as he gazed into the distance, the bandit leader suddenly shouted, My comrades, what more need I say about the Black Mountain tribe? They boast of their valor and claim to be the sovereigns of these mountains. I cannot speak for you, but I am inherently skeptical of such claims. Sovereigns? Ha! They have yet to encounter me. Should they dare to approach today, I shall reduce them to mere shadows of themselves, and they will learn what true valor truly means. As his words fell, the breath of the crowd grew heavier with anticipation. Aelyong led the others in a fervent chant. With our valiant leader, victory is assured. Victory! Victory! The 20 spear throwers responded first. Concurrently, Ainyo rallied the rock throwers, declaring, Unmatched warriors, send those Black Mountain scoundrels back where they belong. Unmatched! Unmatched! The morale surged dramatically, and soon the rest of the tribe joined in, their excitement uncontrollable. The old chief and the 2 elders, witnessing this fervor, felt their previously extinguished spirits begin to stir once more. Gradually they too joined the chorus. listening to the thunderous roars. The bandit leader smiled as he looked toward the horizon. With such morale, the hearts of the people could be harnessed. I possess the most formidable defenses of this era, along with the most advanced weaponry, the spear thrower and the rock thrower. Unless every member of the Black Mountain tribe is made of steel and possesses countless lives, defeat is simply not an option. If I were to lose with such overwhelming advantages, then I, the bandit leader, might as well end my life in despair. Come forth, Black Mountain tribe, and witness whether your resolve is stronger than my rock thrower. The bandit leader clenched his fists, his eyes shining with determination. Elder shaman, esteemed elders. He suddenly called out loudly. The witch and the 2 elders stepped forward. The bandit leader instructed, each of you take 20 tribesmen and guard the 3 other peaks of the valley. Utilize the traps we have prepared and be vigilant against the Black Mountain tribe's ascent. Among the 3, the bandit leader held the lowest status. The witch and the 2 elders were his superiors, and had another dared to give such orders, they would have likely met a grim fate. Yet, the bandit leader, with his remarkable tactics, the spear thrower, the rock thrower, and the sturdy wooden door, had already instilled an inexplicable trust and obedience among the tribe, from the chief down to the commoners. The chief and I shall guard this main gate and fight the Black Mountain bandits to the death, he declared with a cold smile. To the death, instinctively echoed the witch and the elders. The 3 led their tribesmen away, each assuming their respective positions. The bandit leader then picked up a wooden stick, one end of which had been carved with a 10-centimeter deep cross-shaped groove using a spring knife. He removed the knife and embedded the blade into the groove, then fashioned a rope from the previously cut cloth to tightly bind the knife to the stick, creating a sharp iron spear. Raising the iron spear, the bandit leader slammed it down with force and shouted, "Come forth!" At that very moment, the entire Frost Valley tribe was filled with fighting spirit. Approximately 10 miles away, the Black Bear led his tribe forward at a leisurely pace, believing that this attack on the Frost Valley tribe was a foregone conclusion, an effortless endeavor. Hence, he was not in a rush. The thought of not only reclaiming their lost prey but also turning the entire Frost Valley tribe into sustenance filled him with delight. The outcome of this conflict had been sealed 10 days prior. With such thoughts, the Black Bear couldn't help but grin widely, ordering his men to hasten their advance. He became increasingly impatient. Although he was unaware of the exact distance to the Frost Valley tribe, his deputy, Scorpion, had informed him that they were quite close. In fact, it wouldn't take more than the span of a meal to reach the Frost Valley tribe. Imagining the terrified expressions of the Frost Valley inhabitants upon seeing his large contingent, the Black Bear's smile grew even more fervent. Chapter 44. The Stubborn Black Mountain Tribe. When the 200 Black Mountain cannibals appeared outside the Frost Valley tribe, the bandit leader, crouched on a wooden bridge above the gate, quickly spotted them and whispered, "They are coming. Wait for my command before attacking." Eliang and Ainyo both acknowledged with a nod. Snow, feeling anxious, asked, "Warrior, what should I do?" The bandit leader turned to her, smiling, "You need only to observe. If you prefer, you may wait down below." Snow shook her head. "I want to fight alongside you." Hearing this, the bandit leader shrugged in resignation. "Very well." Meanwhile, the Black Bear, perplexed, gazed at the wooden gate outside the valley and asked Scorpion, "What is that?" Scorpion replied, equally confused, "I don't know. It wasn't there when I last came." Although uncertain of the purpose of the wooden gate, it completely obstructed their entrance to the valley, and in a moment of irritation, the Black Bear commanded, "Destroy it." Scorpion excitedly nodded, rallying over a dozen Black Mountain tribesmen to charge forward with loud cries. Through the gaps in the wood, the bandit leader observed clearly and commanded, "Attack!" Eliang let out a sharp whistle as the 20 spear throwers sprang into action. Scorpion, taken aback, froze momentarily, while Eliang, gritting his teeth, shouted, "Die!" In an instant, 20 wooden spears whistled through the air, striking down Scorpion and his companions. The sound of bodies hitting the ground echoed as over 10 individuals, including Scorpion, fell into a pool of blood. In such close proximity, the Black Mountain cannibals, lacking any means of defense, were no different from awaiting death. Furthermore, Scorpion, the deputy of this offensive, was pierced through by 2 wooden spears and pinned to the ground, unable to move. "Continue," the bandit leader commanded. Eliang and the others swiftly retrieved a second spear and unleashed a second wave of attack against the remaining Black Mountain cannibals, who, stirred by the scent of blood, had grown increasingly ferocious. This time, aside from one who managed to slip beneath the wooden gate into a blind spot, all the approaching Black Mountain cannibals met their demise. Even the one who entered the blind spot was swiftly dispatched by the bandit leader from above, utilizing the height advantage with a long spear. In the span of a mere encounter, over 10 Black Mountain cannibals were effortlessly slain, igniting jubilant cheers from the Frost Valley tribe. After all, they were the Black Mountain tribe renowned for their might. Yet, despite their fearsome reputation, before the valiant leader, they were no different from children easily extinguished. Valiant leader, I see these scoundrels are not as formidable as they seem. Let us charge forth. The unexpectedly smooth victory ignited a wave of excitement among the tribesmen, with one spear thrower boldly proposing an offensive. Blinded by such minor triumphs, he failed to recognize the gravity of the situation, but the bandit leader did not. At present, the cunning Ji Zai shook his head and said, "Do not be hasty. Their main force has yet to engage in battle." Anxiously awaiting Ji Zai's command, Anyo could no longer contain himself. "Brave warrior, you take the throwers to shield us. Alyong, we shall venture out. Remember, Anyo, if they attack, you must counter to protect us, understood?" Ji Zai instructed. Alyong, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Brave warrior, why venture out when the wooden door is so sturdy?" Ji Zai, glancing at the 40 wooden spears planted in the ground with a tinge of regret, replied, "Nonsense. Of course we must go out. There are only so many spears. If we do not retrieve them, how shall we withstand their onslaught?" Ji Zai's words enlightened Alyong. Immediately, Ji Zai summoned the spear throwers to descend, and as they did, he addressed the elder chieftain, "Lord Chieftain, I entrust this to your command." Though aware of the might of the spear throwers, the elder chieftain was still in shock from the ease with which he had dispatched over 10 members of the Black Mountain cannibal clan. Only upon hearing Ji Zai's words did he regain his composure. Nodding vigorously, "Rest assured, I shall handle this." With a wave of his hand, Ji Zai commanded, "Go!" The wooden door opened, and 20 spear throwers swiftly exited, leaving 10 behind to stand guard while the remaining 10 hurriedly retrieved the wooden spears from the ground. In the distance, the black bear stared in disbelief at the numerous clan members, including scorpions, who had been slain in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, he let out a furious roar and seized one of the clan members. Gritting his teeth, he demanded, "What on earth is going on? How could the valiant Black Mountain warriors simply vanish?" The clan member, equally bewildered, stared blankly at the enraged black bear. I don't know, Lord Black Bear. How could they possibly think to throw away their weapons? It makes no sense." With a furious shout, the black bear pushed aside the clan member, grasped a wooden spear, and pointed towards the wooden door. "Charge! Dismantle that strange contraption. I shall slay every last member of the Frost Valley tribe." The numerous Black Mountain cannibals exchanged glances, a collective roar erupting as they had long awaited the black bear's command to attack. Now, with a single command, over 200 Black Mountain cannibals surged forward. Before the wooden door, Ji Zai, having successfully retrieved the wooden spears, immediately shouted, "Retreat!" Swiftly, Ji Zai and his companions fell back into the valley, leaving behind the bewildered Black Mountain cannibals who lingered 50 paces away. Were they not supposed to engage in battle with us? Why have they returned? This question echoed in the minds of the cannibals. However, the answer lay with Anyo, who was already prepared on the overhead bridge. 20 flying stone slings whirled in the air, and with Anyo's command, they launched with a whoosh. One Black Mountain cannibal, charging at the forefront, had no chance to react before being struck squarely in the face by Anyo's sling, collapsing backwards with a muffled groan, bloodied and barely breathing. "What is this thing?" Chaos ensued among the advancing Black Mountain cannibals. Their numbers were great, and with 20 slings deployed, as long as they were not misdirected, they would surely hit their mark. In an instant, 5 or 6 of them were rendered incapable of fighting. Meanwhile, Ji Zai and his companions had ascended the overhead bridge. "Follow my lead. Attack first with the slings, and when they draw near, we will use the spear throwers. They are still too far away for the throwers to reach, so do not waste resources," Ji Zai commanded. The group responded with eager affirmation. In an era dominated by close combat, the strength of the Black Mountain tribe had always loomed over many tribes like a mountain. Now, however, they had a means of repelling them from 50 paces away with ranged attacks, which undoubtedly thrilled the members of the Frost Valley tribe. I have prepared over 200 slings. If that's not enough, I have more. Throw them freely. These are inexpensive to produce, and there is no need to retrieve them," Ji Zai said with a cold smile. His words only fueled Anyo's excitement as he continued to launch the slings one after another. In no time, the firepower line formed by 20 sling throwers left the Black Mountain cannibals battered and bloodied. Even those who bravely bore the slings towards the wooden door were met with a lesson from the spear throwers led by Alyong. 10 minutes passed, 10 full minutes. After unleashing over 100 slings and nearly exhausting their wooden spears, the obstinate Black Mountain cannibals finally retreated in disarray, abandoning over 30 of their fallen clan members. Jizai, filled with triumph, pointed at the retreating Black Mountain cannibals. Look, these fellows are just like us. They fear death as well. Everyone maintain your positions. Alyang, come with me to retrieve the wooden spears, and Anyo, stay vigilant. Anyo acknowledged from above, while Jizai and his companions descended from the overhead bridge, boldly extracting the wooden spears from the bodies of their slain adversaries before the eyes of the distant Black Mountain cannibals. This time they had learned their lesson, daring not to charge forward under the threat of the slings. Even Xue joined in to assist in recovering the wooden spears for future use. Upon returning to the overhead bridge, Jizai allowed the group a brief respite while he coldly observed the helpless Black Mountain cannibals outside, pondering, if they are too stubborn to learn, then let them continue to come. Chapter 45. When did they become so formidable? The scene fell silent for nearly half an hour, until finally, from among the Black Mountain cannibals the black bear emerged. However, this crafty fellow wisely positioned himself outside the range of the spear throwers. Having assessed the previous assault, he had roughly determined that the spear thrower's effective range was around 40 paces. Thus he stood a safe 60 paces away. I am the black bear of the Black Mountain tribe, and according to our agreement we were to exchange prey today. Why have you attacked us? The black bear bellowed loudly. Despite his imposing stature, he was not foolish and understood the strategy of the first to complain. The elder chieftain murmured, this black bear is the brother of the black snake, the eldest son of the Black Mountain tribe's chieftain. Jizai was taken aback, exclaiming, oh, so he's a prince. The elder chieftain inquired, what shall we do? He seems to be seeking a truce. Jizai scoffed, a truce? How could that be possible? Blood has been shed, lives taken. How could he possibly seek peace? Just watch me. With that, Jizai cleared his throat and responded loudly, what? I can't hear you. Come closer and speak. The black bear frowned, glancing at the distance between himself and the wooden door, hesitating to advance. Observing this, Jizai chuckled inwardly, thinking, so, he is somewhat cautious. Thus, he escalated his provocation. What did you say? Speak closer. Are you afraid? It's only natural, given how formidable our weapons are. There's no shame in fear. The black bear, lacking Jizai's cunning, angrily stepped forward 10 paces, shouting, stop talking nonsense. Who is afraid of you? I am the black bear, the son of the great chieftain of the Black Mountain tribe, here to claim our rightful prey, including the one who killed my brother. Jizai feigned ignorance, turning his head and placing his hand to his ear. What? I can't hear you. Come a bit closer. The black bear rolled his eyes in disbelief, inwardly questioning whether the other was deaf. He took a step forward, only to halt mid-stride, his eyes darting around as if he had grasped the cunning intent of the thief. The latter aimed to lure him into the range of those long-throwing wooden spears. How could a creature as astute as I, the black bear, fall for such a ruse? With that thought he paused, standing his ground, cupping his hands to his mouth in a trumpet-like fashion. I declare, I am the son of the great chief of the Black Mountain tribe, as per our agreement. At that moment, the thief realized he could no longer deceive the black bear, so while the latter spoke, he summoned Anyo. The spear-throwing device may not reach you, but I still have the sling and a fierce warrior like Anyo with his auto-aiming prowess. Are you afraid? The thief inquired of Anyo. Anyo cast a glance, then nodded vigorously. Absolutely. The thief patted Anyo on the shoulder, saying, good. It's in your hands now. Upon hearing this, Anyo retrieved a sling, whirling it several times before launching it at the black bear. Meanwhile, the black bear was still proclaiming, according to our agreement, I am here to claim what belongs to us. However, mid-sentence, his pupils dilated in alarm, and he hastily turned his head aside as the sling whizzed past, grazing his cheek. With a thud, the sling landed on the ground. The black bear trembled as he reached up to touch the swollen half of his face, already inflamed. Enraged, he shook with fury. Damn it! Damn it! The thief, perched in a shady spot, gazed out and lamented, what a pity that we didn't manage to explode his head. Alas, such a grand catch wasted. Anyo prepared to launch a second sling. Yet, the black bear remained vigilant on the bridge, and upon noticing Anyo's movements, he panicked and scurried back to his own team. Only when he reached his comrades did he finally exhale with relief. Observing the black bear's reaction, everyone on the bridge, under the thief's lead, burst into laughter. Hearing the exaggerated mockery, the black bear's nostrils flared in rage. Looking at his own tribesmen, each of whom wore a dejected expression, it was evident that their earlier failed assault, coupled with his recent humiliation, had left an indelible mark on their fighting spirit. In an instant, the black bear roared with indignation. What is the matter? Is it possible that a mere Frost Valley tribe has bested you? We are the mightiest Black Mountain warriors. Do not forget your identity. His thunderous roar gradually rekindled the spirits of his demoralized Black Mountain cannibals. Indeed, we are the strongest Black Mountain warriors. What in this mountain range could possibly stand against us? The Frost Valley tribe has merely resorted to underhanded tactics, which are not the mark of true warriors. Why should we fear them? As he witnessed the rekindled fighting spirit in his tribesmen's eyes, the black bear took a deep breath and was about to issue the command to attack when, unexpectedly, on the bridge, the thief boldly stood, summoning all his strength to shout, "Hey, Black Bear! I am the thief who killed your totem and stabbed your brother. Come, kill me." Upon hearing the thief's taunt, the black bear's eyes ignited with fury, and he let out a roar, disregarding all caution as he charged toward the thief. With him, his tribesmen surged forward. The thief clapped Enyo on the shoulder. "This time, it's your turn." Enyo nodded confidently, saying, "Rest assured, noble warrior." As he spoke, he had already retrieved another sling. As the Black Mountain cannibals once again entered the attack range, the sling and spear-throwing devices wove a formidable net of firepower. Led by the black bear, they charged recklessly forward. When the ground was littered with another 30 corpses, finally, the black bear, bruised and battered by the slings, broke into a smile. "No matter how powerful your peculiar weapons are, surely they must be running low by now. As long as we prevent you from reclaiming your wooden spears, let us see how you can withstand the might of the great Black Mountain warriors. Humph, first, I shall smash that strange contraption blocking the valley. And then comes your demise. Especially that scoundrel who has mocked me and killed my brother, and that one who hurled 3 stones at my head. You all shall perish." With such thoughts racing through his mind, the black bear felt a surge of excitement, his grip on the wooden spear trembling with anticipation. The thief turned to Alyong and the 20 spear throwers who had descended from the bridge. "Alyong, it's your turn to act." Alyong responded loudly and promptly had his spear throwers take position behind the wooden door. On the bridge, faced with the furious assault of the Black Mountain tribesmen, the old chief trembled in fear. "Warrior, the wooden spears and slings are exhausted. They are closing in on the door. What shall we do?" The thief waved dismissively. "Do not worry, esteemed chief. With Alyong and the others, those thick-headed brutes won't breach the door." The old chief fretted. "But they are already upon us." The thief gestured. "Chief, take another look." The old chief, momentarily taken aback, peered down from the bridge. What he saw left him speechless. Countless wooden spears protruded from the door, instantly felling several unsuspecting Black Mountain warriors who had rushed forward. As the corpses hit the ground, blood gushed forth like a rainbow. What is happening?" the old chief stammered. The thief chuckled. "When we constructed the door, I anticipated the depletion of the sling and spear-throwing devices, so I left openings for attack. Look, Alyong and the others are currently thrusting from behind the door." Upon seeing this, the old chief realized that Alyong and his men, sheltered behind the door, were effortlessly reaping the advancing Black Mountain cannibals like mere weeds. The black bear, having finally reached the door after enduring immense pressure, was filled with rage and despair. Just how many more insidious defenses did the accursed Frost Valley tribe possess? Meanwhile, the thief had acquired over 10 elongated wooden spears, thrusting them down from above, intensifying the assault from both sides and adding to the black bear's frustration. Faced with the bodies of over 20 fallen comrades, the black bear had no choice but to retreat. Upon retreating to a safe distance, he counted his remaining warriors and nearly wept. In 3 assaults, nearly 100 of his tribesmen had perished. When had the Frost Valley tribe become so formidable? Chapter 46. I have discovered their weakness. "Great Black Bear, what shall we do next?" one of the cannibals asked. "Should we continue fighting? We can't even get close. Many have fallen without even touching them. It's futile." Upon hearing the words of his tribesmen, the black bear suddenly erupted in anger. "Silence." The group stared at the black bear, taken aback. The black bear gritted his teeth and growled. "Valiant and invincible Black Mountain warriors, are you truly afraid? Great Black Bear. If only we could reach them, we wouldn't be afraid, but we can't even get close. We feel utterly helpless," one of the cannibals replied. Until now, these cannibals remain obstinately convinced that if they charge into the valley, the Frost Valley tribe will be nothing more than livestock awaiting slaughter. However, the crux of the matter lies in their inability to penetrate the Frost Valley tribe, as they cannot even pass through the formidable gates standing at the valley's entrance. I refuse to believe that there could be similarly peculiar obstacles in the other 3 directions. In a fit of frustration, the black bear roared, "Go! Disperse and investigate the other 3 routes to see if we can sneak into the valley." His words ignited a flicker of hope among the cannibals, who nodded in agreement and spread out to either side. On the horizontal bridge, the old chieftain felt a swell of satisfaction. Although he had garnered some confidence before the battle commenced, he was still apprehensive about the strength of their weapons and the sturdiness of the wooden gates, uncertain if they could adequately protect his people. Yet, as the Black Mountain tribe repeatedly crashed against the wooden gates, his concerns shifted to whether their armaments were sufficient to repel the Black Mountain tribe's assaults. Nevertheless, witnessing the cannibals retreat in fear while the G-Thief reclaimed their weapons allowed the old chieftain to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Warriors, it seems the Black Mountain tribe has given up, he observed keenly, noticing the dispersal of some of the cannibals, which surprised him slightly. However, the G-Thief, unlike the old chieftain, pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No, they have not given up. The old chieftain was taken aback. The G-Thief continued with a smile. If they were retreating, they would all leave. Yet, as you can see, only half of them have departed. I suspect they are seeking a shortcut, intending to infiltrate the valley from the other 3 directions. Upon hearing this, the old chieftain gasped. Then we must quickly provide support. Both Ailiang and Ainyo eagerly chimed in. We are going. The G-Thief waved his hand. No need. Have you forgotten about our esteemed wizard and elders? Moreover, we have prepared numerous traps on that hillside, haven't we? Let us wait and see. They will soon reap the consequences of their actions. Our task is to keep an eye on that black bear. As long as they cannot enter the valley, this war will be our victory. The G-Thief's words invigorated the old chieftain, Ailiang, and Ainyo simultaneously. Indeed, as long as they cannot breach our defenses, it is our triumph. The 2 sides regarded each other from a distance of 80 paces, neither daring to make the first move. After about 20 minutes, the Black Mountain cannibals, who had been dispersed by the black bear in search of ways into the valley, returned. They had set out with confidence but returned dejected. Initially numbering over 50, they came back with more than 10 fewer. Meanwhile, a child from the tribe ran beneath the horizontal bridge, looking up at the G-Thief and exclaiming, Warrior, the wizard has instructed me to inform you that the Black Mountain tribe's attempts to sneak into the valley have been thwarted, and we have slain over 10 of their kin with traps. The G-Thief clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Excellent. Excellent. Ailiang and Ainyo exchanged glances, unable to contain their joy as they looked outside. Warrior, the Black Mountain tribe has suffered significant losses from our attacks. Should we not seize this moment to confront them? The old chieftain, equally excited yet still rational, swiftly interjected, No. Ailiang and Ainyo were taken aback. Why not, chieftain? The old chieftain replied. The Black Mountain tribe is formidable. Engaging them in battle could cost our kin their lives. Upon hearing the old chieftain's words, both men lowered their heads, feeling somewhat discontented. The G-Thief nodded in agreement. The chieftain is correct. Those cannibals are indeed skilled fighters. However, at this moment, we possess robust fortifications and an advantage in the range of our spear throwers and sling stones. There is no need to risk our kin's lives by engaging them in open combat. The G-Thief's reasoning convinced Ailiang and Ainyo very well. Then, the G-Thief gazed into the distance towards the black bear. Once the next batch of sling stones arrives, Ainyo, maintain your vigilance. Ailiang, come with me to retrieve the wooden spears. Both nodded in agreement. 80 paces away, Black Bear's face had turned a shade reminiscent of a dye vat. He had never anticipated that the other 3 directions of Frost Valley, shielded by towering peaks, would be equally prepared for battle. 50 of his tribesmen had been dispatched, only to return with over 10 fewer, a loss that was even more terrifying than a direct assault. Lord Black Bear, our kin are nearing their limit. Should we retreat and inform the chieftain to bring all our warriors to eliminate the Frost Valley tribe? Suggested one cannibal. His reasoning was not without merit. Typically, when the Black Mountain tribe sought to annihilate another tribe, they would incur a cost of no more than 13 or 14 members, perhaps even fewer. Yet today, before they had even set foot in the valley to assess the Frost Valley tribe, nearly 120 of their kin had perished. A loss unprecedented in their history, while the Frost Valley tribe suffered no casualties. The disparity in losses was stark, casting a shadow of despair over the once invincible Black Mountain cannibals. Looking at the remaining 80 dispirited tribesmen, the prospect of battle seemed bleak. Aren't we the undefeated warriors of the Black Mountain? How can we even speak of retreat? We have yet to eradicate them. Black Bear was driven to madness, having lost a fifth of the entire tribe, which only fueled his already frenzied mind. This was a fifth of their members, all in their prime, the very elite of the tribe. To pay such a steep price without having taken the Frost Valley tribe, or even having ventured a single step into the valley, was maddening. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, spiraling deeper into insanity. We cannot retreat. We have so many warriors. We can surely annihilate them. Upon witnessing Black Bear's red-eyed, ravenous demeanor, The remaining Black Mountain cannibals shivered in fear, instinctively silencing themselves. They understood that they must not provoke the wrath of this man, who had clearly lost his sanity. You must think I have gone mad, that I am foolish. Just then, Black Bear's eerie voice broke the silence, startling everyone into attention. With a sinister grin, Black Bear proclaimed, I assure you, I am quite lucid. Furthermore, I must remind you that if we return in defeat, our father will never forgive us. After sacrificing so many valiant warriors' lives without eliminating even a single member of the Frost Valley tribe, just imagine the consequences that await us. His words struck all present with astonishment. But, Lord Black Bear, those wretches are simply too cunning. They refuse to engage us in battle, one lamented. Black Bear retorted, Do you think our father will believe that? That the valiant and invincible Black Mountain warriors could not conquer a mere Frost Valley tribe? Silence enveloped the crowd. Black Bear continued, Thus, we have no choice but to eradicate this accursed Frost Valley tribe. Regardless of the cost, only then will our father refrain from punishing us. The words of the Black Bear were well understood by all, yet the crux of the matter lay in the undeniable fact that none could grasp the Frost Valley tribe. Suddenly, a member of the Black Mountain cannibal clan, his eyes darting, posed a question. Great Black Bear, do you have a solution? The Black Bear smirked, a cruel smile reminiscent of one savoring the moment before the execution of prey. Indeed, I have uncovered their vulnerabilities, he proclaimed, igniting a wave of cheers among the cannibals. Is it true, Great Black Bear? Have you truly discerned their weaknesses? Chapter 47. Have they been rendered foolish through stubbornness? Gazing at the Black Bear's signature malevolent grin, the cannibals seemed to regain a semblance of hope. The Black Bear continued, Their wooden spears and stones are formidable, yet have you not noticed? Each time we retreat, they emerge to reclaim their spears, and it is during this window that we can strike. Victory is within our grasp. One timid cannibal ventured, but, Great Black Bear, whenever they retrieve their spears, there are always stone throwers guarding them. The Black Bear dismissed this concern with disdain. Stones? Their supply was exhausted during our last assault. Did you not observe how we pressed forward to their very front? Were it not for their spears piercing through the trees that obstructed us, we would have overwhelmed them then. Ha! The crowd exchanged glances, and the Black Bear further rallied their spirits. This time, when they emerge to reclaim their spears, we shall eliminate those who come forth. Their threat to us will diminish greatly, and we can, without hesitation, breach their defenses and unleash havoc within their valley. The Black Bear's words instilled a flicker of hope in each heart, kindling an unspoken anticipation of what lay beyond the conquest of the Frost Valley tribe. I can assure you, on behalf of my esteemed father, that once we seize the Frost Valley tribe, the women within shall be at your mercy. I have heard whispers that their shaman is a woman. At this, the crowd erupted with fervor, momentarily forgetting their fears, their voices echoing in a chaotic chorus of enthusiasm. With a grand gesture, the Black Bear commanded, Now, we await their emergence to reclaim their spears. Fear not. This time they have no stones that can soar. Glorious! Glorious! The chants of the cannibals resonated, catching Ji-Zhe off guard as he inquired of the elder chief. Chief, what has caused these creatures to become so exuberant? Have they taken some form of stimulant? The elder chief, equally perplexed, mused, any reasonable being would have retreated by now, given the losses. Even if they chose not to withdraw, such exuberance is unwarranted. Have they truly lost their senses? At that moment, Shui and Aliang had transported a new batch of slingshots. Ji-Zhe waved his hand, opened the gates, reclaimed the spears. As the wooden doors swung open, Ji-Zhe and 20 spear throwers surged forth. 80 paces away, the Black Bear's eyes lit up with fervor. They're coming! They're coming! Everyone, heed my command and charge. As he spoke, a cacophony of war cries erupted as the crowd surged forward. Yet, as they entered the attack range, a barrage of 20 stones descended upon them. Thud, thud, 5 were struck in the face, clutching their wounds and wailing. Panic ensued among the cannibals. What is happening? Did not the Great Black Bear claim they were out of stones? Yet, upon reflection, regret washed over them. How could they have believed the Black Bear's words? Could the valley truly lack stones? Such thoughts sowed discord among their ranks, with some wishing to retreat while others pressed forward, creating a tumultuous chaos. The Black Bear, too, felt the pressure. It seemed that someone was targeting him with stones. Though he had narrowly avoided serious injury multiple times, in the frenzy of battle, it was inevitable that he would be struck. Compared to their initial departure, his visage was now marred with bruises. Fear not, press on, he bellowed despite the pain. If we allow them to reclaim their spears, our chance to strike will vanish. Gritting their teeth, the cannibals resolved to heed the black bear's call, determined to eliminate those who dared to retrieve the spears. In an instant, the Black Mountain cannibals charged with reckless abandon, undeterred by the stones raining from above. Jizai, witnessing this audacity, was taken aback. He knew slingshots had a broader range of attack but lacked the precision and lethality of spear throwers. Unless a stone struck a vital point, its damage paled in comparison to that of a spear. Yet, the Black Mountain cannibals were relentless, disregarding the threats overhead and charging forward. Jizai quickly grasped their intent and shouted, "Aliang, order everyone to retreat." Aliang, caught off guard by their fervor, snapped back to reality. "But, great warrior, we've only gathered half the spears. Forget the rest. Fall back now," Jizai commanded. Though reluctant, Aliang ordered the retreat. As the cannibals surged forward, Jizai and his men hastily retreated into the valley. Goodness, I never anticipated these cannibals would be so ferocious, disregarding the dangers of the slingshots. Thank goodness we withdrew swiftly. Otherwise, we would have faced dire consequences, Jizai pondered as he made his way to the bridge to assess the situation outside. Just as he took a step, Ainyu rushed towards him, visibly distressed. "Great warrior, 2 tribesmen went too far while collecting spears and are trapped outside, and Shui is with them." Jizai's eyes widened in alarm. "What? I explicitly ordered a swift retreat. Why did they not obey? Great warrior, what shall we do? Shui is out there." Ainyu's voice trembled, nearly in tears. Jizai stamped his foot in frustration. "What else can we do? We must go out and rescue them." Aliang, witnessing the urgency, chimed in, "Great warrior, I shall accompany you. I will go as well." Jizai replied, nodding appreciatively at their resolve. "Open the gates. We must save them." The elder chief leaned over the bridge. "Warrior, do not act rashly." Without lifting his gaze, Jizai reassured, "Chief, have no fear. I will bring them back." With that, he swung the door open, seized his weapon and rushed out, silently imploring, "Shui, please remain safe." Aliang and Ainyu followed closely behind, while the elder chief stood aghast on the bridge, overwhelmed by the unfolding chaos. Outside, Shui and the 2 spear throwers stood back to back, armed with wooden spears, prepared to resist. At this moment, the 3 were consumed by regret. When the thief Ji suggested a retreat, they could have left. However, the 2 spear throwers, driven by greed, insisted on retrieving 2 additional wooden spears. In his confusion, one of them failed to dissuade them, resulting in their abandonment outside. As they beheld the encirclement of the savage Black Mountain cannibals, their cruel smiles betraying their intent, Shui felt her heart plummet. It seemed certain death awaited them. "Ha ha! Here are 3 stragglers. Everyone, charge and slay them." The black bear's exuberant roar commanded his kin. Finally, after such a prolonged conflict, they could taste the blood of their enemies. Like the black bear, the cannibals he led also became animated, howling as they surged forward. With a swift thrust, a wooden spear pierced the chest of one spear thrower, claiming his life. The sight of blood ignited the most primal instincts within these cannibals. Amidst the throng, Shui and another primitive man felt akin to a solitary boat adrift in a tempestuous sea, perilously close to capsizing. As they fought, Shui bore numerous wounds, a consequence of the Black Mountain cannibals deliberately refraining from attacking her. In stark contrast, the spear thrower who had stood behind her had already fallen. Yet Shui understood that their intent in sparing her was far from benevolent. They aimed to capture her alive and return her to their tribe as a breeding tool. The thought of such a fate filled her with despair. Summoning her last reserves of strength, she pushed away the wooden spear, only to be toppled to the ground, 2 spears pressing against her chest, rendering her immobile. "Brave warrior, farewell," she murmured, tears glistening in her eyes. Surrounded by the multitude of Black Mountain cannibals, Shui realized that her life would not compel her tribe to risk venturing through the sturdy wooden door. "Even in death, I shall not allow you to capture me alive," she resolved, gritting her teeth as she prepared to impale herself upon the spear. Just then, a familiar, thunderous roar echoed in her ears. "Black Bear, what do you want with me? Release Shui." The distant voice jolted Shui, and she turned to see Ji, the thief, charging toward her through the gaps between the legs of the Black Mountain cannibals. He called out his name as he advanced. Gradually, Shui felt a mist gathering at the corners of her eyes. "Brave warrior," she whispered, but in the next moment, an unexpected surge of strength propelled her to shout, "Warrior." Ji, hearing her cry amid the chaos, paused momentarily before an expression of unrestrained joy spread across his face. "Shui, hold on a little longer. I am on my way," he declared, tightening his grip on the wooden spear armed with a spring knife. In the tumult, The black bear caught wind of Ji's voice, turned with a snort, and commanded two of his kin to overturn Shui. Then, facing the direction from which Ji approached, he sneered internally, "At last you show yourselves. Prepare to meet your demise." With a malevolent grin, the black bear let out a deafening roar and charged forward with his fellow cannibals toward Ji. As he ran, he scrutinized Ji and the primitive man accompanying him. Just these few? A single charge shall claim their lives. In this mountainous terrain, no tribe had ever matched the Black Mountain tribe in close combat. The Black Mountain warriors were indeed invincible. The black bear was not alone in this belief. His kin shared his sentiments. The prowess of the Black Mountain tribe in individual combat was renowned, as evidenced by the earlier struggle when Ji and his 9 companions could not defeat the 3 Black Mountain cannibals. Furthermore, Ji's contingent numbered a mere 40, while the Black Mountain tribe boasted double that number. With strength against weakness and numbers against fewer, how could we possibly lose? The black bear mused. Soon, the two sides clashed, the sounds of battle echoing fiercely. Just as the black bear had anticipated, despite the initial advantage provided by their peculiar weapons, in close quarters, this was still the domain of the Black Mountain warriors. As events unfolded exactly as the black bear had predicted, the Frost Valley tribe's confidence, once bolstered by their throwing weapons and slings, quickly transformed into terror as their members fell one by one. How could we have underestimated the Black Mountain tribe? They are among the top 3 strongest tribes in this mountain range, if not the strongest. It was folly to believe they could best them in one-on-one combat. With a swift thrust, Ji plunged his modified iron spear into the heart of a Black Mountain cannibal, leaving the fallen one bewildered until the end, unable to fathom why Ji's wooden spear was so much sharper, piercing through his skin and into his heart with such ease. With a kick, Ji dislodged the unfortunate victim from his spear and glanced around, his heart sinking. In just one encounter, they had lost 3 men and 6 had fallen. Has it been barely 5 minutes? They had already sustained a quarter of their fighting force. Were these Black Mountain cannibals truly that formidable? Ji! A roar drew his attention. Ji turned to see the black bear charging at him, wooden spear raised to strike down. The spear whistled through the air, a force that was impossible to withstand. Ji's heart dropped as he swiftly retreated, the spear narrowly grazing his nose. Brave warrior, I will handle him. Ailiong, recognizing Ji's lack of combat prowess, shouted the moment he spotted the black bear. Meanwhile, Enyo echoed, I'll help Ailiong keep this guy busy. Brave warrior, you hurry to save Shui. Before Ji could utter a word, the two rushed forward. The black bear laughed heartily, parrying Ailiong and Enyo's attacks with his spear, then swiftly kicking both in the abdomen. The resounding thuds echoed as Ailiong and Enyo were sent sprawling. In the Frost Valley tribe, in terms of combat ability, Ailiong and Enyo were merely mediocre. Ji had assigned them to the throwing weapons and slings not because of their combat skills, but because Ailiong was bold and Enyo was accurate. Presently, the black bear toyed with the two as if they were children, delivering a crushing blow to the morale of the spear throwers and slingers. Initially, they were no match for the Black Mountain tribe. Now, witnessing the swift defeat of Ailiong and Enyo working in tandem, anxiety swept through the ranks, and they couldn't help but regret venturing out. Staying on the bridge, defending with their throwing spears would have been far better. Observing the enemy's trepidation, the black bear let out a hearty laugh, fully aware that he had the upper hand at that moment. Black bear, a low voice called out, startling him. Turning around, he saw the rogue Jizai, unexpectedly charging at him with a steel spear, which pierced towards him with a swift thrust. In a panic, Black Bear hastily dodged, leaping backwards clumsily to regain his footing, his anger simmering. How dare the scoundrel only resort to ambush? Could it be that my brother, Black Snake, the bravest warrior of the tribe, fell to such a lowly foe? The more he pondered, the angrier he became. As Black Bear lifted his gaze, preparing to retaliate against Jizai, he suddenly felt a chill at his waist. Glancing down, he was met with a gaping wound, palm-sized and impossibly deep, flesh torn and blood gushing forth, his intestines perilously close to spilling out. What is happening? Terror gripped Black Bear as he realized the severity of his injury. When had he sustained such a grievous wound? Feeling his life force ebbing away, he staggered, hastily using his wooden spear as a makeshift cane to steady himself. Lord Black Bear, are you all right? Meanwhile, the Black Mountain tribesmen noticed their leader's injury, and one by one, they rushed to express their concern. Jizai, shaking the blood from his spear tip, pointed forward and shouted with all his might, Black Bear is dead. Tack. The sound echoed through the air, resonating differently in the ears of both factions. The Black Mountain cannibals were filled with shock. How could Lord Black Bear have perished? Conversely, The Frost Valley tribe felt a surge of confidence. The death of Black Bear, the future heir of the Black Mountain tribe, was a monumental blow. In an instant, the morale of both sides underwent a radical transformation. In the midst of the chaos, Black Bear, already gravely injured, misinterpreted Ji-Zei's declaration as a death threat against himself, urging his tribesmen to escort him to safety. After all, who wished to meet their demise? Everyone fought fiercely against the Frost Valley tribe to secure their own survival. Black Bear's silent retreat only reinforced the belief among the Black Mountain cannibals that Ji-Zei's claim was indeed true. Lord Black Bear had truly fallen, and with such thoughts, their fighting spirit waned. In this era, these primitive people failed to grasp the significance of morale. If Black Bear possessed even half the cunning of Ji-Zei, he would have stood to reassure his clan, thus ensuring the capture of those whom Ji-Zei had led away. Yet, faced with the threat of death, he did not act accordingly. Ji-Zei successfully led his group to Snowside, and the two oblivious cannibals, upon seeing Ji-Zei and his formidable force, panicked and abandoned their prize, Snow, fleeing without a second thought. As they beheld the retreating tide of the Black Mountain cannibals, the pursuers erupted in cheers. Ji-Zei, exhaling in relief, noted that the previous chaotic skirmish had left him with several bruises. Fortunate that these ruffians had not pierced him with their spear tips, for he was certain he would not have lived to see Snow again. Approaching Snow, he placed down his spear, catching his breath before helping her up, his face etched with concern. Snow, are you all right? Chapter 49. It was too late. Upon seeing Ji-Zei, who appeared ready to face death, Snow immediately burst into tears. Warrior. Earlier, when separated from the group and intercepted by the cannibals, Snow had shown no fear, even wielding her weapon to fight back fiercely. When her companions fell and she herself was injured, she did not waver, still contemplating how to counterattack. Even as a captive, Snow remained composed. The worst that could happen was death. Yet, such a strong spirit crumbled upon seeing Ji-Zei, battered and reckless, rushing to her side, and she wept openly. Ji-Zei gently patted Snow's back, reassuring her, "It's all right, it's all right." In the midst of their exchange, his gaze fell upon the two fallen spear throwers, and his expression darkened. "I'm sorry, warrior. It's all my fault," Snow cried, her self-blame tugging at Ji-Zei's heartstrings. When he had initially ordered the retreat, Snow had been ready to follow, but the two spear throwers, in their greed, were surrounded by the cannibals. Just a few steps away from safety, Snow had turned back, leading to this disastrous outcome. Yet now, this kind-hearted girl bore the weight of all the blame. Ji-Zei shook his head. "It has nothing to do with you, Snow. It was my hasty command that failed to consider the ferocity of the Black Mountain cannibals. Come, let me take you back." Upon hearing this, Snow's sobs intensified. "Can you still move?" Ji-Zei inquired. Snow attempted to shift, but the pain rendered her weak. Standing was a struggle. Ji-Zei handed his spear to Alyang and hoisted Snow onto his back, calling out to everyone, "Let us go. We must bring back the bodies of our kin. We cannot leave them for the cannibals." The tribe was puzzled by Ji-Zei's decision. The dead were gone. What purpose would it serve to bring them back? It seemed a waste of effort. However, this battle against the Black Mountain tribe had significantly elevated Ji-Zei's standing. Despite the losses suffered due to some tribesmen's decisions, no one dared voice a word of dissent. In their minds, there was no notion of returning to the roots. The dead were simply dead. Moreover, in situations where someone like Snow, gravely injured, would not have received aid in the past, they would not have wasted effort to carry her back. This was why the tribe was astonished when Ji-Zei personally carried Snow, and why she cried so vehemently. With 7 fallen tribesmen and over 10 others injured to varying degrees, the group made their way towards the valley. Along the way, Anyo inquired about Snow's condition. Having faced death, Snow was no longer cold and aloof towards Anyo. Instead, she was courteous to everyone, embodying a newfound reverence for life. The group trudged towards the wooden gate, where the elder chieftain hurriedly opened the door for them to enter. At Ji-Zei's insistence, the injured and the deceased were taken into the valley first. The door was wide enough for 3 or 4 people to walk side by side, and as a third of the tribe had entered, a sudden shout from behind startled them. Ji-Zei paused, quickly turning to look, and saw the Black Mountain cannibals returning with a vengeance. Hadn't they retreated already? Anyo gasped in horror. Alyang gritted his teeth, brandishing his weapon. "Let us fight them." Ji-Zei immediately called to the two, "Get the tribesmen inside quickly." As he spoke, he entrusted Snow to someone nearby, urging them to take her inside. However, the Black Mountain cannibals moved with astonishing swiftness, and in the blink of an eye, they were upon them. At this juncture, if they were to enter the valley, it would be far too late. The cannibals would undoubtedly follow. Thus, Leading the bloodthirsty Black Mountain tribe into the valley would spell doom for the Frost Valley clan, leaving not a single soul alive. No one had ever considered that the most unlikely point of breach would become the very first location for the Black Mountain cannibals to invade. In an instant, panic ensued. It's over. They are coming. I should have never ventured out to rescue anyone. Brave warrior. You must think of something quickly. What shall we do? In the midst of the chaos, even Ji found it difficult to conjure a viable plan. Indeed, by all logical reasoning, the Black Mountain cannibals should have retreated. Why would they return? They were already a defeated and weakened force. Did they stand a chance to attack again? Although Ji was a novice in military affairs, he understood some principles of morale. Yet, the unfolding events were clearly beyond his expectations. Aelyong, Enyo, Ji called out with vigor. The two, caught in a flurry of confusion, responded immediately. Here, quickly, lead the clan members inside. Understood. In their haste, everyone surged into the valley, and the frantic clan members forgot the existence of order. At this moment, their only thought was survival. Ironically, this disarray delayed their entry into the valley, diminishing their speed significantly. Glancing back at the encroaching Black Mountain cannibals, Ji gritted his teeth and stomped his foot, snatching his iron spear from Aelyong's grasp, and without a backward glance, he charged toward the cannibals. Aelyong, witnessing this, was taken aback. Warrior, what are you doing? I am going to block them and buy time for everyone. Ji shouted without looking back, ultimately failing to voice the command for Xue to enter first. In that moment, Ji's silhouette, rushing toward the Black Mountain cannibals, embodied the spirit of a hero, undeterred by the multitude. Regardless of Ji's motives for choosing to confront the cannibals, at that instant, in the hearts of Aelyong, Enyo, and all others, he was a hero. Warrior, I will help you. Aelyong and Enyo shouted in unison. No one is devoid of fear of death. At least in this era, there were none foolish enough to willingly sacrifice their lives for a grand cause. It was precisely for this reason that when the three faced the ferocious Black Mountain cannibals charging forth, everyone stood in a daze. On the bridge, the elder chief shouted in fury, "What are you all waiting for? Hurry inside." The elder chief's roar snapped everyone back to reality, and they hurried into the tribe. However, just as some clan members attempted to bring Xue back, she resisted fiercely, refusing to let anyone near her, insisting only, "Give me a weapon." Ultimately, the crowd had no choice but to leave Xue outside. Meanwhile, the Black Mountain cannibals had completely surrounded Ji and the other three. The elder chief, with tears in his eyes, gazed at the scene, his lips trembling as he issued the command to close the gates. "Chief, the warrior is still outside," one of the spear throwers exclaimed. The elder chief nodded grimly, his expression dark as water. "I know. We must go rescue the warrior." The elder chief gritted his teeth. "How can we save him? Are we to send everyone to their deaths?" The man fell silent, taken aback by the elder chief's words. Earlier, when Ji had led people out to rescue Xue, he had brought the elder chief and the ordinary clan members back to their senses, making them aware of the disparity in combat strength between their people and the Black Mountain cannibals. Yes, how can we save him? Without the sturdy wooden doors, without the range advantage of the spear throwers and the slings in close combat, they were no match for the robust Black Mountain tribe. The elder chief let out a long howl. "Prepare your weapons. We shall fight to the death against the Black Mountain tribe." As he uttered these words, the elder chief had already resigned himself to the possibility of Ji's demise. Sensing the elder chief's underlying meaning, the clan members on the bridge fell silent, quietly retrieving their spear throwers and slings. Outside, there were at least 70 cannibals, while only 4 warriors remained, and most importantly, Xue was an injured member. Effectively, there were only 3 who could fight. How could they possibly contend with 70 cannibals? Under such circumstances, even an ordinary cannibal could easily dispatch Ji and his companions. Hope for survival was utterly bleak. Meanwhile, the witches and the elder duo tasked with guarding the other 3 directions had heard the sounds of battle from the valley's front. Unable to shake off their concern, they instructed their subordinates to remain vigilant and hurried to the front. Upon learning from the elder chief that Ji had been left outside, all 3 were taken aback. "Chief, we must save the warrior," the witch implored first. The stout elder concurred. "Indeed, chief, we cannot afford to lose the warrior. He is vital to our tribe." Even the thin elder, who had often opposed Ji, nodded in agreement. The warrior is indeed important. Yet, alas, it was all too late. The elder chief pointed a trembling finger at Ji among the crowd, his voice quaking. "It is already too late." The 70 cannibals launched a frenzied assault, and Ji and his companions were like saplings swaying in a tempest, on the verge of collapse. Chapter 50. The Roar That Shakes Heaven and Earth. Pointing at Jizai and his companions, who were moments from annihilation, the elder chief lamented. Tell me, how can I save them? The witch lowered her head, murmuring, but he is a warrior. He is our Frost Valley tribe's warrior. The thin elder opened his mouth but could not find the words. Look, the warrior is still alive. At that moment, the stout elder, maintaining his composure, spotted Jizai still resisting amidst the chaotic crowd. Jizai, wielding his iron spear, had already felled 4 or 5 encroaching Black Mountain cannibals, standing his ground as he bellowed. Come on, all those unafraid of death, come forth. With his iron spear in hand, drenched in the blood of his enemies, his defiant roar directed at the foes was forever etched in the hearts of the onlookers. Even if he were to lose his life, as long as the Frost Valley tribe endured, legends of his bravery would surely endure. Having knocked down 4 or 5 cannibals with his spear, though he did not claim any lives outright, Jizai's valor caused many of the cannibals to hesitate, causing them to falter in their advance. Just how much strength does this fellow possess? The cannibals pondered. How can that weapon be so sharp? Their robust muscles are utterly ineffective against it. They cannot defend themselves at all. If they had not discovered that Great Bear was still alive after retreating, would they have returned in fury? Yet even now that they had returned, why had they encountered such a killing machine? Damn it! If only his weapon were not so sharp. That bastard would have been torn apart by the valiant Black Mountain warriors long ago. One of the Black Mountain cannibals roared in anger. Everyone, attack! No matter how sharp his weapon is, he cannot have much strength left. Another cannibal replied. However, as the words fell, none of the cannibals dared to step forward. The battle has persisted until the sun has begun its descent in the west. From the initial 200 tribesmen, now fewer than 70 remain. Who can fathom the reasons for our inability to penetrate the Frost Valley tribe? Can one truly assert that the Black Mountain warriors lack valor? If that were the case, why do they steadfastly refuse to retreat despite suffering such grievous losses? Can it be said that the cunning Frost Valley tribe has held their ground solely due to their spear throwers and slingstones? How then do we explain that 70 Black Mountain warriors cannot subdue merely 3 ordinary tribesmen of the Frost Valley, who lack such weaponry? You find it incomprehensible, and thus, these brawny yet simple-minded cannibals are even more bewildered. Jizai stands amidst the battlefield, surrounded by a ring of Black Mountain cannibals, yet none dare to initiate an attack. He takes a deep breath and wipes the blood from his face, inquiring of the injured Ilyang and Anyo behind him. Are you two all right? Anyo is relatively unscathed, but Ilyang fights recklessly. At this moment, a wound has been inflicted on his abdomen, with his intestines spilling forth. I'm fine, my lord. Ilyang replies, one hand pressed against his belly. As he speaks, his body begins to tremble, a mixture of fear and, more predominantly, pain. Jizai feels a pang of guilt. I am sorry. Ilyang and Anyo remain silent. Jizai tightens his grip on the iron spear. Never before has he found himself in such a dire situation, and he too feels his strength waning. In the past, Jizai believed that having traversed to this world, he was destined to play the role of a strategist, leaving combat to the ordinary folk. Yet now, he realizes the folly of his assumptions. If he survives this ordeal, he vows to condition this wretched body. As he mutters to himself, he regains focus, gripping his iron spear tightly and shouting, "Come forth!" The black bear emerges before the crowd, his complexion pale, a clear sign of significant blood loss. Trembling, he raises a hand and points at Jizai, forcing out a command through clenched teeth. Kill him. The black bear's words serve as a clarion call for the Black Mountain cannibals to mount their assault. A cacophony of shouts erupts as one cannibal yells, and the rest surge forward. You all find an opportunity to retreat, Jizai says as he charges ahead, spear in hand. Relying on the sharpness of the spear's blade, the inexperienced Jizai engages in a fierce exchange, inflicting fatal wounds upon 3 cannibals. His displays of courage astound everyone on the battlefield. In fact, as the cannibals advance, they inadvertently create space to avoid him, focusing instead on Ilyang and Anyo. In an instant, the pressure on Ilyang and Anyo intensifies, and they find themselves covered in numerous new wounds. Get away from my father. Jizai swings his iron spear, the blade slicing through the flesh of several cannibals. Amidst a desperate fight, he repels the onslaught of the cannibals and retreats to Ilyang and Anyo's side, gasping for breath. The severe depletion of his stamina causes his hand to tremble as he clutches the spear. Though he has slain 3 and injured several more enemies, the cannibals have left their marks upon him as well. A distinct wound now mars his left shoulder, rendering his left arm powerless. Outside, the cannibals stir, and the determined Snow, against all odds, finds her way to Jizai. Gazing at her grievous injuries, Ji-Zai can only manage a wry smile. Foolish girl. Didn't I tell you to go back? Snow stubbornly shakes her head. I want to return with the warrior. Exhausted, Ji-Zai sighs, surveying the throng of cannibals, his heart heavy with despair. Return? How can we possibly go back? My lord, if it comes to it, we shall die without fear of them, boldly declares Alyang, his resolute character shining through. Why yes, Alyang speaks wisely, my lord. If it comes to it, I am not afraid, adds the timid and gossipy Inyo. Ji-Zai looks at Snow, who nods vigorously. I am ready. Seeing her determination, Ji-Zai tightens his grip on the iron spear and proclaims with newfound confidence. Death? Are you referring to the black bear? With those words, Ji-Zai charges toward the black bear. Despite his exhaustion, he unleashes an unstoppable aura of heroism. The Black Mountain cannibals before him stand in shock, allowing Ji-Zai, spear in hand, to carve a path through their ranks. In this moment, he embodies the spirit of a warrior, as if a divine force has descended upon him. On the bridge, Ji-Zai's extraordinary valor rekindles the fear of the Black Mountain cannibals among his own tribe, igniting a fervor within them. The witch, witnessing Ji-Zai's heroics, feels tears welling in her eyes as she turns to the elder chief. Chief, the Black Mountain tribe is not as formidable as they seem. We have a warrior who can surely defeat them. We must go and rescue him. The stout elder concurs. Indeed, chief, the witch speaks true. The lean elder's expression is complex as he murmurs, warrior. The elder chief, despite his own fervor, has seen the vast disparity between their tribe and the Black Mountain tribe during previous battles. Such a gap is insurmountable, akin to the heavens and the earth. This reality prevents him from recklessly ordering more of his people into danger, for in primitive society, the most precious resource of a tribe is its people. With these worries in mind, he cannot afford to give the command. On the bridge, he loosens his grip and resolutely declares, no attacks shall be ordered, nor shall the gates be opened. After uttering these words, the elder chief lacks the courage to face the incredulous expression of the witch. On the battlefield ahead, driven by sheer will, Ji-Zai finally finds himself unable to push forward. He turns to see that Snow, Alyang, and Inyo have somehow become separated behind him. Ji-Zai raises his gaze again, spotting the black bear retreating amidst the crowd, clutching his neck in distress. Regrettably, that last desperate strike had failed to vanquish him. Now, Ji-Zai finds himself utterly drained. Not only can he not pursue the black bear, but he lacks the strength even to resist. Has fate brought him to this world only for it to end before he can truly behold its wonders? As the protagonist of this journey, he must surely be the most unfortunate of them all. Ji-Zai muses to himself, feeling fatigued, and sinks down with his iron spear in hand. The surrounding cannibals gazed at him with expressions of sheer terror. It seemed that his previous actions had left an indelible shadow upon these savage beings. One could not help but wonder if, after his demise, he would also become fodder for these wretches. The thought of such absurdity made Ji-Zai unable to suppress a laugh. How comical! Amidst his laughter, Ji-Zai closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. One of the cannibals tentatively approached, brandishing a wooden spear, poised to strike at Ji-Zai's head. Hearing the whistling sound in the air, Ji-Zai mused internally. It is over. A resounding roar echoed from afar, shaking the mountains and forests, its reverberation piercing the heavens and instilling a primal fear within all present, whether cannibal or Frost Valley tribesmen. In an instant, every gaze turned in horror towards the source of the roar. Chapter 51. The Descent of the Deity. As the sun sank in the west, casting a crimson twilight upon the earth, it adorned all living beings in a resplendent cloak. From the depths of the forest, a lithe figure bounded forth, its golden fur glistening mouth agape to reveal fangs measuring a formidable 15 centimeters, letting out a thunderous roar. In the jungle, all creatures trembled in fear. The Black Mountain cannibals, who were poised to attack, were equally struck with dread. Could it be a saber-toothed tiger? Like the holy serpent, it was one of the sovereigns of the marshlands. How could it possibly appear here? With a roar that shook the very earth, the massive saber-toothed tiger leaped from the underbrush, landing upon a boulder, once more unleashing a roar that could terrify the heavens. Many, already fraught with anxiety, found their limbs turned to jelly in response. The saber-toothed tiger sprang into action, akin to a gust of wind, drawing a long shadow in the twilight as it charged directly toward the Black Mountain cannibals. Ah, a tiger, a tiger! It is the saber-toothed tiger. The outermost Black Mountain cannibals cried out in terror. The black bear, too, was taken aback. He had never heard of a saber-toothed tiger daring to attack a group of more than 20 humans. Such a thing had never occurred. Yet now, why did this ruler of the jungle display such unusual behavior? Lord Black Bear, what shall we do? Panicked cannibal inquired. The black bear's expression shifted as he bellowed in fury. We are the invincible warriors of Black Mountain. Are we to fear this beast? The black bear's words somewhat steadied the cannibals, and the order was given for the bravest among them to charge at the saber-toothed tiger. However, felines, regardless of the circumstances, are the apex hunters, and the primitive humans armed with mere wooden spears were little more than prey in the wilderness. Under the cover of dusk, the saber-toothed tiger moved with extraordinary swiftness. In the blink of an eye, it was upon the outermost ranks, its eyes narrowing as it regarded the charging Black Mountain cannibals. This had nothing to do with strength. It was an instinct for survival ingrained in the creatures of the jungle. Even the mighty saber-tooth would exert its full prowess against a rabbit. With a swift swipe, the tiger evaded a cannibal's wooden spear and struck its paw against the cannibal's chest. The sound of cracking bones echoed in the air, and when they looked again, the first cannibal to attack had been sent flying, his ribcage shattered, twitching briefly before succumbing to death. This sudden ferocity left the remaining cannibals in a state of shock. The saber-toothed tiger would not let such an opportunity slip. As it lunged forward, its fangs crushed the cannibal's throat, and its claws rained down in a flurry, rendering it a fearsome harbinger of death, no one able to stand in its way. Before long, 4 or 5 cannibals lay dead on the outskirts. A stir spread among the cannibals. Jizai, who had been resigned to his fate with closed eyes, opened them upon hearing the roar of the tiger. In the blink of an eye, he noticed the commotion among the cannibals and felt a twinge of confusion. What was happening? No one informed him of the events. All the cannibals were rushing toward the direction of the tiger's roar. On the bridge, the elder and others were similarly alarmed. Why has this ferocious beast appeared? The witch's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that it seeks to take advantage of our conflict with the Black Mountain tribe? The plump elder wore a grim expression. The Black Mountain tribe has not yet retreated, and now we face a new enemy. What shall we do? Above on the bridge, the elder's concerns echoed, while below, the black bear was consumed with rage. What is happening? Why does this beast attack us? As he watched his kin fall one by one to the saber-tooth's onslaught, the black bear could no longer maintain his composure. In his fury, blood gushed from the wounds on his neck and abdomen. My lord Black Bear, that beast is too powerful. Our people cannot withstand it. A Black Mountain cannibal rushed in from the perimeter. The survivor bore horrific scars across his face, remnants of the tiger's claws. Upon hearing this, the black bear's anger intensified. Just as he intended to command his kin to intercept the saber-toothed tiger, the roar echoed again, akin to a thunderclap, sending shivers down his spine. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw the saber-toothed tiger merely 20 paces away. Such proximity was inconsequential for a ruler of the jungle. Oh heavens! The black bear lost all composure, fleeing without a second thought. In the midst of battle, having forged a fearsome reputation, the Black Mountain tribe was not composed of fools. While they were fierce compared to their kin, that ferocity became a mere jest in the face of the saber-toothed tiger. With a casual swipe, the saber-tooth could slay a human, while the wooden spears of the humans could inflict no meaningful harm. In the midst of the tiger's rapid advance, the spears could not even penetrate its formidable hide. Soon, the disparity between them became painfully apparent, and no one dared to confront the beast any longer. To do so would be tantamount to courting death. The saber-toothed tiger carved a path of slaughter, its claws and fangs drenched in the blood of the Black Mountain cannibals. Its roars and growls instilled such fear that none dared approach. Amidst all eyes upon it, the saber-toothed tiger approached Jizai, who sat on the ground. What splendid fortune! This beast has come to trouble that scoundrel. The fleeing black bear witnessed this scene and called out in joy. On the bridge, the witch was horrified. No! The plump elder clenched his fists in urgency. Warrior, run. You are no match for that beast. While some rejoiced, others despaired. Yet the saber-toothed tiger paid no heed to the collective gaze and strode directly to Jizai, emitting 2 low growls before him. In that moment, all present were rendered speechless, convinced that Jizai would meet his end. The black bear was no exception, staring at the saber-toothed tiger in disbelief, wondering if this was truly the same jungle sovereign that had unleashed a massacre, unstoppable and fierce. Shouldn't he have killed that scoundrel Jizai in one bite? Why is he so docile now? On the bridge, the old chieftain and the others were equally astonished at how the once ferocious saber-toothed tiger was now so tame. This was entirely beyond their comprehension. Hearing the plaintive sounds of the saber-toothed tiger, Jizai raised his head to gaze at the creature, whose golden fur was stained with blood. Initially taken aback, he then shook his head and chuckled. Ah, it's you. This tone, reminiscent of an old friend greeting another, left everyone utterly flabbergasted. Liang and Nyo trembled, exclaiming, "Brave, brave warrior, quickly, quickly get away from it." Jizai paid no heed to Liang and Nyo. Instead, the saber-toothed tiger let out a growl of displeasure towards them. This roar made the two men shudder violently. Jizai shook his head, declaring, "They are my companions." With this single statement, the saber-toothed tiger immediately became obedient. What on earth is happening? Everyone was pondering the same question in their hearts. Soon after, they witnessed a scene that would be etched in their memories forever. The saber-toothed tiger, which had initially bowed its head, was now crouching on all fours, gently nudging Jizai's thigh with its head, continuously emitting soft whimpers. Jizai reached out to stroke its massive head, and to his astonishment, the tiger displayed a look of contentment. How could this be possible? The black bear widened its eyes in disbelief, questioning aloud. "I remember Shui mentioned that the warrior once killed snakes and subdued tigers. Could it be this one?" Suddenly, the witch on the bridge exclaimed in shock. The old chieftain gasped. "What? Is what you say true?" The witch's words filled the plump and slender elders with joy. Indeed, Shui did say that the warrior killed snakes and subdued tigers. The sacred snake of the Black Mountain tribe was slain, and this tiger must be the one subdued. The slender elder stomped his foot. Alas, I had doubted the warrior's integrity before. This dialogue among the four filled the Frost Valley tribe members on the bridge with elation, each one rejoicing and shouting in delight. The brave warrior is truly formidable, even capable of taming a tiger. I knew the brave warrior would not perish. Haha, now we are saved. The brave warrior is invincible. 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 The chorus of shouts on the bridge contrasted starkly with the expressions of the Black Mountain cannibals below, who looked as if they had just swallowed a fly. The saber-toothed tiger gently tugged at Jizai's trousers with its mouth and then glanced back at its own back. Jizai contemplated for a moment, then asked, "Are you suggesting that I ride you?" The tiger's eyes sparkled with a human-like gleam, and it let out two eager whines. Jizai hesitated, initially wishing to refuse, but at that moment, he found himself completely devoid of the strength to walk and conceded, "Very well." As the words fell, the saber-toothed tiger promptly drew closer, prostrating its four paws to facilitate Jizai's ascent. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, Jizai, armed with an iron spear, mounted the back of the saber-toothed tiger. This scene left many in awe, jaws dropping. How could such a regal king of the jungle allow anyone to ride upon its back? With a mighty roar, the saber-toothed tiger stood tall, and Jizai, poised with spear in hand, appeared as a celestial being descended from the heavens. Chapter 52. Radiance. For a moment the world fell into silence. Beneath the twilight's fading light, only the saber-toothed tiger's continuous roars resonated across the land. But why did that saber-toothed tiger not devour him? One of the cannibals murmured, voicing his confusion. "It must be sorcery. That scoundrel surely wields some kind of dark magic. Otherwise how could the valiant warriors of the Black Mountain be vanquished? We cannot fight any longer. Everyone, flee!" Someone among the Black Mountain cannibals shouted, and instantly, all of them scattered like headless flies. To describe their frantic retreat as merely hasty would be an understatement. At that moment, their speed surpassed even that of rabbits. It was no wonder, given how the situation had spiraled unpredictably, far beyond what these cannibals could manage. At that moment, all resolve to annihilate the Frost Valley tribe had vanished, replaced solely by overwhelming fear and regret. Why had they even engaged in this battle against the Frost Valley tribe? Over 100 of their companions had perished before they had even glimpsed the interior of the Frost Valley tribe, slain by wooden spears and stones on their assault. Just when they thought they had a chance to seize their opportunity, the scoundrel leading the charge had suffered only minimal losses while utterly routing the esteemed warriors of the Black Mountain. Even when they finally recognized something was amiss and attempted a counteroffensive, they had successfully isolated the scoundrel from his main forces. Despite his sharp weapon claiming many of their kin, he had exhausted himself, and the Frost Valley tribe dared not send aid. Victory seemed within their grasp, and they anticipated returning home with an explanation for their chieftain. Yet, unexpectedly, a saber-toothed tiger had emerged from nowhere, launching an attack and slaughtering its way to the scoundrel's side. If the saber-toothed tiger had attacked both sides, they would have had little to say. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that the saber-toothed tiger, which had been so fearsome a moment ago, now displayed the demeanor of a docile rabbit before the scoundrel. Most astonishingly, this king of the jungle permitted the scoundrel to ride upon its back. Such a dramatic inversion of expectations prompted a singular thought to arise in the minds of all the Black Mountain cannibals. The Frost Valley tribe is shrouded in mystery, and the scoundrel leading them to victory over the Black Mountain warriors is even more unfathomable. As they beheld Jizai, standing with spear aloft on the battlefield like a divine being, all instinctively swallowed hard. There was no hope of victory in this battle. The Black Mountain tribe fled in disarray, appearing like lost dogs beneath Jizai's formidable presence. While on the bridge, the members of the Frost Valley tribe regarded Jizai as a peerless hero sent by the heavens. The setting sun's rays cast a golden hue upon him, mingling with the blood, as if adorning Jizai with a battle robe uniquely his own. This moment would be forever frozen in the minds of many. Even years later, those who had become parents would recount the day's events with deep affection to their children. When the situation became clear and all hope was lost, the warrior, amidst the chaos, stood resolute with spear in hand, roaring like a tempest. The Black Mountain cannibals were swept away like floating weeds, shattered by the tidal wave of destruction. And beneath him, the saber-toothed tiger became that very wave. The bridge echoed with earth-shattering cries. With the spear-throwing devices depleted and the stone projectiles nearing their end, the Frost Valley tribespeople could only place their hopes in the wooden gates to withstand the savage cannibals. In that moment, it was impossible to count how many tears were shed by the tribespeople, overwhelmed with emotion. The warrior is invincible. Warriors invincible. Warriors invincible. Countless cries resounded from the horizontal bridge, a frenzied roar that pierced through the very depths of one's soul, as if one were determined to shout their throat hoarse, expelling all the pent-up grievances from within. Did your Black Mountain tribe not boast of its strength and oppress the neighboring tribes? Why, in this moment, do you appear like mere subordinates, allowing our valiant warriors to single-handedly confront you with such ease? Warriors invincible. The elderly chief's hands trembled not out of fear, but rather out of astonishment. Tears streamed down his face, and his heart ached. Unlike the witch elders, who varied in stature, it was a monumental leap of courage for the chief to place his faith in Jizai, a newcomer to the tribe, in the face of war against the Black Mountain tribe. Betting the fate of all his kin on the shoulders of Jizai was a gamble of epic proportions. A loss would mean utter ruin, and he would become a pariah of the Frost Valley tribe. At long last, Jizai did not disappoint, living up to the expectations placed upon him. If the introduction of the spear-throwing apparatus and slingshot had initially astonished the chief and instilled confidence in victory, then now, witnessing Jizai's commanding presence as he wielded his spear like a tiger, the chief could not help but feel a surge of admiration. As a man, he should indeed defend his homeland and instill fear in all corners. The witch, suppressing her own excitement and quivering voice, implored the chief, "Great chief, give the order to attack. The Black Mountain tribe is paralyzed with fear from our warriors. Let us advance." Her words jolted the portly and slender elders, who had been celebrating with the ordinary tribespeople, and they too urged the chief. "Indeed, great chief, this moment is ripe for us to support our warriors with an offensive. Let us attack." A flicker of exhilaration danced in the chief's eyes as he regarded his most trusted 3 aides. He inhaled deeply to quell his restless heart and then nodded solemnly. "Open the gates, advance." As the chief's command echoed, the tribespeople responded with an even louder cheer. Others, who were initially perplexed, quickly transformed their confusion into fervent enthusiasm upon learning of the chief's orders to open the gates and assist the valiant warriors. The elder, though aged, retained a fiery spirit, eagerly standing before the wooden doors. In his impatience, he even pushed aside his fellow tribespeople to hasten the opening of the gates. Once the door swung open, he was the first to charge forth. "Warriors, we come to aid you," he exclaimed, brandishing his wooden spear as he surged ahead. Behind him, all the members of the Frost Valley tribe, irrespective of age or gender, armed themselves with whatever they could find. Those with weapons brandished them, while the unarmed picked up stones to fashion into makeshift arms, even borrowing spears from the throwers. With the elders' rallying cry, all the tribespeople gathered beneath the horizontal bridge shouted in unison, "Warriors, we come to help you." The morale reached a crescendo. They charged towards the battlefield, where Jizai stood undaunted, relentlessly pursuing and slaying the Black Mountain cannibals. Although severely injured and seemingly unable to rise, Shui and her companions had already followed Jizai, dispatching numerous foes. As the elder and his group joined the fray, pursuing Jizai in their relentless onslaught, the fate of this life-and-death struggle between the two tribes was sealed. They pursued for 5 or 6 miles until Jizai finally halted. Standing atop a massive rock on his saber-toothed tiger, the last rays of the setting sun illuminating his victorious visage, bloodied yet triumphant, while his mount also panted heavily. Behind him, the tribespeople emerged one by one. Though weary, they were filled with genuine joy. "We did it, we truly accomplished it. Under the leadership of our valiant warrior, we have indeed defeated the formidable Black Mountain tribe." "Ah, Jizai let out a thunderous roar towards the fleeing Black Mountain cannibals. In response, the saber-toothed tiger roared fiercely, accompanied by the jubilant shouts of his fellow tribespeople. The clamor echoed through the mountains and forests, unsettling the creatures within, as the once quiet woods erupted into life once more. Jizai turned on the back of his tiger, witnessing the faces of his jubilant kin. Even the witch and the elders could not suppress their excitement and respect for him. This battle was destined to shine with glory for Jizai. Chapter 53, A Bug. We won, warriors, we truly won. Shue cried out in overwhelming emotion. Observing the others, they mirrored her excitement, though they held back their tears. Gazing at the familiar faces, Jizai calmly acknowledged, suppressing his own exhilaration. We have won. The crowd erupted into cheers. Yet, they hesitated to lift Jizai in celebration, primarily out of fear of the saber-toothed tiger. The witch approached, her eyes alight with fervor, asking Jizai, "Warrior, what shall we do next? Shall we pursue them?" Jizai shook his head, smiling. The victorious outcome of their first battle exhilarated him. We are already victors. There is no need to chase them now. Our priority is to assess the battlefield and return to the tribe, as many of our kin are wounded. The witch, aware of the differences in their statuses, did not mind Jizai's commanding tone. Rather, she felt that his display of capability warranted such authority. Nodding earnestly, the group parted to create a path. Jizai gently patted the saber-toothed tiger's neck, and the majestic feline leapt down from the rock, striding forward under Jizai's guidance towards the valley of the Frost Valley tribe. As they passed through the crowd, Jizai could distinctly feel the enthusiastic gazes on either side. Due to their exceptional performance, Shue, Aoyang, and Anyo, who had steadfastly supported Jizai until the end, were now surrounded and revered by their fellow tribespeople. Once mere peripheral figures, they were now overwhelmed by the attention. The crowd maintained a respectful distance of 20 paces from Jizai, fearing the saber-toothed tiger, though they understood it bore no malice. Yet, the primal respect for such a formidable beast, the undisputed king of the jungle, lingered. The saying "the tiger's roar scatters the beasts" was not merely a phrase. However, from another perspective, the fact that such a fierce saber-toothed tiger was tamed by the valiant warrior only underscored his prowess. Had he arrived at the tribe sooner, the Black Mountain tribe would not have dared to claim dominion over these mountains. Such thoughts were shared among many. Despite the varied details each might ponder, the core sentiment remained the same. The tribe was indeed blessed by the presence of their valiant warrior. Simultaneously, their admiration for Shue, who had brought Jizai into the tribe, grew even deeper. How had she ventured out, only to be captured, and then fortuitously encountered the valiant warrior? In a fleeting moment, a sense of restless excitement enveloped everyone, as they yearned to experience the thrill of the snow and feigned capture, hoping to encounter a figure as noble as the great warrior. Alas, the great warrior was but one, and the Black Mountain tribe, emboldened by their previous encounters, had been sufficiently intimidated by this season. A jubilant throng returned triumphantly to the valley, while the startled creatures along the way could only bear their indignation in silence. First came the numerous members of the Black Mountain tribe, followed by the fewer yet more confident Frost Valley tribe. Had these upright apes truly overturned the world? Were they to disturb the peace of sleep? Upon reaching the wooden gates of the valley, the elderly chief, accompanied by a few remaining tribesmen, rushed out in excitement, a grin reminiscent of an aged chrysanthemum adorning his face. Warrior! Ah! Initially, the chief was warm-hearted, but as he approached and caught sight of the great feline, fixated on him beneath the warrior's legs, his advance halted abruptly, leaving him rooted in place, stammering in hesitation. The warrior gently patted the saber-toothed tiger's neck, reassuringly stating, "This is my companion." The telepathic saber-toothed tiger immediately ceased its menacing glare, instead behaving like a domestic cat, licking the blood from its claws. The warrior then planted his iron spear into the ground, dismounting from the saber-toothed tiger. In the respectful gaze of all the tribesmen, he smiled at the chief, saying, "Great chief, I am honored to report that I have successfully repelled the Black Mountain cannibal tribe." The chief glanced at the saber-toothed tiger and, seeing it at ease, burst into hearty laughter, stepping forward to grasp the warrior's hand. "Warrior, we owe you our gratitude. Without you, our tribe would have faced calamity. Come inside." The warrior nodded, intending to step forward when a soft whimper emanated from behind him. Turning back, he met the saber-toothed tiger's eyes, which shone with a human-like understanding. The warrior hesitated, then addressed the chief. "Great chief, I have a request, and I hope you will grant it." The chief, in a surprisingly generous mood, replied, "Speak freely, warrior." The The warrior pointed to the saber-toothed tiger and declared, "This magnificent creature played an indispensable role in repelling the Black Mountain tribe, and thus, I wish to bring it to reside in our valley." Upon hearing this, the chief's expression shifted to one of difficulty. Not just him but the ordinary tribesmen, too, bore looks of uncertainty. It was not that they were unwilling. Rather, the saber-toothed tiger was a top predator, and the prospect of inviting it into their midst instilled fear in their hearts, despite its previous displays of loyalty. "Well, it could be arranged, but, warrior, you understand its nature. I do not object, but its territory lies in the jungle. It may not consent to dwell within our valley," the chief explained. The witches joined in urging, "Indeed, warrior, the jungle is its true home. If we let it reside in the valley, what if our tribesmen inadvertently startled it? What then?" The warrior, upon reflection, felt a twinge of doubt. Indeed, while the saber-toothed tiger exhibited sentience, its instincts remained primal, and not all tribesmen had been saved by its intervention. Contemplating this, the warrior found himself at an impasse. Just then, the saber-toothed tiger emitted another soft whimper. Thus, the warrior was further conflicted. After a lengthy pause, he finally lifted his gaze and proposed, "How about this, great chief? Let me consult with it." The chief looked astonished. "You can communicate with it?" The surrounding tribesmen gasped in awe. The great warrior can converse even with ferocious beasts. They marveled, yet genuinely puzzled over how the warrior could engage in dialogue with the saber-toothed tiger, their eyes fixed on him in wonder. The warrior approached the saber-toothed tiger and sat beside it, whereupon the great feline promptly lay down at his feet. He reached out, stroking its neck, and after a moment, he spoke. "I wish to bring you to reside in my tribe." The saber-toothed tiger's eyes glimmered with intensity. The warrior continued, "But first, you must promise me that you will not harm any of my kin, regardless of the circumstances." The saber-toothed tiger emitted a soft whimper in response. The warrior patted its neck. "Of course, once you reside in the tribe, you need not endure the hardships of old. I will ensure you are well fed each day." Upon hearing this, the saber-toothed tiger sprang to its feet, its eyes brightening, gazing deeply at the warrior before turning and retreating into the forest. The onlookers were taken aback, staring blankly at the warrior. Great warrior, did this not go well?" The warrior himself was puzzled. The discussion had seemed promising, yet suddenly it had unraveled without warning. There had been no forewarning at all. The chief, relieved, sighed. "Ah, warrior, do not be disheartened. Perhaps for it, the freedom of the jungle is preferable." At a loss, the warrior could only nod, choosing to trust the chief's words. "Very well, brave warrior, let us proceed inside." As they spoke, everyone moved toward the valley. This time, free from the saber-toothed tiger's threat, the tribesmen surrounded the warrior, lifting him in celebration as they entered the valley. Passing through the wooden gates, every one of them displayed expressions of gratitude. Had it not been for this sturdy gate, the Frost Valley tribe would likely have fallen to the Black Mountain tribe long ago. Yet, reflecting on the warrior's decisive actions, they felt a surge of admiration and reassurance. What greater blessing could there be than a warrior so strong, astute, and daring bestowed upon them by the heavens? Upon returning to the tribe, the witches had already prepared healing salves. At that moment, the warriors returned, and under the guidance of the portly elder, the witches busily tended to the wounds of their valiant kin. Though labeled healing salves, they merely numbed the pain, providing minimal relief, nothing like the potent anesthetics of later times that could render one nearly lifeless. Feeling a faint ache in his shoulder, the warrior winced and gritted his teeth. It seemed the challenges of war did not cease with the battle, as even the care of the injured presented a considerable burden. However, he was grateful that his backpack had been retrieved, containing the most formidable herbal compendium of this era. Chapter 54. The Offering to Heaven. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. In the valley, multiple bonfires were ignited, and the prey captured over the past 10 days was now laid out. A wild boar, 2 antelopes, and over 10 rabbits, all processed on the spot using the warrior's trusty clasp knife. Tasked with this grisly work was the lean elder, whose appearance resembled that of a bamboo pole. Yet his strength was undeniable. With swift, decisive cuts, the ground was soon littered with only the remnants of the slain game. While the crowd praised the lean elder's speed and precision, he, ever the humble one, waved his hands dismissively. "Oh, it's nothing. It is merely the warrior's sharp weapon." In the battle against the Black Mountain tribe, both the clasp knife and the warrior had gained notoriety. More than an hour has elapsed since the battle concluded, yet the tribespeople remain fervently reminiscing about the sight of the valiant Jizai wielding his iron spear, ruthlessly carving a path through the ranks of the Black Mountain cannibals. With precision, he disemboweled the quarry, while the slender elder approached him, cradling the heart of a wild boar, and knelt before him, addressing him in front of the assembled crowd. "Warrior, please accept this." Taken aback, Jizai had never anticipated that the slender elder would kneel before him in such a manner. Flustered, he hastily rose to his feet, declining the gesture. "No, no, you are the elder." The slender elder shook his head, lifting his gaze with a smile. "Though I am an elder, today it is you, brave warrior, who shines the brightest. You are deserving of this wild boar's heart." The old chieftain and the surrounding tribespeople erupted into hearty laughter. Even the severely injured, including Shui Aliang and Anyo, who had to lie down, joined in the merriment, their spirits lifted. "In truth, I am not the greatest among us today." Jizai's words rendered everyone momentarily speechless. The old chieftain, puzzled, inquired, "Warrior, why do you say that?" The witch, thinking Jizai was merely being modest, waved her hand dismissively. "Warrior, you are far too humble." Jizai shook his head. "No, I am not being humble. The greatest loss today belongs to our 7 fallen comrades." His statement cast a somber shadow over the crowd, heads bowed in mourning. It would be impossible to claim that they were not sorrowful. The Frost Valley tribe, a close-knit family, felt the absence of any member deeply. However, this sorrow was fleeting. In their estimation, the conflict with the Black Mountain tribe, even with the aid of spear-throwing devices and slingstones, should have cost them at least half their number. Yet, thanks to Jizai's remarkable prowess, only 7 had perished, which, in a certain sense, was a cause for celebration. With this thought in mind, several tribespeople urged Jizai, "Brave warrior, that is not how it is. Without you, we would have suffered far greater losses. Thus, you are the greatest among us." Jizai shook his head and took a deep breath before continuing. "No, there are those whose contributions surpass mine." The crowd wore puzzled expressions. Who could possibly have greater merit than the warrior? Jizai smiled at the old chieftain and replied, "It is, of course, our chieftain. If it were not for your approval to wage war against the Black Mountain tribe, we would not have achieved victory. Therefore, this wild boar's heart should be enjoyed by the chieftain." Jizai's words delighted the old chieftain, who laughed heartily and waved his hand. "Ah, warrior, you are far too modest. How could I claim the greatest credit? While I made the decision to go to war, without you, victory would have been impossible. Therefore, it is you who deserves the most credit." The crowd chimed in. "Indeed, brave warrior, do not push it away." Jizai shook his head once more. "Even so, I am still not the one with the greatest merit." The crowd was left in confusion. Jizai spread his hands with a smile. "The greatest merit belongs to all of us. Without everyone's cooperation, without the tireless efforts in gathering wood and stone, I could not have crafted the spear-throwing devices or the slingstones, nor could I have built wooden doors to withstand the Black Mountain tribe. Thus, it is everyone who deserves the most credit." Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions were filled with excitement, and one by one, they rose to cheer for the warrior. The old chieftain stood and exclaimed, "Well said, the credit belongs to all, and this heart of the quarry should rightly be shared among us." As he spoke, the slender elder took up the knife, dividing the wild boar's heart and the heart of an antelope into nearly 100 portions. Although each individual received only a small piece, their faces still radiated joy. In no time, the valley was alive with laughter and chatter around the bonfire. The wild boar, antelope, and rabbit were portioned out, ensuring that everyone received an ample share of meat. Jizai did not discard the bones of the pig and sheep. Instead, he instructed the slender elder to break them into suitable lengths, placing them into a clay pot with water, and before the assembled crowd, he prepared a large pot of bone broth. At this moment, everyone's faces beamed with joy. The old chieftain and the witch approached Jizai, and the old chieftain said, "Warrior, our victory over the Black Mountain tribe is solely thanks to you. You are the savior of our Frost Valley tribe. I have conferred with the witch and wish to appoint you as our shaman. What do you think?" Jizai was taken aback. "Me, a shaman?" Sitting beside him, Shui's eyes sparkled with excitement. "The warrior is going to be a shaman?" In an instant, the little girl listened intently. The witch nodded from the side. "Indeed, what I know, you also know. What I do not know, you are capable of learning. You are far more suited to be a shaman than I am. Moreover, my illness only manifested after I became a shaman. I believe, had I not taken on that role, my health would have been restored by now." Jizai thought to himself, "Do you really believe that?" He quickly shook his head. "No, dear chieftain, esteemed shaman, I beg you to spare me. I am not capable of being a shaman. I am accustomed to being laid back. It would be better to kill me than to make me a shaman. I am quite content as I am." The old chieftain and the witch exchanged troubled glances. The warrior clearly had no desire to become a shaman. What could they do? Observing their expressions, Jizai quickly changed the subject. By the way, esteemed chieftain, regarding the Black Mountain tribe, I recall that we captured 20 to 30 of their tribesmen during our victory. Where are they now? The old chieftain paused, then replied. I was planning to wait a while before offering them as sacrifices, but if the warrior cannot wait, we can bring them out now for that purpose. Oh, and we also captured the black bear. Jizai's heart leaped with joy. What? You truly captured the black bear? The old chieftain nodded, of course. When the tribespeople caught him, he was gravely injured and could barely move. Jizai's excitement grew. Quickly, bring them to me. The old chieftain agreed, calling out to the stout elder to fetch the captives of the Black Mountain tribe. The stout elder selected 20 robust tribesmen, armed them, and soon returned with 27 members of the Black Mountain cannibal tribe, tightly bound with vines and wearing expressions of despair, with the severely wounded black bear at the front. They led the captives to the center of the bonfire, surrounded by a ring of eager tribespeople. At that moment, upon seeing the defeated Black Mountain warriors, the emotions of the Frost Valley tribe ignited. Kill them! Kill them! Avenge our fallen kin! Hearing the clamorous shouts, even the once mighty Black Mountain warriors, who had always held the role of hunters, displayed fear upon their faces. In this primal society, when two tribes went to war, capture meant certain death. However, unlike other tribes, only the Black Mountain tribe consumed their captives. Moreover, the enmity between the Black Mountain tribe and the Frost Valley tribe stemmed from countless kin being devoured, a deep-seated hatred that left the Black Mountain warriors with no illusion of survival. Especially the black bear, with his noble status, was destined to meet a gruesome fate of execution by impalement. Contemplating this grim reality, his already pallid face, drained from excessive blood loss, grew even more ashen. After all, despite his hands being stained with blood, he too harbored a fear of death. Listening to the enraged roars of his kin, the old chieftain glared at the members of the Black Mountain cannibal tribe, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. With a sweeping gesture, he commanded, eliminate these scoundrels, and the black bear shall be sacrificed to the heavens. Upon hearing this decree, many within the Black Mountain cannibal tribe were paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground without a hint of resistance. The deep-seated enmity between the two tribes spurred numerous clansmen to rise, clamoring for the right to execute their adversaries. Just as the prepared executioners raised their weapons to strike, a voice suddenly emerged from the crowd surrounding the bonfire. Wait, Chapter 55, The Captive. Everyone turned towards the source of the voice, revealing Jizai speaking softly amidst the throng. The witch, puzzled, inquired, Brave warrior, do you have something to say? Her words caused a collective shiver, prompting all to straighten up and listen attentively to Jizai. Under the scrutiny of many gazes, Jizai awkwardly straightened his posture, striving to appear more serious, and said, Chieftain, I have something to express, although I am unsure if I should. The old chieftain waved dismissively, encouragingly responding, Brave warrior, feel free to share your thoughts. Indeed, brave warrior, please do share, urged the primitive folk in unison. Having faced the Black Mountain tribe in battle, Jizai's status was revered among the people, making them reluctant to contradict him. Observing this, Jizai pondered for a moment before stating, I was considering, what if we do not execute them? As soon as this statement was uttered, Jizai could clearly see the expressions of all present, which had shifted from laughter to an immediate, frozen state of confusion, skepticism, and even discomfort. Brave warrior, what are you implying? The witch asked, noticing the unusual expressions on the tribesmen's faces. Snow gently inquired, Brave warrior, why not kill them? They have devoured many of our kin. Jizai nodded, acknowledging her point. The old chieftain furrowed his brow, seemingly contemplating the implications of Jizai's words. The crowd began to murmur among themselves. What is happening with our brave warrior? Why not execute them? I do not know. Perhaps the brave warrior has a different perspective. Regardless, we must trust him. He will not let us down. But many of our tribesmen have already fallen victim to them. Surely the brave warrior is aware of this. Trusting him is the way to go. Very well. We shall heed the brave warrior's counsel. In that moment, the crowd turned their attention to Jizai. This clearly illustrated the high regard in which Jizai was held among the tribesmen. To set aside generations of enmity is no small feat, achievable only by an extraordinary individual. The old chieftain solemnly addressed Jizai, Brave warrior, does your reluctance to slay them imply you wish to keep them alive, akin to nurturing a saber-toothed tiger? Jizai waved his hand with a chuckle. How could that be? The saber-toothed tiger poses no threat to me. These individuals, however, are not human in their dealings. Moreover, keeping them would waste our resources. I have no desire to be burdened with feeding them. The old chieftain sighed in relief, patting his chest. That is good, that is good. Ji's eyes twinkled as he continued. However, we cannot execute them either. This statement left the crowd even more perplexed. If he neither wished to keep them nor to kill them, what was his intention? Ji's words astonished the tribesmen, while instilling terror in the hearts of the Black Mountain cannibals. At that moment, they comprehended that their fates hinged on Ji's next words, and they gazed at him with bated breath. Brave warrior, you have thoroughly confused me. Please speak plainly. What are you truly thinking? The old chieftain, having lost track of Ji's intent, directly posed the question. Ji smacked his lips and said, "Here's the thing, esteemed chieftain. What do we gain by killing them? It would merely serve as a release of pent-up anger. Yet we have already slain over 100 from the Black Mountain tribe outside the valley. We hardly lack for a few more." The crowd exchanged glances, quietly awaiting Ji's next words. Ji continued, however, conversely, keeping them would result in wasted resources to care for them, which is not worthwhile. Therefore, my proposition is simple, we return them to the Black Mountain tribe. His declaration shocked the assembly, with the lean elder being the first to voice opposition. No. Ji turned to see the lean elder's face flushed with anger. We cannot return them to the Black Mountain tribe. Doing so would incite further attacks upon us. All the tribesmen nodded in agreement, clearly aligning with the lean elder's sentiments. The members of the Black Mountain tribe are inherently ferocious, brave warrior. I too harbor concerns about returning them. The old chieftain articulated his worries. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices. Indeed, brave warrior, we must not return them. Otherwise, they will undoubtedly continue to assault us. Meanwhile, the black bear, upon hearing Ji's intention not to kill him but to return him, felt an overwhelming urge to prostrate himself and kiss Ji's feet. Yet, upon hearing the lean elder and the majority of the tribesmen express their dissent, despair settled upon him. At that moment, the witch interjected, "I believe the brave warrior would not simply release them. He likely has his own plans." A few composed tribesmen nodded in agreement, showing support for this perspective. The old chieftain was taken aback. "Is that so, brave warrior?" Ji affirmed with a nod. Seeing this, the tribesmen rejoiced and eagerly asked Ji, "Brave warrior, would you share your thoughts with us?" Ji licked his lips and grinned. "As I mentioned earlier, killing them yields us nothing. We would merely have to deal with their blood and corpses. Rather than that, it would be more advantageous to return them, albeit not without compensation." Upon mentioning the term compensation, Ji observed the spark of interest igniting in everyone's eyes. They looked at Ji, some too excited to articulate their thoughts. Ji shook his head and continued, "I've heard that the Black Mountain tribe has captured numerous individuals. We can use them in exchange for their captives." All heads bowed in contemplation until the old chieftain broke the silence. "What benefit do we derive from this arrangement?" Ji thought to himself, "My dear uncle, are you genuinely oblivious? Or are you merely pretending?" He sighed and explained, "Esteemed chieftain, may I ask what is the most crucial aspect of a tribe?" The old chieftain pondered. "Of course, it is sustenance. But what good is food alone? Without tribesmen, it is rendered useless." Ji's remarks momentarily stunned the old chieftain, who soon grasped Ji's intent. "You mean to say that by returning those captives, they would join our tribe?" Ji snapped his fingers, adopting a teasing tone. "Precisely. You're quite astute. I adore you." The elderly chieftain, his hair as dark as a raven's wing, observed the surrounding clansmen, who were all on the verge of retching. These members of the Black Mountain tribe, along with the formidable patriarch, the Black Bear, could undoubtedly be exchanged for at least 30 captives. "Wouldn't it be more advantageous, esteemed chieftain, to gain 30 more members for our tribe rather than simply slaying them?" Ji retorted. The old chieftain immediately turned to confer with the witch and the elders, both stout and slender. Ultimately, it was the slender elder who first voiced a concern. "But they originally belonged to another tribe. Can we truly integrate them into our own? What if they escape? People are drawn to the strong. Having defeated the Black Mountain tribe, who could possibly rival us? More importantly, every member of our tribe would partake in cooked meat, a luxury that I suspect is non-existent in other tribes. In such a scenario, anyone else would understand the choice to be made, wouldn't they?" Ji's words profoundly moved the old chieftain and the witch. After a moment's contemplation, the ordinary clansman also grasped Ji's intention, breaking into smiles one by one. The old chieftain hesitantly inquired, "So we do not kill them?" The Black Mountain tribe members, particularly the Black Bear, nodded in agreement. The slender elder, however, kicked him, exclaiming, "What business is it of yours? Scram!" The Black Bear stumbled back from the kick, prompting a chorus of laughter from the clansmen. Amidst the laughter, a consensus emerged. They would exchange these Black Mountain tribesmen for their captives. Of course, ordinary members of the Black Mountain tribe could be traded for one captive, but as for the black bear, no less than 10 would suffice. If they had fewer captives, well, we would have no choice but to slay the remainder, Jizé remarked with a shake of his head. The old chieftain's smile broadened radiantly, yet the 20 or so members of the Black Mountain tribe appeared as frightened as quails. Having always been the hunters, they had never experienced such a humiliating situation. In that moment, all they could hope for was that their tribe had enough captives, fervently wishing that their kin would take their time, just a little longer. Chapter 56. The Great Cat Returns. Meanwhile, outside the valley, a tribesman suddenly rushed in. Warrior! Warrior! Something terrible has happened. At this, everyone turned to look as the man approached, panting heavily. I just went out to relieve myself, and I saw. The old chieftain, frantic, pressed. What did you see? The man patted his chest a few times, swallowing hard. I saw the saber-toothed tiger has returned. What? Jizé leaped to his feet, but the movement jarred his injury, causing him to gasp in pain. Warrior, are you alright? The witch quickly steadied Jizé. Snow sat on the ground, anxiously wishing that if she were uninjured, she would be the one supporting Jizé. Where is it? Take me there quickly. Jizé disregarded his pain and urged. The man pointed toward the valley's mouth, saying, right at the entrance of the valley, it has a cub in its mouth and another following behind. Jizé paused for a moment, then hurriedly limped toward the valley's entrance. The old chieftain and the others called out, Warrior, slow down. Amidst a flurry of activity, over 100 people followed Jizé toward the valley's mouth. Upon reaching the bridge, they saw the saber-toothed tiger lying on the ground, its front paws cradling a feeble cub, while as a mother, it licked the cub's belly with its tongue. Due to the distance, Jizé couldn't see clearly, but in the moonlight, he could faintly make out the bloodstains on the cub's belly. One tribesman murmured, Is it so hungry that it would even eat its own child? The witch shot him a glare. Stop your nonsense. Quickly, open the gate, Jizé shouted. Immediately, a tribesman opened the wooden door, while others stood back, hesitant to approach. Jizé descended from the bridge and rushed to the saber-toothed tiger. Upon seeing Jizé approach, the great cat lifted its head, letting out a mournful sound, imbued with a sorrow only humans could express. Jizé was taken aback, limping closer. He crouched down to inspect the cub on the tiger's paws and was startled. This is... The cub's belly bore a gaping wound. Though it had not penetrated the internal organs, the flesh was turned outward, and blood flowed continuously. If left unattended, the cub's resistance would soon succumb to infection, leading to its demise within days. Jizé quickly looked up and asked, What happened? The saber-toothed tiger, though intelligent, could not provide an answer. It merely tugged at Jizé's pant leg, whimpering continuously. Jizé understood that it was pleading for help for its offspring. Suddenly, Jizé comprehended why the tiger had appeared at the moment of the Black Mountain tribe's assault. Your child is injured, so you came to me seeking help for it, didn't you? Jizé inquired. The saber-toothed tiger's eyes sparkled as it nodded. Jizé stamped his foot. If you'd said so earlier, I might have thought you were unwilling to stay here. As soon as he spoke, he realized his faux pas. How could the saber-toothed tiger possibly speak? With that thought, he gently lifted the injured cub into his arms and said, Come with me. He then limped deeper into the valley. The saber-toothed tiger followed closely behind with another cub. As the tribesmen beheld the jungle's king up close, they quickly scattered, gazing at Jizé with a mix of fear and reverence. How had the warrior managed to prevent the saber-toothed tiger from attacking? Jizé led the tiger to the gathering place in the valley, and when the Black Mountain cannibals saw the saber-toothed tiger approaching, they shuddered in terror, some so frightened that their legs turned to jelly. Upon spotting the Black Mountain cannibals, the saber-toothed tiger immediately adopted a defensive stance, growling deeply. Just as it seemed ready to pounce, Jizé wrapped his arms around its neck, saying, Don't be rash. These are my golden geese. The saber-toothed tiger halted, glancing between Jizé and the Black Mountain tribesmen, letting out a roar before dutifully staying by Jizé's side. Jizé gently placed the cub on the ground and called out to the witch, who stood a distance away, 20 paces back. Witch, could you spare me some of your medicine? The witch glanced at the saber-toothed tiger, nodded urgently, and swiftly departed. In that moment, the previously bustling valley was left with only Jizé, the saber-toothed tiger, and its cub. Observing the saber-toothed tiger lying on the ground, despondent, Jizé pondered and offered the meat he had been given earlier. You should eat something, your child will be fine. The saber-toothed tiger lifted its eyelids and gave Jizé a grateful glance, yet it seemed indifferent to the meat. Jizé, slightly taken aback, asked, "Aren't you hungry? Or perhaps you're just not in the mood." The saber-toothed tiger emitted a low growl. Jizai lowered his gaze to the meat, then looked at the saber-toothed tiger, and suddenly understood. He slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "How could I forget?" He then raised his head and addressed the elder chief. "Respected chief, do you have any raw meat left?" The elder chief, momentarily dazed by the saber-toothed tiger, nodded vigorously upon hearing Jizai's question. Yes, yes. He hurriedly instructed someone to bring Jizai a piece of wild boar hind leg meat. However, with the saber-toothed tiger present, the tribe members hesitated, clutching the meat, unsure whether to advance or retreat, a sight that was quite comical. Jizai waved his hand reassuringly. "It's all right, come closer." Shui, struggling to rise from the ground, declared, "I will do it." Logically, it shouldn't have been appropriate to let someone as severely injured as Shui take on such a task. But with others fearful of the saber-toothed tiger, Shui's willingness brought joy, and they eagerly handed over the 10+ kilograms of hind leg meat. Carrying the meat, Shui used a wooden spear as a makeshift cane and approached, placing the meat down but not leaving. Instead, she sat beside Jizai. The saber-toothed tiger recognized Shui to some extent, as she had been present during Jizai's initial encounter with it. For a moment, the saber-toothed tiger did not roar or threaten Shui as it had with others. Instead, it began to nibble on the meat quietly. However, during its meal, it instinctively kept its distance from the blazing fire. When the witch returned with the medicine, it was Shui who took it and handed it to Jizai. Chewing the slightly numbing herbs, Jizai laid the saber-toothed tiger cub on the ground with its limbs facing upward and spat out the chewed herbs onto the cub's abdomen. The saber-toothed tiger, which had been eating, raised its head and fixed its gaze on Jizai's actions. Upon hearing its cub let out a soft cry, it seemed to relax and resumed feeding. Shui weakly inquired, "Brave one, is this sufficient?" Jizai shook his head. "No, this medicine only temporarily alleviates the pain. For proper healing, we require superior medicinal herbs." From a distance, the witch, hearing this, shrugged helplessly, "But warrior, this is already the finest medicine available in the tribe." Jizai nodded, tearing strips from his own clothing, which he then cut into smaller pieces with a bone knife. He picked up the empty jar that had contained bone broth and handed it along with the strips to the witch, saying, "Mistress, could you please wash this jar, fill it with water, and boil these strips to sterilize them?" The witch, perplexed by Jizai's words, asked, "Can this also be consumed?" Jizai, at a loss for words, shook his head. "No, this is meant for bandages. Boiling it in water is primarily for disinfection." The witch, somewhat confused by Jizai's explanation, nodded. "All right, and what about you?" Jizai replied, "I will go gather some medicinal herbs." "Medicinal herbs? Where will you find them?" "Right here in this valley," Jizai stated. The witch was taken aback. "There are medicinal herbs in this valley?" "I am unsure, but in such a vast valley, there should be some. Besides, we have quite a few injured individuals who need them, not just this little one." The witch pondered for a moment. "Very well, I shall accompany you. Let the plump elder clean the jar." The plump elder looked bewildered. Jizai contemplated for a moment before nodding. Subsequently, the two prepared to set off. The saber-toothed tiger immediately stood up, wanting to follow. Jizai reached out to pat its head, reassuringly saying, "Stay here and wait for me." The saber-toothed tiger let out a couple of whines but ultimately obeyed Jizai, squatting back down, quietly observing its cub. Chapter 57. He is indeed a monster. The two ascended the valley together, and along the way, the witch asked Jizai, "Warrior, do you think we can find medicinal herbs in the valley?" "Of course. I noticed some while gathering mushrooms earlier, but at that time I did not retrieve my backpack and did not realize they were medicinal herbs." The witch looked puzzled. "What backpack?" "Oh, it's nothing," Jizai replied, and the two fell into a comfortable silence once more, following the nightfall through the forest. Just as the makeshift torch they had brought began to burn low, they finally discovered the medicinal herbs Jizai had mentioned beneath a dead tree. Upon seeing the herbs, which bore a striking resemblance to mushrooms, the witch could not help but express her skepticism. "Is this really medicinal?" Jizai affirmed, "Indeed, but it resembles a poisonous mushroom," she countered. It was no surprise she thought this, for the medicinal herb Jizai found looked like a mushroom, albeit in a dull yellow hue. Jizai brushed the dirt off its stem, explaining, "This herb is called mabo. It is remarkably effective for stopping bleeding." The witch seemed unconvinced. Such an unattractive thing. "Can it really be that potent?" Jizai assured her, "Absolutely. Besides mabo, there are also dog's tail fern and a herb called one-point red, which would be quite beneficial for your condition, mistress." Upon hearing her own name mentioned, the witch momentarily froze, then lowered her head, a hint of shyness coloring her cheeks. After gathering some mabo, Jizai wiped the sweat from his brow, stating, "Let us collect this much for now. Tomorrow morning, I will bring others to find some dog's tail fern, as that is easier to gather than mabo." The witch nodded in agreement. The two made their way back to the valley, and upon reaching its center, they found the saber-toothed tiger still lying on the ground, his gaze filled with concern for its offspring. As for the elder chief and the others, they stood at a distance, watching apprehensively. "Warrior, how is it?" the elder chief asked eagerly upon seeing Jizai return. Jizai nodded and then inquired, "Where is the plump elder?" The elder chief pointed to the hapless plump elder squatting by the fire. "He is roasting the hide you wore, warrior." Jizai thought to himself that it was not just any hide. It was an exquisite piece of attire. Returning to the saber-toothed tiger cub, Jizai first placed the mabo near the campfire to dry out the moisture, then took 2 stones to crush it into powder. Under the watchful eyes of the tribe, he gently pressed the pain-relieving herbs onto the cub's abdomen and evenly sprinkled the mabo powder over it. After completing these tasks, the cub emitted soft whines, struggling to rise on its unsteady limbs and wobbling towards its mother. At that moment, the saber-toothed tiger gazed at its offspring with tenderness, continually licking its child with its tongue. It then turned to Jizai, lowering its head and letting out a low, rumbling sound. Observing this, Jizai smiled. "Sister, since you've brought your family along, why not stay here instead of returning?" The saber-toothed tiger promptly leaned its head forward, appearing obedient. Jizai, delighted by this response, laughed heartily, but as if recalling something, he quickly turned to the elder chief. "Respected chief, is that permissible? I assure you it will not harm the tribe." The aging chieftain's countenance remained somewhat rigid, not out of dissent towards the decision made by Jizai, but rather from an instinctive trepidation towards the saber-toothed tiger. "Of course, can be done. Long live!" Jizai exclaimed joyfully, wrapping his arms around the tiger's neck and affectionately rubbing his face against its ear. Shue, observing from the side, looked up at Jizai. In her recollection, she had never witnessed such unbridled joy from him since their acquaintance. Although Jizai had laughed and expressed happiness in the past, Shue always sensed a certain emotional detachment he held towards the tribe. However, the present was different. She could distinctly feel his deep-seated attachment to the community. After sharing a moment of laughter while embracing the saber-toothed tiger, Jizai noticed some horse fungus powder remaining and addressed the gathered tribespeople. "Those with severe injuries, come to me. I shall first tend to your wounds, and once we gather more medicinal herbs by dawn tomorrow, I will treat everyone." The old chieftain shook his head, saying, "Brave warrior, with such excellent medicine at hand, you should treat yourself first, for your injuries are not light either." The tribespeople nodded in agreement. "Indeed, noble warrior, please attend to your wounds first. We are fine and can wait until tomorrow." Jizai felt a surge of emotion, though his courageous actions played a part. The concern of the others left him at a loss for how to respond. Meeting their caring gazes, he offered a determined nod and, with the assistance of the shaman, tended to his own injuries. That night, Jizai fell asleep resting against the saber-toothed tiger. Meanwhile, in the Black Mountain tribe under the cloak of night, Chieftain Heishan was seething with rage. "Damn it! Those wretched scoundrels! Are only a handful of you returning from our 200 warriors?" Heishan glared at the fewer than 20 defeated remnants before him, his forehead veins bulging with fury. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming impulse to slay these individuals. The tribespeople knelt on the ground, weeping. "Great chieftain, please do not blame us. It was truly the Frost Valley tribe that was too cunning. They used trees to block the valley entrance and employed wooden spears and stones that could be thrown over great distances, refusing to engage us in battle." Enraged, Heishan approached and kicked one of the speaking tribesmen. "Fool, must you enter through the valley? Cannot you climb the mountain?" Upon hearing this, the defeated cannibals cried even louder. "Great chieftain, we did consider climbing the mountain, but the Frost Valley tribe is exceedingly treacherous. They dug deep pits filled with sharp wooden spikes on the mountain, and many of our tribesmen fell in and were impaled, rendering us unable to proceed." Listening to the lamentations of his subordinates, Heishan felt increasingly irritable. He bellowed, "Do not feed me such nonsense. I ask you only this, where is my son?" "Heishiong?" The defeated cannibals exchanged glances of dismay, and one, summoning his courage, stammered, It seems he did not escape. He was captured by them." "Ah! Damn it! Damn it! Wretched scoundrels, my son." Upon hearing this news, Heishan felt as though his head might explode. His chest filled with rage as he glared at the defeated cannibals. "What are you still doing here? Bring them down. Kill them all. Gather the tribesmen. We shall attack the Frost Valley tribe." "Yes." As He-shan finished speaking, a group of cannibals strode in, looking disdainfully at the defeated comrades on the ground, filled with contempt, thinking to themselves, what useless creatures. How dare you still call yourselves the elite of the Black Mountain tribe? 200 against 100. Defeated and returning with only 20, and most importantly, you even lost Lord He-shan. Such worthless beings have no place in the Black Mountain tribe. Great chieftain, it is not that we did not fight with all our might. We did kill some of their people. He-shan scoffed. Ha! If my 200 Black Mountain warriors lack even the ability to kill a few opponents, then my position as chieftain is utterly worthless. The defeated cannibals, recognizing the coldness in He-shan's tone, trembled in fear, yet their faces showed stubbornness and grievance as they protested. Great chieftain, this truly is not our fault. Just when their wooden spears and stones were exhausted, Lord He-shan nearly led us to slay that Jizai. Did you succeed? He-shan gritted his teeth. You not only failed, but allowed my He-shan to be captured. My poor child must surely be slain by the Frost Valley tribe by now, so what use do I have for you? No, great chieftain, please listen to us. Please listen to us. That Jizai was on the brink of death, but that fellow is not human. Nonsense. Not human. Is he a monster? He is a monster. He can command the saber-toothed tiger. He-shan was taken aback. What? Chapter 58. The Sacred Serpent. What is a saber-toothed tiger? It is the natural king of the jungle. Normally, 10 primitive people cannot stop it. 20 could barely survive against it. Its claws are sharper than the most formidable weapons, and each swing of its massive paw could shatter the spine of a wild boar. To suggest that someone could command such an undeniable terrestrial overlord, a cold-blooded killer, is an insult to my intelligence, is it not? He-shan, filled with anger, could hardly believe his subordinate's words. If you were to say one could command a little rabbit, that might be credible, but this is a saber-toothed tiger, a man-eating saber-toothed tiger. Defeated and fleeing, spouting nonsense, drag them out and execute them, He-shan declared angrily. The cannibal who spoke those words was terrified, his body trembling, and with hands raised, he hastily pleaded. Spare me, great chieftain, I speak only the truth. Nearby, some cannibals were also trembling in fear. Seeing He-shan's ferocious appearance, they swallowed hard and stammered. Great chieftain, we are telling the truth. That Jizai can truly control the saber-toothed tiger. He-shan, increasingly agitated by their claims, roared. If he can control the saber-toothed tiger, I might as well fly in the sky. Bring them down, execute them. He-shan's words virtually pronounced the death sentence for these individuals, and soon the air was filled with wails of despair. However, not a single person felt sympathy for these defeated comrades. In their minds, 200 had been soundly defeated by a tribe of only 100, half of whom were elderly, weak, or ill, returning with only 20 and, most importantly, losing the chieftain's son. These worthless beings were as good as dead. Great chieftain, the shaman has arrived. At that moment, a cannibal rushed in, announcing. He-shan paused momentarily, then quickly said, Quickly, let the shaman enter. As he spoke, an elder draped in animal skins and adorned with a necklace of human teeth entered. He approached He-shan and nodded. Great chieftain. He-shan responded with a grunt, stepping forward to grasp the elder's hand. Shaman, your arrival is timely. These individuals failed to attack the Frost Valley tribe, resulting in my son He-shan's capture. I am preparing to lead our tribesmen to strike again against the Frost Valley tribe to avenge my son. What do you think? The shaman pondered for a moment. But, great chieftain, these days mark the selection of the new sacred serpent. It is not a fitting time for war. Upon the utterance of the shaman's words, He-shan's countenance instantly stiffened. The selection of the sacred serpent as a totem was a momentous affair within the tribe, one that could not be taken lightly. The shaman continued, Even if war is to be waged, it must await the selection of the sacred serpent. He-shan, upon hearing this, clenched his teeth in frustration. Cursed be it, the Frost Valley tribe has been granted an unwarranted reprieve of 2 days. The shaman chuckled softly, saying, My esteemed chieftain, there is no need for haste. With the might of our He-shan tribe, what can a mere Frost Valley tribe accomplish? This time, it was merely the oversight of the Great Bear Lord that led to their cunning ploy succeeding. He-shan wholeheartedly concurred. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable how 200 elite warriors of He-shan could be thwarted by such a trivial tribe. The 20 defeated soldiers, who were to be taken away, exchanged glances, none daring to voice caution about the Frost Valley tribe's formidable nature. After all, the He-shan tribe was riding high on their recent victories, and speaking such words to them would be futile. Additionally, My esteemed chieftain, might we retain these tribesmen? Though they have suffered defeat, they could still bolster our numbers. In a few days, when we confront the Frost Valley tribe, their familiarity with the opponent might prove invaluable. With the shaman's counsel, Heishan felt considerably more at ease, and when he regarded the defeated soldiers, his ire had somewhat subsided. With a wave of his hand, he declared, "The shaman speaks wisely. Release them." The group of cannibals scattered. "Today, in light of the shaman's presence, I shall grant you this mercy. However, should you display similar cowardice in the upcoming battle, do not expect my leniency." Heishan's words instilled trepidation in the defeated soldiers, who hurriedly assured him of their respect. Observing this, Heishan gestured for everyone to depart. Once alone in the cave, Heishan clasped his hands behind his back and gazed into the distance, his eyes filled with portentous contemplation. "Frost Valley tribe, your demise approaches. Dare you slay my offspring? Enjoy these fleeting days, you wretches." The following day, when Jizai opened his eyes, he was roused by the gentle licks of a saber-toothed tiger cub. As he blinked awake and surveyed his surroundings, he found himself sprawled upon the belly of the saber-toothed tiger, which was now looking back at him with a tender expression. Jizai, taken aback, wiped the drool from his mouth and sheepishly remarked, "Well, I suppose I've never experienced the luxury of a genuine leather pillow before, hence the drooling." The saber-toothed tiger flicked its tail in response. "Warrior," a voice echoed from outside the cave. Jizai peered out to see the witch approaching, accompanied by 2 or 3 individuals. Upon sighting the saber-toothed tiger lying within the cave, alongside Jizai, they froze in place, paralyzed by fear. Jizai gathered the cub that had climbed onto his lap and stood, inquiring, "What is it, esteemed shaman?" The witch, still somewhat intimidated by the saber-toothed tiger, forced a smile. "Oh, it's nothing, nothing at all. It's just that you mentioned yesterday your intention to gather healing herbs, so..." As she spoke, the saber-toothed tiger rose and, in front of the onlookers, stretched its body as if preparing to attack, prompting a collective gasp from the group. However, the saber-toothed tiger merely yawned, casting a puzzled glance at the witch, bewildered by her outburst. "I would have forgotten had you not reminded me, esteemed shaman. How about this, you gather some tribesmen to prepare while I get ready, and then we can venture into the forest to seek the healing herbs." Jizai, recalling the task, hastily proposed. The witch, her cheeks flushed, nodded eagerly. "Yes, yes." Without lingering a moment longer, the group hurriedly exited the cave. Grasping his iron spear, Jizai turned to the saber-toothed tiger, saying, "I'll step outside for a bit. Stay put in the cave, and do not venture out or frighten my tribesmen. Understood?" The saber-toothed tiger looked up at him and let out a soft whimper. Jizai chuckled, ruffling the cub's head and patting its neck. "Rest assured, I will ensure your meals are well taken care of." The saber-toothed tiger licked Jizai's palm, the ticklish sensation eliciting laughter from him. After sharing a moment of companionship with the saber-toothed tiger, Jizai donned his herbal compendium and, with spear in hand, made his way outside. At the wooden gate of the valley, the witch had already selected 10 tribesmen, each armed and brimming with eagerness at the honor of accompanying the valiant warrior on this quest for healing herbs. The elder chieftain, along with the injured and those remaining behind, stood ready to bid them farewell. "Warrior, all is prepared. We may set forth," announced the witch. Jizai responded with an affirming hum, and just as he was about to have the wooden door opened, he suddenly halted, turning to the elder chieftain. "My lord, once we depart, do not forget to assign the tribesmen to guard the bridge. Should anything unusual arise, they will be the first to notice. Additionally, I have left behind the spear throwers and stone slingers to offer assistance should any trouble ensue." The elder waved his hand dismissively. "Rest assured, brave warrior, we have sturdy wooden doors and formidable projectile weapons. Who would dare approach us with ill intent?" Jizai smiled. "It is better to be prepared. Furthermore, the Great Bear and his kin must not perish. They are crucial for our prisoner exchange. And do not let the saber-toothed tiger in the cave go hungry. It is a tremendous asset for our tribe." The elder nodded emphatically. "I shall remember all of this." Jizai proceeded to relay additional instructions, such as boiling water in clay pots to cleanse the wounds of the injured and prevent infection, as well as ensuring the deceased from yesterday's battle were properly buried to avoid contamination. Having faced life and death, Jizai now regarded the Frost Valley tribe as his own family, mindful of every detail, as he wished to prevent any corpses from polluting his future home. With all matters settled, Jizai, the witch, and the 10 tribesmen ventured deep into the dense forest. Chapter 59. Saline Alkaline Soil. "Warrior, is this the healing herb you spoke of?" A primitive man exclaimed joyfully from deep within the woods, calling out to Jizai. Jizai, rendered speechless, turned around. Brother, that is foxtail grass, not mare's tail or dogbane. Oh. Warrior, I have found the mare's tail you mentioned, another primitive man shouted. Jizai, upon hearing this, felt a rush of anticipation and quickly turned back, only to be met with disappointment. Brother, let us not mistake poisonous mushrooms for mare's tail. That could be deadly. Jizai lamented internally, realizing that had he known this would happen, he would not have brought them along. They were not only unhelpful but also a source of chaos. The witch approached him, inquiring, Warrior, we still have not located the mare's tail or the dogbane you mentioned. Do you think they are absent? Upon hearing this, Jizai halted and resolutely replied, Impossible. They must exist. We simply have yet to find them. Come, let us press onward. The group, somewhat disheartened, nonetheless echoed their agreement and followed behind Jizai. As they advanced, Jizai scratched his slightly itchy left shoulder. Surprisingly, the mare's tail was proving quite effective. Having used it just yesterday, he could already feel its effects today. Continuing onward, they rounded a hillside, revealing a desolate expanse of land, where only a solitary patch of weeds dared to grow. The thief, Jizai, couldn't help but glance over again, feeling a sense of bewilderment. This area was peculiar. While the neighboring land flourished with a multitude of flowers and grasses, here lay a barren expanse devoid of life. One of the tribesmen remarked in astonishment. The witch, overhearing, interjected with irritation. Enough of this. Our primary task now is to find the medicinal herbs. The primitive people nodded in agreement, yet Jizai, having heard the tribesman's words, halted in his tracks, stroking his chin as he gazed at the desolate soil. What troubles you, brave one? The witch inquired, puzzled. Jizai shook his head. It's nothing, merely curious about why this patch of land lacks flora. As he spoke, he crouched down to observe more closely. The witch sighed. This area has always been like this, never yielding any plants. Let us proceed to search for the herbs. Jizai raised a hand to pause her. Wait a moment. He then scooped a handful of soil and brought it to his nose for a whiff. The accompanying tribesmen exchanged glances, mimicking Jizai's actions as they crouched down and gathered soil. Jizai even extended his tongue to taste the dirt on his fingertips, prompting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. They quickly stood up, exclaiming, Brave one, if you're hungry, just say so. We can hunt for you. No need to eat dirt. Jizai felt a wave of frustration wash over him. The witch chimed in, Brave one, do not act foolishly. That is inedible. With a wry smile, Jizai had no time to explain, instead closing his eyes to savor the taste of the earth. After a few minutes, he suddenly opened his eyes, spat out the muddy remnants, leaped to his feet in delight, and laughed maniacally. Ha ha, just as I suspected. The witch whispered to the nearby tribesman, Has the brave one lost his senses? Eating dirt and laughing like a fool. You two go fetch some fruits for him. The two designated tribesmen nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with pity as they regarded Jizai, lamenting the fate of one who once seemed sane. Come back, Jizai, still caught in his fit of laughter, called out to them. The two paused, turning back to look at him with curiosity. What are you two doing? Jizai asked. Fetching fruits, brave one. Aren't you hungry? Upon hearing this, Jizai rolled his eyes. Who told you I was hungry? The witch leaned closer, lowering her voice. Brave one, don't be stubborn. You've just eaten dirt. Jizai retorted, What? I didn't eat dirt. I consumed salt. He explained helplessly. The witch and the other 10 tribesmen were momentarily taken aback. Salt? What is that? Jizai brushed off the dust from his hands and rubbed the earth beneath his feet, revealing glimmers of crystalline light under the sun. Salt is, never mind. You wouldn't understand. Just know that when this substance is added to food, it enhances flavor and makes it more delectable. Jizai intended to elaborate, but realizing they could not grasp the significance of salt, he sighed, his thoughts filled with profound insights that went unheard. The witch and the other tribespeople looked at Jizai with confusion, their faces reflecting skepticism as they questioned, Brave one, are you suggesting we throw this dirt onto our food? Is that even edible? Jizai requested some animal skins from one of the tribesmen and spread them on the ground. As he gathered the soil, he chuckled, Of course not. It requires processing before it can be consumed. Just think, this vast expanse of saline soil could sustain our tribe for decades. Before long, Jizai had filled the animal skins with dirt. He bundled it up and handed it to one of the tribesmen, insisting, Take this back, and for heaven's sake, do not discard it. The tribesman nodded nonchalantly. Rest assured, brave one. Observing his demeanor, Jizai grasped his arm tightly, a look of urgency on his face. I'm serious, don't throw it away. The tribesman replied hesitantly, all right, I understand. Also, when you return, make sure to bring some more people from the chieftain. If the chieftain inquires, simply tell him I have something of great importance. Yes, brave one. As Ji-Zai watched the tribesman depart, he finally exhaled in relief, flipping his iron spear and planting it into the ground. He sat on the barren earth, resembling a miser guarding his treasure, grinning foolishly, Salt, oh Salt, how I long for you. Do you know how I have endured these past 2 weeks without you? Hearing Ji-Zai's overly sentimental tone, the witch felt a shiver run down her spine. She clutched a handful of dirt. Brave one, is the soil truly as miraculous as you claim? Ji-Zai eagerly snatched it from her, treating it like a precious gem. Indeed, its significance is no less than that of clay. This statement astonished the crowd. Clay was essential for crafting pottery and fortifying defenses, already holding an unassailable status in the tribe's collective consciousness. Yet, Ji-Zai now declared that the seemingly insignificant soil beneath their feet held equal importance, a revelation that left everyone in shock. Brave one, this soil. It is called saline soil. Yes, saline soil. You assert that this saline soil is as crucial as clay? The witch's face still bore an expression of disbelief. Ji-Zai turned to her, Mistress, it seems I must enlighten you about the significance of this saline soil. First, it is not the soil itself that holds value, but the salt contained within it. Once refined, it produces salt that, aside from being consumable, can also be used to treat wounds, preventing injured tribesmen from suffering complications due to lack of timely care. Furthermore, without sufficient salt in our bodies, our overall physical condition deteriorates. Do you understand now? Although the witch still struggled to grasp Ji-Zai's full meaning, she did recognize that the saline soil might indeed be as important as he claimed. However, she remained curious. Could this unremarkable dirt truly be as Ji-Zai described? After nearly 2 hours of guarding the saline soil, the elderly chieftain arrived with 30 to 40 tribesmen. Upon arrival, he appeared flustered, asking, Brave one, what has transpired? You said you had matters to discuss. What is it? Ji-Zai stood up, unable to contain his exuberance, pointing to the saline soil beneath his feet. Now, everyone, gather this soil and take it back. The chieftain responded. Huh? I'm afraid I don't quite understand your intent. Brave one. No need for explanations or inquiries, chieftain. Just collect this soil and return to the tribe. Hunting can wait for now, Ji-Zai replied confidently. However, the chieftain regarded Ji-Zai as if he were a fool. What use is this dirt? It's not even clay. Sighing, he thought since the brave one had just saved the tribe, he might as well indulge him. Thus, he called upon the tribesmen to begin collecting the saline soil. The cunning Ji-Zai observed keenly, noting the old chieftain's disbelief. He mused inwardly that once he had extracted the salt, they would have reason to regret their skepticism. In Chapter 60, The Stubborn Liang, the group split into 2 factions. Ji-Zai led his people to gather medicinal herbs, while the old chieftain took his followers to collect saline soil. Throughout the day, the old chieftain engaged in this tedious task, contemplating pausing, believing they had amassed sufficient quantities. However, Ji-Zai insisted, almost coercively urging the clan members to continue. Had it not been for the witch's encouragement, prompted by Ji-Zai's earlier remarks, it is likely they would have succumbed to lethargy long before. Upon returning to the tribe, a bonfire was ignited, illuminating the valley's depths. This was Ji-Zai's initiative. He reasoned that a fire at night would not only deter wild beasts but also provide light for the community. He placed all the gathered medicinal herbs in the central clearing of the valley, then retreated to his dwelling. There, he affectionately patted the napping saber-toothed tiger, stroking the large feline for a while. Satisfied with its well-fed state, he nodded approvingly. The cub, having been treated with the powdered herb, approached Ji-Zai eagerly, waving its limbs for a cuddle, while its sibling lay at Ji-Zai's feet, displaying a jealous demeanor. Cradling the cub and followed closely by the saber-toothed tiger, Ji-Zai made his way to the valley's center, where the others were preparing to dine. Upon his arrival, they graciously made space for him. After a day of hard work, everyone was weary. Ji-Zai settled down and placed the cub on his lap, addressing the tired, dust-covered group. They responded lethargically, their expressions revealing confusion regarding Ji-Zai's endeavor to collect saline soil. However, overall, their previous dissent had waned. Surely the warriors are simply bored, leading us to gather this useless earth, murmured one tribesman. Those around him nodded in agreement. Indeed, clay can be utilized for pottery, so the collection makes sense. But this soil, what purpose could it possibly serve? A collective sigh echoed as doubts resurfaced regarding Ji-Zai's intentions. It was evident that many in the tribe shared this sentiment. including the old chieftain, who found the entire day spent collecting saline soil rather excessive. Observing the old chieftain's discontent, Ji-Zhe smiled and declared, "To reward everyone for their diligent efforts today, I shall treat you to a change of flavors. Let us feast on what is known as beggar's rabbit." The crowd looked at him, puzzled. "What? A rabbit? I believe the Valiant One mentioned flowers. Did the Valiant One wish for us to consume flowers? Can we eat those? We are not insects, after all." Listening to the chatter among the tribespeople, Ji-Zhe chuckled. He stood, took a clay pot to fetch water, and mixed the saline soil with it to create a slurry. He then retrieved the prepared rabbit, wrapped it in leaves, coated it with a layer of saline soil, and tossed it onto the fire. He repeated this process 4 or 5 times, causing the onlookers to exclaim, "Valiant One, this method of roasting will ruin the meat." "Fear not, it will be fine," Ji-Zhe reassured confidently. Yet, the old chieftain furrowed his brow again, seemingly displeased with Ji-Zhe's apparent wastefulness. Unperturbed, Ji-Zhe utilized his flint knife to scrape the powder from the dogtooth fern roots collected earlier, preparing more medicinal herbs while conversing with the old chieftain. "My lord chieftain, how fare the black bears?" "They will not perish," the old chieftain replied, still distracted by concerns over the food. "Valiant One, you mentioned we could exchange them for captives with the Black Mountain tribe, yet they are entirely unaware of this. How can we proceed with the exchange?" Elder Shou interjected, prioritizing the tribe's growth over food concerns. Ji-Zhe, while handing the fern powder to the witch for healing, responded, "I have contemplated this as well. We need someone to journey to the Black Mountain tribe and convey our intentions." To the Black Mountain tribe, Ji-Zhe's declaration shocked the assembly, leading to hushed murmurs. "Aren't they cannibals? Will one even return? Indeed, we have just defeated them. Going now would surely lead to a one-way trip. Whoever wishes to go may do so." "I shall not." "Agreed, I shall not go either." "Valiant One, I shall go." Amidst the whispers, Liang, who had just applied ointment to his wounds, stood resolutely. Ji-Zhe turned to him, admiration evident on his face. Liang, indeed bold, was someone Ji-Zhe had recognized for his courage. "Liang, venturing to the Black Mountain tribe is fraught with peril," Ji-Zhe cautioned, locking eyes with him. The others echoed their concerns, urging, "Liang, the Black Mountain tribe is brutal, you may not return." Even Liang's brother urged him, "Do not go. Allow the Valiant One to devise another plan." Stubbornly, Liang shook his head. "No, I must go." Ji-Zhe sighed, impressed by his resolve. Liang stepped forward and knelt, imploring, "Valiant One, I beseech you, permit me to go." "Very well, but you cannot go alone. Who else would accompany you?" Ji-Zhe inquired. Silence enveloped the group, as none spoke. The old chieftain pondered. "Valiant One, perhaps we should reconsider this plan. If it proves too dangerous, we need not proceed with the exchange." Liang interrupted, "My lord chieftain, it is fine. I trust the Valiant One, and thus, I must go to the Black Mountain tribe." "Child, why are you so obstinate?" the old chieftain exclaimed, visibly distressed. Ji-Zhe added, "Liang, I cannot allow you to go alone. It fills me with unease." Liang defiantly retorted, "I can manage on my own. If you do not grant permission, I shall go secretly." Ji-Zhe rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that Liang's stubbornness was truly remarkable. Enough of the glaring. "I shall concede," he finally relented. "Valiant One, this is unwise." Several tribespeople interjected, eager to dissuade Ji-Zhe. They argued it is far too dangerous for Liang to go alone. What if the Black Mountain tribe intends to kill him? The old chieftain chimed in, "Indeed, Liang, you must not go. Bind him. Prevent his escape." At his command, the crowd surged forward to restrain Liang. In a moment of panic, Liang turned to Ji-Zhe, seeking a solution. Ji-Zhe remained seated, seemingly lost in thought, though occasionally, a glimmer in his eyes revealed he, too, was considering how to persuade the old chieftain. While other matters could be negotiated, the Frost Valley tribe ultimately relied on the old chieftain's authority. Ji-Zhe had already attracted enough attention. Further defiance could undermine the chieftain's esteem, complicating his future endeavors within the tribe. However, to put it another way, Ji-Zhe genuinely intends to exchange Black Bear and the others for captives. After all, the Frost Valley tribe currently comprises only 97 members, failing to reach even 100, and such a meager number is exceedingly insufficient. A slight disturbance could severely deplete the tribe's limited manpower. "Respected chief, I actually have a method that can ensure Liang's safe return," Ji-Zhe suddenly declared, having made up his mind. The old chief, who was in the midst of directing the tribesmen to forcibly bind Liang, was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "What method?" The tribesmen, equally curious, looked on, eager to learn what brilliant idea the valiant warrior had conceived. Jizai smiled mysteriously and replied, "It's quite simple. We can leverage Black Bear to our advantage." "Are you suggesting that Liang take Black Bear with him?" the plump elder asked. Jizai shook his head. "No. If that were the case, the Black Mountain tribe would likely snatch him away, and not only would we fail to secure any captives, but Liang would also be lost to us." "Then what is your plan, valiant warrior? Please do share, we are all anxious to know," the old chief urged. Jizai chuckled softly. "Liang. Liang." Suddenly alert, responded, "What is it, valiant warrior?" Jizai beckoned him closer and whispered a few words into his ear. Initially puzzled, Liang's expression shifted to one of excitement as he nodded vigorously. Yes, I understand now." The old chief and the others grew increasingly anxious. Pressing Liang, "What did the warrior say?" The tribesman chimed in, "Yes, Liang, what did the valiant warrior tell you?" Liang glanced at Jizai, who was smiling and shaking his head, then broke into a silly grin. I cannot say, but the valiant warrior's plan will surely allow me to return safely, so rest assured." Chapter 61. The Call of the Flower Rabbit. The more Liang played coy, the more puzzled everyone became. Yet, both Jizai and Liang wore inscrutable smiles, refusing to divulge anything, exuding an air of mystery that could easily make them targets for anyone wanting to knock sense into them. "Valiant warrior, please, just tell us what your plan is," the tribesman lamented. Jizai laughed heartily as he retrieved a wild rabbit from the fire pit, its body enveloped in a crust of salt and earth, and said, "Let us eat first, we can discuss other matters later." As the crowd grew impatient and attempted to inquire further, their questions vanished into thin air the moment Jizai cracked open the dry, cracked surface of the rabbit. What aroma wafted through the air! It would not be an exaggeration to say it was a mouth-watering scent. This method of roasting meat was even more intoxicating than before. In an instant, the clearing was filled with the sounds of greedy inhalation. Even the old chief and the witch found themselves unable to resist. "Ah, it smells delightful. Is this the famed flower rabbit?" Jizai raised a finger with a smile. "Indeed, it is called the flower rabbit, and the flavor has intensified due to the salt and earth seasoning I used. Come, everyone, have a taste." The crowd wiped their drooling mouths, looking to the old chief. Meanwhile, the old chief instinctively swallowed hard. Observing this, Jizai tore off a rabbit leg and handed it to him. "Oh, let everyone eat first," the old chief insisted politely. Jizai pressed the rabbit leg into the old chief's embrace. After several rounds of this polite exchange, the old chief could no longer resist and, amidst hearty laughter, accepted it, tearing off a generous chunk of meat. "Delicious!" he exclaimed, his hands and mouth covered in grease. His words ignited a fervor among the others, who clamored forward, shouting, "I want some too, valiant warrior. I want some." Jizai laughed and waved his hands. "Everyone, calm down. There is enough for all." In a short span, 4 or 5 rabbits were completely devoured. Jizai tossed a piece of meat into his mouth, savoring the subtle saltiness of the rabbit meat, and sighed contentedly. This familiar flavor, food tastes so much better with salt. As he spoke, Shui was gnawing on a leg, her face smeared with grease. "Wow, valiant warrior. How is this flower rabbit so delicious? How did you come up with this roasting method?" Jizai replied, "It's called the flower rabbit, sister. Is it tasty?" Shui nodded vigorously. "Yes, although it has a slightly peculiar taste, it's quite fragrant." Jizai explained, "That's the benefit of adding salt." "Salt?" Shui was taken aback. Jizai confirmed with a nod. The old chief wiped the greasy residue from his mouth and asked Jizai, "Valiant warrior, I have been meaning to ask, what exactly is this salt you keep mentioning?" Upon hearing the old chief's question, everyone turned to look, clearly indicating that not only the old chief was curious, but the entire tribe shared this intrigue. Jizai shook his head, adopting an air of a learned scholar as he explained, "Salt is quite simple. It is an essential element for humans, cough cough, a vital substance. I had been trying to procure some salt, but due to the lack of raw materials, I had to abandon the effort. However, today, while searching for medicinal herbs, I fortuitously discovered salt-rich earth. So from now on, everyone will be fortunate." The witch, now convinced by Jizai's earlier words about the salt flats, brightened up. "Does that mean we should add this earth to our meals from now on?" The old chief licked his fingers and said, "Sure, why not? It will make our food taste even better." Jizai interrupted the old chief, "Of course not. Doing so would be a waste of precious salt." The old chief responded with a confused, looking at Jizai quizzically. The others mirrored his expression, eager to hear Jizai's explanation. Jizai continued, "What I envision is quite simple. From now on, we can have salt in our meals regularly. Moreover, with salt, we can preserve excess food through curing, ensuring that even during times of scarcity, we need not worry about hunger." Upon hearing Jize's words, the tribesmen's eyes collectively widened in astonishment, and some even began thumping their chests in celebration. Not having to suffer from hunger during food shortages? Could such a miraculous thing truly exist? Jize found their reaction somewhat surprising. While astonishment was understandable, their jubilant cheers seemed a bit excessive. The only explanation could be that food was indeed paramount for primitive people, holding a significance akin to life itself. It seems the saying, people prioritize food above all, holds true everywhere. Little did Jize know, the tribesmen's elation stemmed not merely from the prospect of food preservation. It was summer, a season of lush vegetation and abundant food. Yet when the stillness of winter arrived, food shortages would become a dire reality. During such times, to ensure the tribe's survival, the elderly and weak would often be reluctantly expelled to conserve resources. Each snowfall brings with it the grim necessity of abandoning 7 or 8 tribe members. It is uncertain how many have been severed from their loved ones due to such harsh realities. Yet the merciless hand of nature provides no alternatives. However, in this moment, the villagers have heard the thief, Ji, proclaim the possibility of food preservation, ensuring that even in winter, sustenance would be available. How could they not feel a surge of joy? The old chieftain exchanged a glance with the witch, both sensing a glimmer of hope in Ji's words. If what the warrior spoke were indeed true, then the tribe would no longer have to forsake its members during the snow-laden months. If Ji's assertions held validity, then even when food became scarce, the tribe could still feast abundantly. With this thought, both men's breaths became noticeably heavier. Warrior, do you mean to wrap the food in this clay? The old chieftain inquired cautiously, feeling a twinge of guilt for his earlier impatience regarding Ji's collection of saline soil. Ji chuckled softly, shaking his head. Certainly not. While this saline soil can enhance flavor, it is rather challenging to use it for food preservation. The old chieftain pressed on. Then what do you propose? Ji replied, the saline soil is rich in salt, thus my plan is to boil the earth to extract the salt. Boil the earth to extract salt? The old chieftain echoed, intrigued. Indeed, starting tomorrow, the collection of both clay and saline soil must not be overlooked. Additionally, I will require some diligent helpers to assist in the salt extraction. With this, I shall ensure that everyone has access to salt in the shortest time possible. The old chieftain leapt to his feet, exclaiming, excellent. I shall arrange for it immediately. Chieftain, please allow me to assist the warrior in extracting salt. Chieftain, let me do it. I am quite meticulous. Do not heed his nonsense, chieftain. Who in the tribe could be more attentive than I? In an instant, a chorus of voices erupted, each clamoring for a chance to assist Ji. Just then, the witch abruptly raised her hand. The crowd fell silent, gazing at her in astonishment. Illuminated by the firelight, her face bore a slight flush, though it was unclear whether from heat or some other cause. Ahem, I believe that salt is a matter of great importance for the tribe, and it is imperative that someone of significant stature assist. Chieftain, I believe I am suitable for this task, the witch asserted, feigning composure. How shameless of you, esteemed witch, came the murmurs. Isn't it the witch's duty to protect the safety of the tribe? Daily affairs are of no concern to her. The crowd began to exchange whispers, filled with exasperation and critiques regarding the witch's presumptive demeanor. The old chieftain regarded the witch thoughtfully, then turned to Ji, asking, warrior, what is your opinion? Ji pondered for a moment and replied, well, I think Snow would be quite suitable. He gestured toward Snow, who sat by the warmth of the fire, her innocent gaze directed upward, timidly inquiring, warrior, did you call for me? Instantly, the sound of palms meeting foreheads resonated throughout the crowd. Warrior, I believe you should reconsider, the witch implored, unwilling to concede. Ji snapped his fingers, declaring, no need to deliberate. It shall be Snow. Upon hearing Ji's words, the witch huffed, rising abruptly and striding away toward her cave without a backward glance. Ji, bewildered, scratched his head and asked the old chieftain, Chieftain, what is the matter with the esteemed witch? The old chieftain waved his hand dismissively, his focus solely on the salt Ji had mentioned. No matter, pay her no mind. Now, warrior, let us discuss your proposed salt matter thoroughly. Chapter 62. Seeking Peace. A new day dawned, and the Black Mountain tribe buzzed with unusual excitement. Despite the recent defeat suffered by Lord Black Bear and his warriors at the hands of the seemingly weak Frost Valley tribe, resulting in his capture, the atmosphere remained charged. This incident had incited the chieftain's unbridled fury, casting a shadow over the entire Black Mountain tribe. To be outmatched by a mere ant, rather than a fierce tiger, was a humiliation that needed no elaboration. In their eyes, the Frost Valley tribe was nothing more than the insignificant ant that had tripped them. The warriors of Black Mountain simmered with suppressed rage, determined to teach the Frost Valley tribe a lesson they would not soon forget. Yet, coincidentally, this was the day the esteemed which would select a new sacred serpent. In light of this circumstance, everyone had no choice but to stifle their frustration, awaiting the selection of the sacred serpent before turning their attention to the Frost Valley tribe. Once the chieftain himself led the charge, the Frost Valley tribe, akin to mere insects, would be effortlessly crushed. How laughable it was that those who had previously tasted defeat had exaggerated tales of a figure capable of controlling saber-toothed tigers. Such excuses were merely the feeble attempts of inept individuals trying to rationalize their failures. Just wait and see. When the day came to assault the Frost Valley tribe, they would witness what true warriors were capable of. With such thoughts, the unruly Black Mountain cannibals puffed out their chests with pride. They turned their gazes toward the valley, where a pitch-black serpent, as thick as an arm, was being carried by 4 young women towards a blood pool. Within the pool floated several stark white skulls, while countless human leg bones lined the shore. At this moment, the esteemed which stood at the edge of the blood pool, murmuring incantations, her wooden staff resting in hand. The strongest warrior of the Black Mountain tribe, the chieftain, knelt bare before the pool, his bronze muscles glistening as he bowed reverently to the heavens. Rising, he entered the blood pool, immersing himself in its depths. Witnessing this solemn and sacred scene, the entire tribe of cannibals could no longer contain their surging emotions, kneeling in unison, shouting their praises toward the blood pool. However, at this hallowed moment, an unfamiliar figure appeared outside the valley. He was frail and foreign, a stranger to the tribe. How had this outsider dared to trespass into the Black Mountain tribe? Did he not understand the peril that lay within? Halt! Who are you? The guards at the valley entrance obstructed his path, weapons poised threateningly at his throat. Though the stranger's countenance revealed unease, his eyes remained steady. I am a Liang, envoy of the Frost Valley tribe, sent by our warrior to meet with the chieftain of the Black Mountain tribe. Indeed, this slight figure was a Liang, dispatched by Ji to deliver a message. Upon hearing a Liang's introduction, the 2 guards exchanged glances, momentarily stunned, before bursting into laughter. You, a mere waste from the Frost Valley tribe, dare to intrude upon our Black Mountain tribe? Truly, you must be unaware of the consequences. As they spoke, the guards advanced to seize a Liang, who offered no resistance. Hey, this lad is so thin he hardly has any flesh. Indeed, however, he hails from the Frost Valley tribe, and their meat should be far more delectable than that of other tribes. As the 2 conversed incessantly about how to devour their captive, A Liang remained impassive, his expression unchanged except for the occasional beads of sweat trickling down his forehead due to nervousness. It seemed as though, in A Liang's eyes, these 2 guards were mere phantoms, entirely inconsequential to him. The guards were quite vexed by A Liang's demeanor. How could this boy remain so unfazed? Go tell the chieftain that we have captured a member of the Frost Valley tribe. Very well. As he spoke, one of the guards turned and departed. Upon reaching a distance of 20 paces from the blood pool, he knelt and addressed the blood-soaked Black Mountain, Chieftain Black Mountain. We have apprehended a person from the Frost Valley tribe. With his eyes closed, Black Mountain immediately opened them upon hearing this. What did you say? The guard hastily recounted the tale of how they had captured A Liang. For a moment, Black Mountain hesitated. How could a member of the Frost Valley tribe come to our Black Mountain tribe? Could he have lost his way? The guard shook his head. I do not know. The shaman lowered his head in thought, and suddenly began to chuckle in a low, sinister manner. His laughter was quite unpleasant, akin to someone deliberately scraping glass with their hands. Congratulations, chieftain, the shaman declared. Black Mountain turned back, puzzled. The shaman continued, that lad from the Frost Valley tribe is most likely under orders to seek peace with us. Seek peace? Humph! Black Mountain scoffed. Having slain my children and defeated my kin, he dares to come to me for peace? Bring him here. I wish to see what he truly intends. Yes. The guard turned and left, and shortly thereafter, A Liang, still bearing wounds, was brought back. Is the Frost Valley tribe truly in such dire straits that they send a wretch like you to plead for peace? Black Mountain sneered. The surrounding members of the Black Mountain cannibal tribe erupted in laughter, their mockery dripping with derision. Are the people of the Frost Valley tribe fools? Do they still believe they can seek peace with us? Ha! Perhaps they know they are about to be annihilated and have come to beg for mercy. Ha ha! Hearing the ridicule from the Black Mountain cannibal tribe, a flicker of anger and fear crossed A Liang's face. To say he was unafraid would be a lie. Moments ago, he felt no trepidation, but now, standing amidst the remains of bones and corpses in the valley, surrounded by so many members of the Black Mountain cannibal tribe, anyone would feel a chill run down their spine. The sinister aura of the valley was indeed overwhelming. "Chieftain, let us feast upon him." "Yes, chieftain. Let us savor this fellow and discover whether the flesh of the Frost Valley tribe possesses any distinct flavor." The cannibals clamored, which only fueled Black Mountain's pride, causing Liang's heart to tremble even more. Just as he was at a loss, a sudden recollection struck him. Words spoken by the thief last night. In an instant, he felt a surge of clarity. Closing his eyes, he took several deep breaths before reopening them, his expression now calm and composed. The surrounding Black Mountain cannibals were taken aback by Liang's sudden transformation, regarding him with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. Is this fellow truly unafraid of us? This must be a jest. Moments ago he was quaking in fear. Even Black Mountain furrowed his brow, for with his extensive experience, he sensed the change within Liang. If the newly arrived Liang had relied on bravado to mask his fear, and after having been thoroughly frightened, now exhibited an unintentional confidence, Black Mountain could not discern what had transpired in between. However, one thing was certain to Black Mountain. The current Liang no longer feared him, nor did he fear the Black Mountain tribe. Relaxing his furrowed brow, Black Mountain smiled. Regardless of what thoughts occupied Liang's mind, he was standing on Black Mountain tribe's territory. On his land, not even the formidable Jungle King, the saber-toothed tiger, could stir up any trouble. With this thought, Black Mountain's composure deepened. "Speak, what is it that your Frost Valley tribe seeks? If it is peace you desire, spare your breath. You have slain 2 of my children. The only reason I have not devoured you is to send a message back to your people. Extend your neck and await our arrival." His domineering and threatening words drew applause from all the Black Mountain cannibals. "All hail the chieftain! All hail the chieftain!" Black Mountain, upon hearing this, gestured for silence, then raised his chin to regard Liang, his disdain unmistakable. In contrast, Liang remained unflinching, his demeanor serene as he stood tall like a spear. He shook his head and replied, "Seek peace? You overestimate your position. I have merely come to convey a message from our valiant leader. The black bear still lives. However, whether he survives henceforth depends on your actions as a father." Chapter 63. Even a tiger does not eat its own cubs. With a sudden burst, Black Mountain stood upright. "What did you say?" Liang met his gaze directly, displaying neither panic nor fear. "Where is the black bear now?" Black Mountain demanded furiously. The members of the Black Mountain cannibal tribe also brandished their weapons at Liang. "Where is Lord Black Bear?" Liang replied calmly. "Our valiant leader stated that keeping the 27 members of the Black Mountain tribe, including the Black Bear, is futile. Therefore, he wishes to propose an exchange, a chance to return the Black Bear and your tribesmen." "Chieftain, this fellow is spouting nonsense." "Kill him," shouted one of the Black Mountain cannibals. "Kill him. We must rescue Lord Black Bear," roared another. With a clamor, Black Mountain emerged from the blood pool and approached Liang. The towering Black Mountain loomed over the slender Liang, resembling a gorilla beside a monkey. "In exchange, I could kill you and then assault your tribe. I would still be able to rescue the Black Bear and your kin," Black Mountain scoffed. Anticipating such a reaction, Liang showed no fear, replying earnestly, "If that is the case, then go ahead and kill me. However, our valiant leader has warned that if I perish, the Black Bear and your tribesmen shall also meet their demise." "You dare threaten me?" Black Mountain fumed. Liang continued, "Our valiant leader also stated that if I do not return before nightfall, the Black Bear and the others will certainly perish." "Chieftain, this scoundrel is far too arrogant. Kill him," the cannibals clamored. "Silence," Black Mountain roared, his voice reverberating throughout the valley. In an instant, all the cannibals fell silent, staring at Black Mountain in shock, too frightened to utter a word. Immediately, Heishan turned and glared at Liang, exclaiming, "Damn you! If anything happens to the Black Bear, I will undoubtedly make you pay." Liang, undeterred by the threat, retorted, "You can devour me now, but you will never see your son again, nor your 27 tribesmen." Heishan, accustomed to commanding respect within the tribe, was consumed by rage, disregarding everything in his desire to eliminate Liang. 2 eager members of the Heishan cannibal tribe swiftly approached, seizing Liang to drag him back. In that moment, Liang felt a flicker of fear. Could this man truly be so unconcerned about his son's life? Yet, recalling the words of the Thief King before his departure, a sense of confidence surged within him. He met Heishan's gaze levelly, thinking, "The esteemed warrior assured me of my safety. Thus I shall be unharmed." With unyielding faith in the Thief King, Liang remained composed. Just as he had been dragged a dozen steps, an enraged Heishan bellowed, "Halt! The two cannibals exchanged puzzled glances and asked, "What is it, Chief?" Heishan, panting heavily, took a moment to regain his composure before casting a sidelong glance at Liang, his eyes brimming with uncontainable hatred. "What are your terms for exchange?" Heishan finally relented. Liang glanced at the two cannibals holding him, shrugged them off, provoking their ire, but under Heishan's dark glare, they quickly retreated like chastised chicks. Standing tall, Liang cleared his throat and stated, "Our esteemed warrior has declared that for each tribesman, one captive shall be exchanged. The black bear holds a unique position, requiring 10 captives for his release. Moreover, the captives exchanged must be in perfect physical condition, and we will not accept the elderly." Heishan's eyes widened in shock. "What did you say?" Liang did not respond directly but instead looked skyward. "If Chief Heishan finds this acceptable, I shall return to inform the esteemed warrior. Otherwise, I fear he may take the life of the black bear before I can return." Enraged, Heishan repeated, "Fine, fine, fine." He then turned sharply to the tribe's shaman, demanding, "Shaman, how many captives remain in the tribe?" The shaman hesitated, troubled. "Chief, we currently have around 40 captives. However, if we agree to the exchange, our food supplies will be insufficient." Heishan clenched his teeth. "If food is lacking, we can capture more. First, we must secure the release of the black bear and our tribesmen." Liang listened impassively, but turmoil raged within him. The Heishan tribe's treatment of their own kind as mere sustenance was utterly unfathomable. "Return and inform your so-called esteemed warrior that the exchange will occur in 2 days." Liang nodded. "Very well, I shall return without need for an escort." Heishan's eyes burned with fury, and had it not been for his concerns for his son's safety, it might have been a different matter whether Liang could leave the valley unscathed. After Liang departed, the shaman and several high-ranking tribesmen quickly approached, warning, "Chief, we must not proceed with the exchange. What if they betray us? We cannot take that risk." If Liang had heard those words, he might have laughed aloud. How ironic! Betrayal was the hallmark of the Heishan tribe. Heishan scoffed. "Do you think I would ever agree to their terms?" The shaman was taken aback. "Chief, are you suggesting we abandon the black bear?" Heishan clenched his fists. "Absolutely not. I will rescue the black bear, but that so-called warrior must not return from this encounter." His words caused the cannibals to lower their heads in contemplation, their eyes widening in disbelief as they grasped his intent. "I will personally select 50 of our bravest warriors to demonstrate to the Frost Valley tribe what true strength is." Some cannibals' breaths quickened with excitement, fists clenched in fervor as they shouted, "All hail the chief!" Amidst the cheers, Heishan turned his gaze towards the Frost Valley tribe, sneering, "Warriors? How laughable!" Having successfully completed the task assigned by the Thief King, Liang eagerly made his way back to the tribe. Upon his return, he found the valley's clearing where the Thief King was busily preparing a fire, tossing soil into a pot over the flames with a saber-toothed tiger nearby. "Esteemed warrior," Liang called out. The Thief King looked up from his work. "Liang has returned. How did the mission go?" Liang smiled gently. "Heishan has already agreed and mentioned the exchange will take place in 2 days." The Thief King nodded. "Well done." He then instructed, "Sister, bring over the newly fired pots from today." Snow complied, carrying the freshly made pots to him. The Thief King then ladled the brine into the new pots, and once finished he prepared to clean up. Observing this, Liang quickly offered, "Warrior, allow me to assist." The Thief King chuckled, waving him off. "No need, no need. You have worked hard today. Later, when everyone returns, I'll brew some bone soup for us all to replenish our strength." With that, he set to work. Upon his return, he built a fire, placed the pot filled with water over it, added slices of ginger and some salt water, and then tossed in the chopped ribs of the wild boar. The tribe members who had gone out to collect salt and clay returned in succession, along with the hunting party led by Anyo, who came back laden with spoils. They deposited their day's haul and naturally gathered around the fire. It seemed, in everyone's subconscious, that the clearing in the valley had become a meeting point for dining and discussions. As the Thief King stirred the bone soup with a wooden spear, he addressed the returning elder leader, "Chief, we have received a response from the Heishan tribe regarding the exchange of captives." The elder leader blinked in surprise. Turning to Liang, "You truly went?" Liang nodded vigorously, a smile spreading across his face. "Indeed, Chief, you should have seen Heishan's face. It was priceless." The esteemed warrior's strategy was truly remarkable. "Heishan had no choice but to comply with our demands." The Thief King humbly waved his hand. "It wasn't as grand as you portray. It was merely exploiting his weakness. After all, a tiger does not eat its own cubs." Chapter 64. Cultivation. Regardless, it was Liang who had excellently fulfilled the task assigned by the Thief King. Venturing alone into the Haitian tribe and returning unscathed was no small feat. And most importantly, he had accomplished the mission. Such bravery is truly remarkable. Were it the thief king himself, he would not have dared to enter the Haitian tribe alone for negotiations, even with the black bear as leverage. The fear of not returning would have lingered in his mind. After all, given the differing statuses, one begins by slaying the horned serpent, then proceeds to hunt the black snake, and subsequently captures the black bear. Such enmity could very well lead the Black Mountain to recklessly seek to capture and skin oneself. A Liang, however, harbors no such concerns. Thus, it can be said that the circumstances have forged a Liang, just as a Liang has shaped the circumstances. Enduring much, a Liang, come, partake of this bone broth to replenish your strength and see if it pleases your palate. Jizai cheerfully ladled out a bowl of soup. A Liang nodded vigorously, reverently accepting it, bringing it to his lips for a sip, nodding emphatically. Delicious, truly delightful. Indeed it is, Jizai chuckled. The elder chieftain, slurping his lips, inquired, Brave warrior, are you truly intent on exchanging individuals with them? It is not too late to refuse now. Otherwise, it may become troublesome later. As Jizai continued to serve soup to the others, he replied, Of course, why would we not? Is it not our tribe's limited population that has hindered our strength? Now that an opportunity presents itself, we must seize it. The elder chieftain responded with a slight hum. Very well, but there is something else I must discuss with you. What is it? Our food supplies are running low. The provisions brought in daily by Anyo and the others barely suffice. Once we exchange individuals, we fear there will be hunger. The elder chieftain took a sip of the bone broth. Upon hearing this, Jizai exclaimed, Surely not? Did we not have dozens of game? How could it deplete so rapidly? As Jizai broached the subject, not only the elder chieftain but also the witch, the plump and slender elders, along with numerous tribesmen, pointed at the saber-toothed tiger, exclaiming, You see, it consumes a gazelle and 2 wild rabbits daily. It requires the flesh of 30 of our tribesmen each day. How could it not vanish quickly? Jizai felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Turning to glance at the saber-toothed tiger, which lay languidly on the ground, its chin resting on the earth, eyes closed, emitting comfortable grunts. Is it truly that exaggerated? Everyone, brave warrior, why do you doubt us? We have no reason to deceive you. It is all true. Indeed, brave warrior, its appetite is insatiable. Jizai reached out to stroke the saber-toothed tiger's neck, patting it and remarked, No wonder you've been looking so glossy these past few days. It seems you've been feasting well. He then turned to the elder chieftain and inquired, How much food do we have left? 2 wild boars, 5 gazelles, and 13 rabbits, all tied with vines in the valley, the plump elder replied. Jizai was taken aback. What? Is that all that remains? Do we not continue to catch game daily? Anyo interjected, Currently we are capturing about a dozen game daily. There are plenty of fruits, but we must ration them to barely make ends meet. Jizai pondered for a moment. This is unsustainable in the long run. We shall find ourselves in deficit. The elder chieftain spread his hands. Indeed, how about this, brave warrior, we first? The elder chieftain swallowed hard, gesturing towards the saber-toothed tiger, and continued, Let us send it away for now. Once our food supply is ample, we can bring it back. The elder chieftain's suggestion immediately resonated with everyone, who chimed in, Yes, brave warrior, let us send it away and then retrieve it. Otherwise, we shall have insufficient food. Consumes too much and it only eats meat. If this continues, we shall all be relegated to fruits, with all the meat sustaining it. Food cannot be saved. It must be hunted. The more we save, the less we shall have. Very well, I understand this matter. I shall devise a plan, Jizai asserted. Everyone turned their gaze towards Jizai. The saber-toothed tiger lying down seemed to grasp the situation, letting out a roar at Jizai before turning to play with its cub at Jizai's feet, preparing to leave. Come back, Jizai called out. In that moment, he reached out to encircle the saber-toothed tiger's neck. Where do you think you are going? The saber-toothed tiger shook its head and wagged its tail, offering no reply. Jizai repeatedly patted his forehead. I will handle the food situation. You simply stay put. The elder chieftain then asked, Brave warrior, what plan do you have? With a hint of trepidation, Snow replied, I could eat less, saving some food. Liang and Anyo nodded in agreement. We can also manage with less. Their proactive stance encouraged the previously selected spear throwers and stone slingers to echo. Brave warrior, we too can reduce our intake, thereby conserving a significant amount of food. The elder chieftain was about to reprimand them, but Jizai interjected. Nonsense. Let us not forget that you are essential laborers who cannot afford to go hungry. Furthermore, many of you are injured. How can you function without proper nourishment? The elder chieftain nodded in agreement, as this was precisely what he intended to convey. The witch pondered. Perhaps we could reduce the number of members gathering clay and saltpeter, redirecting them to hunt. However, even then, this would only prolong our predicament for a few days. It would not resolve the issue. Ji shook his head. We cannot delay the collection of clay and saltpeter. It is crucial for the prosperity of our tribe. Moreover, Anyo and the others could strive to capture some live game. Anyo, staring blankly at Ji inquired, "Why, brave warrior?" The elder chieftain echoed the question. Ji pressed his lips together. The plan is to begin domesticating them, of course. What? Brave warrior, you can barely manage one saber-toothed tiger, and you wish to raise others? The elder chieftain sprang to his feet. The rest reacted similarly, standing up in unison and vociferously protesting. Brave warrior, this one saber-toothed tiger can fulfill the meat requirements of 30 tribesmen daily. If we raise more, we shall have nothing left for ourselves. Indeed, brave warrior, perhaps we should forego raising them. A cacophony of voices ensued, ultimately leaving Ji speechless, as he gazed at the crowd. May I have your attention for a moment? The assembly turned their focus to Ji. He continued, First, raising a saber-toothed tiger is fundamentally different from raising other animals. What makes it different? Everyone must sacrifice their share of food. The elder chieftain frowned. Yes, we would all go hungry to feed them. Ji, at a loss for words, countered, with the saber-toothed tiger present, other tribes will hesitate to attack us. It is as if we are nurturing a guardian deity with our food. Such a fortuitous arrangement is rare. Consider our earlier battle with the Black Mountain tribe. Without the saber-toothed tiger's assistance, could we have achieved such an effortless victory? The crowd fell silent, exchanging glances, realizing the truth in Ji's words. While the saber-toothed tiger consumes much, its deterrent power is invaluable, effortlessly intimidating those with malicious intent. So, brave warrior, do you propose we raise more of these guardians? Yet we cannot afford it, a primitive tribesman muttered quietly. Ji shook his head. No, one guardian is sufficient. As he spoke, he noticed a sea of skeptical gazes directed at him. Clearing his throat, Ji continued. Think about it. We can raise animals that only consume grass, such as gazelles, elk, and rabbits. The valley is abundant with grass, and the cost of raising them would not be substantial, allowing us to conserve our own food. Upon hearing the suggestion, many mused, why not simply raise some herbivores? However, can these grazing creatures truly serve a purpose? They cannot bear the responsibility of deterring rival tribes. When someone voiced this concern, Ji rolled his eyes in exasperation and replied, Brother, who told you that raising these herbivores serves the same function as a saber-toothed tiger? We will tend to them and, when the time comes, we shall simply slaughter them for sustenance. The old chief's expression was one of disbelief. Is that truly feasible? Ji immediately placed his hand on the saber-toothed tiger's neck and clarified, Don't misconstrue my words. I am referring to the herbivores we will raise, not this magnificent feline. The old chief chuckled wryly. Even if Ji were to agree, he would not dare to do anything to the saber-toothed tiger. Regardless of the circumstances, food storage remains paramount. Yet, in this era, there are no refrigerators and salt has yet to be refined. Therefore, live prey is the best method of preservation. Do you understand? Ji spoke earnestly. Chapter 65. A Proposal. One can imagine that while other tribes are still deliberating on venturing out to hunt during the winter, we will have the luxury of having raised animals such as antelopes and wild boars, with food readily at hand. We can feast whenever we desire, without the burden of food scarcity. Ji persuasively articulated, and before he could finish his description, a throng of tribesmen began to salivate. It was evident that Ji's words had struck a chord with them. In this world, what holds the utmost importance? Clearly, it is sustenance. Without food, one faces starvation. With food, there is hope for survival. Whenever Ji makes a decision regarding nourishment, as long as he elucidates his reasoning, he invariably garners unanimous support. Then, esteemed warrior, what are we waiting for? Let us commence. An eager tribesman urged Ji. Ji shook his head. There is no rush. It is too late today. Starting tomorrow, Anyo, take a few adept hunters into the woods to capture live animals. Remember, it would be best to target antelopes or elk, though young rabbits will suffice. Anyo replied, but throwing the slingshot might kill the prey. Ji countered, bind stones to both ends and aim for their legs. This way, we need not worry about the animals being killed. Anyo's eyes lit up. I shall give it a try. Ji then turned to the old chief. As for tomorrow, Let the tribesmen who were to gather clay and saline soil refrain from doing so for now. We shall devote a day to constructing the enclosures for our livestock. Enclosures? Ji-Zhe elaborated, and after much explanation, he finally managed to convey his intentions. As he led the saber-toothed tiger back to his cave, Ji-Zhe sighed, lamenting that despite being a warrior, he bore the burdens of a chief. Regrettably, in this tribe of over 100, he found no one to assist him. Liang was brave in battle against other tribes, and Anyo had a natural talent for hunting with the slingshot. Yet, Shui was taciturn, simply executing whatever was commanded of her. There was no one to alleviate his troubles. Alas, he pondered, constructing defenses, crafting weapons, making pottery, seeking medicinal herbs, refining salt and raising animals. All fell upon his shoulders. Damn it, I traverse time to become a lord, not to serve as the supply captain. He muttered under his breath as he returned to his cave. Sitting on his bed of animal skins, he gazed at the 7 or 8 clay pots arranged within the cave, newly crafted over the past few days. Additionally, a collection of bowls and wooden chopsticks lay on the ground. I initially embarked on this endeavor merely to diversify my diet. How did it escalate to serving the masses? He mused, stroking his chin. Upon realizing he still needed to prepare wooden enclosures for the animals, Ji-Zhe could not help but sigh, reaching out to stroke the saber-toothed tiger's back before lying down. When dawn broke, Ji-Zhe awoke early, consumed some food, and proceeded to execute the tasks assigned the previous day. He led the tribesmen to establish several breeding grounds in the valley. The chosen location was near a water source, abundant with wild grasses, ensuring ample resources and ease of maintaining the animals' hygiene. Ji-Zhe was determined to prevent an outbreak of disease due to unsanitary conditions in the valley, which would be counterproductive. With the assistance of dozens of tribesmen, they constructed walls using clay and stones, interspersed with trees and vines, enclosing an area of approximately 100 square meters. These trees were initially intended to bolster the valley's defenses and serve as raw materials for weapon crafting, yet they were now utilized for the enclosures. They toiled from morning until dusk, and by evening, the enclosures were nearly complete. Ji-Zhe surveyed their work with satisfaction, nodding in approval. They now had provisions for sustenance and shelter. All that remained was to populate the enclosures. Ji-Zhe arranged for the animals left from previous hunts to be delivered. 2 female wild boars were placed in one enclosure, 3 male rams and 2 ewes in another, and the remaining dozen or so wild rabbits in yet another. Once everything was settled, Ji-Zhe provided them with prepared wild grasses and water. Starved since their capture, the animals eagerly approached the feeding troughs, devouring the food while keeping a wary eye on the primitive humans surrounding them. Though their intelligence may be limited, they certainly recognized who had brought them to this place and were instinctively cautious, ever ready to flee at the slightest sign of danger. However, Ji-Zhe was far more cunning than they. As he prepared to leave, he patted the saber-toothed tiger's back and said, "Sister, you'll stay here tonight. Remember, no midnight snacking. Understood?" The saber-toothed tiger lazily lifted her eyelids. Now that she was well fed every day, she had no inclination to expend energy hunting the animals Ji-Zhe held in such high regard. Noticing the animals' evident tension, Ji-Zhe nodded in satisfaction. "All right, everyone, return to your meals. After a long day of labor, you must be exhausted. Eat well and rest early. We have matters to attend to tomorrow." Aware that Ji-Zhe was referring to the exchange of captives, the tribesmen nodded in agreement. After their meal, Ji-Zhe summoned Liang and several spear throwers, briefing them on the arrangements for the captive exchange. Only then did everyone retire to rest. Lying in bed, the saber-toothed tiger's 2 cubs did not follow their mother. Instead, they crawled around Ji-Zhe's bed before ultimately snuggling into his embrace. Exhausted from the day's exertions, Ji-Zhe had intended to play with the 2 little ones but fell asleep instead. In his dreams, Ji-Zhe envisioned a thriving tribe, where the domestication of animals had liberated his people from the need to hunt, allowing everyone, from the elderly to the children, to enjoy plentiful sustenance. However, due to this very reason, the sense of urgency among the tribe members significantly diminished. One by one, they became plump and lethargic, struggling to even walk. The transformation of the tribe rendered them incapable of safeguarding their community, and the neighboring tribes, envious of the creatures within their domain, began to harbor hostile intentions towards the Frost Valley tribe. Several tribes united to launch an assault, breaching their defenses. The well-fed and sedentary tribe members, along with the domesticated animals, were reduced to mere provisions for others. At this moment, Ji-Zhe shot upright in alarm. Upon realizing that he was still seated on his bed within the cave, he sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. and couldn't he help but let out a long sigh as he recalled the events of his dream. Oh no! Just then, Alyang entered from outside, inquiring, "My lord warrior, when shall we depart?" Jizai snapped out of his stupor, asking, "Depart for what?" Alyang appeared momentarily dumbfounded, replying, "Did we not agree to exchange captives with the Black Mountain tribe today?" "Damn! I almost forgot," Jizai exclaimed, smacking his forehead. "Are we setting off this early?" "My lord warrior, it's still early. It's nearly noon." "Huh?" Rushing to get out of bed, Jizai glanced outside and confirmed that indeed, it was already noon. "Why didn't you wake me sooner?" As he spoke, Jizai dashed outside. Alyang followed closely behind, calling out, "My lord warrior, where are you going? Slow down." Jizai hurriedly made his way to the enclosure where the animals were kept, greeting the saber-toothed tiger lounging in the shade. "Hey there, sister, let us discuss something." The saber-toothed tiger flicked its tail. Jizai, grinning, continued, "How about you accompany me on an errand?" When the saber-toothed tiger remained silent, Jizai teasingly added, "Sister, if you don't respond, I'll take it as your agreement. I'll bring you back something delicious." Alyang turned his head away, feeling a bit shy to look at Jizai. Approximately 10 minutes later, Jizai returned with the saber-toothed tiger. Alyang awkwardly asked, "My lord warrior, have you come to an agreement?" Jizai nodded with a confident smile, saying, "Of course, just look at who I am. Come, let us gather the tribe and set off to exchange captives." Alyang acknowledged, and the two made their way to the residence of the elder chief. Chapter 66. The wind blows strongly. "Chief, I told you those scoundrels from the Frost Valley tribe are untrustworthy. We have waited so long, yet we see no sign of them." In a clearing within the jungle, a member of the Black Mountain cannibals angrily hurled his weapon to the ground, shouting at Chief Heishan. Heishan wore a grim expression, his mood exceedingly foul. The reason was simple. Since early morning, he had brought his tribesmen, along with the 37 captives that Jizai desired, to the designated exchange location, intending to trade for his son, Black Bear, and another 27 tribesmen. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, there was still no sign of Jizai. It was not just the ordinary tribesmen who felt deceived. Even Heishan himself believed he had been played for a fool by Jizai. After all, how could the Frost Valley tribe possibly agree to exchange captives? The animosity between the two tribes was monumental. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence would not believe Jizai's claims. It was regrettable that he had ever placed his trust in Jizai, hoping to retrieve his son. Alas, Black Bear had likely already fallen victim to the treachery of the Frost Valley tribe. This damned scoundrel! Heishan's thoughts were interrupted as he suddenly looked up. The 37 captives shivered in fear. They hailed from various tribes, all having been captured by the Black Mountain tribe while foraging for food. As seasoned residents of these mountains, they understood what it meant to fall into the hands of the Black Mountain tribe. Just when despair had begun to settle in, a member of the Black Mountain tribe informed them that someone intended to exchange them. Overjoyed, they eagerly awaited this day, yet now that it had arrived, the promised individual was nowhere to be found. In such a situation, there were typically two possibilities. Either the person intending to exchange them feared the Black Mountain tribe and did not dare to show up, or they were lying, deceiving the Black Mountain tribe. Regardless of which possibility it was, their fates were sealed. Upon returning, the members of the Black Mountain tribe would undoubtedly not spare them. As this thought emerged, despair was etched on the faces of all the captives. Take them back, and slaughter them all. Heishan stood up, seething with rage. The two agitated members of the Black Mountain cannibals immediately complied. A chorus of pleas for mercy erupted from the captives. The accompanying shaman approached Heishan, glancing at his fellow tribesmen and the captives, and quietly inquired, "Chief, could it be that the Frost Valley tribe discovered our ambush and therefore dared not come?" Heishan was initially taken aback, then exclaimed, "Impossible! This location was chosen specifically by me, and our tribesmen were well concealed. How could they have possibly discovered us?" The shaman hesitated, but if so, then why have they not shown themselves? Heishan thought to himself, "How would I know?" A heavy silence fell upon the two. At that moment, a scout from the front hurriedly returned, exclaiming, "Chief, Chief, they have arrived. They are here." Heishan and the shaman were momentarily stunned, then quickly asked the scout, "Where are they?" The scout gulped, his face displaying shock, pointing behind him. Behind. "Chief, it's true what the tribesman said. Among them is a creature that controls saber-toothed tigers." "Nonsense," Heishan scolded. However, just as his words fell, a familiar, cheeky voice rang out from a distance. My apologies. I overslept and arrived late. Please don't hold it against you, Chief He-shan. Upon hearing this, He-shan felt a shiver run down his spine and turned to see a figure clad in animal skins on the upper half and peculiar, sky-colored trousers on the lower half, riding atop a saber-toothed tiger, leisurely walking towards them while holding an odd wooden spear. Following him were 20 primitive individuals, each bearing 5 wooden spears and wielding a uniquely shaped club. Among them were Black Bear and 27 defeated tribesmen, bound with vines. At this moment, each of those tribesmen appeared spiritless, heads bowed, resembling defeated roosters. Among the crowd, He-shan spotted Black Bear, his heart momentarily brightening as he stepped forward. As He-shan moved, his tribesmen could not help but follow suit. Yet, no sooner had they taken a step than a sharp whistle pierced the air. Immediately, the 20 primitive individuals removed a wooden spear from their backs, positioning it atop their oddly shaped clubs, and aimed skyward in a throwing motion. In the next moment, 20 wooden spears soared through the air with a whistling sound. Thud, thud, thud. A series of dull thuds echoed as 20 quivering wooden spears landed before He-shan. Chief! All the members of the Black Mountain cannibals screamed. The Black Mountain was incensed, glaring furiously at the bandit seated upon the back of the saber-toothed tiger. The bandit, languidly perched atop the beast, lowered the hand with which he had been whistling and declared, "This time, consider it merely a warning. Should there be a next time, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Concurrently, the saber-toothed tiger let out a resounding roar that reverberated through the forest, startling the myriad creatures within. In an instant, birds took flight and beasts fled in terror. "Did you see that? That fellow can truly command the saber-toothed tiger. Of course, I am not blind. How does he manage it? The saber-toothed tiger is so formidable. What sorcery allows him to control it? Are you still pondering these matters? You would do better to contemplate how we shall contend with him, given that he has the saber-toothed tiger at his disposal. Fool! No matter how powerful the saber-toothed tiger, we can still deal with it. The real challenge lies with those wielding wooden spears. Did you not notice? They can hurl their spears from dozens of paces away, and their might is considerable." The cannibal, speaking these words, cast a wary glance at the wooden spear embedded half a foot into the ground, swallowing hard involuntarily. A sense of panic began to spread amidst their discourse. Black Mountain wore a grim expression, having overheard the conversation among his kin. He coughed softly to remind his people to silence themselves, then glanced at the shaman beside him. Clearly, the shaman was equally astonished. He had previously shared Black Mountain's sentiments, believing that the control of the saber-toothed tiger was merely the boast of defeated tribesmen, and that the ability to throw a spear over 40 or 50 paces while maintaining lethality was absurd. They had merely relied on their strongest warriors to launch their weapons, and at most they could manage a distance of 20 paces. The feasibility of retaining lethality at such a distance was debatable, let alone how they would contend with their own forces once the weapons were cast aside. Yet now, the unfolding events were entirely contrary to their expectations. "Shaman, what shall we do? Should we still allow our ambushed kin to emerge?" Black Mountain, sensing something amiss, inquired of the shaman. The shaman pondered for a moment, then solemnly shook his head. "If a battle ensues now, Lord Black Bear will be in peril. We must first retrieve our people." Black Mountain nodded and raised his hand, waving it in the air. 37 captives were pushed forward. These captives had just witnessed the bandit riding the saber-toothed tiger and the spear throwers capable of launching their projectiles from such a distance. They were momentarily stunned, astonished by the bandit's martial prowess and the strength of those spear throwers. "We have brought the captives. Now return our people," Black Mountain called out loudly. The bandit scanned the captives before shouting, "Alyong!" Alyong promptly stepped forward. "Go see if any of these individuals are suitable. If one is found wanting, I shall slay a Black Mountain tribesman," the bandit stated. Alyong responded affirmatively, gripping a wooden spear as he approached Black Mountain, barely sparing him a glance as he inspected the captives. Finally, he turned back and shouted, "Warrior Lord, there are 2 elders among them." The bandit expressed mild surprise. Without needing to issue a command, tribesmen pushed forward 2 cannibals, kicking them to their knees. The bandit swiftly thrust his spear, the blade finding its mark precisely between the necks of the 2 cannibals. In an instant, their eyes widened, blood gushed from their mouths, and they collapsed to the ground. "Damn it! How dare you murder my kin before my very eyes? You scoundrel!" Black Mountain's fury ignited at the bandit's actions, prompting him to roar. The bandit rolled his eyes. Black Bear was thrust forward, kneeling before him. The bandit drove his iron spear into Black Bear's shoulder, causing blood to spurt forth. Black Mountain, who had been bellowing in rage, suddenly fell silent. The bandit withdrew the spear, pressing it against Black Bear's neck, and looked at Black Mountain, saying, "My old friend, what was it you just said? The wind is too strong. I couldn't hear you. Please repeat it for me." Chapter 67. The Method. "You dare!" Black Mountain bellowed. The bandit promptly drove the spear into Black Bear's shoulder, eliciting a cry of pain from him. In that moment, Black Mountain's heart clenched with rage as he exclaimed, "Damn it! I shall feast upon you." The bandit withdrew the spear, continuing to hold it against Black Bear's neck, casually remarking, "My old friend, it seems you have yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. Go ahead, give another shout and let us see whether your son's life is more resilient than my spear." All the cannibals turned their gazes toward Black Mountain, their faces alight with anticipation, eagerly awaiting his command to rush forth and slay the bandit. Yet, ultimately, Black Mountain lacked the courage to issue the order. He clenched his fists for a moment, then suddenly exhaled, "Release my son." The bandit gestured toward the 37 captives. "I will take them all. Do you have any objections?" Black Mountain gritted his teeth. "None." "Chief, silence." Witnessing Black Mountain's wrath, all the cannibals exchanged glances, silently retreating and closing their mouths. "Alyong, bring the people back." Having witnessed the bandit's formidable presence, Alyong excitedly shouted, "Yes," and promptly led the 37 captives back with a proud demeanor. The bandit surveyed the scene, stating, "Aside from Black Bear, return everyone else to them." Upon hearing this, Black Mountain grew frantic. "What of Black Bear? Why is he not being returned? You treacherous scoundrel! You have no honor." The bandit sat upon the saber-toothed tiger, tilting his head to regard Black Mountain. "Little brother, do you truly believe me a fool, or do you consider yourself too clever? Ah, spare the pretense. Call forth the ambushed men from both sides." Black Mountain's expression shifted dramatically, while Alyong and the others were taken aback. Seeing Black Mountain's silence, the bandit chuckled, raising his spear as if to strike Black Bear again, prompting Black Mountain to lose his composure and bellow, "Stop." The bandit turned back, a playful smile gracing his lips as he regarded Black Mountain. The latter was gasping for breath, raising his hand to signal. From both sides, from the thickets and trees, 50 cannibals began to emerge one after another. Alyong and the others stood in stunned silence, their hearts filled with dread. Had it not been for the bandit, had they merely come to exchange captives, they would likely have fallen into Black Mountain's trap. As this realization dawned upon them, they regarded the bandit with admiration. Meanwhile, the bandit himself was taken aback. He had intended only to bluff Black Mountain, unaware that these primitive folk truly had an ambush set. Damn, how cunning. Despite the turmoil within, the bandit maintained a calm facade, lightly chuckling, "Let us depart." "Wait," Black Mountain shouted. The bandit halted the saber-toothed tiger and turned to face Black Mountain. "What is it, brother? Is there something else? What of Black Bear?" Black Mountain pressed, suppressing his anger. The bandit glanced at Black Bear, who bore several bleeding wounds, and replied, "Once we reach a safe location, I shall return him to you. However, for now that is not possible. I am not a fool. Clever individuals are not limited to you alone. By the way, do not attempt to pursue us. I am rather timid. I was bitten by a dog in my youth, and now I become frightened at the slightest scare. Do not let your son come to harm. That would be a loss indeed." "Very well, this shall suffice. No need to see us off." After the thief G finished speaking, he departed, leaving the members of the Black Mountain tribe to exchange bewildered glances. Even after G disappeared from their sight, they remained perplexed, pondering over the meaning of his words. Having left the exchange point, G and his companions walked for several hours before finally stopping. It was at this moment that Alyong and the others sighed in relief and turned to G, asking, "Great warrior, do you think the Black Mountain tribe will come after us?" G replied, "If they are wise enough, they will not pursue. Everyone must be tired. Let us take a moment to rest." The group hastily shook their heads, insisting, "We are not tired, not at all." It was a jest. Even if they were fatigued, they could not admit it. G's earlier resolute demeanor might have caused the Black Mountain tribe to harbor resentment, and what if they decided to chase after them? Observing the expressions of his companions, G understood their unspoken thoughts. He chuckled softly, dismounted from his mount, and said, "But I am weary." "Very well, let us rest for a while." As he spoke, G settled beneath a tree, laid down his weapon, stretched, and let out a satisfied sigh. Alyong and the others exchanged glances, perplexed as to why G had chosen to pause. G did not offer an explanation. He merely wished to ascertain whether the Black Mountain tribe had been stealthily tracking them. He certainly did not wish to release their captives only to find themselves surrounded by the Black Mountain warriors. Alyong approached G, glancing at the Black Bear, and whispered, Great warrior. Shall we release this creature? Ji opened his eyes and asked, what do you think? Alyang gestured emphatically, of course we should slay him. Upon hearing this, the black bear panicked, his earlier bravado diminished, now appearing as frail as an old man from the stress of recent days. He cried out, you promised my father you wouldn't kill me. Ji shot him a glare and commanded, silence. The black bear, who had been lamenting, obediently complied. Ji pondered, kill him? Alyang nodded, affirming that not only he, but the other tribesmen felt the same. Ji chuckled lightly, let us refrain from that. If we were to slay him, the Black Mountain tribe would surely retaliate. What our tribe needs now is time to recuperate, not a war with the Black Mountain. Today, we have already demonstrated our resolve to not shy away from combat. If the Black Mountain tribe possesses any wisdom, they will refrain from provoking us, especially since we have already captured over 100 of their kin. Before they act, they will surely weigh the cost of attempting to annihilate us. However, judging by his demeanor, he is likely to seek peace. Of course, this is all contingent upon the black bear remaining alive. The black bear, overhearing this, could not help but feel a surge of joy. It seemed Ji had such reservations about their fate. Thus, he had little to fear for his own life. As if divining the black bear's thoughts, Ji glanced at him and added, of course, if certain individuals presume that I would not dare to kill them, I must demonstrate my courage. The black bear, who had just regained his confidence, immediately wilted, his head drooping. The others could only stifle their laughter. After resting for a while, Ji confirmed that no one from the Black Mountain tribe had followed them, then clapped his thighs and declared, all right, it is time to move. Alyang looked back at the black bear. Ji pointed to a tree and instructed, bind him there. Why? The black bear exclaimed, alarmed. Ji's spear was instantly pointed at his throat. Do you wish to know why? Even someone as formidable as the black bear shrank back, resembling a frightened cat. No. With that, they bound the black bear with vines, and under Ji's leadership, they strode away. As for the black bear, he found himself in despair, calling out to the heavens and the earth, until the evening grew dark when the Black Mountain tribe finally arrived. Upon seeing his son's miserable state, Black Mountain could no longer contain his fury, exclaiming, Frost Valley tribe, I will not let this go unpunished. Damn it! Inform the tribe to annihilate the Frost Valley tribe immediately. The shaman quickly intervened. Chief, please do not act impulsively. Black Mountain glared at the shaman. You advise me against impulsiveness? If your child were tormented like this, would you not be enraged? Witnessing Black Mountain's wrath, even the shaman was taken aback and hastily replied, Chief, it is not urgent to annihilate the Frost Valley tribe just yet. They possess javelins that can be thrown from a distance, saber-toothed tigers, and unseen projectiles. Their tribe has formidable defenses. If we do not strategize, we may meet the same fate as the black bear. Upon hearing the shaman's words, Black Mountain grew even more furious. Are you suggesting that I should endure this? When has the Black Mountain tribe ever suffered such humiliation? No, Chief, this is not about enduring. I assure you, I will find a way to defeat the Frost Valley tribe, the shaman insisted. The black bear, now rescued, weakly leaned against one of the tribesmen and gritted his teeth. Father, while I was with the Frost Valley tribe, I saw them using those weapons. I can help. Chapter 68. The Captives. When Ji returned to the Frost Valley tribe with the captives, his fellow tribesmen welcomed him with cheers. The elder chief beamed with joy as he beheld the 37 captives, his heart swelling with happiness, for these were 37 potential members of their tribe. With their addition, the Frost Valley tribe would surely flourish even more. Thinking this, the elder chief grasped Ji's hand and exclaimed, Warrior, thanks to your efforts, our tribe has grown in numbers. Ji smiled and waved his hand. Let us not dwell on that just yet, Chief. I fear the Black Mountain tribe may retaliate against us. While we can handle them under normal circumstances, I worry they may resort to underhanded tactics and ambush us. Therefore, starting today, we must ensure that at least 2 tribesmen are stationed at the valley's mouth on watch duty at all times. The elder chief's expression grew serious. Is it truly that grave? Ji nodded. Indeed it is. He then recounted how he had enraged the Black Mountain tribe earlier that day. The elder chief was taken aback, his lips twitching as he looked at Ji. You are quite fearless. Do you truly not fear their retribution? Ji shrugged. I have wooden doors for defense, along with projectile weapons and stones. What do I have to fear? If they choose not to come, that is well. If they dare to approach, I shall gladly crush their fangs. The shaman interjected, let us set aside that for now. What shall we do with these individuals? As she spoke, she pointed at the 37 captives. Ji rubbed his chin and turned to look. The captives exchanged glances, and 2 elders stepped forward. One addressed the elder chief. Bowing his head, "Chief, we thank you for rescuing us. On behalf of the High Mountain Tribe, I express our gratitude. However, we wonder when we may return to our own tribe." The other elder echoed similar sentiments, revealing himself to be from the forest tribe. The other captives chimed in, anxiously inquiring of the elder chief when they might return home. Ji, listening nearby, realized that these individuals hailed from 4 or 5 different tribes. For a moment, he felt anger stir within him. They had not worked to rescue them simply out of goodwill. The elder chieftain's face betrayed his predicament. The mountain tribe, the forest tribe, and several other tribes matched the Frost Valley tribe in strength. Initially, he had considered the idea of allowing them to join the Frost Valley tribe after hearing Ji Zai's words, but now he found himself at a loss. Offending 4 or 5 neighboring tribes of similar standing was a reckless endeavor. Only a madman would dare to do so. The other tribesmen shared the elder's sentiments. The Black Mountain tribe was an invader against the Frost Valley tribe, and thus, their retaliation could not be deemed an offense. However, the situation with the other tribes was different. They had coexisted peacefully. If they learned that the Frost Valley tribe had detained their kin, could spark a conflict between them. In that moment, everyone felt adrift, and some tribesmen even voiced their grievances against Ji Zai, asserting he had miscalculated from the outset. The captives, chattering among themselves, expressed a myriad of thoughts, and Ji Zai's anger intensified as he patted the neck of the saber-toothed tiger by his side. The creature, indeed attuned to its master, let out a thunderous roar. The sheer volume of the tiger's roar startled the captives into silence, leaving them gaping at the saber-toothed tiger and its companion, Ji Zai. Who are you? What do you want?" The captives stammered, instinctively recalling how Ji Zai had confronted the Black Mountain tribe and emerged unscathed, positioning him as someone not to be trifled with. Witnessing Ji Zai's fury sent shivers down their spines. The stout elder stepped forward, pointing at Ji Zai, exclaiming, "This is our tribe's foremost warrior." The captives exchanged alarmed glances, astonished at the revelation. No wonder he was so audacious. He was the foremost warrior of the Frost Valley tribe. Ji Zai regarded them with a cold smile. "Have you all finished your discussion?" The captives lowered their heads, involuntarily recalling Ji Zai's ferocity when he had confronted the black bear. "Did you think I redeemed you merely to send you back as good citizens?" Ji Zai inquired. A young captive replied, "If not, then what?" Ji Zai scoffed. "I redeemed you so that you might join the Frost Valley tribe. We have our own tribe. We do not need to join the Frost Valley tribe." "Indeed, we have our own tribe," Ji Zai retorted with a cold snort. "Aliang." At his command, Aliang immediately readied the spear throwers. "What do you intend to do?" "I am of the forest tribe. What do you want?" protested the young captive who had spoken earlier. "First, you are merely my spoils of war. Second, you are all subjects of the Frost Valley tribe, do you understand?" Ji Zai declared. The captive laughed heartily. "I belong to the forest tribe, unless the Frost Valley tribe wishes to offend us." Upon hearing this, others from the tribes began to shout in agreement. The crowd chattered incessantly, their words all boiling down to threats against Ji Zai. The elder chieftain, witnessing the rising tension, grew anxious, yet Ji Zai's gaze silenced him. "What is your name?" Ji Zai stepped forward, pointing his wooden spear at the first captive who had spoken. The captive, trembling at the sight of Ji Zai's spear, stammered, I am a. Before he could finish his sentence, Ji Zai thrust the spear through his neck. With a sickening sound, blood sprayed forth, and the body collapsed to the ground. The crowd stood in stunned silence for a moment before chaos erupted. Ji Zai withdrew his spear, shaking off the blood. "Originally, I intended to have you join the Frost Valley tribe as kin, but given your behavior, you are only fit to be our slaves. Why you dare to kill?" Ji Zai brandished his spear, pointing it directly at one of the captives. "I am curious. Were you also so bold when you were to be devoured by the Black Mountain tribe?" His words rendered all the captives speechless. The tribesmen were awestruck by Ji Zai's thunderous display of strength, and after a moment, they began to chant the word warrior. Ji Zai lowered his spear. "Now, I ask you one last time. Will you join us, or will you refuse?" The 2 elderly captives trembled as they spoke. "Why, you are offending all the tribes of the mountains." Ji Zai laughed heartily. "The Black Mountain tribe fears not your rabble. If I can defeat the Black Mountain tribe, why should I fear you who wouldn't dare to make a sound before them?" The crowd turned crimson, wanting to retort but unable to find the words. Ji Zai snorted. "Now, those who wish to join the Frost Valley tribe, step forward. I will give you a meal's time. If anyone refuses, Aliang, return them to the Black Mountain tribe. At least it will serve as a meal for them." The captives gasped in shock. "Why you can't?" Jizai interrupted, "Nonsense. Why can't I? What I seek are obedient individuals, not those who argue with me at every turn. Now watch them closely, Aliong. Esteemed chieftain, let us go have our meal." With that, Jizai turned and walked away, disregarding them. Wait, at that moment, a captive spoke up from the crowd. Jizai turned to see a middle-aged man, gaunt and weathered, whose face bore the marks of age, giving the impression of being extremely old. "Oh, do you have something to say?" Jizai asked, noting that this captive differed from the others. Though he appeared disheveled due to capture, his eyes shone with intelligence, and his animal pelts were well kept. As Jizai observed him, the man spoke. "Did you truly defeat the Black Mountain tribe?" Jizai chuckled. "Then may I ask, did you capture the black bear?" The man was taken aback, then with intense focus asked, "How did you defeat them? And what is that strange thing at the valley entrance?" Jizai furrowed his brow. "Uzma, what are you trying to do? Do you intend to betray your tribe?" The man turned, chuckling. "Betray? I'm afraid not. I only know that the Frost Valley tribe defeated the Black Mountain tribe, and they can protect me." Saying this, the man knelt, bowing his head in reverence. "Great warrior, I, Uzma, wish to join and pledge my loyalty to the Frost Valley tribe." Chapter 69, Uzma. Jizai regarded Uzma for a moment, thinking to himself that it was indeed a peculiar name. However, since Uzma had now stepped forward, Jizai nodded. "Very well. The Frost Valley tribe welcomes you. From now on, we are all comrades. Come, let us share a meal." Uzma bowed respectfully and followed Jizai back to the center of the valley. Upon witnessing the bonfire rising in the valley and the tribesmen gathering around to roast meat, Uzma was even more astonished. It was said that the Frost Valley tribe possessed sacred fire, capable of making food taste better, but was that not a privilege reserved for the elders? The stout elder beside him remarked, "That was in the past. Since the warrioress' arrival, it has become easier to produce fire, and now everyone can enjoy roasted meat." Uzma turned back, his face a mask of astonishment as he looked at Jizai. At this moment, Jizai was playfully cradling the cub of a saber-toothed tiger, saying, "Everyone has worked hard today. Let's brew some soup for all with the clay pot. By the way, esteemed wizard, how is the extraction of salt progressing?" The witch replied, "We have obtained quite a bit of brine today, but regarding your suggestion to evaporate it for salt, I dared not proceed in your absence." Jizai responded, "If that is the case, starting tomorrow, I shall take responsibility for the salt extraction. Please bring over the brine for everyone to use when we prepare the soup later." What seemed to be an unremarkable exchange, however, struck Uzma with astonishment. In any tribe, the presence of a wizard is second only to that of the chief, yet in the Frost Valley tribe, such a venerable wizard admitted to the warriors that she did not dare? What on earth was happening here? Moreover, what were these clay pots and salt? As he pondered, the elder chief asked Jizai, "Warrior, if they are unwilling to join our tribe, will you truly send them back to the Black Mountain tribe?" Jizai, absent-mindedly stroking the saber-toothed cub's chin, replied without looking up, "Of course. The reason I brought them back was to strengthen our Frost Valley tribe. If they refuse to join, I shall have no choice but to return them." His words conveyed no hint of emotion, falling upon Uzma's ears with a chilling detachment. He had no doubt that Jizai would indeed follow through with such an action. Indeed, the warrior speaks true. Our initial intention was to assimilate them into the tribe for greater strength. If they are disobedient, what purpose do they serve? The elder remarked. "Enough of this for now. Let us eat," Jizai declared. Everyone nodded and began to partake in the roasted meat. Jizai accepted the roasted meat that Shui handed him, contemplated for a moment, and then offered it to Uzma, saying, "Your days in the Black Mountain tribe must have been quite unpleasant. Go on, eat." Uzma glanced at Jizai, momentarily stunned. He was still reflecting on how Jizai's single remark had silenced the tribe's leaders during their conversation. In that instant, Uzma's heart brimmed with shock. In the Frost Valley tribe, whose word held more weight, the chief's or that of the tribe's foremost warrior standing before him? As he mused, he could not help but tremble slightly. Even if Jizai were exceptionally astute, he could not read Uzma's thoughts. Noticing Uzma's hesitation, he frowned and asked, "Aren't you going to eat?" Uzma snapped back to attention, hurriedly accepting the offering. "I wouldn't dare, only astonished that the esteemed warrior would allow me to eat first." Jizai waved his hand dismissively. "The tribe has no such rigid customs. As long as it is not fundamentally wrong, there is no issue." The elder chief nodded in agreement. Observing this scene, Uzma became increasingly convinced of his own thoughts. He cautiously took a bite of the meat and then exhaled deeply, "Delicious." Jizai chuckled. "Isn't it? This meat was soaked in brine before roasting. You likely did not enjoy such a luxury in your tribe." Uzma nodded vigorously. "Our tribe hardly has the privilege of roasted meat. Taken aback, Jizai inquired, "What? Does no one in your tribe know how to hunt?" Ozma looked up, confusion etched on his face. The witch, feeling embarrassed, quickly interjected, "Warrior, it's not that they cannot hunt. It's that they lack the sacred fire to roast meat. Each tribe is unique. For instance, the Frost Valley tribe possesses sacred fire, the High Mountain tribe has sturdier stones, the Wood tribe excels at crafting wooden spears, and the Cloud tribe produces the finest healing potions." Jizai mused, "Is that so?" The witch nodded affirmatively. Ozma gazed at Jizai with a hint of bewilderment, wondering if the warrior truly was unaware of these distinctions. As he contemplated, he observed Jizai, who appeared lost in thought, his head lowered, seemingly pondering something profound. But how could an outsider fathom Jizai's intentions at this moment? From the witch's words, Jizai realized that every tribe possessed its own unique products or characteristics. Of course, the Black Mountain tribe was an exception, known solely for its numbers and penchant for cannibalism. Now, he was contemplating how to deceive the other tribes into parting with their unique resources. For instance, the High Mountain tribe's tough stones would undoubtedly enhance the effectiveness of slingshots. Furthermore, with the assistance of the Wood tribe's wooden spears, the supply of throwing weapons would no longer be a concern. After all, no matter how refined the wooden spears he crafted himself, they could never meet the required quantity. Should he acquire the distinctive products of the Wood and High Mountain tribes, Jizai could equip every member of the Frost Valley tribe with exceptional weapons. At that point, would he still have to fear the Black Mountain tribe? "Warrior! Warrior!" After a prolonged silence from Jizai, the witch called to him twice. What is it?" Jizai snapped back to reality, inquiring, "What are you thinking about?" "Nothing. Nothing at all." "Has the clay pot arrived?" Jizai asked. "It has." "Oh, let us brew the soup first," Jizai said, his mind already calculating how to trick the other tribes into relinquishing their unique resources. "This is the clay pot?" Ozma exclaimed in astonishment as he watched the clansmen set it up and begin to add water for the soup. "Indeed, this is crafted by the esteemed warrior. No other tribe possesses such a thing. The soup brewed from it is exquisite, and soon you shall taste it," Ainyu remarked. His words were infused with admiration for Jizai, despite having once plotted against him on numerous occasions. Upon hearing Ainyu's words, Ozma nodded eagerly. After a while, the aroma of bone broth wafted through the air, and Ainyu filled a bowl for him, causing Ozma to marvel as he held the bowl up, inspecting it from all angles. "What is this?" "This is a bowl, specifically created by the esteemed warrior for drinking soup. Be cautious. It's quite hot," Ainyu kindly warned. Ozma glanced at Jizai and saw him blowing on the soup in his bowl before offering it to the little saber-toothed tiger, watching as the cub eagerly drank. The other cub, lounging by Jizai's leg, persistently tugged at his trousers. Observing this, Jizai set the bowl down, allowing the two cubs to drink on their own. Suddenly, he remembered something and asked, "Have the wild boars and antelopes in the back mountain been fed?" The plump elder nodded. "They have all been fed." "Good. Did they attempt to escape?" Jizai inquired. "Not yet, but the 3 male goats got into a fight today, damaging some enclosures. The clansmen have already repaired them." Jizai pondered. "Let us slaughter 2 of them tomorrow and keep 1. The males tend to fight for no reason, complicating management. As long as we keep 1 male goat, we needn't worry about the others escaping." The plump elder nodded in agreement. Ozma, now curious, asked, "Goats?" Ainyu explained, "You may not know, but the esteemed warrior has been raising many animals in the valley. This way, our tribe need not worry about hunting for food during the winter." Ozma's eyes widened in astonishment. Ainyu continued, "Moreover, the weapons we used to defeat the Black Mountain tribe, such as the throwing spears and slingshots, were all invented by the esteemed warrior. Truly, the warrior is a divine blessing bestowed upon our Frost Valley tribe." The words of Ainyu resonated deeply with the other tribesmen, each one beginning to extol the virtues of Jizai. In the end, even someone as thick-skinned as Jizai found it hard to bear the onslaught of praise, his face flushing with embarrassment as he waved his hands, saying, "No, don't speak nonsense. I am not nearly that formidable. Pay no heed to their wild claims." Although Jizai was being modest, Ozma held a different opinion. He felt an instinctive certainty that Jizai was no ordinary individual, and his decision to join the Frost Valley tribe was undoubtedly sound. With this thought in mind, Ozma suddenly sprang to his feet, startling Jizai in the process. He bowed respectfully and said to Jizai, "Warrior sir, I can persuade everyone to join the Frost Valley tribe." At these words, not only Jizai but also the other tribesmen were taken aback. "You have a method?" Ozma nodded affirmatively. "Yes." Chapter 70. The Secret Weapon of the Black Mountain Tribe. Gazing at Ozma, whose eyes burned with determination, Jizai broke into a smile and replied, "Very well. Since you are so confident, go and give it a try." Uzma bowed respectfully before turning to leave. As he watched Uzma's retreating figure, the old chieftain suddenly spoke. I believe he will succeed. Our tribe will soon see an influx of new members. Jizai, somewhat curious, wondered where the chieftain's confidence stemmed from. After their meal, the tribe members dispersed, some busying themselves with their tasks while others returned to their caves, leaving only 5 senior members of the tribe, including Jizai, in the valley. Even Ainyo and Shui were absent. Before long, Uzma returned. How did it go? Jizai inquired. Aside from the member of the forest tribe whom warriors are killed, the remaining 35 are willing to join the Frost Valley tribe. Jizai was taken aback, scrutinizing Uzma with renewed interest. Impressive. I didn't realize you had such capabilities. How did you manage it? Uzma smiled modestly. I simply spoke some truths to them, and they agreed to join. However, warrior sir, I personally suggest that these individuals are only temporarily aligned with the tribe. They do not possess a profound sense of loyalty. Without the oversight of our tribesmen, they could easily cause trouble. Jizai glanced at the old chieftain, who smiled broadly. You decide. Jizai pondered for a moment, raising his gaze to Uzma. In his mind, he began to formulate various plans regarding this individual. Setting aside the matter of persuading those obstinate captives, Jizai realized that his only approach had been intimidation, whereas he had never considered guidance or persuasion. In this regard, Uzma clearly surpassed him. Moreover, Uzma not only thought of a persuasive method but also acted upon it successfully. His execution was impressively strong. Most importantly, Uzma possessed his own thoughts, unlike Aelyong, Ainyo, or others in the tribe. He had the ability to think independently. Deep in thought, Jizai remained silent as Uzma stood quietly, not interrupting. Suddenly, Jizai looked up and proposed, how about you manage them? Uzma was initially taken aback, then elated, but soon hesitated. Warrior sir, can I really? Jizai nodded and then asked, do you lack confidence? Uzma appeared troubled. It's just that I've been wandering for so long without experience. What if I jeopardize your endeavors, warrior sir? Jizai waved his hand dismissively. Nonsense. Go ahead and do it. I have faith in your abilities. Do you not have faith in yourself? With Jizai's encouragement, a fiery determination ignited within Uzma, and he stood tall, declaring, I will not disappoint your expectations. Warrior sir. Jizai chuckled. All right, go on. I will notify the tribes in each cave to assist you. How you arrange things is entirely up to you. Understood. Uzma replied before departing. Once he left, Jizai turned to the old chieftain and the others. I believe this person has potential. What do you think, chieftain? The old chieftain chuckled continuously. I think he is quite capable as well. Warrior, you've had a long and tiring day. Upon hearing this, Jizai instinctively yawned. Now that you mention it, I feel a bit tired. The old chieftain exchanged a glance with the witch, who stood up and said, Warrior, allow me to escort you back. Jizai quickly waved his hands in refusal. No. You are the esteemed witch. I prefer to walk alone. With that, he led the saber-toothed tiger back, dragging his weary body along. After he left, the old chieftain gestured for the witch to sit down. But just as he was about to speak, the witch interjected, Chieftain, I too feel a bit weary. I shall return to rest now. Without looking back, she departed. The old chieftain found himself in an awkward situation, glancing at the 2 elders as the 3 old men sat in silence. Enough of this. Let us all return to sleep. Finally, the old chieftain broke the awkwardness, but his words only heightened the discomfort. Indeed. Let us all return to sleep. The stout elder chuckled. The 3 hurriedly stood and returned to their respective caves. In the Black Mountain tribe, all the tribesmen gathered together, unusually awake instead of their customary slumber. Under the call of the Black Mountain, they sat quietly on the ground, illuminated by the moonlight. The witch inquired of the Black Bear, Black Bear sir, how far can those stones and wooden spears from the Frost Valley tribe be thrown? After tending to his wounds, the Black Bear gritted his teeth. Within a range of 50 paces, their wooden spears can easily kill our strongest tribesmen. Upon hearing this, the witch furrowed his brow. Black Mountain looked at the witch and asked, Do you have any solutions? The witch pondered for a moment before responding. Chieftain, I propose this. They have that wooden gate at the valley entrance for defense. Why can't we create something similar to resist their wooden spears and flying stones? After all, Black Bear sir has entered the Frost Valley tribe and should have some understanding of that wooden gate. The Black Bear nodded, albeit reluctantly. I have seen it, but that gate is too large and heavy, and we cannot utilize it for an offensive. Can we not make it smaller? It doesn't need to be very large. Just a size that every tribesman can carry. If each person holds one, we have to fear their wooden spears. The witch's suggestion sparked a light in Black Mountain's eyes. Continue. The witch nodded, gesturing to indicate a scale. We can make the wooden gate this size, allowing every tribesman to hold it. This way, when the Frost Valley tribe throws their wooden spears and stones, everyone can take cover behind the wooden gate. Although their wooden spears and stones can easily pierce our tribesmen's defenses, that does not mean they can break through a sturdy wooden gate. As long as their wooden spears and stones lose their lethality, what can the Frost Valley tribe pose to our indomitable Black Mountain warriors? Close combat will forever remain the domain of our Black Mountain tribe. The witch's words ignited a fervor in both Black Mountain and Black Bear. Accompanied by a chorus of cannibals, they clamored in agreement. The esteemed wizard speaks the truth. Without wooden spears and flying stones, the Frost Valley tribe is but a collection of worthless wretches. The Black Mountain let out a hearty laugh, proclaiming, "Excellent. What are we waiting for? Quickly gather the clan to collect trees and vines to construct that wooden door." The wizard nodded eagerly in response. Meanwhile, the Black Bear, having endured enough of the thief's torment, suddenly wore a frown and lamented, "My lord, even if we are unafraid of their wooden spears and flying stones, how shall we infiltrate their tribe? They possess a towering wooden gate at the valley's entrance." The wizard, brimming with confidence, reassured, "Do not worry, Great Bear. We can take advantage of their inattention, perhaps sneaking in while they slumber. With the Frost Valley tribe's meager combat prowess, we need only send forth 50 of our clansmen to vanquish them." Despite their recent setbacks at the hands of the thief, they retained unwavering faith in their tribe's martial capabilities. At that moment, a collective grunt of agreement arose. Indeed, without that wooden door, the Frost Valley tribe is nothing but a band of fools. However, the mention of the saber-toothed tiger brought the Black Bear's courage to a standstill, leaving him utterly disheartened. "Fear not, Great Bear. I have already contemplated this. We shall dispatch 20 clansmen to distract the saber-tooth, while the remaining 30 can easily overpower them. A 3-to-1 ratio is quite manageable for us Black Mountain warriors," the wizard asserted. The Black Bear, somewhat swayed, felt a flicker of hope ignite within him. Perhaps vengeance was indeed within reach. With a grand gesture, the Black Mountain declared, "Very well, it is settled. Black Bear, assist the wizard in crafting that wooden door. 50 will suffice." The wizard added, "Furthermore, esteemed leader, we could anoint our weapons with poison to augment our combat effectiveness." The Black Mountain, now brimming with enthusiasm, readily acquiesced. Agreed. The atmosphere within the Black Mountain tribe buzzed with renewed vigor. Unbeknownst to the thief, his presence and the introduction of the spear-throwing device and flying stones inadvertently led to the premature emergence of shields as a defensive weapon, crafted by none other than his adversaries, the Black Mountain tribe. Chapter 71. Salt. As dawn broke the following day, the Frost Valley tribe went about their routine. Ainyo led the hunters into the wilderness while Ailiong remained to guard the tribe. Shue, accompanied by some dexterous clansmen, diligently crafted earthenware and other essential goods as per the thief's instructions. Meanwhile, the thief collaborated with the witch to refine salt, while the plump elder tended to the animals raised within the valley. The 97 members of the Frost Valley tribe were effectively divided into 5 groups, each with clearly defined roles. As for the 36 newly captured prisoners, they were mostly assigned to assist Ailiong and the plump elder. Hunting formed the bedrock of the tribe's existence, and earthenware and salt were unique skills of the Frost Valley tribe. Hence, it was inconceivable to allow these recently joined and untrustworthy captives to meddle with them. Everyone was absorbed in their tasks, and if one were to seek out idleness, they would likely find it only in the saber-toothed tiger. This creature, after gorging itself, would simply recline in the shade, napping and occasionally roaring to assert its dominance. Initially, the tribe feared the tiger's ferocity, worried it might bring them harm, but as time passed, it became evident that the beast was merely posturing. They gradually paid it no mind. Even those closely associated with the thief, such as Shue, the witch Ailiong and Ainyo, as well as Uzma, would greet the saber-tooth with a wag of their tails. The thief, bemused by the situation, often remarked how a once mighty saber-tooth had effectively transformed into a domesticated canine under his care. Day by day, their work continued with diligence, and after more than 10 days, the first batch of salt was finally produced. When a mound of salt, towering to the height of an adult's thigh, was amassed within the thief's cave, he felt an overwhelming urge to dive into it and swim. Uzma, perplexed, inquired of Ailiong, "Is this the salt that the warrior spoke of?" Over the days, due to Uzma's commendable performance, the thief grew increasingly fond of him, for he was one of the few in the Frost Valley tribe who could keep pace with his thoughts. Of course, this keeping pace was relative to Ailiong and the others, who merely followed and executed his commands. Uzma, on the other hand, would ponder his orders and devise the simplest solutions to problems. For instance, the 35 unruly captives had seamlessly integrated into the Frost Valley tribe within this fortnight, adjusting both in lifestyle and habits to align with the tribe's interests. Moreover, Uzma adeptly addressed minor issues that arose, earning him considerable favor among the members. Consequently, the thief's admiration for Uzma's sword, leading to Uzma's rising status among the tribe, comparable to that of Aelyong and Ainyo, both formidable leaders with military authority. Come, Uzma, take a look at the salt I have produced. The perceptive Uzma noted the excitement radiating from the thief's face and approached to inspect the salt, crouching to take a whiff before looking up to ask, "Warrior, is this the substance we add to our food daily?" The thief nodded, once again patiently explaining the benefits of salt. Despite having heard the explanation several times, Uzma maintained an eager demeanor, frequently offering compliments. After a lengthy discourse, the thief felt parched and paused, remarking, "I must go share this joyous news with the chief. That old man has been dreadfully negligent, leaving everything unattended." With that, he scooped a spoonful of salt into a bowl and dashed outside. Just before reaching the cave entrance, he called back to Shui, "Sister, do not forget to store the salt in the jars. We now have plenty, so there's no need to be frugal." Shui nodded obediently, watching as the thief hurried away. Uzma stood rooted, gazing at the thief's retreating figure, his eyes narrowing and a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. No one noticed Uzma's smile as they all rushed to assist Shui in transferring the salt into jars. "Chief! Chief! Are you there?" the thief shouted outside the elder's cave. 2 guards, upon spotting him, bowed their heads in greeting. The thief reciprocated courteously. Inside the cave, the elder's voice called out, "I am here. Come in. Brother, I shall enter now. Let us dine together tonight." By the time he finished speaking, the thief had already stepped inside the cave. Upon his entrance, the elder, the witch, and both the plump and lean elders, the tribe's leadership, were present. The thief approached, holding the bowl of salt, and exclaimed with uncontainable joy, "Look what I have brought." The witch turned her gaze, astonished. You have already produced salt?" With a mischievous grin, Jizai remarked, "Of course, you ought to consider who I am. Crafting such trinkets is but a trivial task for me." The old chieftain stepped forward, cradling the salt in both hands, his astonishment palpable. "I never imagined you would truly succeed in this endeavor." Jizai, brimming with pride, wore an expression that seemed to beckon accolades. "Is it not simple to achieve this? From tomorrow onward, we need not fret about the surplus food going to waste. Can be preserved with salt, stored as provisions. Elder Monkey, go fetch that food now, and see how the preservation process works," the impatient old chieftain urged. Elder Monkey nodded in agreement and turned to depart. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the valley, 3 guards yawned in boredom, stretching their necks to glance towards the center of the valley, sighing, "We've been on duty for so many days. When will it end? Indeed, I'm rather hungry myself. Just the aroma of that soup makes my mouth water." Another lamented. "You think you're the only one drooling? I've been starving for ages," the third added. "Why must our valiant leader have us standing guard like this? The Black Mountain tribe has already been frightened away. Why do we have to endure sleepless nights guarding the valley entrance? Who can withstand this?" "Exactly. It's been such a long time. And the Black Mountain tribe has not dared to approach. They are clearly intimidated by our brave leader. We've stood here all day. I don't know about you two, but I'm both exhausted and famished. I'm gonna eat something now." "But what about our watch?" the other 2 inquired. "Oh, the replacements will arrive soon. It's only a matter of moments. No need to worry," the first primitive nonchalantly replied. Hearing this, the other 2 exchanged glances, their faces lighting up as they exclaimed, "Wait, we'll go with you." As they spoke, the 2 descended, linking arms with the one who had gone down earlier, the 3 making their way towards the center of the valley, leaving the empty bridge deserted. However, just as they departed, a strange rustling sound emanated from outside the valley. Had they remained on the bridge, they would have noticed the appearance of numerous Black Mountain cannibals, each wielding diminutive wooden doors. Leading the pack was a capable aide to the Black Mountain chieftain, named Akue. He was the 3rd strongest warrior of the Black Mountain tribe, second only to the Black Mountain father-son duo. This evening he was tasked with leading an ambush on the Frost Valley tribe. Seems the Frost Valley tribe, those worthless fools, truly believe they have become formidable. They've even neglected to post guards. Akue sneered, surveying the torches illuminating the sides of the bridge. One of the cannibals approached and asked, "Akue, shall we proceed now?" Akue glanced around and gestured for the cannibals to gather close. "You two, sneak into the valley and follow the method instructed by Lord Blackbear to open the wooden door." "Understood? Understood." Good, let us move. As his words fell, 2 agile cannibals advanced, effortlessly infiltrating the Frost Valley tribe in the absence of guards. Upon entering, they concealed themselves behind a massive rock, straining their ears to listen. From the center of the valley, faint sounds of laughter from the Frost Valley tribe drifted in the air. The 2 cannibals exchanged cold, mocking smiles. Ha! Laugh all you want. Let's see how long that lasts. As they spoke, they crept up to the wooden door and, adhering to the instructions provided by Black Bear, gently eased it open. Outside, Akue, ready with his warriors, held a wooden shield in one hand and a poisoned wooden spear in the other, an expression of barely contained delight on his face as he pointed ahead. Kill! Leave no man alive! Take the women captive! A thunderous roar erupted from the multitude of cannibals as they charged into the valley. Chapter 72. The Ambush. Ji-Zhe and his companions awaited in the cave, and as Elder Monkey had yet to return, the old chieftain could no longer contain himself. What could be taking Elder Monkey so long? Did he get lost? Ji-Zhe twitched his ears, then turned to gaze outside the cave, hushing. Listen. What is that sound? The old chieftain paused, straining to hear. Faintly, a metallic scent wafted through the air, accompanied by the anguished cries of their kin. Ji-Zhe sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "What on earth is happening?" In the blink of an eye he bolted outside. The old chieftain, seeing this, followed closely behind. As the group emerged from the cave and made their way towards the source of the noise in the valley, they beheld, illuminated by the flickering firelight, dozens of burly black mountain cannibals, advancing with wooden shields in one hand and wooden spears in the other, ruthlessly slaughtering their kin. Alyang and Anyo, with eyes widened in horror, led the spear throwers and rock slingers in a desperate struggle. Ji-Zhe stood in shock. What the hell is going on? What were the guards at the valley entrance doing? How could they not notice the enemy's approach? Thud, thud, thud. A series of dull thuds resonated as the spears thrown by Alyang and the others lodged into the trees. The black mountain cannibals, hiding behind the wooden barriers, emerged with mocking grins, and their leader, Akue, laughed arrogantly. Their weapons can't harm us. Everyone, attack! With that, the cannibals surged forward. Those are shields. Ji-Zhe, already seething with rage, froze upon realizing what the black mountain cannibals wielded. Though calling the diminutive wooden doors shields felt inappropriate, the truth was undeniable. Those shrunken wooden doors had indeed taken on the form of shields. How did they craft these? Ji-Zhe's mind raced with disbelief. As a being from a later era, he understood that shields were not products of this time. While spear throwers and slingstones had emerged early, that was due to his own existence. But what did the Black Mountain tribe possess? A horde of brutal beasts that feasted on their own kind? How on earth had they fashioned shields? While Ji-Zhe was lost in thought, the old chieftain furiously brandished his spear, bellowing as he charged into battle against the Black Mountain cannibals. Ji-Zhe attempted to call out to him, but it was too late. All around the valley, chaos erupted. Spears and stones clashed against shields, seldom inflicting any real harm on the cannibals. Deprived of the long-range advantage of the spear throwers and slingstones, the Frost Valley tribe had lost their greatest asset against the Black Mountain cannibals. In close combat, 3 members of the Frost Valley tribe struggled to hold their own against a single cannibal. With the presence of shields enhancing the close-quarters combat abilities of the Black Mountain tribe, their fighting prowess surged. Frost Valley tribespeople continued to fall, and the cannibals grew increasingly exhilarated. Unable to contain himself any longer, Ji-Zhe roared, seizing a wooden spear from the ground and plunging into the fray. Before long, a Black Mountain cannibal spotted him and charged forth to engage in combat. In a strict sense, the combat prowess of the Ji-Thief is remarkably feeble, even inferior to that of an ordinary Frost Valley dweller, let alone the formidable Black Mountain cannibals, who are renowned for their exceptional fighting abilities and protective shields. The Ji-Thief's attacks merely struck against the shield, while the cannibal's kicks sent the Ji-Thief tumbling helplessly across the ground. Warrior. In the midst of battle, Alyang noticed the dire situation of the Ji-Thief and bellowed several times, exerting every ounce of strength to repel the cannibal before him. He turned to rescue the Ji-Thief, only to be cunningly ambushed by the cannibal, who thrust a wooden spear straight through Alyang's thigh. Alyang, caught off guard while rushing to aid the Ji-Thief, felt his body grow weightless as he collapsed to the ground. His eyelids felt unbearably heavy, and dark crimson blood oozed from his wounded thigh. Poison Alyang's lips trembled as he uttered the word, before his breath faded away. Alyang! Anyo called out in distress. Uthmer seized Anyo, urging, hurry! In the midst of this turmoil, the number of fallen tribesmen increased, and the Black Mountain cannibals grew ever more ferocious. The Ji-Thief had lost count of how many times he had been knocked down. The cannibal opposing him seemed to recognize his identity, choosing not to kill him but rather to toy with him like a cat with a mouse. Brave warrior. A stammering voice emerged, and the G-thief, having just risen, turned to see Shui stumbling toward him, clutching his makeshift spear. Your weapon. Before he could finish, a black mountain cannibal caught up, driving a wooden spear through Shui's abdomen. Stunned, Shui collapsed. Her weapon fell to the ground. Shui. Upon witnessing Shui fall before him, the G-thief's eyes turned crimson with rage, his heart ablaze with anguish. In that moment, he resembled a wounded lone wolf, unleashing a fierce roar as he launched a desperate counterattack, driving back the cannibal that had been harassing him. He then rushed to Shui's side, kneeling down to embrace her, shaking her gently. Shui, are you all right? Please don't scare me. Shui opened her mouth, her lips turning a deep shade of black and purple, her head tilting, breath fading away. Shui. The G-thief let out a mournful wail. So you are the G-thief, the cannibal who had harmed Shui sneered, raising his weapon to strike. Die! The G-thief snapped his head up, fury surging within him. Seizing the makeshift spear lying beside Shui, he struck like lightning, plunging it into the cannibal's neck. With a swift pull, the cannibal's incredulous expression remained etched on his face. As he gasped, how could his spear strike so swiftly? Shui, don't frighten me. You'll be all right. After dispatching the cannibal, the G-thief lifted Shui once more, his demeanor frantic. Warrior, be careful. A voice called out, and the G-thief turned to see the lean elder charging toward him. In the blink of an eye, the elder stood before him, but before he could catch his breath, a wooden spear pierced through the elder's body. A spurt of dark crimson blood sprayed onto the G-thief's face, warm against his skin. Be cautious, the elder murmured before collapsing onto the G-thief, eyes closing forever. Witnessing the death of one tribe member after another, the G-thief felt an inferno of rage swelling within his chest, longing for vengeance. He pushed the elder aside and thrust his spear into the neck of the cannibal who had pierced the elder, watching the blood flow in a dance of crimson. Yet, still unsatisfied, he plunged the spear in repeatedly. A thunderous roar echoed through the valley as a saber-toothed tiger charged from the distance, its body splattered with blood, evidently from the Black Mountain cannibals. The tiger barreled towards the G-thief, seizing his clothing in its jaws and tossing him onto its back before turning to flee toward the valley's entrance. Warrior, save me! Countless tribesmen cried out in despair. The G-thief, quick to react atop the tiger, shouted back, Retreat! Retreat! The saber-toothed tiger emitted a distressed growl, halting abruptly and turning back. On the tiger's back, the G-thief, leveraging his elevated position, continuously struck down the Black Mountain cannibals, fighting his way to his fellow tribesmen, driving several cannibals back and urging, You must flee at once. Warrior, what about you? The G-thief fixed his gaze upon the flames engulfing the valley. I will kill them. The saber-toothed tiger seemed to sense the G-thief's murderous intent, roaring fiercely and surging forward. Despite the G-thief's tenacious efforts, during the prolonged confrontation, he managed to slay a few Black Mountain cannibals. However, the elapsed time had allowed them to adapt to his tactics. Some robust cannibals used their shields to block the tiger, surrounding and cutting off its momentum. The G-thief fought valiantly, yet he found it increasingly difficult to maneuver, his legs adorned with fresh wounds. Although these wounds were shallow and bled little, he keenly sensed his movements had become sluggish, not from exhaustion, but as though he had been numbed by a sedative. A wave of dread washed over him as he realized. These brutes had poisoned their spears. Chapter 73. The Life-Saving Rain. The G-thief swayed unsteadily atop the saber-toothed tiger, nearly toppling over. The tiger, sensing the G-thief's distress, let out a series of urgent roars, charging through the cannibal encirclement, carrying the G-thief away from the valley without looking back. Shui. The G-thief's voice grew increasingly feeble as he lay sprawled across the tiger's back, consciousness slipping away. My lord Aquila, they have escaped, the cannibal shouted, unable to halt the tiger's charge. Leading the group, Aquila laughed heartily. Do these fools think they can merely run away? And yet, they dare to oppose us Black Mountain warriors. Ha ha ha, how utterly laughable. My lord Aquila, what shall we do next? A Black Mountain cannibal inquired. Shall we pursue them? Aquila glanced at him with a cold smirk. No need. This time, the spear was poisoned. He won't survive for long. Now take our captives, and let us return to the tribe with this joyous news. Yes. Several cannibals began to bind the women of the tribe with vines, while others set about gathering the fallen Frost Valley tribesmen. Observing this, Aquila kicked one of the cannibals, exclaiming, Are you an imbecile, bringing these corpses along? The cannibal who was kicked protested, "They are dead, yes, but they can still be consumed, my lord Aquila." Aquila, enraged by the remark, kicked him again. "Consume? You fool. They were killed by the poisoned spears we fed them. Just take the women." Lord Aqui discovered something remarkable in the valley. A cannibal rushed over, cradling 2 jars in his arms. Upon opening them, a fine white substance revealed itself: salt. Aqui reached out, grasped a handful and held it to his nose, frowning as he inquired, "What is this?" "Smash it." The cannibals erupted in cheers, their exuberance as victors of battle surging forth as they wielded their weapons and wreaked havoc upon the Frost Valley tribe. In a frenzy of destruction, the ginger plants painstakingly cultivated by the thief, the meticulously crafted jars, salt, and charcoal were all obliterated. Cannibals at the rear of the valley stumbled upon the livestock tended by the Frost Valley tribe, and amidst laughter, these creatures were carted off, destined to become sustenance for the Black Mountain tribe. As the cannibals departed the Frost Valley, they toppled the wooden door that had once thwarted the Black Bear's advance, bearing it away, for as Aqui remarked, such formidable defenses would serve our tribe far better. Like a swarm of locusts, the Frost Valley lay in shambles, corpses strewn about haphazardly near the flickering campfires. Outside the valley, the thief, carried by a saber-toothed tiger, fled for 4 or 5 miles until, at last, he succumbed to unconsciousness and tumbled from the tiger's back. The saber-toothed tiger came to an abrupt halt, lowering its head to nuzzle the thief gently, emitting soft, mournful sounds. Just then, a rustling in the woods startled the saber-toothed tiger, causing its fur to bristle in alarm as it turned to emit a low growl toward the source of the noise. Out of the underbrush emerged the elder chief, the witch, the stout elder, Anu, Uzma, and a group of disheartened tribesmen, each appearing utterly bedraggled. "Warrior!" The crowd gasped in astonishment. Recognizing the elder chief, the saber-toothed tiger glanced at the thief and silently slinked away, lying down to lick its wounds. The witch rushed to the thief, lifting him in her arms, her voice tinged with panic as she cried, "Warrior, warrior, what has happened? Please wake up." The elder chief approached, frowning as he examined the thief's wounds, sighing as he shook his head, "With such grievous injuries, I fear it may be too late." The saber-toothed tiger roared, startling the elder chief. A series of dull thuds echoed as the tribespeople collapsed in fear, wailing, "It's over. We've been ambushed by the cannibals. The warrior is dead, and all our kin are lost. We have nowhere to go." They lamented that the warrior should never have agreed to exchange captives with the Black Mountain tribe, crying out for their lost parents. "What are we to do now?" The air was thick with sorrow as the crowd wept and lamented. The witch, feeling exasperated, turned and barked, "Silence!" Crack! A rumble of thunder resonated in the sky, dark clouds gathering ominously, and in an instant, torrential rain poured down. All the tribespeople scrambled for cover, trembling as they lay flat against the ground, eyes fixed on the tumultuous sky above. Rain cascaded down, washing the blood from the thief's face. "Witch, come quickly," the elder chief urged, seeing the witch holding the thief in the downpour without any sign of movement. In this primitive society, fear of thunder was universal, which accounted for the elder chief's urgency. The witch glanced at the unconscious thief in her arms, her face a mask of fear and indecision. She longed to lift him, but the exhaustion from a night of fleeing had sapped her strength. Suddenly, the thief coughed violently, blood spewing forth as his body arched in agony, crimson staining the ground. "Warrior!" the witch exclaimed in shock, calling to the elder chief and the others, "The warrior lives! The warrior lives!" The elder chief and the others paused, taken aback, but it was Anu who first overcame his fear of the thunder, rushing forward to hoist the thief onto his shoulder and retreat to the trees. The thief continued to cough, his body burning with fever. "Warrior, warrior, how do you fare?" the elder chief inquired, gathering around him. The thief, too weak to open his eyes, moved his lips, but the words eluded the ears of those surrounding him. The witch pressed her ear to his lips, finally grasping the fragmented message he struggled to convey. "Snow, snow, snow." In that moment, the witch's emotions became tangled. "Snow, snow, her." Anu cried out, "Warrior, Lady Snow has perished. Our tribe is lost. We have nothing left." His words caused the entire assembly to bow their heads in despair. Undoubtedly, they had suffered a crushing defeat, able to fell 200 Black Mountain cannibals while sustaining minimal injuries, yet they had been vanquished by a mere 50 in a surprise attack, leaving them homeless. "Snow!" The thief suddenly opened his eyes, unleashing a soul-wrenching roar that echoed through the air, before collapsing once more into unconsciousness, devoid of any further movement. "Warrior! Warrior!" The thief's reaction sent shockwaves through the crowd, each member drawing closer to assess his condition. Outside, he remained oblivious to the chaos. He was ensconced in a boundless darkness, wielding an iron spear as he walked. Suddenly, the sounds of battle reached his ears, prompting him to chase after the noise. He soon beheld Snow, pinned to the ground by a cannibal, a wooden spear piercing her shoulder, blood pooling around her. Snow! The thief's eyes widened in horror. At that moment, someone lunged at him, pushing him down just as a wooden spear plunged into flesh nearby, followed by a soul-shattering roar. Warrior, you must flee. The fallen thief whipped around to see the gaunt elder, impaled by a cannibal, die before his very eyes. Warrior, you should not have let those Black Mountain tribesmen go. You are the one who has doomed us all. A bloodied Aelyong staggered into view, face smeared with gore, reaching out towards the thief like a zombie. Countless slain tribesmen rose from the ground, advancing step by step toward the thief. No, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. The thief was gripped by genuine fear, shouting as he stumbled backward. It wasn't me. He awoke with a start, hands grasping at the air before him. Warrior, you have finally awakened. The witch's voice pierced through his confusion, prompting the thief to turn towards it. He found himself in a foul-smelling cave, illuminated by a flickering campfire. A dozen tribesmen, resembling defeated roosters, sat against the cave wall, gazing upward with vacant, despondent expressions.